Chapter 654. In an instant, a glimmer of radiant gold flashed across his face, and the golden scales adorning his body began to emit an extraordinary luminescence. They unexpectedly coalesced into a somewhat indistinct suit of golden armor, enveloping his form tightly. Following this, Lin Mo's footsteps shifted slightly, and his movements became more than thrice as swift as before. Although he maintained his distance from the colossal stone Kun behind him, this scene left both of his pursuers utterly astonished. Yet, whether it was Stone Kun or the last in line, Liu Shui'er, they had already exerted all their divine powers and could only continue their ascent to the summit at their own pace. As Lin Mo was enveloped by the golden armor conjured from his own divine form, it was evident that his physical body had received immense enhancement. While he had not yet achieved the swiftness of flight, a gentle push from his toes allowed him to effortlessly leap to the next level of stone steps. Though Stone Kun felt an overwhelming urgency, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo's figure receded further into the distance, the gap between them widening. After a period of relentless effort, Lin Mo's form had surpassed 400 to 500 levels of steps, yet Stone Kun struggled to maintain his current speed, his pace gradually slowing. This time, Stone Kun was not only drenched in sweat, but also emanated white mist from his body, as if he had transformed into a blazing furnace, a sight that was truly astonishing. However, it was not only Stone Kun's pace that faltered. Lin Mo, too, furrowed his brow, clearly beginning to feel the immense pressure exerted by the gravitational force, causing him to hesitate slightly with each step. At this moment, Lin Mo was merely 200 to 300 steps away from the summit, yet he was disheartened to discover that with each level he climbed, the gravitational force intensified far beyond his expectations. Even someone like him, possessing a physique that surpassed that of ordinary saints, felt the crushing weight of this pressure. After ascending over 100 more steps, his form abruptly stilled, his movements becoming exceedingly slow. Nearly with each step, he had to stabilize himself before he could continue to lift his foot. Meanwhile, Stone Kun and Liu Shui'er had long since come to a halt, gazing anxiously at Lin Mo as he inched closer to the peak. When Lin Mo finally reached the last 10 steps, the immense gravitational force beneath him instilled a sense of dread, causing the golden armor he wore to tremble incessantly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Left with no choice, Lin Mo was compelled to pause mere inches from the summit. Once he sensed the pull beneath him diminishing to a manageable degree, he once again took a step forward, only to pause for an extended moment. Thus, Lin Mo spent a full quarter of an hour in his ascent of the final 10 stone steps before finally reaching the pinnacle. Almost at the very moment his feet touched the summit, he felt the gravitational force vanish entirely, and his body became extraordinarily light, as if he could leap effortlessly without the need for any incantation. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, and the indistinct golden armor around him dissipated into nothingness. He turned back for a fleeting glance, his gaze descending towards the mountainside. At that very moment, Shi Kun stood several hundred steps away, gasping for breath as he looked at Lin Mo, his face etched with frustration and helplessness. Meanwhile, Liu Shui'er was situated 2,000 steps away, barely able to discern a diminutive black figure. Both understood that Lin Mo had seized the advantage, yet the vast expanse of the purple palace loomed before them, shrouded in uncertainty regarding the presence of potentially formidable traps within. Thus, they felt no trepidation, convinced that not all treasures would be claimed solely by Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled faintly, acutely aware that his companions would require a considerable amount of time to reach the summit. He chose to remain silent, turning his attention towards the magnificent purple palace. Several dozen paces away, a grand entrance, towering over 20 feet, stood imperiously closed. Its surface was adorned with dozens of large, vividly colored crystals, intricately carved with exquisite patterns that were meticulously arranged along the edges. Lin Mo scrutinized the entrance repeatedly, his eyes flickering with astonishment. He discovered that these fist-sized crystals were, in fact, exceedingly rare top-tier spirit stones, possessing a purity far surpassing that of the finest spirit stones from the spirit realm. A soft murmur of admiration escaped Lin Mo's lips as he shifted his gaze to the purple palace walls. These walls, constructed from an unknown material, rose only 5 or 6 feet high, yet emitted a mysterious purple glow, their surfaces etched with an array of faint silver runes of varying sizes. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he instantly recognized these runes as the silver tadpole script he was already well acquainted with. Indeed, This place was crafted by the celestial beings of the true immortal realm. While Lin Mo appeared outwardly composed, his heart surged with tumultuous waves, and his gaze towards the palace became increasingly fervent. Despite possessing numerous rare treasures and having encountered countless extraordinary adventures since embarking on his cultivation journey, the thought that this palace might harbor relics left behind by immortals filled him with an uncontainable excitement. It was no wonder that Kai Lu Ying and Duan Tianrun were so convinced that this place must conceal elixirs that could aid in their breakthrough of the holy stage bottleneck. With the immense abilities of the celestial beings from the true immortal realm, concocting potions beneficial to mortals was undoubtedly within their reach. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was exceptional in his own right. After stabilizing his mind, he regained his composure and gazed upwards at the purple palace walls. Suddenly, he raised one hand, extending a finger to lightly touch the void above. In an instant, a deafening thunderclap resonated through the air, followed by a faint golden lightning bolt manifesting in the atmosphere, slicing through the void and darting directly towards the upper wall of the palace. However, what transpired next was nothing short of astonishing and eerie. As the golden lightning grazed the seemingly empty expanse above the purple wall, a melody akin to celestial music resonated, and simultaneously, the purple glow flickered. The once blinding golden lightning vanished without a trace, as if it had been swallowed by the depths of the sea. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Despite having instantly employed the divine abilities of his clear-sighted spirit eye, he remained unable to fathom the mysteries concealed within that purple radiance. As he endeavored to probe the interior of the palace with his divine consciousness, he discovered that any attempt to approach the palace walls was met with an invisible force that repelled him, preventing him from advancing even a single step into the palace. With no other recourse, Lin Mo let out a gentle sigh, relinquishing the thought of entering through the surrounding walls, and instead focused his attention on the grand entrance of the palace. Compared to the enigmatic barriers of the palace walls, it was evidently wiser to opt for the main gate. However, despite finding nothing amiss at the entrance, he refrained from recklessly attempting to open the door directly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo raised his right hand and gently tapped the storage bracelet on his wrist. A surge of azure light immediately erupted from it, only to swiftly crash to the ground. To his surprise, it revealed a towering puppet resembling a giant ape, standing at an impressive height of 2 zhang. With its limbs sprawled on the ground, seemingly gravely injured by the oppressive force of the void. Observing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, forming a hand seal and casually pointing at the puppet. Instantly, the giant ape emitted a cracking sound, slowly rising to its feet, expressionless as it turned and ambled toward the distant palace entrance. Lin Mo remained still, eyes narrowed, intently watching the puppet's movements. Ultimately, under his watchful gaze, the giant ape reached the entrance and, without hesitation, raised its hands to press against the sides of the grand door. As a flicker of azure light danced across the puppet's form, the door began to creak open, gradually revealing the interior. Lin Mo's expression turned strangely ambivalent, a blend of astonishment and incredulity washing over him. It was astonishing how effortlessly the great door had opened. As he pondered this, he worked to suppress the torrent of questions and excitement bubbling within him, swiftly peering into the palace. Behind the door lay a spacious square paved with azure tiles, bordered by a translucent railing as pure as jade. At the far end of the square stood a magnificent main hall, resplendent in hues of purple and gold. Surrounding the main hall were 3 smaller halls, each a third of the size of the main structure, arranged in a T-shape, encircling the central edifice. Additionally, beyond the main hall, a series of low pavilions and terraces could be discerned, seemingly sprawling over a vast expanse. After a brief moment of hesitation, he summoned his divine consciousness to direct the puppet forward. The giant ape promptly strode ahead, confidently entering the palace. Lin Mo followed closely behind, slowly stepping through the threshold. Soon, he found himself on the other side of the door, having successfully entered the palace and arrived at a corner of the square. The square was remarkably spacious, measuring approximately 500 to 600 zhang. He then began to chant incantations, his eyes glowing with an increasingly brilliant blue light, while simultaneously, the black shattered magical eye flickered with an unusual dark radiance, resembling a jet-black gem embedded in his forehead, exuding an aura of mystery and uniqueness. Suddenly, 2 beams of azure light and a column of obsidian darkness erupted almost simultaneously from the 3 ethereal eyes. In the blink of an eye, They intertwined before Lin Mo, and after a flicker of soft light, transformed into a sphere of black and blue luminescence. This orb exhibited a cerulean exterior with a profound black core, crystalline and translucent, roughly the size of a soccer ball, resembling a colossal eye suspended in the air. Without hesitation, Lin Mo waved his sleeve toward the orb. A stream of azure radiance surged forth from his cuff, darting toward the sphere with the swiftness of lightning, only to vanish without a trace. Consequently, the surface of the orb flickered slightly, revealing an array of black and blue runes of varying sizes, spinning at an astonishing velocity. In an instant, the orb blazed with brilliance, suddenly releasing countless beams of black and blue light that shot out in every direction. Although these beams appeared delicate as threads, their velocity was breathtakingly swift. In mere moments, they enveloped the entire square, forming a lattice of black and blue that blanketed the area. The next moment, a low, resonant hum emanated from all corners of the square. On the ground beneath the web, a myriad of colors erupted like fireworks. Suddenly, an extraordinary spatial fluctuation surged skyward, distorting the void beneath the web. Following a brief haze, a grand white gate emerged at the center of the square. Upon witnessing this luminous portal, Lin Mo's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, yet he moved without hesitation, transforming into a blurred shadow that vanished without a trace. Almost immediately, a flash of azure light flickered within the gate, and Lin Mo silently merged into it. The immense simian puppet wavered slightly before following suit into the portal. As the puppet disappeared within the gate, the suspended black and blue orb emitted a resonating hum, its surface shimmering with strange lights, before exploding into a dazzling brilliance. The vast web that had enveloped the entire square began to crack without warning, disintegrating into countless twinkling spiritual lights that dissipated into nothingness. In the next instant, the towering gate flickered wildly with white light before the surrounding void blurred and vanished entirely. Everything in the square returned to its former state. Yet Lin Mo and the immense simian puppet had long since disappeared, as if they had never existed in this space. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Shi Kun was merely 100 steps away from the summit, the grand palace doors becoming vaguely visible. Liu Shui'er had also ascended several hundred steps. Having learned of Lin Mo's entrance into the palace, their expressions remained unexpectedly calm. Lin Mo slowly opened his partially closed eyes, discerning the environment around him. Emerging from the portal, he found himself directly before the resplendent golden hall. The grand entrance appears rather unremarkable, crafted from precious metals and adorned with only a few coarse yet simplistic engravings on its surface. However, suspended above the door is an immense plaque, spanning 7 to 8 zhang, inscribed with ancient golden characters that convey a sense of mystique. Lin Mo scrutinizes it intently, a tremor of recognition stirring within him. Although he cannot discern the meanings of these archaic symbols, they evoke a familiar resonance akin to the silver script, undoubtedly the legendary golden seal script. Regrettably, among the denizens of the spirit realm, those knowledgeable in golden seal script are as rare as stars at dawn, and he has yet to fulfill his desire to master it. Had he done so, perhaps he could have unearthed hidden clues within these ancient inscriptions. Contemplating this, Lin Mo's gaze lingered for a moment on the firmly shut doors of the hall, before directing his thoughts to the colossal ape puppet at his side. Urging it forward, the puppet strode purposefully, traversing several steps to stand before the grand entrance, its hands raised to forcefully press against the seemingly ordinary door, attempting to open it with the same ease as before. However, this time, Lin Mo's plans did not unfold as he had hoped. His efforts proved futile. The moment the giant ape puppet's hands made contact with the unassuming door, a series of low, rumbling sounds erupted from it, followed by a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. As a terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the door. Danger, despite being still a considerable distance from the grand entrance. Lin Mo felt a cold sweat break out at the sight before him, prompting him to summon his inner essence without hesitation. A layer of azure-white, thunderous armor coalesced around him, providing a steadfast shield. In the next instant, he pivoted his upper body sharply, his legs remaining still, merely swaying slightly as he glided to the left, moving with an eerie silence akin to a specter. Simultaneously, a dazzling violet light burst forth from the grand entrance, and strange arcs of purple electricity surged forth like venomous serpents, flickering momentarily before transforming into dozens of violet bolts that raced through the gaps of the door. The nearby giant ape puppet was instantly engulfed in a blinding flash of electric light, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Yet the purple arcs did not pause. Instead, they seemed to possess a life of their own, turning toward Lin Mo and launching an assault. Lin Mo's countenance drained of color. Were it not for the spatial restrictions in this realm, he would have easily evaded such a threat using his various escape techniques. However, grounded and unable to fly, even his agile physique could not elude the impending strike of lightning. In a moment of desperation, he raised his right hand, and a crystalline small shield materialized before him. As the light flickered, the diminutive shield rapidly expanded into a towering shield, standing 10 zhang high. Following this, a dense black mist surged forth from Lin Mo, revealing a formidable and terrifying demonic armor enveloping him, encircled by the azure-white arcs of electricity. This was the restored celestial demon armor. Beneath the tumultuous onslaught of violet lightning, dozens of purple bolts violently struck the enormous shield at the forefront. This shield, crafted from crystal, possessed the remarkable ability to distort attacks, having previously demonstrated astonishing power in the hands of Lin Mo, earning him countless accolades in battle. However, this encounter was starkly different. The purple arcs of electricity were evidently unlike ordinary lightning. Even with the wondrous efficacy of the resplendent shield, only a third of the arcs could be forcibly diverted from its sides. The majority of the onslaught remained unabated, crashing down upon the shield. As the violet lightning erupted, a terrifyingly intense heat instantly engulfed the colossal shield. An astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes. The shield rapidly melted under the embrace of the purple arcs, transforming in an instant into a pool of transparent crystalline droplets that vanished without a trace upon hitting the ground. Lin Mo was struck with profound astonishment, and with little time for contemplation, he swiftly formed a hand seal. The thunderous armor adorning his body erupted with a deafening roar, morphing into a pale azure electric net that entwined itself with the purple arcs. This layer of lightning garment was refined from the ethereal clouds of the heavens, its might undeniably formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary lightning and fire. However, as the two colors of arcs intertwined and flickered wildly, the azure glow gradually diminished until it vanished entirely, devoured mercilessly by the violet lightning, which only grew in brilliance. Pale and alarmed, Lin Mo hastily waved his sleeves, summoning another thunderous sound before unleashing a robust golden arc that pierced through the air. Yet this action appeared somewhat belated, as the previously scattered purple arcs abruptly converged into several violet orbs, each as thick as a bowl, striking Lin Mo's celestial armor with pinpoint accuracy. Accompanied by a deafening crash that reverberated through the heavens and earth, Lin Mo's body involuntarily swayed, instantly surrounded by a tempest of purple lightning. In an immediate response, he let out a low growl infused with a mix of fury and astonishment, causing the armor to expand dramatically. The black patterns upon its surface seemed to come alive, manifesting into countless intricate black runes that clashed violently with the purple arcs. These seemingly insignificant runes possessed unexpectedly potent power. Upon contact with the violet arcs, both would erupt simultaneously. They transformed into swirling tempests of black and purple, dancing fiercely around Lin Mo. As Lin Mo regained his footing and straightened his back, the purple arcs had silently vanished, and the tempest dissipated into nothingness. He inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to inspect his celestial armor, feeling an immense relief within. Had he not successfully repaired this armor beforehand, the sudden assault, though unable to obliterate it outright, would undoubtedly have inflicted significant damage. Nevertheless, his current appearance remained rather disheveled, presenting a visage of dust and disarray. Lin Mo let out a helpless sigh, turning his gaze towards the shimmering pool of liquid on the ground, his heart heavy with regret. The crystal shield lay shattered, unrecognizable and irreparably damaged. He lifted his eyes again, gazing at the now tranquil scene before the main hall's grand entrance, his expression flickering with uncertainty. The imposing restrictions placed upon this hall's door suggested that it concealed treasures cherished by ancient immortals. Yet, the formidable nature of these barriers implied that even if he could decipher them, it would not be an endeavor accomplished in haste. Should he linger here until Shi Kun and his companion arrived, he would likely end up aiding others in their pursuits, a truly unwise trade-off. After careful contemplation, Lin Mo resolved to depart without hesitation, swiftly making his way along a nearby stone path towards the nearest auxiliary hall. He mused that even if there were restrictions there, their potency would surely pale in comparison to those here, perhaps presenting an opportunity to breach its defenses. As he hurried forward, he raised his arm slightly, and in an instant, a burst of azure light shot forth, summoning another giant ape puppet. Heeding the lessons of the past, this time the puppet glided close to the ground upon its release, finally landing steadily under Lin Mo's command. The second puppet also began to stride towards the adjacent auxiliary hall, with Lin Mo following closely behind, his expression grim. Continuing along the stone path, he encountered no further mishaps and soon arrived before the auxiliary hall's entrance. This hall, though only a third the size of the main hall, mirrored its architectural style and materials flawlessly. Even the door was only slightly smaller, adorned with a plaque inscribed in golden seal script. As Lin Mo gazed at the seemingly ancient and weathered entrance, his brows involuntarily twitched. After a moment's reflection, he stumbled back half a step, stabilizing himself approximately 40 paces away from the auxiliary hall. With a swift motion of his hand, several peculiar talismans appeared in his palm, adhering quickly to his body. A series of colorful protective shields manifested in succession. Lin Mo then discreetly formed a spell from his sleeve, a low rumble echoing as golden arcs of electricity began to shimmer. With ample preparations completed, Lin Mo steeled himself and commanded the puppet forward. The giant ape stepped forth, arms outstretched, pressing its hands firmly against the door. Lin Mo instinctively held his breath. With a creaking sound, the two doors began to open slowly, revealing no restrictions whatsoever. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's heart surged with joy. However, exercising caution, he refrained from acting immediately, instead directing the puppet to enter first. Only when the giant ape puppet crossed the threshold unscathed did he finally feel a sense of relief. As an epiphany struck him, the protective shields conjured by talismans dissipated in an instant. Concurrently, he clenched his fists, and the golden arcs of electricity concealed within his sleeves vanished without a trace. He strode forward swiftly, making his way directly toward the side hall's entrance. Upon Lin Mo's true entry into the chamber, a colossal ape puppet stood motionless to one side of the door, vigilantly guarding the threshold. His gaze swept over the interior of the grand hall, absorbing every detail, and a flicker of surprise crossed his countenance. Before him loomed a vast altar, as white as jade, with a gleaming shrine of purple light atop it, the luminosity flickering enigmatically as if concealing an indistinct deity within. Facing the divine effigy, hundreds of pale yellow mats were arranged in perfect order, while a blue incense burner was placed at each corner of the hall. A delicate aroma of sandalwood wafted through the entire space. Within this mystical realm existed a hall reminiscent of a temple, grand in scale, with a magnificent main chamber at its center. On either side, rows of small doors suggested pathways leading to various directions. Lin Mo's eyes darted around the hall, ultimately resting on two neatly arranged rows of wooden racks. These racks appeared as pristine as snow, faintly exuding a cool, ethereal aura. They were indeed made of the renowned snow wood from the spirit realm. This timber is the finest material for crafting ice-attributed artifacts, yet here it was merely utilized as ordinary racks for storing items, a rather extravagant waste. Even Lin Mo, with his extensive knowledge, could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Upon the racks lay an array of over a dozen vividly colored instruments, resembling auspicious vessels, distant bowls, small bells, and the like from afar. Lin Mo squinted slightly, his consciousness swiftly sweeping over these objects, and he was momentarily taken aback, soon revealing an expression of unbridled joy. These instruments were imbued with rich spiritual energy, each one a top-tier semi-finished magical artifact, should their original owner refine them to completion. Though they might not reach the pinnacle of celestial treasures, they would certainly rival ordinary spiritual artifacts. More significantly, the appearance of these treasures indicated they possessed unique and esoteric powers. Even though he could exhaust himself refining these artifacts, their efficacy would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of their original master. Nevertheless, by virtue of their nature alone, they could still be classified among the finest treasures within the spirit realm. With a flick of his sleeve, a cascade of azure light shot forth. As the light passed, the instruments vanished one by one. The exhilaration within Lin Mo surged, overwhelmed by the prospect of acquiring such an arsenal of powerful artifacts. He surveyed the hall once more, then lowered his gaze to scrutinize a mat beneath him. Suddenly, A sound of astonishment escaped his lips, as if he had stumbled upon another revelation. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand and grasped the ground fiercely. With a swift motion, the mat silently leapt into his palm. Its texture was soft and warm to the touch, emanating an exceptionally pure spiritual essence. What could this be? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. Evidently, this mat is no ordinary item. It is intricately woven from some precious spiritual herb, having existed in this place for countless ages, still brimming with vitality. His expression shifted as if he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, he brought the mat closer to his nose and inhaled gently. To his astonishment, he detected a faint, fishy odor. Lin Mo's countenance transformed into an odd expression. He promptly raised his left hand, and with a flash of azure light, a 3-foot-long sword materialized in his grasp. He tossed the mat upward, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, a fierce beam of sword light sliced through the air. What transpired next was astonishing. The previously invulnerable sword light struck the mat, penetrating several inches before being firmly repelled. The surface of the mat shimmered with a golden glow, and the sword marks vanished in an instant, restoring it to its original state. This was merely a mat woven from grass and wood, yet it withstood the brilliance of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword light. This validated the existence of the legendary armored herb beyond doubt. Such a wondrous plant exists in the world. Merely by virtue of its herbal form, it is capable of resisting various flying swords, daggers, and other magical artifacts. If fashioned into protective gear worn closely against the body, it would undoubtedly equate to possessing a top-tier combat outfit. Regrettably, this herb harbors a profound fear of searing flames, which significantly diminishes its practical value. In a place revered as the dwelling of immortals, the use of such a precious spiritual herb for crafting a mat seems somewhat excessive. Lin Mo examined the mat in his hand repeatedly, murmuring softly to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having recognized the immense value inherent in these mats, he would certainly not disregard them. Then, a jet-black hand stealthily emerged from his wide sleeve, seemingly casual as it waved gently toward the ground. In an instant, a wave of gray light swept across, causing hundreds of mats to vanish without a trace. The entire hall suddenly felt vast and silent, as if all objects had their souls extracted. Lin Mo scanned his storage bracelet with his spiritual sense, observing that the mats were now neatly stacked together, and he could not help but nod in satisfaction. In the face of such an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, one that has long been extinct even in the enigmatic spirit realm, acquiring a few more specimens would undoubtedly make this adventure worthwhile. Lin Mo felt this deeply, exhaling a long breath of stale air before inhaling a deep breath of fresh air. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he sensed that the sandalwood aroma in the room seemed even more intense than before. Just then, he abruptly turned around, his eyes shining with light as he swiftly gazed toward a corner of the room. There, a censer rested quietly, with a half-burned candle inserted within, its color faded. Clearly having been there for a considerable time, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly and strode quickly toward that corner. As he approached, his consciousness had already ventured forth, probing into the incense burner. However, his brows soon knitted together in perplexity. The incense burner was fashioned from ordinary bronze, barely qualifying as a magical artifact. This revelation astonished him greatly. Lin Mo's gaze flickered restlessly as he moved directly to the side of the burner, bending down to scrutinize the remnant incense, which was reduced to merely 1/3 of its original length. A rich aroma of sandalwood wafted forth, emanating continuously from this fragment. Despite its appearance, which bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary candle, its ability to exude such a potent scent after the passage of many years suggested that it possessed an extraordinary origin. After a prolonged gaze, Lin Mo's expression gradually turned grave. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers, delicately reaching towards the remnant incense. Just before his fingertips made contact, a flash of spiritual light illuminated the air, enveloping his fingers in a layer of azure radiance. He appeared exceedingly cautious. Gently, he extracted the remnant incense from the burner, and nothing unusual occurred. Yet, Lin Mo's demeanor remained solemn as he meticulously examined the fragment multiple times, bringing it to his nose for an extended period, his face reflecting deep contemplation. Then, with a gentle flick of his finger, a crimson spark shot forth from his fingertip, colliding with one end of the remnant incense. However, the incense remained unscathed, showing no sign of ignition. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Lin Mo's eyes, and a subtle smile of excitement graced his lips as he flicked again, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that floated effortlessly in the air before him. He carefully inserted the end of the remnant incense into the heart of the fireball, fixated on the scene before him, silent and absorbed. Yet, despite the flames roaring fiercely and radiating intense heat, the seemingly unremarkable remnant incense exhibited no signs of combustion. Indeed, it was the black ghost ice incense, a treasured item utilized to dispel inner demons during the breakthrough to the fusion realm. Witnessing this, Lin Mo could not suppress a jubilant expression. He promptly flipped his palm, revealing a box as white as jade, and carefully placed the remnant incense within. Subsequently, his figure flickered as he hastily retrieved 2 more segments of incense, each burnt halfway from other corners of the room, adding them to his collection. As the jade box settled in his grasp, it suddenly illuminated with a burst of light before vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo could only continue his exploration within this elegant hall, where the number of items was already limited. Apart from the statue enshrined on the altar and a few plates of grayish remnants of spiritual fruits before it, there was little else to be found. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the altar itself. It emanated a violet glow, standing approximately a yard tall, while the statue within it gleamed a vibrant green, as if meticulously carved from the finest jade. The statue is adorned in a verdant robe, one hand grasping a snow-white whisk, while the other cradles a purple-gold gourd. Its beard cascades down to its chest, exuding an ethereal aura. However, Lin Mo, after merely a fleeting gaze at the statue, felt an inkling of astonishment. He realized that no matter how diligently he strained his eyes to scrutinize the features of the statue, he was met only with a shimmering emerald glow, obscuring the true visage of the figure. His eyelids twitched violently, pupils constricting slightly, and soon a blinding blue light flickered within his eyes as he invoked his spiritual sight to forcibly discern the statue's face. This endeavor proved somewhat fruitful, as the green luminescence enveloping the statue's visage gradually yielded to his perception, diminishing within his view. A spark of joy ignited within him as he focused intently, striving to delve deeper into the statue's countenance. Yet, just as he was on the verge of unveiling its features, a solemn celestial chant resonated in his mind, causing a buzzing in his ears, as if the entire ocean of his consciousness was tumultuously upheaved. Lin Mo's vision darkened, his body swaying precariously, nearly succumbing to the dizzying whirl. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was nearly akin to that of formidable beings in the fusion phase, prompting him to swiftly channel the great transformation technique, allowing him to regain clarity amidst the disorientation and to adjust his stance once more. After stabilizing himself, Lin Mo cast his gaze upon the statue again, but his resolve faltered. The statue's enigmatic nature rendered it beyond his current cultivation level, preventing him from beholding its true form. This indicated that it was, in essence, an artifact of immense power. The presence of such a relic implied that the one who offered it was undoubtedly a significant figure within the realm of true immortals. Statues of this kind are profoundly arcane. Even the most powerful beings in the spirit realm, despite being separated by myriad miles, can utilize the statue's power to manifest their primordial spirit or soul fragments. If this statue indeed belonged to a person of great renown in the realm of true immortals, and given that no accounts in the spirit realm recorded any immortal from the true immortal realm descending through such means, then attempting to remove this statue would undeniably be a perilous undertaking. Lin Mo's expression shifted unpredictably for a considerable time, yet he ultimately inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his inner desires, and diverted his gaze from the shrine to a side door nearby. He stepped forward, resolutely approaching the side entrance. The enormous monkey puppet, guided by his mental command, followed closely behind. Moments later, the hall was left with nothing but the solitary shrine, devoid of any other items. At this juncture, Lin Mo had traversed a corridor and arrived before a series of over a dozen rooms resembling small chambers. Each of these rooms was modestly sized, exhibiting strikingly similar characteristics. Lin Mo quickly surveyed the surroundings and commanded the sentient giant ape puppet to sequentially open all the doors, ensuring the internal environment was secure. He then swiftly entered one of the rooms. This chamber was minimally furnished, partitioned by a small door that divided the originally rectangular space into 2 distinct areas. In a spacious area on the outer side, evidently a living room, there existed nothing but a few essential pieces of furniture, such as tables and chairs, along with a tea set. Lin Mo, utilizing his spiritual perception, examined these items and discovered that although the materials were precious, they held no value for him. Therefore, without hesitation, he crossed the threshold and entered the inner bedroom. In contrast, the furnishings in the bedroom appeared somewhat more elaborate. Besides a jade bed of a pale green hue, there was a rectangular writing desk adorned with several brushes, a light red inkstone, and a stack of pristine, thin silk-like sheets. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly as he approached the desk, picking up a brush and the inkstone, examining them for a moment before reluctantly setting them down. Subsequently, he reached for the stack of silk sheets, gently unfolding them, only to reveal a blank expanse. With a calm expression, Lin Mo returned the sheets to their original position and meticulously scanned the entire room once more with his spiritual perception, confirming that there were indeed no other omissions before decisively turning to leave. He had never anticipated making significant discoveries in a place clearly belonging to disciples of a sect. Thus, it was natural for him not to linger. Moreover, with numerous such houses in existence, it was impractical to conduct an in-depth inspection of each one given the constraints of time. Thus, Lin Mo swiftly completed his search of the remaining dozen or so houses. The final outcome yielded merely a few jade slips inscribed with an unknown ancient script. As for the significance of these slips, it would only be possible to ascertain their worth once he could decipher the origins of these archaic characters. After all, Lin Mo remained ever curious about the true realm of the celestial world. He and the giant ape puppet returned to the main hall, thereafter leaping once more through a side door. After traversing another lengthy corridor, Lin Mo arrived at a neatly arranged cluster of houses. These structures markedly differed from the previous ones, each being square in shape, possessing only a small door and lacking any windows. More intriguingly, each room stood independently, separated by a distance of at least several dozen feet. What raised Lin Mo's vigilance was the shimmering silver light emanating from the surfaces of these square houses, which were adorned with pale silver runes, an unmistakable sight, as he was exceedingly familiar with the silver script. After observing these houses for an extended period, Lin Mo ultimately concluded that they were specifically designated as secluded chambers for cultivation. This unexpected discovery sparked a flicker of joy within him. Since this was a mysterious chamber, it was quite possible that previous occupants had left behind some invaluable relics. However, upon noticing the intricate and densely applied silver runes on the small door, his expression grew considerably more composed. Typically, the formations set in such secluded spaces were designed for soundproofing and to prevent spying. Nevertheless, after experiencing the terrifying encounter at the main hall's entrance, he was naturally reluctant to lower his guard. This time, however, he did not send the giant ape puppet to probe the area. Instead, after enveloping himself in multiple layers of protection, he waved his sleeve and directly struck against the stone door of one of the chambers. A small azure sword shot forth, instantly transforming into a streak of azure light several feet long, delivering a heavy blow upon the entrance to the secluded chamber. He resolutely chose to employ brute force to breach the barrier on the door without a moment's hesitation. The grand entrance of the secret chamber shimmered with silver light, and a resounding cry echoed from within. The silver luminescence appeared ordinary, yet it effectively thwarted the advance of the azure bamboo be-cloud sword. The sword's radiance struck the silver light as if it were cleaving through water, proving momentarily insurmountable. Thus, it could only gradually deplete this ethereal glow. Observing this scene, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him. As he had anticipated, the barrier was not of a retaliatory nature, and it could be classified as a rudimentary enchantment even within the celestial realm. Upon further reflection, it was indeed logical. How could the numerous adjoining cultivation chambers be protected by overly formidable barriers? Without further hesitation, he performed a deft maneuver with one hand, summoning a diminutive black mound merely a few inches tall, which then floated into view. He gently tossed it forward. With a resounding boom, the small mound rapidly expanded within a shroud of black light to a size of several feet, crashing violently against the silver barrier. This time, the enchantment could evidently not withstand such immense force. The cacophony abruptly ceased, and the silver light dissipated. A flash of azure light surged through as the chamber door was mercilessly cleaved in two by the sword's brilliance, collapsing outward. Lin Mo retracted his artifact and stepped purposefully into the secret chamber. This so-called chamber was a mere 7 or 8 zhang in width, astonishingly spacious within, devoid of anything save for a mat crafted from armor grass. Thus, there was no need to employ divine consciousness for a search. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mo casually stowed the mat away and turned to exit the chamber. There were many similar chambers, and he did not feel a profound sense of disappointment. Utilizing the same method, he successfully pried open the stone door of another chamber before stepping inside once more. However, moments later, he emerged empty-handed from the chamber. In this manner, Lin Mo successively breached 6 chambers, yet his fortune seemed unfavorable, yielding no rewards. This prompted him to inwardly curse his luck while harboring a flicker of hope for the remaining chambers. When the stone door of the 7th chamber shattered with a thunderous crash and he entered, he let out a faint gasp, his eyes suddenly alight with wonder. The interior of this chamber was starkly different from the previous ones. It was fully equipped, with 3 jade boxes of varying sizes and 2 small porcelain vials adorning the table. Most striking of all was a resplendent painting that hung upon one wall, radiating a brilliant golden light. At that moment, the dazzling luminosity of the artwork rendered it nearly impossible to discern what it depicted. However, after momentarily closing his eyes and pausing, Lin Mo opened them wide, revealing pupils that shimmered with a blue glow, allowing him to finally overcome the blinding brilliance and observe the painting clearly. Yet, his expression shifted to one of surprise. It turned out that the artwork was densely populated with countless golden flying swords, all identical in shape and design. Chapter 657. These flying swords, diverse in form and varying in size, range from colossal blades that tower like giants, instilling a sense of terror with their towering heights, to diminutive ones merely an inch long, yet their intricate patterns on the blades are vividly apparent, as if they are within arm's reach. Despite the multitude of golden flying swords converging within the painting, one would expect a chaotic scene that defies comprehension. However, upon closer inspection, each sword appears remarkably lifelike, exuding a distinctive aura that renders their essence unmistakable. This bizarre diagram of 10,000 swords filled Lin Mo with delight. His gaze fixated on the artwork. His body remained motionless. But moments later, Lin Mo emitted a muffled groan, retreating several steps as though struck by an invisible force. He quickly turned his head, diverting his gaze from the painting, seemingly unwilling to cast another glance. Concurrently, a peculiar flush appeared on his face. The power of this mental force was indeed formidable, akin to a genuine sword strike. Had it not been for my considerable mastery of the sword path and my exceptional mental acuity, that recent blow might have severely impaired my consciousness. After a few frantic circulations of spiritual energy within his meridians, Lin Mo's discomfort subsided, though astonishment lingered on his countenance. Once he steadied his mind, Lin Mo swiftly waved his hand, summoning a stack of vividly colored talismans at his fingertips. He then hurled them forth. In a matter of moments, a dozen or so talismans of various hues flew out, vanishing into the sword diagram with a series of flickers. Subsequently, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The surface of the sword diagram shimmered with vibrant, ethereal symbols, enveloping all the golden light within and rapidly contracting. As the symbols exerted their suppressive force, the golden radiance emanating from the diagram reluctantly dwindled until it finally flickered out of existence. Once the ethereal symbols completed their suppression, they reverted to a handful of binding talismans, firmly adhered to the scroll. In an instant, the diverse auras within the sword diagram dissipated entirely, transforming it into an utterly ordinary painting. Observing this, Lin Mo allowed himself a slight smile. With a single hand, he grasped the air, and the sword diagram was forcibly extracted from the wall with a swift whoosh, landing in his palm. A fleeting azure glow flashed by, and the scroll promptly rolled itself up into a cylindrical form, subsequently vanishing without a trace. At last, Lin Mo exhaled in relief, his heart easing in tandem. This diagram of 10,000 swords may very well have been crafted by the master of this place, yet from a mere fleeting glance, Lin Mo had already profoundly sensed its uniqueness. It seemed to embody an enigmatic cultivation principle, encapsulating the essence of swordsmanship alongside some form of mental incantation. The exact nature of this mystery, however, would require further exploration to unveil. He then approached the desk, gently sweeping his sleeve, causing a cascade of azure mist to envelop the area. In an instant, the lids of the jade boxes and small bottles sprang open amidst the radiance. Lin Mo scrutinized their contents with his mental perception, but could not help but furrow his brow. Within 3 jade boxes lay several pieces of talisman paper, intricately engraved with elaborate silver symbols. However, the spiritual energy contained within had long since dissipated, rendering them utterly devoid of value. As for the other 2 small vials, they were entirely empty, faint traces suggesting they once held some form of mystical liquid. It appeared that these vials had originally contained a mysterious substance. Yet due to inadequate preservation and the passage of time, they had now become entirely desiccated. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo resolved to collect these remarkable talismans. Unlike the talismans he was familiar with from the golden tablets and jade scriptures, these were indeed worthy of thorough investigation and potential replication. He then conducted a meticulous search of every corner of the secret chamber, yet regrettably found nothing further. Without hesitation, Lin Mo departed from that place. He did not overlook the remaining secret chambers, but the outcome was consistently the same. All rooms were barren. As he emerged from the last secret chamber, he did not pause, instead hastening back the way he had come. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo exited the entire side hall, standing upon the elevated platform outside the main hall, casting thoughtful glances towards the other 2 side halls, as well as the mountain path leading to the main hall. At this moment, Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er were likely nearing the summit. However, it must be noted that the illusion array set up in the square possessed extraordinary power. Without a special strategy to counter it, the 2 would likely find it exceedingly difficult to unravel and traverse through it in the short term. Nevertheless, the time remaining for them was still rather limited, barely enough to allow them to search one more location. Lin Mo immersed himself in contemplation, his gaze repeatedly scanning between the 2 side halls, his heart filled with hesitation and conflict. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he directed his attention towards a pavilion situated behind the main hall. There, the lush vegetation thrived, and the rich essence of wood spirit almost enveloped the entire area, the gentle breeze carrying a faint hint of medicinal fragrance. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, inwardly chastising himself for his folly. For any practitioner, an apothecary garden was undeniably an essential component of any cave dwelling. Even in this place, a remnant of celestial beings, it was certain that an apothecary garden must exist somewhere. In comparison, while other treasures might be of immense value, how could they possibly compare to the rare spiritual herbs that might only exist within the realm of true immortals? If he could locate suitable spiritual herbs, with the mysterious vial in his possession, he could undoubtedly accelerate their maturation in abundance, surpassing all the rare treasures of the world. Judging by the distribution of spiritual energy observed from afar, it was evident that the apothecary garden was situated at the very heart of that pavilion. Realizing this, Lin Mo felt no further hesitation and immediately led the giant ape puppet, transforming into a wisp of thin azure smoke, and swiftly made his way towards the rear of the main hall. Thanks to Lin Mo's astonishing physical speed, he soon plunged into the midst of the numerous pavilions. Although he was still unaware of the exact location of the apothecary garden, discerning the area with the most concentrated wood spirit energy proved to be straightforward. He paid no heed to whether other structures obstructed his path. In a few fleeting moments, he silently arrived at the open ground nestled between 3 lofts. There lay a garden sprawling over several acres, where a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from the plants within. Regrettably, the entire medicinal garden was encircled by 5 pillars of purple gold, beneath which a vibrant, kaleidoscopic barrier shimmered incessantly. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. This enchantment was far more intricate than the rudimentary seals etched on the door of the earlier hidden chamber. It was evidently a highly complex and elaborate formation. Nevertheless, he felt a measure of confidence in his ability to contend with such protective wards. After a brief contemplation, he decisively unleashed a silver flame. Within the silvery glow, a melodious chirp resonated. In a flash, the fireball transformed into a diminutive silver bird. This was the soul-devouring firebird, renowned for its prowess in consuming various spiritual flames and energies, possessing unexpectedly wondrous effects in dismantling such barriers. Let us proceed. Lin Mo calmly gestured towards the vibrant barrier, issuing his command with an air of nonchalance. Immediately, the silver firebird spread its wings and surged forth as a dazzling orb of silver light. With a resounding bang, the multicolored barrier trembled slightly. Instantly, the silver flames intertwined with the radiant hues, producing a series of continuous explosions. The firebird, enveloped in flames, danced through the air, effortlessly dissipating all the multicolored light it encountered, leaving no trace behind. However, within mere seconds, the barrier began to weaken significantly. Observing this, a smile of delight graced Lin Mo's face. It appeared that the enchantment left by the immortal was not as formidable as anticipated. It was much simpler than expected. Just as he prepared to cast another spell to amplify the firebird's power, the surrounding 5 pillars of purple gold suddenly emitted a deep, resonant hum. Subsequently, a surge of 5-colored spiritual light erupted, thick beams of light shooting forth from the tops of the pillars, swiftly merging into the barrier. The barrier, which had only just begun to weaken, immediately flickered and regained its original density. Witnessing this turn of events, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals with his fingers while simultaneously reciting incantations. Suddenly, the word inflate burst forth from his lips. The once 1-foot-sized soul-devouring firebird glinted with a fierce determination, unfurling its wings and soaring skyward. After a swift rotation, its form began to swell rapidly. Within mere seconds, a colossal silver bird, towering 10 feet high, appeared above the multicolored barrier. It raised its head and sang a mighty tune, its enormous wings flapping downwards with great force. The sound of rushing air erupted as countless fireballs, crafted from silver feathers, cascaded down like a torrential downpour. The thunderous roar resonated across the entire sky, as the blazing flames engulfed the entire barrier within their fiery embrace. Despite the continuous infusion of elemental energy from the 5 pillars, the luminous barrier began to tremble violently. Witnessing this, the magnificent silver bird retracted its wings and, after a swift rotation, transformed into a colossal fireball, plunging down from the heavens like a meteor. A resounding shockwave reverberated through the air. The once indomitable multicolored barrier could no longer withstand such immense force, its surface gradually fracturing. Lin Mo, observing this, felt a surge of elation in his heart. His gaze flickered with uncertainty as he prepared to rush into the medicinal garden the moment the barrier completely collapsed. However, his aspirations appeared overly naive. The 5 purple gold pillars abruptly ceased their radiant outpouring, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, accompanied by flickering lightning, as dazzling arcs of purple electricity manifested instantaneously. Upon witnessing these arcs, Lin Mo's countenance darkened significantly. His eyes swept over the impending collapse of the multicolored barrier. He resolutely clenched his teeth, choosing not to evade or flee. Instead, the dark mist surrounding him churned violently, the infernal armor re-emerging. As he fervently channeled his spiritual energy into the armor, the black runes adorning the surface of the armor danced and whirled, enveloping Lin Mo in a protective embrace. The thunderclap resounded once more, as countless slender golden arcs leaped forth, forming a golden electric net that encased him. With a gentle wave of his other hand, a stack of talismans appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards him. In a flash of brilliance, several layers of differently colored shields emerged beyond the arcs of electricity. At this moment, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, and the Yuan magnetic extreme mountain shot forth. Under the incantation's influence, it swiftly transformed into a towering behemoth, resembling a gigantic shield standing before him. Although the purple arcs of electricity were formidable, he held no belief that this mountain could be melted by such lightning. Just as Lin Mo completed these maneuvers, the 5 purple gold pillars unleashed a tremendous crack of thunder. 5 arcs of purple electricity, as thick as a bowl, erupted from above, converging in the air to ultimately form a colossal thunderball with a diameter of half a zhang, launching a formidable assault towards Lin Mo. Upon witnessing the immense size of the purple thunderball, Lin Mo's complexion turned slightly ashen. Nonetheless, he stood resolutely in place, letting out a deep exclamation as he thrust one palm towards the dark mountain. Instantly, the silver runes on the mountain's surface shimmered, and a layer of grayish light surged forth from its peak, directly confronting the purple thunderball. In the next moment, the two collided, following a deafening clap of thunder. The gray light barrier merely caused the thunderball to wobble slightly before it was effortlessly breached, evidently unable to withstand for long. This was entirely to be expected. While the Yuan magnetic divine light possessed boundless mysteries, its primary function lay in countering the elemental forces. Faced with the enigmatic lightning from the true immortal realm, its efficacy naturally diminished significantly. Thus, the purple thunderball, in its course of movement, ruthlessly collided with the black mountain peak. Observing this, Lin Mo's face revealed a faint smile. Currently situated at the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain, he possessed abilities far beyond the mere Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. With a sudden motion, Lin Mo elevated his right palm and pressed it against the summit. Instantly, a brilliant azure light flickered from his palm, channeling a mysterious seal within. Subsequently, the silver symbols that had been shrouded in darkness atop the mountain began to detach, transforming into several fist-sized black holes, aligned neatly before the peak. However, as the purple thunderball streaked past like lightning, these black holes, as if foreseeing the event, unimpededly drew it toward themselves, seemingly intent on devouring it. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, yet in the blink of an eye, he distinctly observed the massive thunderball, originally exceeding half a zhang in diameter, diminished by more than a third upon penetrating the black holes. Before he could delve further into contemplation, the thunderball crashed heavily into the mountain's body, erupting with a thunderous roar. Chapter 658. Accompanied by the violent explosion of purple lightning, a piercing crackling sound ensued, as two arcs of purple electricity slithered like serpents from either side of the colossal mountain, racing directly toward Lin Mo's form. With a series of dull thuds, the outermost layers of protective barriers shattered upon contact with the purple serpents, collapsing instantaneously and proving utterly ineffective. Lin Mo's eyes twitched violently, yet his right hand swung forward without hesitation. The golden electric net enveloping him emitted a deafening thunderclap, shooting forth like an arrow, aimed straight at the two arcs of purple electricity. In that critical moment, a distinct sound of rupture reached Lin Mo's ears. Upon hearing it, he instinctively swayed, propelling himself to the side, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages. It became evident that the five-colored light curtain had ultimately crumbled under the relentless assault of the silver firebird. Yet, the arcs of purple and gold barely intersected before the two purple bolts unexpectedly detonated. The violet radiance instantaneously consumed the golden light. The explosion unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, igniting a searing tempest filled with countless purple electric filaments, which, with a mere roll, enveloped Lin Mo's figure entirely. His expression hardened, forcing him to halt his advance. The thunderous roar reverberated like the very heavens themselves. The black runes shattered into innumerable fragments, intertwining with the purple electric filaments, only to explode and vanish without a trace. Soon after, a golden phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged abruptly from the black mist. With a mere flick of its arms, countless bursts of golden light erupted from its 6 palms, destabilizing the tempest. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Suddenly, the sharp barbs on Lin Mo's demonic armor glimmered as the black light at their tips flared, unleashing beams of black light, each as thick as a thumb. Under the combined force of these two attacks, the storm ultimately emitted a mournful wail before dissipating into silence. Lin Mo moved, launching himself once more towards the medicinal garden. However, at that moment, the 5 purple pillars suddenly resonated with a hum, and countless rays of light flickered wildly. The shattered light barrier instantaneously restored itself, once again enveloping the medicinal garden above. Lin Mo attempted to halt his advance, but it was already too late. His body collided directly with the vibrant radiance. The surrounding thunder roared once more, as the lightning surged across the surface of the pillars, unleashing arcs of purple electricity that erupted forth, followed by deafening claps of thunder, transforming into serpentine bolts of violet lightning. Lin Mo's complexion turned ashen. Yet, as his form was enveloped by the kaleidoscopic glow, the surrounding space became as unyielding as tempered steel, while an immense force bore down upon him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. The 5 bolts of purple lightning, akin to venomous serpents, shot outward amidst the cacophony of thunder. Lin Mo found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. However, he was no ordinary individual. The pallor of his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes, accompanied by a disdainful snort from his nostrils. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his being, and the ethereal visage of a 3-headed, 6-armed deity emerged from within him once more. Yet this manifestation was strikingly different from the previous one. The visage shone resplendently, seemingly coated in gold leaf, resembling a statue forged from pure gold. This was the divine form Lin Mo had recently perfected. At that moment, He opened his mouth, unleashing a surge of black light that, after a fleeting instant, transformed into a plume of black smoke, merging with the golden form. One of the heads of the divine visage, previously clouded in confusion, suddenly sparkled with extraordinary clarity, and a faint veil of black mist subtly adorned its face. It moved, its towering golden form immediately shielding Lin Mo. The purple arcs of electricity had already flashed by, but the golden form ruthlessly swung its 5 arms. Following several resounding thuds, 5 golden beams erupted from its palms, directly confronting the violet electricity. The clash between the golden radiance and the purple arcs ignited a fierce collision not far away. Despite the formidable power of the purple arcs, nearly half were vanquished by the beams of light, yet the beams themselves also faded into oblivion. Given this scenario, it seemed that Lin Mo merely needed to command the golden form to unleash a new offensive to extricate himself from his current peril. However, the remaining arcs of electricity denied the golden form another opportunity to strike. With a crackling sound, the purple serpentine lightning ominously approached, poised to deliver a ferocious strike. Yet, at the critical moment, all the arms of the golden form suddenly became indistinct, vanishing without a trace. Immediately thereafter, the 5 purple arcs trembled violently, being firmly grasped by 5 golden hands that materialized abruptly from the void. They appeared to emerge directly from the void, without any forewarning. With a firm grasp of his fingers, arcs of electricity burst forth with a series of explosive sounds, only to vanish in an instant. Countless strands of lightning scattered in all directions, with a portion directly striking the golden figure of the Dharma manifestation. However, these electric strands merely flickered before dissipating into nothingness, failing to inflict any substantial damage upon the golden form. In the distance, the 5 stone pillars rumbled ominously, soon conjuring 5 arcs of electricity that seemed poised to launch once more. Yet, this brief delay proved fortuitous for Lin Mo, who was temporarily ensnared by the vibrant curtain of light. With his robust physique, extensive mastery of Taoist techniques, and an array of mystical artifacts, how could he truly find himself ensnared within such restraints? In an instant, he began to chant incantations at a rapid pace, his magical armor radiating a profound black luminescence. His form swelled to several times its original size, and a layer of golden, dense fur sprouted across his body. As his striking azure gaze swept across the surroundings, 2 formidable fangs emerged subtly from the corners of his mouth. He transformed instantaneously into a colossal ape towering over 10 zhang in height, with blue eyes and golden hair, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a visage both fierce and terrifying. Yet, within those calm eyes, Lin Mo's original countenance remained discernible, maintaining the same indifference as before his transformation. The otherworldly magical armor adorning the giant ape expanded correspondingly with his transformation, and the barbed protrusions on its surface elongated to a foot, shimmering with a chilling radiance that evoked fear at a mere glance. This was the mountain giant ape transformation spell contained within Lin Mo's newly cultivated awakening technique. Once he assumed the form of the giant ape, he felt a surge of scorching energy erupting from the depths of his dantian, rapidly coursing through his meridians. His physical strength seemingly increased by 4 or 5-fold. It is worth noting that Lin Mo's original physical prowess was already formidable. Thus, this substantial enhancement hinted at the sheer magnitude of his newfound power. Immediately, the giant ape he embodied manifested astonishing strength. A deep, resonant roar echoed from its mouth as its furry arms swung violently upwards. The vibrant curtain of light that had bound him quaked violently before shattering into fragments and dissipating into thin air. Lin Mo was instantly liberated. However, the colorful light from afar surged forth once again, undeterred, offering him no respite. Without hesitation, the giant ape charged toward the silver firebird above, pointing one hand forward while the other grasped at the seemingly empty space beside a black mountain. The colossal firebird emitted a sharp cry before executing a magnificent turn, transforming once more into a massive fireball that plummeted from the sky, aimed directly at the golden giant ape below. The black mountain quivered slightly before vanishing into the void with a swift whoosh. Accompanied by a deafening roar, silver flames erupted around the giant ape, unleashing waves of silver fire. The vibrant light that had attempted to approach was ruthlessly pushed back by the flames, unable to draw near the giant ape even by a single step. Amidst the inferno, a golden giant ape effortlessly turned with a single hand, causing ripples in the fabric of space as a towering black mountain, over 10 zhang high, abruptly materialized from the void. This mountain was gently cradled by a furry hand, as if it were weightless. Following this, Lin Mo executed an action that would undoubtedly leave any onlooker in a state of astonishment. The giant ape he transformed into flashed with a fierce glint in its eyes, suddenly bending its arm that supported the mountain. With a surge of strength, it silently hurled the Yuan magnetic peak as if it were a mere stone, relying solely on Lin Mo's extraordinary physical prowess rather than any mystical incantation or artifact manipulation. Despite the Yuan magnetic peak not reaching its maximum size or weight, it still weighed over 100,000 jin. Upon being launched by Lin Mo's tremendous strength, a piercing roar resonated through the sky. The black mountain transformed into a shadow, hurtling forth at tremendous speed, stirring up a tempestuous white wind in its wake. Concurrently, a massive white streak bizarrely manifested in the void after the mountain passed. Observing this streak from a distance, one could see it twisting and writhing, emanating powerful spatial fluctuations, as if a rift in space was gradually taking form. This vividly illustrated the sheer force exerted by Lin Mo's transformed giant ape in that throw. Yet, the target of his aim was one of the 5 purple-gold pillars. Although the surface of this pillar erupted with surging electrical currents and unleashed several violet arcs to counter the encroaching dense smoke, the black mountain remained undeterred, its speed unimpeded. Soon after, the mountain breached the pillar's defenses against the violet lightning and collided directly with it. In the clash of purple and black, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the expanse. A dazzling eruption of intertwining black-gray and purple light burst forth at the pillar, reminiscent of a blazing sun suddenly rising.
Blinding to behold. Nevertheless, the giant ape's eyes shimmered with blue light, allowing it to perceive the scene within the luminous mass with clarity, without hesitation.
It waved its arm gently, sending a furry hand toward the radiance, seizing it once more in the void before swiftly flipping it. With a soft whoosh, the spatial fluctuations above the massive hand surged, and a colossal object suddenly materialized, crashing down heavily into the giant ape's grasp. It was none other than the black mountain that had just been hurled. The mountain retained its dark exterior, showing no signs of damage, a testament to the resilience of the Yuan magnetic peak. The giant ape's movements were nearly seamless. After a deafening roar, its arms swung violently again, launching the mountain with full force once more. This time, the target was another purple pillar. Thus, the sound of the air being torn apart echoed again, culminating in another earth-shattering crash as the mountain struck the pillar. Once more, a brilliant explosion of light erupted at the point of impact. At this moment, the radiance of the first pillar had completely faded, revealing its true form. The once towering purple-gold column, originally over 10 zhang high, now appeared diminished, with the upper half having vanished significantly. Scattered across the ground were numerous enigmatic fragments, resembling neither stone nor gold, but possessing a purple hue. Despite the pillar being forged through some unknown and miraculous means, its resilience was certainly incomparable to that of the extraordinary treasure known as the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain. After all, this mountain was a rare treasure born of heaven and earth, renowned for its formidable hardness, further enhanced by the infusion of a mysterious grayish-white stone, alongside the application of the alchemical secrets from the true immortal realm during its secondary refinement. Even if Lin Mo attempted to dismantle these pillars personally, it would likely prove to be an arduous endeavor, perhaps only achievable through the gradual and cautious application of spiritual fire for melting attempts. Moreover, following the recent intense assault, the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain harbored the astonishing divine power that Lin Mo wielded when he transformed into the golden-haired giant ape. If the pillars remained undamaged at this juncture, Lin Mo would likely turn away, unwilling to squander any more precious time here. Thus, Lin Mo, in the form of the golden-haired giant ape, wielded the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain as a weapon and struck the pillars 5 times in quick succession, reducing them to a state where they could no longer withstand any further blows. The 5-colored luminous curtain that had once enveloped the herb garden, deprived of the pillar's support, ultimately collapsed and vanished entirely after the silver firebird consumed it several times. With this, Lin Mo, through his formidable strength, successfully dismantled the restriction. The golden-haired giant ape, witnessing this scene, promptly executed a spell, causing golden light to flicker across its body as its form began to shrink and its fur gradually receded. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo reverted to his original appearance amidst the spiritual radiance, dispelling the transformation of the awakening thunder technique. He cast a glance at the remnants of the pillars, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. Though he had recently merged with the true blood of the mountain giant ape, the immense power displayed in his transformed state was indeed unexpected. Chapter 659 clearly. This transformation method aligned more closely with his needs compared to the other various true spirit metamorphoses. While the other true spirit incarnations could endow him with an array of miraculous powers or enhance his ability to sense and manipulate the elemental energies of heaven and earth, none could significantly elevate his physical strength as the transformation into the mountain giant ape did. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have wasted so much time and could have directly employed this transformation to dismantle the restriction, thus avoiding the considerable risks he had previously faced. The expression of the bearded man was equally filled with astonishment as he cast a fearful glance at Chen Yun. However, Chen Yun furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by the situation. He had not anticipated that his spiritual consciousness could be so potent. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, displaying an elusive expression that obscured his true thoughts. This led the bearded man and the elderly man with the surname Ma to harbor suspicions about him. After all, it was truly hard to believe that a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul could possess spiritual consciousness comparable to that of a late-stage cultivator. Since you have already acknowledged your identity as a spy, we shall not hold back any longer. Despite Liu's initial intent to preserve your life by entrusting your fate to the internal enforcers of the Alliance, we find ourselves in the midst of a great battle, compelling us to resort to extreme measures that will annihilate your very essence. The burly man finally redirected his astonished gaze from Chen Yun to Gu Shuangpu within the luminous barrier, his tone frigid as he spoke. Subsequently, he afforded no opportunity for rebuttal. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming silver token materialized. He raised the token high and waved it gently towards the barrier. With a sharp whoosh, a multitude of silver rays shot forth like arrows, striking the barrier and vanishing without a trace. Inside the barrier, the silver light flickered, resembling countless blossoms bursting into bloom, each one vibrant and captivating, gently cascading downwards. Upon witnessing these silver rays, Gu Shuangpu's countenance paled instantly. Without hesitation, he struck his body several times, enveloping himself in a multitude of differently colored shields. Simultaneously, he commanded the blue flying spear before him to spin rapidly and ascend, creating a blue curtain of light above him. Let us depart from this place. This spectacle has lost its allure. Regardless of his formidable prowess, he cannot endure within this confinement for long. It will not be long before he is obliterated by the thunderous flames. We ought to begin deliberating the aftermath. Though this individual is a spy for the Milan people, he once served as an elder of the spirit control sect, necessitating a thorough explanation to others within the alliance to avert potential repercussions. As the silver light exploded within the barrier, permeating the entire space, the burly man seemed to lose interest in continuing to watch, turning to Chen Yun and the elderly man surnamed Ma with a serious demeanor. In the chaotic expanse of the starry sea and the enigmatic human society of the spirit realm, the remarkable brew known as Hongluo Xianjiu is shrouded in countless astonishing legends. Regardless of the version of the tale, this exquisite liquor is universally acclaimed as a rare and unparalleled treasure. In fact, among certain common folk, it is believed that merely tasting this divine wine could bestow extraordinary abilities, allowing one to ascend to a realm of immortality. After perusing numerous related texts, Lin Mo profoundly understood that such phenomena defy logic and are utterly implausible. In truth, the immense reputation of Hongluo Xianjiu does not stem from its legendary miraculous effects, but rather from its extraordinarily smooth and rich aroma, unmatched throughout the three realms. It is said that a single sip of this wine will leave one's palate tingling, with the intense fragrance lingering between the mouth and teeth for over 10 days, evoking endless reminiscence. Should one indulge in a full flask, even immortals may find themselves enraptured, unable to awaken for 3 days and nights, thus developing an intense infatuation with this exquisite liquor. Nevertheless, prolonged consumption of this wine can indeed gradually enhance one's constitution, possessing certain effects of longevity. As for the specifics of these effects, Only the celestial beings may truly know. However, this phenomenon appears to be limited to low-tier cultivators or mortals. Even so, those who cherish the pleasures of the cup continue to regard this fine wine as a treasure, yearning for it with fervent desire. Thus, despite the apparent futility of these red fruits, they present a certain ambivalence for Lin Mo, who seldom indulges in alcohol. They are tasteless yet too precious to discard. Fortunately, ancient texts reveal a significant insight. The richness and efficacy of the red Luo immortal wine are intricately linked to the maturation period of its primary ingredient, the red fruit. Even within the same variety of red Luo immortal wine, differing growth durations of the red fruit result in various classifications. These fruits bloom over millennia and bear fruit over eons, with their cultivation proving exceedingly arduous, often fraught with the risk of premature demise. Consequently, dedicated caretakers must attend to them tirelessly until the fruit reaches maturity. For those disinclined toward alcohol, the effort to cultivate such ethereal fruits would be unwarranted. Even for those enchanted by spirits, the considerable investment of time and energy requires thoughtful deliberation. It is said that this medicinal garden has existed since ancient times, and these red fruits appear to have remained untouched since their fruition. After enduring the test of time, their age and medicinal properties are undoubtedly remarkable. Should these red fruits be used to brew the red Luo immortal wine, they might yield unexpectedly wondrous effects, even if they serve no practical purpose. Selling these fruits or the resulting ethereal wine to other enthusiasts would undoubtedly bring immeasurable wealth. Contemplating this, Lin Mo's expression finally softened. He did not immediately collect the fruits, but instead rose to explore nearby plots of medicinal fields. Within these fields, he discovered two other abundant varieties of spiritual herbs. One was an unassuming grass, yet its emerald leaves bore faint golden veins and exuded a rich, aromatic fragrance. When gently touched, the leaves felt as smooth and warm as jade, providing a sense of comfort. In stark contrast, the other herb was quite different. Standing about half a foot tall, its branches and leaves intertwined chaotically, displaying a riot of colors, each plant adorned with numerous blackish-purple berries. Unfortunately, the surface of these berries was uneven and marred with multicolored spots, rendering them rather unsightly. Due to their ample yield, these two herbs naturally captivated Lin Mo's attention, prompting his in-depth observations and studies. Regrettably, while he possessed some knowledge of both, he could only identify one of the herbs, leaving him entirely in the dark regarding the other. Nevertheless, a sense of joy welled within him. This seemingly hideous herb was, in fact, the corrosive poison grass, as recorded in an ancient pharmacopoeia of Tianyuan City. Legend has it that this grass became extinct in the spiritual realm over 1,000,000 years ago. Aptly named, the toxins contained within this herb are exceedingly potent, posing a lethal threat even to cultivators above the integration stage, if ingested. Consequently, the roots and fruits of the corrosive poison grass are regarded as essential ingredients for concocting over a dozen premium spiritual medicines, including various elixirs capable of directly elevating one's cultivation to the integration stage. However, the reason for the extinction of the corrosive poison grass in the spiritual realm lies primarily in its difficulty of transplantation, regardless of the method employed. As long as the growth environment is altered, within a few short years, this herb will transform into a pool of black water, losing all its efficacy. Attempts to cultivate new varieties from seeds have never succeeded in the annals of the spirit realm. All endeavors have ended in failure. Consequently, merely a few millennia after the discovery of this spiritual herb's value, the eradication grass vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. In the present medicinal field, the number of eradication grass stands at an impressive 70 or 80 stalks, each ancient in age, ensuring that any elixir crafted from them will possess significantly enhanced medicinal properties. Thus, the acquisition of these eradication grasses is undoubtedly a monumental boon for Lin Mo, filling him with unrestrained joy. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and waved it towards the sky. Accompanied by a resonant hum, a black circular ring shot forth from his wrist, spinning briefly in the air before unleashing a cascade of azure radiance. In a matter of moments, it landed steadily before Lin Mo swiftly. Lin Mo formed a hand seal and gently pointed towards the sky. Immediately, a buzzing sound resonated, and a billowing wave of azure light surged forth from the ring, sweeping across the ground. As the brilliance dissipated, 30 to 40 jade boxes of similar size and appearance materialized, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Subsequently, Lin Mo elegantly waved his sleeve and softly uttered, "Reveal yourselves. I have tasks for you to attend to." As his words fell, a melodious voice emerged from his sleeve, and a sphere of white light burst forth, swirling in the air before transforming into a delightful girl of 6 or 7 years. Clad in a dress as white as snow, with 9 glossy black braids adorning her head, she appeared exceptionally charming. It was none other than Shui'er, the manifestation of the spirit of the mushroom fairy. Upon her summoning, the adorable girl first bowed respectfully to Lin Mo, then widened her clear, expressive eyes, patiently awaiting her master's instructions. "I have noticed that you have swiftly harvested the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden on numerous occasions. I would like you to collect all the spiritual herbs from these 3 medicinal fields and place them into these boxes," Lin Mo stated resolutely, gesturing towards the fields. "This task is quite simple. My master need only wait patiently for a moment," Shui'er replied with a smile. With that, she gracefully ascended into the air, and with a flicker, she miraculously appeared above one of the medicinal fields. Raising her arms, her 10 fingers gently flicked downward, accompanied by a series of soft whooshing sounds. 10 emerald threads shot forth from her fingertips, racing towards 10 spiritual herbs below. In an instant, these threads swiftly penetrated the stems of the herbs. Shui'er's fingers began to move with subtle precision once more. In a heartbeat, the 10 threads jerked sharply, and the 10 spiritual herbs, having been ensnared, were silently uprooted from the soil. The harvested herbs emerged with their roots intact and devoid of any soil, as if they had been meticulously cleaned. With another deft movement of the threads, the herbs were immediately drawn towards the nearby jade boxes, landing accurately within one of them. Under the continuous and deft movements of Shui'er's fingers, silken threads surged forth incessantly. The mystical herbs in the medicinal field were uprooted one by one from the soil and swiftly deposited into other jade boxes. In just a fleeting moment, over 100 mystical herbs were entirely harvested from the expansive field. As Shui'er shifted her form, she vanished from sight, reappearing above another medicinal field, continuing her spell to extract the herbs one by one. At this juncture, Lin Mo had approached 2 additional fields, where the number of mystical herbs ranged from 5 or 6 to more than 10. Yet, only a small fraction of these herbs could be vaguely identified. The majority remained undocumented in both human and spiritual realms. Nevertheless, even this modest collection of identifiable herbs held profound historical significance. Some, akin to the extinct toxic fruit, were species long vanished from the spiritual realm. Others were exceedingly rare even within that domain. Surprisingly, a considerable portion of these herbs were precisely those that Qing Yuanzai had requested Lin Mo to gather. Thus, should he manage to locate the remaining herbs, which were relatively easier to find, he stood a good chance of assembling all the mystical herbs required by Qing Yuanzai. Lin Mo diligently suppressed his inner excitement, bending down to personally harvest the few herbs, meticulously categorizing and storing them in the jade boxes. As he completed the collection from the 2 fields, Shui'er stood by, eagerly awaiting him. The 3 types of herbs had been carefully gathered and neatly arranged in the jade boxes by her. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he expressed his approval of the young girl. Shui'er's eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Despite her recent transformation into human form, her long companionship with Lin Mo as a white rabbit had fostered a profound intimacy, rendering her entirely at ease in his presence. Upon completing the harvesting of all mystical herbs from the fields, Lin Mo finally turned his gaze toward the other side of the medicinal garden. There, a number of medicinal plots of varying sizes were enclosed by wooden fences several feet high, creating what appeared to be a series of independent realms. Within these enigmatic gardens thrived numerous invaluable mystical herbs, some towering several meters, reaching towards the heavens, while others stood merely a few feet tall, yet remained vibrant and full of life. Additionally, there existed a location encircled by a spiritual spring several meters wide, astonishingly adorned with a small, exquisite lotus pod shimmering with silver light, a sight of pure wonder. Lin Mo inhaled deeply and proceeded forward, beginning to examine the characteristics of these individual mystical herbs. However, mere moments later, his face was adorned with an expression of helpless resignation. Although he was acutely aware that these individually cultivated spiritual herbs would undoubtedly possess a value surpassing that of the previously encountered crimson luo fruit and the poisonous grass, he found himself unable to identify a single one among the vibrant green fruits adorning the spirit tree or the peculiar blossoms displaying 13 distinct hues. It was evident that these herbs did not originate from the spirit realm, but were instead rare treasures unique to the celestial realm. Thus, understanding their specific properties would likely require a gradual process of experimentation in the future. Should he manage to discern the uses of even 2 or 3 of these herbs, it would undoubtedly constitute a substantial fortune. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo hesitated no longer. He extended his left hand towards the ground in the distance and gently grasped, causing a pristine, jade-like box to rise into the air, transforming into a dazzling orb of white light that descended into his palm. His gaze shifted toward the spirit tree laden with verdant fruits, and with a flick of his right hand, a small, emerald-green spade materialized in his grasp. He swung his arm, and the spade transformed into a streak of green light, swiftly piercing towards the soil of the herb garden. However, at that moment, a crisp sound resonated as the spade seemed to collide with unyielding steel, rebounding instantly without displacing so much as an inch of earth. Lin Mo stood momentarily stunned, yet he seemed unwilling to concede defeat. Once more, he summoned the magical energy within him and invoked the corresponding spell. The jade spade spun in the air before emitting a fierce howl as it struck the ground of the herb garden with great force. Yet, the same outcome ensued, the spade being mercilessly repelled once more. The corner of Lin Mo's eye twitched involuntarily. He had been so focused on examining the spiritual herbs themselves that he had overlooked the potential anomalies within the soil beneath. His pupils flickered with a blue luminescence as he scanned the earth below, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. It turned out that within a radius of several zhang from the root of the spirit tree, the soil was imbued with countless golden threads, securely sealing the very bottom of the herb garden. These golden threads were, astonishingly, condensed from exceedingly pure golden spiritual energy. He couldn't help but wonder whether cultivating this spirit tree necessitated reliance on this golden spiritual energy, or if the owner of the herb garden had placed an additional layer of restriction underground due to an excessive reverence for the spirit tree. Furrowing his brow, Lin Mo contemplated briefly before a cold smile crept upon his lips. His black palm emerged from the wide sleeve, gently patting downwards. A misty gray radiance surged forth from his palm, coiling around the ground like a long serpent before silently merging into the soil surrounding the roots of the spirit tree. The magnetic divine light was specifically adept at countering intangible forces, making it seemingly effortless to deal with such pure golden spiritual energy. Lin Mo mused inwardly. However, the ensuing scene left him utterly astonished. After the gray radiance swept through, the golden threads of spiritual energy did not dissipate as anticipated. Instead, they swiftly intertwined within the soil, forming a golden web that emanated a brilliant golden light, mounting a vigorous defense against the encroaching gray radiance. Despite the frenzied onslaught of the primordial magnetic divine light, it remained incapable of obliterating the golden threads in one fell swoop. Lin Mo's expression finally turned grave. After a brief moment of contemplation, his ebony hand subtly moved, and a phantasm of a small mountain gradually materialized, enveloping his entire palm. In an instant, the grayish-brown radiance in Lin Mo's grasp abruptly halted, the light that had surged forth becoming as viscous as gelatin, solidifying with a heavy weight. Ingeniously, he harnessed the power of the primordial magnetic mountain, amplifying the already formidable force of the primordial magnetic divine light to its zenith. The golden spiritual energy within the soil could not withstand such intense suppression. As the gray light surged once more, it crumbled into nothingness. Observing this scene, Lin Mo felt a slight easing of tension in his heart. With a gentle wave of his black palm, the mountain phantasm vanished without a trace, and the color of his skin swiftly returned to normal. However, at that moment, he pointed his right hand skyward, and the emerald little shovel emitted a melodious sound. Racing downward, it traced a flawless circular trajectory around the soil beneath the spirit tree before vanishing back into Lin Mo's sleeve. Immediately thereafter, where the jade shovel had passed, a radiant azure light erupted, enveloping the entire spirit tree. Witnessing this, Lin Mo formed a hand seal with one hand, casting a mysterious incantation towards the spirit tree. As this incantation silently dissipated upon the spirit tree, the spirit wood trembled slightly and began to emerge from the ground, the process smooth and gradual. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a smile of joy involuntarily gracing his face. Yet, at the very moment the spirit wood detached from the soil, a sudden sound echoed, and an eerie layer of green flames manifested upon its surface. The flames flickered briefly, and then the entire spirit wood along with its fruits transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo's mouth fell open in astonishment. After a considerable time, he let out a deep sigh, gazing at the empty medicinal garden before him, his heart laden with disappointment and frustration. Given that this spirit wood was utterly incapable of being transplanted, no amount of regret could alter the outcome. Resolutely, he turned away and walked towards another apothecary nearby, where a peculiar flower stood 3 feet tall, as white as jade. This flower bore no prohibitions underground, and the jade shovel effortlessly cleaved through the earth. However, when this unknown extraordinary flower was excavated from the soil, its surface began to tremble suddenly, transforming into a pool of green liquid that dripped into the earth, disappearing without a trace. This time, Lin Mo was truly left speechless. Encountering 2 such delicate spiritual herbs in succession, he could only lament his dismal fortune. Reluctantly, he glanced at the spot where the liquid had vanished, letting out a few frustrated huffs, yet he could only helplessly stride towards the next medicinal garden. The subsequent 3 primary spiritual herbs, at the very moment their roots detached from the soil, either withered abruptly into dust, exploded violently into fragments, or manifested an arc of electricity on their surface, vanishing instantaneously. With 5 consecutive herbs exhibiting self-destruction, even Lin Mo, despite his usual sluggishness, discerned that there was undoubtedly something amiss. It was evident that this phenomenon was not due to the herb's inability to be transplanted. Rather, it was likely that the master of the herb garden had covertly interfered, for such bizarre occurrences could not transpire without intervention. Thus, Lin Mo found himself standing before a resplendent flower, vibrant with colors, meticulously inspecting the entire herb. Since his previous psychic examination had yielded no anomalies, he now relied solely on the keen insight of his clear and discerning spirit eye to uncover the underlying mystery. With his 2 azure eyes glimmering intensely, Lin Mo scrutinized the flower from its pinnacle down to its roots, examining each detail with meticulous care. However, even after several thorough inspections, he was unable to detect any irregularities, which left him feeling profoundly frustrated, even somewhat irate. Standing in place, arms crossed, he delved into deep contemplation. After a lengthy period, akin to the brewing of tea, he let out a soft sigh and murmured to himself, if the root's detachment from the soil leads to self-destruction, then it is highly likely that the restriction is set at that very point. It appears I must resort to this method. Although complete relocation is unfeasible, forcibly preserving the seeds and fruits is not entirely impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his attention to the exceptionally beautiful flower before him. Focusing intently, he tossed a jade box into the air, where it gracefully hovered directly beneath the flower. Swiftly, he waved his sleeve, revealing a hand as pure as jade from the other sleeve. A flash of azure light flickered, and a sharp thread of sword energy sliced through the stem beneath the flower, accompanied by a surge of multicolored flames. The extraordinary flower, severed by the sword thread, was instantly enveloped by the flames, transforming into a crystalline block of 5 colors, promptly frozen in place. With a soft thud, the ice block landed accurately within the jade box below. He then raised his hand once more, releasing several talismans that sped forth and adhered instantly to the box. The vibrant power of the restriction enveloped the entire jade box. He waved his sleeve again, summoning a billowing azure cloud. The jade box vanished silently within the ethereal glow, swiftly secured by Lin Mo. From the release of the sword thread to the retrieval of the jade box, the entire process unfolded with the swiftness of a lightning strike, completed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Mo finally exhaled in relief, his expression lightening somewhat. He glanced at the spiritual wood in the herb garden, now bereft of its flower, and after a brief moment of hesitation, chose not to take further action, instead turning towards the next plot of herbs. Thus, the following 7 or 8 spiritual herbs were treated in a similar manner. Lin Mo severed the crucial portions containing seeds and fruits with the sword light, swiftly froze them. and once again sealed them with the restriction talismans. Through the comprehensive application of various techniques, he ultimately succeeded in preventing the self-destruction of the severed parts. Even though these areas were still subject to certain restrictions, as long as he could suppress their activation in advance, he could bring them back for research. He firmly believed that given enough time, it was indeed possible to gradually unravel these constraints. However, when he faced the final elixir, the silver lotus floating in the spring, he encountered unprecedented difficulties. As the sword silk struck the slender stem beneath the silver seed pod, it erupted into a dazzling silver light, rebounding the sword silk away. Yet, the silver lotus remained unscathed. Lin Mo was left in utter astonishment. He scrutinized the shimmering lotus seed pod for quite some time, and finally, with a furrowed brow, resolved to launch 10 strands of azure silk at the pod. The 10 strands shot forth, but mid-flight, they suddenly converged into a single entity, forming a translucent beam of azure light that once again sliced toward the silver pod. However, the same scenario unfolded once more. The entire silver lotus emitted a blinding silver glow, and under the impact, the azure light buzzed and gradually shattered, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Lin Mo's eyelids involuntarily twitched violently. What kind of mysterious being was this silver lotus that possessed such incredible capabilities? He was well aware of the sharpness of the sword silk conjured by the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword, even against entities of equivalent strength in the integration stage. No one dared to withstand its assault with their body. Yet, this silver lotus not only easily deflected the sword silk, but also countered it with a force that shattered it, which was truly unbelievable. Lin Mo's gaze swiftly surveyed the silver lotus before shifting to the spring below. This spring was evidently not an ordinary spiritual spring. Its waters were crystal clear, continuously exuding a faint white spiritual aura. At the bottom of the spring, several lotus roots, about the thickness of a child's arm, lay quietly, their color a pristine silver, as if they had never been tainted. Lin Mo's focus was drawn to these lotus roots. He noticed that their bases were as white as jade, yet did not delve deep into the muddy bottom. Instead, they curled up, floating beside the lotus roots like a wisp of silver mist. Perhaps, if this is the case, this unexpected discovery stirred something within him, rekindling the desire to attempt again. This time, Lin Mo did not spend much time deliberating. Just moments later, he made a decision to take another risk. His palm gently turned, revealing a blue jade bottle approximately a foot tall, which he tossed into the air, allowing it to hover steadily above. Following this, with a swift motion of his sleeve, a dozen colorful array flags shot forth, vanishing in the blink of an eye around the spring. His hands intertwined as he silently chanted incantations. In an instant, numerous vibrant beams of light shot skyward, towering several zhang high. Each beam sparkled with radiant spiritual light, and faintly visible runes flowed continuously along their surfaces. Clearly, this formation was not to be underestimated. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo did not hesitate. He moved both palms in unison, casting a series of spells forward. Suddenly, countless blue light points emerged in the void around him, and rich water spiritual energy instantly filled the entire formation. The mystical spring below seemed to sense a certain call, and the surface of the water rippled in concentric circles. Although these ripples were exceedingly faint, starkly contrasting with the previously tranquil mirror-like surface, they undeniably signified a monumental change. A glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he emitted a low, resonant shout, pointing towards the floating jade vial in the air. With a soft sound, the opening of the vial flipped, releasing a cascade of azure radiance. Several beams of light simultaneously resonated, unleashing a surge of forbidden energy. In the ensuing moment, luminous points in the void converged towards the azure glow, causing it to intensify, enveloping the entire spring in its brilliance. Following a deafening roar, the spring shuddered violently, its waters transforming into tumultuous waves, forming a massive whirlpool around the silvery lotus. The surging waters swiftly engulfed the silvery lotus. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's hand gestures quickened, and he began to chant enigmatic incantations. In an instant, the lotus and the spring's waters were drawn into the whirlpool, where they transformed into a water dragon, gradually diminishing until they were completely absorbed into the blue jade vial. With the assurance that the lotus and its seeds were no longer in peril, Lin Mo felt a surge of tension deep within his heart, his pulse quickening. At the very moment his incantation ceased, He unhesitatingly gestured towards the jade vial, which instantly surged towards him in a beam of blue light, landing steadily in his hand. Lin Mo, using his mental energy, probed the vial, observing the interior closely, and discovered that the silvery lotus and lotus root remained unharmed, submerged in the spring water, devoid of any abnormalities. This revelation filled him with euphoria. He sealed the jade vial with talismans and carefully placed this singular intact spiritual object into his storage bracelet, alongside the numerous jade boxes he had previously collected. The frustration he had felt over the loss of several precious spiritual herbs began to dissipate. In the following hours, Lin Mo scoured the secluded corners of the medicinal garden in search of other varieties of spiritual herbs, meticulously harvesting each one, regardless of his familiarity with them. Although these herbs might not be deemed extraordinary in the eyes of the garden's owner, they remained exceedingly rare treasures within the spirit realm. His expedition to the medicinal garden proved to be immensely fruitful. Once he confirmed that no other spiritual herbs were left to be gathered, Lin Mo did not intend to linger any longer. He swiftly made his way toward the garden's entrance. Just as his figure appeared at the threshold, a deep, resonant sound suddenly emanated from the main hall ahead, followed by a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushing forth, imposing and awe-inspiring. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Mo felt a pang of curiosity, yet a sardonic smile crept across his face. It seemed that after enduring such a prolonged ordeal, Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er had been thoroughly exhausted by the illusions in the square, ultimately resorting to brute force to break the restrictions. Judging by the intensity of the spiritual energy surge, it was clear they had employed secret techniques or treasures beyond their capabilities. Otherwise, based on their previously demonstrated prowess, achieving this would be utterly impossible. Contemplating this, Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance at the two adjacent halls. After a moment's reflection, he chose not to venture there. Instead, he set forth towards the main hall, moving with a seemingly leisurely yet actually swift pace. Shortly thereafter, upon his return to the entrance of the main hall, he beheld the grand doors shimmering with violet light, as Shi Kun emitted a pained groan and staggered back several paces. The massive hammers he had once held aloft melted away under the onslaught of the violet currents, leaving only their handles behind. Shi Kun's complexion turned ashen, his eyes betraying a sense of terror. Yet, before he could muster a defense against the violet currents, Liu Shui'er, standing a mere 10 meters behind him, intervened. With a gentle wave of her hand, a silver mirror soared forth, its surface vibrating as it unleashed several azure beams, temporarily thwarting the oncoming violet arcs. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Kun let out a low roar, pressing his body to the ground as he swiftly retreated, instantaneously moving 30 meters away. At that moment, the azure beams faltered against the violet arcs, shattering amidst a cacophony of thunder. The violet lightning, emboldened by the strength of the light beams, suddenly veered downward, darting towards Liu Shui'er with blinding speed. Faced with such peril, the young woman tightened her resolve, skillfully wielding her precious high-altitude mirror to counteract the violet arcs. Simultaneously, her delicate form flickered and transformed into an ethereal, indistinct image, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, her graceful silhouette reappeared at a distant horizon. Accompanied by a deep explosion, several violet arcs violently collided with the silver mirror, followed by a series of deafening thunderclaps that reduced the mirror to a dazzling burst of silver light. With its target lost, the violet serpents flickered wildly in the air before dissipating into nothingness. As Liu Shui'er re-emerged, witnessing the destruction of her treasure, her expression, though anticipated, could not mask her disquiet. Fellow cultivators, this place is bound by extraordinary restrictions. To unravel them, it seems we must unite our efforts. Just then, Lin Mo approached with measured steps, his tone resolute. Shi Kun and his companion naturally noted Lin Mo's arrival. Upon hearing his words, Shi Kun's face displayed surprise, tinged with a hint of jealousy as he remarked, "Brother Lin, your wisdom is indeed remarkable. Recognizing the formidable nature of these restrictions, you chose to depart first. Compared to us, Brother Lin has lingered within the hall longer. Surely, you have amassed considerable gains elsewhere. Indeed, there have been some acquisitions. Yet they pale in comparison to the treasures concealed within this place." Lin Mo replied with a serene smile, unconcerned. This location was once the dwelling of immortals. What may seem trivial to them holds immense value for us. However, as previously agreed, this opportunity and strength belong to Brother Lin, and I harbor no objections to that. Moreover, given the limited time available, Brother Lin can only explore a few locations, and it is utterly impossible for him to gather all the treasures. My companion, Dao, is sure, and I still have the opportunity to acquire more treasures. Liu Shui'er appeared remarkably magnanimous, merely offering a gentle smile, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Mo's prior acquisition of treasure. Yet, Brother Lin's extraordinary abilities are the most exceptional among the three of us. Setting aside this matter for the moment, when the time comes to break through the restraints of this main hall, I hope Brother Lin will shoulder greater responsibilities. Upon hearing the lady's remarks, Shi Kun's gaze flickered before he suddenly broke into a smile and said, "The most remarkable abilities? I truly do not dare to presume too highly of myself. However, you two may rest assured, shortly, I shall do my utmost." Lin Mo nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor in his response. Observing Lin Mo's unwavering commitment, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged glances, their expressions easing considerably. Although both were individuals of high ambition, the trials they had faced on the mountain path, coupled with the exhausting efforts to dispel the illusion, had drained their internal energies. Without the assistance of the immensely capable Lin Mo, breaching the main hall's restraints would likely prove a formidable challenge. They need not fear that Lin Mo would suddenly turn against them after breaking the restraints. After all, once they departed from this place, they would still find themselves in Yun City, with Kai Luyan and Duan Tianren waiting in the city. There was no cause for concern regarding potential repercussions. If this expedition were merely an ordinary treasure-hunting journey, given the many extraordinary abilities Lin Mo had demonstrated, the two of them would have long since grown wary, their feelings tinged not only with jealousy. However, to speak candidly, had Lin Mo not displayed such formidable power, once the restraints were lifted and they located the treasures sought by Kai Luyan and Duan Tianren, it remained uncertain whether they would honor their promise to share the remaining treasures. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun held a deep apprehension towards Lin Mo's capabilities, fully aware that their combined strength may not suffice to rival him, thus refraining from any provocation. While Lin Mo was confident in his ability to defeat them alone, he was reluctant to breach his promise, lest it affect his future cultivation or give rise to inner demons. Furthermore, he remained cautious of the presence of Kai Luyan and Duan Tianren, which prevented any other thoughts from arising. Under such circumstances, the three maintained a precariously stable equilibrium. However, considering that the Jiaoqi clan was lurking nearby, it was undoubtedly prudent to secure the treasures as soon as possible. This was also the reason Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, after dispelling the illusion and recognizing the formidable nature of the main hall's restraints, still clung to a sense of luck and attempted to try their hand. However, the power of the restraints exceeded their expectations, swiftly destroying Shi Kun's fire hammer and Liu Shui'er's precious mirror in just one exchange. Although these artifacts were not the most powerful in their possession, they were among the most frequently used and most convenient. Their effortless destruction left them feeling utterly disheartened. Thus, once Lin Mo appeared, they promptly decided to ask him to take the lead in breaking the restraints. "Fairy Liu, Dao is sure. I am willing to do my utmost. However, since the esteemed Kai has sent you two here, I presume you have prepared various means to dismantle the restraints, to expedite the breakthrough of this hall's constraints. I hope you will not squander your energies and strive for a successful endeavor. May I inquire what special artifacts you two may be carrying?" Lin Mo's expression suddenly turned grave. Gazing into Liu Shui'er's clear and bright eyes, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered momentarily within them. "Since Brother Lin has said so, as your younger sister, I shall hold nothing back. I possess a remarkable magical artifact that has proven highly effective in breaking various prohibitions, and I will do my utmost to assist you." After a brief pause, Liu Shui'er smiled radiantly and responded with unwavering determination. "Indeed, I have no objections. We must quickly retrieve our treasures so that we may act independently," Shi Kun added. "I also intend to seek a tranquil place for meditation to overcome my current bottleneck in cultivation. At the same time, I shall employ a forbidden-breaking talisman bestowed upon me by my master." After a moment's hesitation, Shi Kun expressed his agreement. Upon hearing their affirmations, Lin Mo's face displayed satisfaction, and he ceased further conversation, striding toward the grand doors of the main hall. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun positioned themselves on either side, closely following behind. As the trio approached the doors, halting about 10 paces away, Lin Mo's gaze swept over the entrance, and he took a deep breath. Having undergone rigorous trials in the medicinal garden, he now felt a measure of confidence in confronting the violet arcs of electricity that lay ahead. However, it was evident that the first individual to attempt to breach the barrier would inevitably bear the brunt of the electrical backlash. If he could withstand this counterforce, the subsequent dismantling of the barrier would be a straightforward endeavor. With a plan firmly established in his mind, the dark energy around Lin Mo began to swirl, and the celestial demonic armor manifested once more, layers of black runes appearing on its surface, swiftly enveloping most of his body. He then let out a long howl, and his entire being radiated brilliant golden light, from which emerged a golden phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Mo once again invoked his spell, the golden light on the phantom shimmering and intensifying, as if it had been coated in a layer of gold paint. The golden body Dharma aspect. Liu Shui'er, well-versed in such matters, recognized this astonishing form immediately, exclaiming in awe. Shi Kun's expression also shifted, filled with astonishment. Although many advanced cultivation techniques could eventually manifest a Dharma aspect, the number of practitioners who could refine it into a golden body was exceedingly rare. This rarity stemmed not only from the scarcity of relevant techniques, but also from the extreme value and difficulty in acquiring the materials required for such a refinement. Had it not been for Lin Mo's fortuitous acquisition of several critical materials, he might have been unable to achieve the golden body. Though deeply impressed, both Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun held their breath, focused intently on Lin Mo's next actions. Without hesitation, Lin Mo flipped his hand, conjuring a shadowy mountain that materialized in his grasp before he hurled it forward with great force. The grayish light upon the mountain's surface flickered and then surged, expanding to a colossal size of over 10 paces, crashing heavily against the grand doors of the main hall. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the mountain peak approached the temple gate. Instantly, countless arcs of violet electricity erupted from the door, intertwining and flashing to form an immense electric net. Encased by the heavy weight of the primordial magnetic mountain, it was inexplicably halted, preventing the lightning from advancing even a fraction. Almost simultaneously, a sharp crack of thunder resonated, and several electric serpents shot forth from the gate, darting towards Lin Mo with a menacing vigor. In the face of such turmoil, Lin Mo's demeanor remained composed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, a brilliant golden radiance materialized before him as the sacred and divine venerable golden body appeared in an extraordinarily uncanny manner, its 6 colossal arms shifting unpredictably. As the resplendent golden hands waved gently in front of him, they simultaneously intercepted the rapid onslaught of the violet electric serpents. Amidst the intertwining of golden light and purple electricity, the palms of the venerable golden body emerged unscathed. In the next moment, the 6 arms rotated in reverse, and the 5 fingers, akin to dexterous hands, accurately grasped the electric serpents. With a steady, low growl, Lin Mo commanded the golden hands to exert force, crushing the serpents into countless minuscule strands of electric filaments that dispersed into the air. Yet, in the following instant, more violet arcs surged forth from the gate, only to be firmly seized by the golden body once again. Chapter 662. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun were engulfed in a mix of profound astonishment and uncontainable joy. They exchanged glances for a brief moment before springing into action without hesitation. Shi Kun opened his mouth and exhaled a shimmering silver talisman, which vanished in an instant, transforming into a burst of silver light that raced towards the temple gate. Meanwhile, Liu Shui'er gracefully waved her sleeves, sending 3 resplendent golden daggers soaring forth, accompanied by piercing shrieks, also aimed at the temple gate. The silver light and the 3 golden glimmers followed closely behind, almost colliding with the violet electric light at the gate simultaneously. As the spiritual light flickered, the silver talisman silently merged into the electric glow, disappearing without a trace. The 3 golden daggers, following a deafening explosion, trembled violently before morphing into triangular shapes, firmly embedding themselves into the violet electric net. The once formidable electric net suddenly fell silent, its power significantly diminished as it was absorbed by the 3 golden daggers. At this moment, Shi Kun intoned an incantation, raising his hand to point intently at a specific spot on the temple gate. A muffled pop resonated as a flash of white light revealed a pristine, snow-white lotus blossom, initially no larger than a fist. which rapidly expanded to the size of a human head in the next instant. Despite the frenzied flickering of the violet arcs, they were powerless against the seemingly ethereal spiritual flower, helplessly witnessing its continuous growth. Ultimately, half of the temple gate was enveloped by the spectral white lotus. A fierce expression crossed Shi Kun's face as he forcefully channeled his incantation. As his voice fell, the ethereal figure of the luminous lotus quivered slightly, and in an earth-shattering explosion, it burst apart instantaneously. A radiant sphere of incandescent light, reminiscent of the blazing sun, emerged above the palace gate, illuminating the entire entrance along with the violet electric net that adorned its surface. The spectacle was grand and captivating. As the white light gradually dissipated, the gate re-emerged, revealing a surface marred by numerous pits and scars, a scene of desolation. Yet, the door had not been entirely destroyed. Beneath the flickering purple glow, all damage was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. In stark contrast, all the violet electric arcs had been completely eradicated, granting the Yuan magnetic peak its freedom once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo did not hesitate. He focused his thoughts and summoned the spirit mountain. In an instant, the Yuan magnetic peak spun backward, its surface radiating a brilliant grayish-white light, its size multiplying several-fold as it surged toward the palace gate, launching a ferocious assault anew. This time, unimpeded, the black mountain collided solidly against the gate, producing a deafening roar. With the restraining forces significantly weakened, the gate could no longer withstand the formidable impact of the Yuan magnetic peak and began to splinter inch by inch. The black mountain let out a prolonged howl as it plunged straight into the main hall. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with ecstasy. With a swift flick of his sleeve, the manifestation of his golden form vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In a fleeting moment, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun darted forth like arrows released from a bow, concurrently halting their sprint in an extraordinary display, appearing on either side of the palace gate. Their steps paused for a brief moment, yet in the next instant, they stood resolutely outside the palace doors, their gazes locking, each exhibiting an air of inscrutable profundity. After a moment of silence, Liu Shui'er was the first to speak. "Brother Stone, at the moment our master arrived, he reiterated countless times that the ethereal spirit pill must be acquired at all costs. As for other treasures, you may select freely to present to Senior Duan." Upon hearing this, Shi Kun's lips curled into a sardonic smile, though his tone remained subdued. "I see. However, I too am bound by my master's directive. I will not relinquish the ethereal spirit pill easily. How about this? Aside from the ethereal spirit pill, I shall cede all other items to you. Do not contest with me on this matter. Furthermore, my master will certainly provide additional compensation to Senior Kai afterward." Upon hearing Shi Kun's words, a glint of cold light flickered in Liu Shui'er's eyes, yet her tone grew increasingly gentle. "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Stone? Are you not merely reiterating what I just mentioned? My master's orders are quite clear. The ethereal spirit pill is a treasure we must possess. Should you be willing to concede, I can represent my master and offer you a vial of our clan's ancestral treasure, the crystal moon liquid. I trust Brother Stone understands the significance of such a spiritual liquid to your Stone Cocoon clan. Even among the aristocracy, acquiring such a liquid is a formidable challenge." When the name crystal moon liquid escaped Liu Shui'er's lips, Shi Kun's expression subtly altered, revealing his evident astonishment, even stirring a flicker of desire within him. However, he swiftly recalled the emotionless admonitions Duan Tianren had imparted to him before their departure, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through his heart, and he immediately cast that thought aside. He resolutely shook his head, firmly rejecting the notion. "No. Even though I yearn for the crystal moon liquid, without the void spirit pill, how can I report to my master? This is simply out of the question." "Then, does it mean that Shi Dao Yu is utterly unwilling to compromise?" Liu Shui'er's tone grew somewhat frigid. This time, Shi Kun refrained from responding, merely casting a cold glance at Liu Shui'er. His stance had become decidedly clear. Observing this, Liu Shui'er ceased her words, a chill gradually enveloping her gaze. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, the atmosphere becoming unbearably tense. Lin Mo, witnessing this scene, could not help but furrow his brow. Why must the two of you be so confrontational? Although I am not privy to the miraculous effects of the void spirit pill that compel both of you to insist on acquiring it, is it not premature to be so combative before witnessing the pill with our own eyes? He remarked softly. Premature? Shi Kun's face betrayed a hint of confusion as he could not restrain himself from inquiring. Liu Shui'er, upon hearing this, exhibited a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Since both of you are so convinced that the pill is concealed within the hall, it must be inferred from other clues. However, the actual circumstances within the hall remain an unknown. Why not first enter the hall to confirm the existence of the treasure before making any decisions? Lin Mo suggested nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, both Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er fell into contemplation. In truth, as Lin Mo had pointed out, they had already deliberated this possibility. However, when the front hall door was unexpectedly breached, their focus had shifted to ensuring that their opponent did not seize the pill first, causing them to overlook this matter. Now, with Lin Mo revisiting the topic, their minds began to regain clarity, seriously weighing the pros and cons of confrontation. Indeed, at this juncture, they recognized that confirming whether the void spirit pill truly existed within the hall before devising a means to acquire it would be a far more prudent course of action. What you say is quite reasonable, Lin. Sure doubt you. In my humble opinion, we should first breach the hall to ascertain the true condition of the void spirit pill, and only then engage in discussions regarding ownership, Liu Shui'er eloquently stated, taking the lead in the conversation. Since the fair maiden has articulated it thus, I have no objections. Shi Kun conceded, realizing the considerable influence Lin Mo's presence had on the matter of the elixir's ownership, managing a faint smile to express his complete agreement. Since neither of you has any objections, let us three together venture into the hall, without distinction of precedence, Lin Mo remarked with a gentle smile, taking a few measured steps to stand beside the two. Naturally, Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er could not voice any dissent, nodding in agreement. Thus, the three individuals stepped through the grand archway, one after the other, and stood side by side, meticulously observing the interior of the magnificent hall. Indeed, this main hall lived up to its reputation. Spanning nearly 1,000 zhang, it could accommodate thousands of people. The first thing that caught their eyes were the purple gold pillars standing majestically in the center of the hall. Each pillar was as stout as an adult's waist, with their number exceeding 100. The surrounding walls were adorned with an array of ancient weaponry, including long spears and battle axes, each glimmering with a silvery sheen and emanating a potent aura of spiritual energy. A rough estimate suggested that the total number of weapons approached 1,000. Along the lower walls, vibrant suits of armor were piled at intervals. Though hollow inside, their surfaces were intricately engraved with exquisite designs, indicating they were far from ordinary. At the far end, opposite the entrance, stood a colossal screen, towering around 7 to 8 zhang. This screen radiated a cerulean glow, seemingly depicting some image, though it was difficult to discern from a distance. In front of the screen, a small table resembling a tea table held an ancient golden bronze cauldron. Beyond this, the hall remained starkly empty, devoid of any further adornments, allowing the three to focus their energies without the distraction of searching for treasures. Upon witnessing the scene within the hall, Liu Shui'er, Shi Kun, and Lin Mo were all struck with astonishment. After gazing at the distant screen and the bronze cauldron for a moment, Lin Mo, after a brief contemplation, strode forward without hesitation. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged glances at Lin Mo's actions, but soon redirected their gaze, maintaining their silence as they followed in his wake. After all, within the vast expanse of the hall, there was truly no other direction worth exploring. Thus, in a subtle atmosphere, they approached within approximately 10 zhang of the screen and the golden bronze cauldron. Lin Mo halted, firmly planting his feet on the ground as he began to scrutinize the two items before him. The two behind him instinctively stopped as well, each regarding the objects with varied expressions. Lin Mo, with his hands clasped behind his back and an ostensibly calm demeanor, had a flicker of blue light shimmering deep within his pupils. Despite the screen being cloaked in cerulean brilliance, it posed no obstacle for Lin Mo, who possessed the divine sight of spiritual vision. In an instant, he discerned every detail depicted upon the screen. The revelation left him slightly astonished. The screen vividly displayed a colossal, peculiar door adorned with interlaced gold and silver runes. Its design was ancient and grand, exuding a profound darkness. Yet the interplay of the two contrasting runes rendered the door exceedingly enigmatic. These gold and silver runes bore striking similarities, precisely resembling the silver and gold scripts found in the realm of true immortals. Lin Mo's brow twitched involuntarily as he instinctively released a strand of spiritual thought, eager to delve deeper into the mysteries of the immense door depicted on the screen. However, at the moment his consciousness brushed against the image of the enormous gate, an overwhelming force erupted from within the screen. Before this thread of consciousness could react, it was swiftly drawn into the screen, severing all connection with Lin Mo's true self. Lin Mo's expression instantly turned grave, and his vigilance towards the screen heightened correspondingly. Shi Kun emitted a soft grunt, involuntarily taking a half-step back before quickly regaining his balance. Clearly, he too had experienced a significant impact, seemingly more profound than the harm Lin Mo had endured. Liu Shui'er, clad in a cloak that obscured her facial expressions, swayed slightly, indicating that she too had recognized the peculiar nature of the screen. Although he had lost a fragment of his consciousness, for someone of his formidable mental prowess, this loss was negligible. Lin Mo resolved to temporarily set aside his inquiry into the screen, bowing his head to redirect his focus onto the golden ancient cauldron. The cauldron radiated a dazzling golden glow, yet its surface was adorned with intricate patterns resembling swirling clouds. These designs were exceedingly complex, predominantly spiraled, enveloping various parts of the cauldron, and upon close inspection, they could induce a dizzying sensation. Lin Mo was inwardly astonished. He discreetly released his consciousness again, circling the cauldron, only to find that he could not penetrate its interior in the slightest. The material from which this cauldron was forged was evidently capable of entirely obstructing the power of consciousness. However, he also noted the presence of two recessed square grooves on either side of the cauldron, seemingly intended for the embedding of some object. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly felt a realization dawn upon him, lifting his gaze to the other two individuals, and was stirred within. At this moment, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun were both intently fixated on the golden cauldron, their eyes reluctant to blink. In truth, their attention seemed more directed towards the grooves on the sides of the cauldron. Shi Kun's face was alight with extreme excitement. Could it be that the two companions recognized this golden cauldron? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, inquiring slowly. Chapter 663. Brother Lin, you jest, Shi Kun replied, his expression momentarily sobering. This is my first time in this place. How could I possibly recognize this object? Oh, how curious, Lin Mo mused with a slight smile. If you do not recognize it, why are both of you so invested in this cauldron? Well, Brother Lin might as well inquire with Miss Liu. She possesses far more knowledge than I do, Shi Kun suggested, cleverly pulling Liu Shui'er into the conversation. Upon hearing Shi Kun's remark, the cloaked woman felt a surge of irritation, yet as Lin Mo turned his gaze towards her, she could only manage a faint smile of resignation. There is no need for concern, Brother Lin. This cauldron is likely a vessel for the Zuling pill and several other items sought by my master and senior Duan. The reason Shi Daoist and I are aware of this is that we both brought something with us. Esteemed Stone Daoist, why don't we reveal these items for Brother Lin to behold? Liu Shui'er proposed with a straightforward demeanor. Hearing the celestial maiden speak thus, I find myself genuinely intrigued, Lin Mo replied with a light chuckle. The Stone Kun couldn't help but display a moment of hesitation, feeling a pang of annoyance towards Liu Shui'er for turning the tables on him. Is it that Stone Daoist feels it inconvenient? Lin Mo inquired with an air of nonchalance, his tone exceedingly gentle. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, the burly man felt a jolt of realization and quickly laughed off the tension. This item, even if Brother Lin did not mention it, I would certainly retrieve for use. After all, one must possess both these items to extract the treasures from the cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, he deftly flipped his hand, and a flash of golden light revealed an object resting in his palm. Lin Mo, observing this, fixed his gaze intently upon the item without a hint of hesitation. The object shimmered with golden radiance, rectangular in shape, one end intricately engraved with the visage of a dragon's head, resembling an extraordinarily prestigious seal. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Mo's attention swiftly shifted towards Liu Shui'er. It was evident that she had discerned his intentions. She gracefully raised an elegant arm, revealing a similarly radiant object that sparkled with golden light at her fingertip. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the object held by the burly man. Both were slender and nearly identical in size. Yet one end was adorned with a vividly crafted golden phoenix head. Upon completing his observation, a thoughtful expression crossed Lin Mo's brow. Liu Shui'er then elucidated. These two artifacts are known as the Ling Long keys, which we surmise are essential for unlocking this golden cauldron. Without either piece, the task would be insurmountable. Although we are yet to comprehend the specifics within the hall, my master once informed me that this set of Linglong keys is likely the very passport to the repository of the Su Ling Dan. Indeed, my master has concurred with this assertion. Witnessing Liu Shui'er's unreserved disclosure, Stone Kun also relinquished his secrets, responding candidly. Since that is the case, why not the two of you attempt to breach this golden cauldron and ascertain whether it truly contains the rare treasures you have long sought? By the way, the quantity of Su Ling Dan remains uncertain. Should we discover more than 2 pills, there would be no need for contention, as we could distribute them equitably. Lin Mo smiled slightly, appearing entirely unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Liu Shui'er and Stone Kun exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Brother Lin's perspective is indeed quite sound. Ultimately, this precious cauldron must be opened. Stone Taoist, let us each insert our Linglong keys into the cauldron and see what transpires. Although it seems likely that there is but a single Su Ling Dan, should we truly uncover 2 or more, we need not engage in endless disputes over it. Liu Shui'er suggested calmly, without much deliberation. Opening this golden cauldron presents no issue. However, I propose that we entrust both Linglong keys to Brother Lin for safekeeping. Once the treasures within the cauldron are retrieved, we can then discuss the distribution together. What does the celestial maiden think of this suggestion? Stone Kun offered. Shi Kun seemed to have grasped a certain pivotal point, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he uttered words that took the cloaked woman by surprise. Faced with Shi Kun's proposal, the cloaked woman found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that Lady Liu still harbored some reservations regarding Brother Lin? A peculiar smile flickered across the face of the burly man. Brother Lin possesses remarkable prowess and has aided us in acquiring treasures. My sister has no objections. Brother Lin, please accept this exquisite key from my sister's hand. Liu Shui'er, quick-witted, swiftly turned her thoughts and decisively made a choice, casting the phoenix-headed exquisite key towards Lin Mo with a flourish. On the other side, Shi Kun snorted softly and unhesitatingly tossed his own item. With a graceful sweep of Lin Mo's sleeve, amidst a dazzling azure light, both exquisite keys landed in his palm. He scrutinized the 2 treasures in his hands, unable to suppress a wry smile. Your actions bestow upon me immense trust and regard, indeed. Haha, this is a natural course of action. After all, only by entrusting the treasures to Brother Lin for safekeeping can Lady Liu and I avoid immediate discord. If either side were to claim such treasures first, the other would undoubtedly be unable to find peace of mind. Shi Kun chuckled, scratching his head as he spoke lightly. In truth, my sister has never doubted her trust in Brother Lin. Liu Shui'er replied with a subtle shift in her gaze and a charming smile. However, I find myself feeling like an ant on a hot pan, unable to remain calm with these items in my possession, Lin Mo confessed, holding the 2 exquisite keys with an expression of helplessness, gently shaking his head. Yet, Lin Mo did not return the items to them. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward, making his way directly towards the location of the golden cauldron. His composed demeanor undoubtedly stemmed from his confidence in being able to subdue the 2. In the face of absolute power, sometimes there is little need for excessive strategizing. As Lin Mo's actions unfolded, a hint of tension flickered in Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun's eyes, yet they wisely chose to remain where they were, refraining from any movement. Lin Mo halted approximately 10 feet from the golden cauldron, his gaze sweeping over the grooves on either side of it, before suddenly channeling a significant amount of spiritual energy into the items in his hands, followed by a flick of his wrist. The pair of exquisite keys shot forth like arrows, yet during their flight, they emitted a clear, melodious sound, transforming amidst the golden light into a golden dragon and a golden phoenix. The 2 spiritual beasts circled around the cauldron for a fleeting moment before swiftly darting away to either side, ultimately vanishing within the cauldron. Immediately following, a flash of golden light revealed 2 perfectly sized and shaped items emerging from the cauldron's grooves. The exquisite keys were largely inserted into the grooves, with only the ends of the dragon and phoenix sculptures protruding, appearing to fit flawlessly, with no gaps at the edges. At the very moment the items entered the cauldron, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar resonated, and then, the golden light erupted as the spiral patterns originally etched into the cauldron seemed to come alive, spinning rapidly. Simultaneously, the golden light emanating from the cauldron rendered the entire scene extraordinarily captivating. Lin Mo merely gazed for a moment, and he felt a wave of disorientation, as if he were about to be drawn directly into the swirling vortex. A sudden shock surged within him. However, this cauldron was ultimately an inanimate object, devoid of any true fear. As the great yin technique swiftly circulated within him, a flash of blue light emanated from his eyes, dispelling the discomfort in an instant. Concurrently, Lin Mo let out a low call, his hand forming a seal, as a cerulean spell shot forth like a meteor, vanishing into the cauldron. In the next moment, the dragon's roar emanating from within the cauldron transformed into the melodious cry of a phoenix. From a distance, the dragon heads and phoenix beaks on either side of the golden cauldron seemed to come alive, lifting and writhing in the air, under the illumination of myriad golden rays. The cauldron lid suddenly soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash into the void. Thunder and lightning erupted from within, and after a resounding clap akin to a thunderbolt, several golden orbs of varying sizes erupted from below, aiming to ascend skyward. Yet, Lin Mo, fully prepared, would not allow them to escape so easily. With a vigorous wave of his arm, a misty glow surged forth like flowing water, enveloping the golden orbs in an instant. Just as the onlookers were taken aback, these powerful golden spheres began to spin rapidly like a roulette, quickly dispersing their golden light like sharp blades, effortlessly piercing through the gray luminescence that sought to hinder their advance, advancing relentlessly like a torrent of steel. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo's heart trembled. Resolute, he invoked his technique, opening his mouth wide to unleash a beam of cerulean light, within which a small azure cauldron could be faintly discerned. This was the Su Tian Bao Ding. Gently, he tapped the small cauldron, causing its lid to spring open, followed by a series of soft popping sounds as azure threads shot forth like arrows, dispersing in midair. The sharp sound of piercing air resonated throughout the sky, as countless azure threads formed a vast net, ready to ensnare all the golden orbs below. Upon contact, the golden spheres were repelled back. Lin Mo urged his technique once more, pointing delicately towards the sky. The azure net immediately contracted, gathering the golden orbs tightly within its grasp until they came to a complete standstill in the air. Only then did Lin Mo nonchalantly wave his hand, causing the azure threads to shimmer brilliantly, prompting Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er, who were intently observing the scene, to involuntarily blink in unison. The azure threads, entwining the golden orbs, transformed into a cloud of cerulean hues, racing towards the small cauldron below, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The azure lid then descended firmly, sealing the Su Tian Ding securely. Lin Mo reached out to grasp the small cauldron, and in a flash of blue light, it mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a single hand, he lifted the cauldron, turning to face his two companions behind him, and with a smile, he remarked, "My esteemed friends, the treasure is now secured. Whether it contains the items you seek shall require your own discernment." As his words faded, Lin Mo once again flicked his wrist, sending the void cauldron soaring into the air, where it gracefully hovered at a low altitude before him. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, a serene smile adorning his face as he regarded his companions. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged glances upon hearing his words. However, the cloaked woman merely chuckled softly and nodded, elegantly stepping forward. Shi Kun, stroking his chin, allowed his gaze to linger on the azure cauldron for a moment before clearing his throat and approaching slowly. Both halted approximately 10 feet away from the small cauldron. Before either could utter a word, Lin Mo calmly raised his arm, his sleeve gently brushing against the cauldron suspended in midair. Instantly, the azure cauldron began to spin rapidly, its lid flashing momentarily, revealing a faint azure glow from within. "Lin brother, this treasure appears to be a spiritual artifact. Might I inquire its name?" Shi Kun suddenly asked. Curiosity piqued. "Has Shi brother developed an interest in this treasure as well?" Lin Mo's expression remained tranquil, refraining from directly answering, and instead posing a question of his own. "In truth, it is of little consequence. I once had the fortune to peruse a copy of the Chaos 10,000 Spirits ranking from my clan, and it seems that there exists an item on that list remarkably akin to your treasure," Shi Kun recounted, his words flickering with intrigue. "The Chaos 10,000 Spirits ranking?" Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. "Oh, Lin brother is entirely unfamiliar with it?" Shi Kun appeared quite surprised. "Indeed, I have heard whispers of it, though only in rumor. My understanding of the particulars remains woefully insufficient. Thus, I humbly seek your enlightenment on the matter, Lin Mo replied with a serious demeanor. The Chaos 10,000 Spirits ranking is hardly a rare artifact. In truth, every major alien race with a foothold in the spirit realm receives a celestial stone from above, upon which the ranking is inscribed. This list chronicles the various celestial and earthly spiritual entities born within this realm, continuously updated and replaced. Each item on the list is extraordinary in its own right, whereas the celestial spiritual treasure is merely a relatively low-ranking postnatal artifact. Shi Kun candidly shared his knowledge. In the past, I inadvertently glimpsed a copy of the ranking, which is why I recalled that there exists an item quite similar to your cauldron. However, it was ranked quite low, thus I paid it little heed. Perhaps my memory falters, Shi Kun admitted openly. As for whether this cauldron is indeed the item Shi Kun referred to, Lin Mo could not provide a definitive answer. It might be, or it might not. Yet, these considerations are of secondary importance. The crux of the matter lies in whether we can ascertain the presence of the items that the two esteemed predecessors require within the treasures we have gathered, Lin Mo said with a gentle smile, his voice steady. Chapter 664. Seeing that Lin Mo was reluctant to divulge further details, Shi Kun deemed it inappropriate to probe deeper into the matter. He nodded in understanding and refrained from asking any more questions. Meanwhile, Liu Shui'er, standing beside them, remained fixated on the Su Tianding. Once she sensed that the conversation between Lin Mo and Shi Kun had reached a conclusion, she promptly voiced her opinion. Mr. Lin, please retrieve the treasure for our admiration. The Su Ling Dan is distinct and unique. Neither of us would confuse it. Her keen interest in the treasure within the cauldron seemed to surpass even that of Shi Kun. Lin Mo did not object to her request. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, several array flags transformed into a spectrum of colors, swiftly merging into the surrounding void. Following this, a pristine white light curtain quietly emerged, enveloping the space within a radius of several dozen feet. This was a simple restrictive formation. Lin Mo's caution stemmed from concerns about potential unforeseen circumstances during the appraisal of the treasure, prompting him to establish this formation. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun merely cast a cursory glance at the light curtain before dismissing it. To them, such a restriction was trivial to dismantle, and thus they held no doubts regarding Lin Mo's sincerity. Once the formation was set, Lin Mo gazed upward at the small cauldron, his brows slightly raised. He opened his mouth, and a surge of azure radiance burst forth. The azure lights swept over the cauldron, causing the lid to flicker momentarily before vanishing mysteriously. A deep rumbling echoed from within the cauldron, accompanied by the continuous flickering of azure light. At this sight, both Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun held their breath in anticipation. However, Lin Mo remained composed, wearing a serene smile. He raised his right hand and pointed at the azure cauldron with his index finger. The cauldron, originally measuring only a foot in size, suddenly erupted in dazzling azure light. After a brief spin, it transformed into a towering giant cauldron, reaching a height of over 10 feet. Lin Mo then extended his left hand, forming a series of hand seals to cast a spell. With a muffled thud, a luminous sphere burst forth from the cauldron. Though only the size of a fist, it was tightly entwined with countless azure threads, its surface expanding and contracting rhythmically. With a low growl, Lin Mo raised one hand, unleashing a spell that shot forth and instantly merged with the luminous sphere. Subsequently, the azure threads on the sphere's surface snapped, disintegrating into specks of azure light that vanished into the air. The very moment the threads disappeared, a flash of golden light emanated from within the sphere, and an object swiftly flew out. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he prepared his right hand for a decisive grasp. With a swift whoosh, an invisible yet immense force enveloped the object, rendering it immobile in midair. Lin Mo's focus sharpened as he discerned the true nature of the object. It was, in fact, a resplendent gourd, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with ethereal light. Upon seeing the gourd, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of surprise. Yet they refrained from taking any action. Lin Mo, unabashed, swiftly retracted his outstretched hand. With a swift whoosh, the golden gourd shot towards Lin Mo, landing steadily in his hand. This gourd seemed to possess a hint of sentience, as it trembled violently in Lin Mo's palm, attempting to break free from its restraints. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mo gently swept one of his sleeves over the gourd. A flash of white light occurred as a white talisman instantly adhered itself to the gourd. Under the influence of this ethereal binding force, the gourd, which had been restless, gradually dimmed its radiance and returned to a state of tranquility. Lin Mo maintained an expression of calm as he lifted his hand, bringing the gourd close for a meticulous examination. As a blue light flickered in his eyes, an invisible mental force surged forth from him, enveloping the mysterious artifact. After a thorough investigation lasting the duration of half a stick of incense, a spark of insight illuminated Lin Mo's gaze. Without hesitation, he hurled the gourd towards the opposite side. In midair, the artifact transformed into a dazzling sphere of golden light, racing like lightning before abruptly halting in the void between Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, steadily suspended in midair. This was not merely a vessel for storing elixirs, but an exceedingly rare metallic set of magical treasures. Beyond the gourd's inherent miraculous capabilities, it also contained several unknown flying swords. The true extent of their power yet to be determined. Lin Mo explained in a composed tone, "Thus, this is the legendary sword hidden within the gourd. It is said that the method to forge such treasures has long been lost across the continents. I am indeed eager to witness it firsthand." Upon hearing this, Liu Shui'er smiled charmingly and turned to Shi Kun to inquire, "Might I have the privilege of admiring this treasure, if you agree?" "Of course, I have no objections," Shi Kun replied with a hearty laugh, appearing entirely unconcerned. Liu Shui'er offered a slight smile, delicately gesturing with her slender fingers, causing the golden gourd to obediently descend into her grasp. She then released her consciousness, initiating a meticulous appraisal of the gourd. In but a brief moment, she gently shook her head and returned the treasure to Shi Kun. The stout man displayed a flicker of disappointment upon witnessing her action, yet he reluctantly accepted the gourd, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he examined it closely. Indeed, it is a metallic treasure. This item can be placed within a golden cauldron, suggesting its extraordinary power. He mused. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Kun expressed a hint of regret. "What do you two think we should do with this item?" Casting a glance towards Lin Mo's position, Liu Shui'er chuckled softly. "Since this item is not needed by my master or senior Duan, perhaps we should entrust it to Brother Lin for the time being. Once all treasures have been retrieved, we can deliberate on its ownership." Shi Kun pondered her words for a moment, his gaze shifting thoughtfully, before finally nodding in agreement. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the gourd back to Lin Mo, stating, "Since Miss Liu has proposed such a suggestion, I wholeheartedly concur. As the retrieved treasures are not required by my master, let us temporarily store them with Brother Lin and later discuss the distribution together." Since both esteemed friends share the same perspective, Lin has decided to accept this treasure first. Lin Mo, without further ado, waved his sleeve, and a brilliant azure light swiftly traversed the air, drawing the golden gourd into his possession. He then invoked his spell once more, summoning the celestial treasure cauldron. In an instant, radiant azure mist shimmered gently, and subsequently, another mysterious object, wrapped in silken threads, ascended from within. Mirroring Lin Mo's earlier technique, the silken threads quietly coiled, revealing yet another remarkable treasure within. It was a jade box, entirely adorned with shimmering golden runes, exuding a deep azure hue. With a gentle gesture, Lin Mo summoned the jade box into his hand. Upon sighting this jade box, both Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun were momentarily invigorated, their gazes fixated, unwilling to overlook any detail. Lin Mo, eschewing any pretense, candidly addressed the duo, infusing the jade box with a breath of spiritual energy. The lid promptly opened of its own accord. As his gaze swept over the contents of the jade box, Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted. Inside lay two identical emerald green miniature horses, each about the size of an egg, emanating a rich herbal fragrance. Merely inhaling their scent allowed one to perceive a pure spiritual essence penetrating to the core. However, these two miniature horses remained motionless within the jade box, their eyes tightly shut, evidently devoid of life. His pupils constricted slightly, but quickly returned to normal, and at that moment, a flash of azure light emanated from his palm holding the jade box. Suddenly, the two miniature horses trembled and leaped forth, splitting apart as they raced toward Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun. Simultaneously, he spoke softly. "These two spiritual herbs must be the verdant grass that you esteemed predecessors mentioned. It is remarkable that they have taken on human form. They will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you both. Since there are two, why not each take one for yourselves?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's words and witnessing the vivid, lifelike miniature horses before them, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun could not help but feel ecstatic, though a tinge of disappointment lingered deep within. Regardless, seeing Lin Mo unhesitatingly bestow such precious spiritual herbs upon them dissipated any lingering concerns they had harbored. Shi Kun laughed heartily, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, and then extended a hand to effortlessly draw one of the emerald miniature horses into his possession. After a brief examination, he produced a jade box of his own, carefully storing the spiritual herb within. Liu Shui'er, after meticulously assessing the herb in her hand, bestowed a beaming smile upon Lin Mo, then discreetly tucked the herb into her fragrant sleeve, making it vanish without a trace. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, casually tossing the jade box to the ground for the two to see that it was indeed empty, confirming the absence of a third transformed spiritual herb. He then activated the celestial cauldron once more. From the cauldron emerged two items, a hexagonal and a resplendent golden pagoda. The two items were evidently extraordinary treasures of immense power, temporarily gathered by Lin Mo for later distribution. However, when the next artifact was extracted from the cauldron, another rare material designated by Kai Lu Ying and Duan Tianren, Liu Shui'er's eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety, while Shi Kun's expression darkened ominously. They had both clearly observed the golden orb that Lin Mo had just claimed, and its quantity seemed rather scant. To date, the elusive Su Ling Dan had not made an appearance, undoubtedly sowing seeds of doubt and unease in their hearts. In the realm of cultivators, no matter how many precious treasures one acquires, if the crucial and vital Su Ling Dan eludes them, the journey would be deemed a failure. At that moment, a deep, resonant hum emanated from the bronze giant cauldron, followed by a flicker of azure light as a mysterious artifact, enveloped in azure silk, was expelled. As the silk gradually unraveled, a delicate purple-golden vial, barely a few inches tall, was revealed. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, surrounded by wisps of ethereal white mist. Sensing the potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the vial, Shi Kun's expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy, while Liu Shui'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder and admiration. Lin Mo gazed at the slowly rotating purple-golden vial suspended in midair, his face devoid of any overt emotional display, merely stroking his chin thoughtfully with a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and gently pointed his index finger towards the void. In an instant, a soft pop resonated as the vial's cap shot forth like an arrow, swiftly followed by the opening of the vial, from which a torrent of golden flames erupted. This blaze emitted a crisp call, coalescing into a vividly lifelike golden firebird that danced gracefully in the air. As this fiery avian creature revealed its splendor, it released a melodious cry that soared into the heavens. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, extending his hand from his wide sleeves. His skin, as flawless as beautiful jade, saw 5 fingers curl inward before rapidly flicking outward. At his fingertips, 5 brilliantly colored cold flames shot forth in succession, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Each collision with the golden firebird diminished its initially dazzling brilliance. As all 5 cold flames struck their target, the firebird emitted a mournful cry, its golden flames gradually dissipating, and in a flicker of light, it transformed back into a golden elixir. This elixir, approximately the size of a thumb, was intricately inscribed with elaborate patterns, embellished with a radiant golden hue and the earlier miraculous transformation, exuding an air of profound mystery. Without a doubt, this was the Su Ling Dan. At the moment the elixir revealed its true form, Liu Shui'er's eyes sparkled with ecstatic delight, and she could not help but exclaim in excitement. Shi Kun's gaze was fixed on the elixir, his face radiating an uncontrollable excitement. However, a moment later, as if struck by a sudden thought, his expression shifted slightly, and he eagerly inquired of Lin Mo, "Brother Lin, does this vial contain only this solitary void spirit pill?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo offered no verbal response, but instead performed a hand gesture, directing his finger towards the purple gold vial. The vial quivered slightly, and once more, a golden light flickered from its opening, followed by a dull sound as another golden firebird soared forth from within. "How splendid! There is indeed another," Shi Kun exclaimed joyfully, laughter spilling forth. The 2 elders were determined to obtain this elixir, and now that there were 2 void spirit pills available, it was perfectly fitting for each to claim one. I wonder if both esteemed friends find this satisfactory? Lin Mo inquired with a subtle smile, casting a meaningful glance towards the two individuals before him. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun exchanged a brief, significant look, their expressions shifting. Chapter 665. Shi Kun pondered solemnly, while Liu Shui'er's beautiful eyes shimmered with a cold resolve. Very well, we shall proceed as such. Although my master has strictly instructed that I must retrieve all void spirit pills, given that Miss Liu is unwilling to compromise, we must acquiesce to this arrangement. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Kun sighed in resignation. I harbor no objections. At the very least, we shall not return empty-handed and can provide a satisfactory report to our master. The chill in Liu Shui'er's gaze softened slightly, and she nodded in agreement. Observing that neither of them voiced any dissent, Lin Mo nodded, gently gesturing towards the two floating elixirs. With a whoosh, the two golden elixirs shot forth like arrows, shimmering in the air before gracefully landing before Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun. Liu Shui'er extended her slender fingers and effortlessly cradled the elixir in her palm. Shi Kun, on the other hand, suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of yellow light that enveloped the elixir, drawing it into an invisible force. Subsequently, the robust man extracted the elixir from the radiant glow, though they were both convinced that this was indeed the void spirit pill. The gravity of the matter necessitated that they each employ secret techniques for careful verification. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun proceeded to chant incantations, applying various spells to the elixir in hand, while the other maintained a serious demeanor, quietly scrutinizing the pill without so much as a twitch. After a full TS time, they paused their actions, exchanged glances, and nodded slightly at one another, as if releasing a shared sigh of relief. This was all thanks to Brother Lin's assistance. Otherwise, our journey here would have been fraught with difficulties, and we might not have secured the void spirit pill. Liu Shui'er remarked, placing the elixir into her personal vial, a smile directed towards Lin Mo. I have merely repaid the kindness bestowed upon me by both esteemed friends. Assisting you is but a natural obligation, Lin Mo replied with an air of modesty. You are far too humble, Brother Lin. However, might I inquire if there are any other elixirs within this vial? Shi Kun likewise pocketed the elixir and then raised his gaze toward the purple golden vial still suspended in midair, suddenly inquiring. Upon hearing Shi Kun's question, Liu Shui'er felt a stir within her heart, and a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. I did not expect that Taoist sure would be so greedy. Do you desire a third void spirit pill? You may examine it yourself, Lin Mo scoffed, and with a swift gesture from one hand, he directed the vial into the air. The purple golden vial instantly transformed into a sphere of golden light, darting straight towards Shi Kun. Although Shi Kun detected the dissatisfaction in Lin Mo's tone, he feigned indifference and reached out to grasp the small vial, subsequently probing it with his spiritual sense. However, the vial was utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of a third void spirit pill. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Shi Kun's face. Yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to the cloaked woman with a smile, asking, Does Fairy Liu wish to take a look as well? With that, he raised the vial high, seemingly prepared to toss it at any moment. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Shui'er gently shook her head and remarked, Since Brother Lin and Brother Shi have already examined these treasures, what need have I to inspect them again? Surely, I would not doubt the integrity of my two esteemed friends. Upon hearing Liu Shui'er's words, Shi Kun ceased to express any further objections, merely giving Lin Mo an awkward smile before returning the purple golden vial to its original place. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, yet his sleeve stirred slightly, and a wave of azure light swept through, causing the purple golden vial to vanish without a trace. In the ensuing time, Lin Mo retrieved 2 additional items from the Void Heaven Cauldron, both of which were exceedingly rare materials on the brink of extinction within the spirit realm, specifically requested by Kai Luing and Duan Tianren, as each item existed in singular form and was fortuitously claimed by Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun respectively. No contention arose between them. Thus, apart from the 3 initial treasures, all remaining items were wholly divided between the two. The Void Heaven Cauldron now held no other possessions. This time, even Shi Kun harbored no further doubts. After all, the golden orbs once enveloped in silken strands were indeed limited in number. Brother Lin, the 3 treasures you previously safeguarded are not what my master and senior Duan require. We might as well divide them evenly. Kai Luing remarked with a smile as Lin Mo retracted the void heaven cauldron. Haha, well said. These 3 treasures are perfectly suited for one each. Brother Lin need not be modest. Please feel free to select first. Shi Kun suddenly exhibited an air of generosity. Liu Shui'er, upon hearing this, paused for a moment in surprise before smiling in agreement. Yet, this was only to be expected. Whether it was the golden gourd, the pagoda, or the hexagonal talisman, a mere visual or spiritual inspection could not discern their functions, abilities, or the extent of their power. Thus, whether one selects first or second bears little significance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo revealed a faint smile and slowly remarked, "Since both fellow Taoists express such sentiments, I shall respectfully acquiesce. I have already made my selection. Only the final 2 treasures remain, which I invite you both to choose from." As his words fell, Lin Mo waved his sleeve once more, causing 2 items to soar forth, floating serenely before him. These 2 items were none other than the golden pagoda and the hexagonal disc. The previously revealed golden gourd was retained by Lin Mo. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's choice, both Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun felt a flicker of surprise. Yet it did not deeply concern them. Instead, they turned their attention to the remaining 2 rare treasures, each lost in contemplation. "I shall choose the golden pagoda, and the remaining item will be left for my fellow Taoist," Liu Shui'er declared first. "Excellent. Then I shall select the last one," Shi Kun replied after a moment of hesitation, ultimately agreeing to Liu Shui'er's proposal. "I am grateful for your generosity, Shi Xiong," Liu Shui'er said with a slight smile, extending her hand toward the opposite side. Instantly, the golden pagoda emitted a whistling sound as it flew toward her, landing securely in her grasp. Shi Kun, not to be outdone, employed his magic to similarly acquire the hexagonal disc. At this juncture, the 3 exchanged glances, each adorned with satisfied smiles. "Lin Xiong, Liu Xianzi, I trust neither of you will contest me for this golden cauldron. I intend to keep it for future needs," Shi Kun announced, suddenly striding toward the golden ancient cauldron with a broad grin. With a single hand clap, the cauldron burst forth in dazzling light, swiftly shrinking to the size of a fist, which the robust man seized effortlessly. Faced with Shi Kun's unexpected action, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he quickly regained his composure, responding calmly, "If Shi Xiong holds such affection for this item, I harbor no objections. Provided Liu Xianzi consents, you may take it." In truth, the cauldron in question is an exquisite artifact for storing significant items. I had harbored a strong desire to possess this treasure. However, it appears Shi Xiong has seized this opportunity before me. Therefore, I choose to forego the competition and bestow this chance upon you, my Taoist friend. Liu Shui'er gazed at the cauldron, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of regret, accepting the reality that the treasure had fallen into Shi Kun's possession, despite her reluctance. She uttered these words. Shi Kun, upon hearing this, smiled gently and unceremoniously stowed the cauldron in his sleeve, causing it to vanish without a trace. His gaze then shifted to Lin Mo, who, unbeknownst to him, had turned toward the enigmatic screen, seemingly engrossed in observing something. "Lin Xiong, have you discovered something unusual?" the burly man inquired, intrigued by Lin Mo's intense focus. "This item is not as simple as it appears on the surface." Lin Mo did not look back, merely offering a faint response. Hearing this, Shi Kun felt a sense of helplessness within. The screen, capable of devouring their consciousness, was evidently no ordinary object. His anticipated reply was certainly not confined to such vague expressions. Yet, under the current circumstances, he refrained from further inquiry, widening his eyes instead as he silently employed various secret techniques, attempting to uncover the mysteries of the screen. Meanwhile, Liu Shui'er stood quietly before the screen, her eyes filled with contemplation. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly swayed, maneuvering in an exceedingly peculiar fashion to circle around to the back of the screen. He raised both hands, his fingers flicking in rapid succession, and a flash of light erupted as various colored incantations shot towards the screen like a torrential downpour. Observing Lin Mo's actions, both Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er were taken aback, immediately halting their endeavors and turning to face him. Just then, Lin Mo let out a low roar, a dark aura swirling between his brows, which coalesced into a pitch-black mystical eye. This eye gleamed ominously, unleashing a black beam, as thick as a thumb, that struck the screen with force. In an instant, a buzzing sound emanated from behind the screen, and a fleeting spectacle of multicolored radiance enveloped Lin Mo, swiftly spinning back. The area behind the screen transformed into an expanse of emptiness, and Lin Mo vanished without a trace. Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er were jolted, and without further thought, they too moved, cleverly maneuvering to the back of the screen. Upon seeing the four ancient purple characters that had mysteriously emerged within the bluish glow of the screen, they could not help but be startled. Cave of the Spirit Realm, Liu Shui'er murmured, her pupils narrowing as she read the words softly. Simultaneously, Lin Mo found himself in an exceptionally peculiar space-time, enveloped in a dim hue. The only visible feature was a colossal portal, gleaming in deep black, standing not far from him, intricately etched with complex golden and silver runes, flickering with an air of mystery. This grand door bore an almost identical appearance to the monumental entrance he had encountered on the screen. He felt an invisible force drawing him in, seamlessly integrating him into the painting on the screen. Indeed, this was a place reminiscent of the mystical realm of Shumi. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Mo's gaze ultimately settled upon the enormous door, yet an indescribable expression of strangeness crossed his face. Suddenly, he flipped one hand, and amidst a flicker of brilliance, a stack of colorful array plates manifested in his grasp. Thereafter, with his other hand swiftly forming seals, he activated his magic, sending these array plates soaring forth. They hovered momentarily before transforming into dazzling spheres of light, plummeting vertically. As they touched the ground, they vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, thick clouds of milky white mist erupted from where the array plates had disappeared, surging forth with intensity and forming a substantial wall of fog that concealed Lin Mo and the vast portal ahead within its embrace. On the other side of the fog wall, Lin Mo's expression finally relaxed slightly. He waved his sleeve, and a sphere of azure light enveloped an object, which then spun before suddenly hovering in front of him. It was none other than the Su Tian Bao Ding. He gently tapped the ding with his hand. As a result, the lid flew open, and a flash of azure light emerged, revealing a faint white silhouette that shot forth. In midair appeared a young girl, around 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a white dress, with 2 small braids adorning her round, cherubic face, exuding an undeniable charm. It was the little girl, Shui'er. "Greetings, young master." The girl performed a graceful bow to Lin Mo, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Well done. You managed to maintain a trace of your aura within the ding without it escaping, to the point that even I was unaware of your presence. Those 2 individuals certainly could not detect you either," Lin Mo remarked with satisfaction, his expression one of approval. "This is all thanks to the precious items and talismans bestowed by the young master. Without them, how could I, with my meager cultivation, remain hidden from the 2 peak void refinement experts?" Shui'er replied with a beaming smile. No sooner had she finished speaking than a flash of black light appeared, and a large expanse of strange black gauze floated from her. At the same time, she grasped the air with one hand, and a purple, ethereal transforming clarity talisman materialized in her grasp. Cradling these 2 items in her hands, Shui'er seemed eager to return them to Lin Mo. "There is no need to return them to me. You are inherently skilled in the arts of evasion and concealment. These treasures will wield their greatest power in your hands. Even if I were to use them personally, I might not be able to mask my presence from those 2 at such close proximity. Moreover, I possess other similar items for backup. Feel free to keep them for self-defense." Lin Mo gestured, signaling his dismissal. "Since the young master insists, then this little maid shall accept them." Shui'er's face brightened with joy as she affixed the black gauze and the transforming clarity talisman to her person, promptly vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo smiled faintly, though his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired. "When I previously retrieved the treasures from the golden ding, I intentionally made the spiritual light radiant and bright, using that opportunity to discreetly send you into the Su Tian Ding. However, the interval before I reopened the ding was exceedingly brief. Were you able to act in time?" Shui'er is quite swift in her actions. The girl chuckled with pride upon hearing this. "Master, look." As she spoke, her delicate hand flipped over, revealing a brilliantly shining golden pill floating before her. The Su Lingdan. Excellent work. Although Lin Mo had harbored some suspicions, the sight of the pill before him filled him with delight. He reached out, and the golden pill flew from the girl's hand, landing steadily in his grasp. After a meticulous examination, he confirmed its authenticity. It was indeed identical to the previous 2 spirit pills. While Lin Mo remained unaware of the extraordinary effects of this pill, The fact that both Kai Lu Ying and Duan Tian Run, two formidable beings of the combined body realm, competed fiercely for it was enough to attest to its unparalleled value. Due to the master's previous admonitions to refrain from touching those artifact-like treasures and to concentrate on locating items such as medicine vials and boxes, I managed only to extract this single pill from the bottle. The master once stated that if the number of pills exceeded 2, one could take one away. Shui'er adhered strictly to the master's instructions. Otherwise, I would not have wished to leave the other two behind. The young girl's delicate pink lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo could not help but laugh heartily. You are rather insatiably greedy, my dear. To have successfully seized this spirit pill right under the noses of those two is already extraordinarily fortunate. Should we attempt to procure any other pills, we might invite far greater troubles. Fortunately, there are 3 spirit pills in total. Had there been only 1 or 2 remaining, it would have indeed been a vexing predicament. We might have to endure the pain of relinquishing this opportunity. I certainly do not wish to face the wrath of 2 enraged cultivators of the integration realm in this foreign land. Lin Mo explained with a smile, gently caressing the storage bracelet, causing the original purple gold vial to reappear. He carefully poured the pill into the bottle, and with a flicker of spiritual light, affixed several long prohibition talismans to it before securely storing it away. The master's words undoubtedly held profound meaning. Yet, watching the spirit pill slip into another's hands left the little maid feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Shui'er expressed her lingering reluctance. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. But then an idea struck him. With a wave of his arm, countless glimmering flying daggers, each mere inches in length, burst forth from his sleeve. Each dagger shimmered with a cold light, as delicate as a cicada's wing, instantly covering the surrounding sky with an astonishing number of 300 or 400. Master, these are... The girl gazed in astonishment. These flying daggers were forged from the wings of the strange moth during our last venture overseas, totaling 360. I noticed you lack any protective treasures, so I bestow these upon you for your future needs. While they cannot compare to top-tier treasures, with diligent cultivation, you should be able to defend yourself against ordinary foes. This is also a reward for your significant accomplishments. Lin Mo concluded, reaching into the void. In an instant, the sky was filled with cold gleams as over 300 flying daggers rushed into his palm. With a smile, Lin Mo raised both hands, cradling all the daggers, and presented them forward. Thank you for bestowing these treasures, Shui'er exclaimed, her face a mixture of surprise and delight. With a slight shimmer, her figure became indistinct before vanishing entirely. Yet, in the next moment, she abruptly appeared before Lin Mo, joyfully accepting the flying daggers from his hands. Now, just to be safe, please return to your main body to practice refining these daggers. Do not make an appearance before others without my summons. Lin Mo instructed seriously. Understood, my lord. Shui'er shall certainly uphold her promise and devote herself to her training. The young girl clad in white responded with utmost reverence, and with a graceful motion of her hand, summoned a multitude of flying daggers that transformed into a dazzling white light, rushing towards Lin Mo and vanishing into the cuff of his sleeve. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo exhaled deeply, his gaze drifting towards the immense portal not far away. As a contemplative expression gradually settled upon his face. Simultaneously, within the original purple main hall, Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er stared at the screen before them, their expressions marked by confusion. The azure veil that had shrouded the screen had completely dissipated, revealing the full image. Yet, in its place, a layer of milky white mist enveloped the scene, obscuring the once visible giant door. Surrounding the screen, a dozen yellow banners had appeared unknown to them, flickering with a faint golden light, encircling the screen at its center and forming a mysteriously enchanting array. Above the array, subtle spatial fluctuations lingered. Before Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, 2 or 3 resplendent treasures floated, revolving slowly around them. Fairy Liu, how shall we respond? We have harnessed the power of the array and even exchanged for various potent artifacts, yet we remain unable to decipher the restrictions at the screen's entrance. This spatial seal is evidently beyond our immediate capacity to dismantle. Yet how did Lin Dao friend gain entry? It seemed he expended little effort. Shi Kun sighed, and suddenly posed a question to Liu Shui'er. Brother Shi, did you not notice? Liu Shui'er replied after a brief silence. Notice what? The burly man inquired, somewhat perplexed. Did the third black eye that manifested between Lin Dao friend's brows not remind you of something legendary? Liu Shui'er spoke in a calm tone. You must be referring to the Eye of Destruction. Shi Kun, not one to be easily dismissed, realized the truth upon the cloaked woman's hint. Indeed, based on known information, this beastly eye possessed the extraordinary ability to penetrate spatial barriers and enter this screen. However, aside from that, I am not aware of any other divine abilities that could similarly tear apart spatial seals without hindrance, Liu Shui'er replied with her characteristic composure. The power of the Eye of Destruction does indeed possess such enigmatic capabilities. If this holds true, then unless we are willing to expend all our strength to obliterate this entrance, it may be nearly impossible to gain entry, Shi Kun murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. We could attempt to join forces. Though it might cause some depletion of our vital energy, there remains a glimmer of hope in achieving this goal. However, should we fail, it would effectively sever Lin Dao friend's escape route, he continued. Brother Shi, have you considered that if Lin Dao friend were to become enraged and tear apart the space within, it might lead to dissatisfaction and retaliation from him? After all, with the Eye of Destruction, his strength is indeed difficult to predict, Liu Shui'er remarked, a spark of wisdom glimmering in her eyes as she smiled. Upon hearing Liu Shui'er's words, Shi Kun's expression shifted slightly. As he turned his gaze back to the screen, he let out an awkward chuckle. Fairy Liu, you truly have a penchant for jest. Would I engage in such self-sabotaging behavior? As it appears that deciphering this spatial seal in the near future is unattainable, we might as well depart from this place and venture to other side chambers in search of treasures. The words of my companion, Shi, resonate deeply with my own sentiments. At this, Liu Shui'er beamed with a smile, expressing her complete agreement. Observing her reaction, Shi Kun nodded in satisfaction, casting a reluctant glance at the screen before suddenly sweeping his sleeve with vigor. In an instant, a tempestuous gust of yellow wind surged forth from his sleeve, enveloping the hall and swiftly gathering the spears, massive axes, and various armors from the walls and floor into his possession. Seeing this, Liu Shui'er revealed a subtle smile, and with a mere thrust of her palm, unleashed a verdant circular talisman. This artifact emitted a resonant hum before transforming into a dazzling cerulean light, racing towards the opposite side of the hall at an astonishing pace. As the cerulean brilliance flickered, the weaponry and armor vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the grand hall stood desolate, save for the solitary screen that remained. The two of them focused their attention, swiftly scanning the entirety of the hall. Yet they could not detect any concealed objects. Thus, they approached the entrance without hesitation. For them, Lin Mo's entrapment in an unfamiliar space may not necessarily be a misfortune. After all, it might not truly conceal treasures. It could very well be obstructed or bound by formidable restrictions. In the other side chambers and expansive pavilions, devoid of competition for the treasures, they were bound to reap rewards. With this line of thought, Shi Kun's spirits gradually settled. After a brief discussion with Liu Shui'er at the hall's entrance, they altered their course, each hastening toward a side chamber. Within the mysterious space behind the screen, Lin Mo stood before a colossal portal, arms raised high. A vibrant spectrum of icy flames and a hazy radiance erupted from his palms, relentlessly assaulting the imposing door. The golden and silver runes inscribed upon the door transformed into a vivid glow, resolutely resisting the onslaught of his two powers. Amidst the flickering gray light and cold flames, layers upon layers penetrated and melted the radiant haze. Yet new runes continuously emerged from the door, swiftly morphing into more light that surged forth to counterattack. Despite his prolonged efforts to wield his powers, he had yet to inflict any substantial effect on the door's restrictions. Witnessing this predicament, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, the luminous aura from his hands gradually dissipating as his powers ceased. Instead, he brought his hands together and gently pushed towards the door. With a thunderous roar, two golden arcs, each the width of a bowl, burst forth from his hands, swiftly and precisely striking the radiant haze enveloping the colossal door. Following the cataclysmic crash, the golden arcs detonated entirely, a blinding flash of electricity engulfing the majority of the door. Moments later, as the golden lightning gradually waned, the internal scene was revealed. The colossal door remained resplendent and unscathed, the forceful strike having produced little effect. Lin Mo's expression darkened immediately before he stepped into this realm. At the moment he circled behind the screen, the destruction talisman within him stirred with an unsettling intensity. nearly slipping from his control. Had it not been for this, he might have failed to perceive the entrance to the spatial prohibition concealed upon the screen. Thus, he devised a strategy, employing his magic to harness the destruction talisman in an assault against the screen, successfully unraveling the barrier and effortlessly entering this domain. Although he remained oblivious to the true nature of this place and could not ascertain whether treasures lay hidden beyond that door, the mere existence of this celestial abode was enough to deem it a rare gem in the spiritual realm. If one were to suggest that immortals might conceal or safeguard matters of utmost importance in such a location, it would undoubtedly pertain to significant affairs. Therefore, despite recognizing that the barrier before him was suspicious and that the individuals outside, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, might harbor ulterior motives, he chose to linger here, displaying no inclination to depart. Previously, he had employed various divine techniques, including the primordial magnetic divine light, the 5 extremes cold flame, and the exorcising divine thunder, in an attempt to dismantle the barrier on the door, yet he had met with failure at every turn. This left him in a state of profound perplexity. After careful contemplation, he resolved to make one last attempt, exhaling a sphere of silver flames. The flames, swirling through the air, swiftly transformed into a soul-devouring firebird under the gleam of silver light. Lin Mo swiftly formed a series of intricate gestures with his hands, launching dozens of vibrant spells towards the firebird. These spells, shimmering with spiritual light, coalesced into threads that seamlessly penetrated the firebird's form, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, the firebird raised its head and emitted a clear, melodious cry, its body expanding to a formidable size of several feet. The silver giant bird unfurled its massive wings and charged towards the grand door with an imposing presence. Before it could truly touch the door, the surface of the firebird shimmered with silver light, releasing countless crystalline feathers that cascaded like raindrops, bombarding the golden and silver radiance of the giant door, causing it to erupt in dazzling brilliance. With a resounding crash, the colossal silver bird plunged into the luminous haze, its silver flames suddenly surging. When the golden and silver radiance collided with the soul-devouring flames, it erupted into a tumultuous boil, akin to water reaching a fierce boil. Wherever the flames traversed, the radiant light disintegrated and melted away. Even as the runes upon the door incessantly pulsed, they exhibited signs of struggle, gradually becoming more tenuous. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's face. Yet, almost immediately, he let out a low roar, a dark luminescence swirling around his body as he expanded several-fold, golden fur sprouting forth, transforming him into a formidable golden giant ape, bearing its fangs. This was the very transformation Lin Mo had recently executed. With a mere flick of one hand, the black peak that had morphed into the primordial magnetic extreme mountain materialized within his furry grasp. In the 667th chapter, a blue light flickered in the giant ape's eyes, and as he swung his arms, the towering hill erupted with a thunderous crack, hurtling forward with wild abandon. A fierce whirlwind rapidly coalesced around the hill as it soared through the air, howling past. With the immense weight of the primordial magnetic mountain, coupled with the divine power radiating from the colossal ape, the force of this throw is truly beyond imagination. In an instant, the ethereal light mist was ruthlessly torn apart by the small mountain, crashing down violently against the black giant door with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled violently, echoing with the sound of a cataclysmic landslide. A surge of black light erupted before the giant door, warping the very fabric of space itself, as concentric circles of white ripples spread outward. Soon after, these ripples were silently consumed by the black luminescence, dissolving into the boundless abyss of darkness. Faced with such a formidable assault, Lin Mo, a being of immense power, felt a tightening in his chest and swiftly retreated several paces. A flash of dark energy enveloped him, and a grotesque, terrifying black armor materialized over the giant ape's form. This was the legendary armor of the extraterrestrial demon. The black light ultimately flickered and gradually dissipated. Lin Mo then gestured to summon the primordial magnetic mountain back to his grasp, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently ahead. However, astonishment crept across his face. Before him, the central part of the black giant door was deeply concave, resembling a colossal pot's base, with a depth exceeding 10 feet. Its shape nearly identical to a corner of the primordial magnetic mountain. Despite enduring such a violent impact, the door remained unbroken, Instead, under the flickering illumination of golden and silver runes, it was progressively regaining its original form. What remarkable material was this door crafted from? Its resilience was truly astonishing. It appeared that only the final move could unravel this enigma. Lin Mo sighed in resignation, a wry smile crossing his lips as he pondered. No longer hesitating, the dark light around him flickered once more, and the giant ape's form reverted to that of a human. He then formed a hand seal with one hand, and a radiant golden light surged forth, revealing scales resembling pure gold upon his skin, while a soft golden mist enveloped his face. Suddenly, he reached behind his head. In that instant, a flash of golden light erupted, revealing a three-headed, six-armed golden Dharma manifestation. The 6 arms of this manifestation moved in unison, performing hand seals to conjure a substantial golden body, which shimmered brilliantly. Then, one arm of the golden body reached out into the void before him, and a golden remnant blade materialized mysteriously in its grasp. This was the enigmatic Xiantian remnant blade. As Lin Mo chanted incantations, an unusual radiance coursed over the surface of the golden body, and a myriad of runes emerged, converging towards the remnant blade in his hand. The blade's surface glimmered with golden light, and after a moment of obscurity, the previously incomplete blade instantaneously transformed into a whole, initially appearing somewhat indistinct. It soon matched the other parts perfectly as the golden runes continuously infused it. With a mere tremor of the blade, a wave of golden light surged forth, sweeping through the vast expanse of the surrounding void. Where the golden light passed, the primordial energy in the air instantly boiled and churned. In an instant, countless vibrant specks of light emerged densely from the air, akin to moths drawn to a flame, rushing towards the golden blade, only to flicker and vanish without a trace. The dazzling golden edge emitted a chime reminiscent of ethereal music. With a succinct yet powerful cut, Lin Mo decisively halted the ancient incantation, shimmering with a sharp brilliance. In that moment, a thick aura of murderous intent enveloped the space. The golden figure raised the blade high and struck down with the ferocity of thunder upon the imposing black gate not far away. A swift and radiant beam of light erupted, akin to the sun casting its warmth upon the earth. Initially, this beam was barely the length of half an arm. Yet in the blink of an eye, it soared several zhang away, suddenly expanding into a vast arc of lightning, wide enough to span several steps. Like a mysterious moon illuminated by golden radiance, this golden beam silently descended upon the black gate. The once impenetrable gate, where the beam made contact, flickered with dark light and, without warning, split apart, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Elated, Lin Mo swiftly retracted his golden form and, without hesitation, surged into the gate like a tempest. In a fleeting shadow, he penetrated the shattered doorway, vanishing into the world beyond. Upon emerging, Lin Mo rapidly surveyed his surroundings, releasing his potent divine consciousness. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, astonishment washed over his face. The world beyond the gate revealed itself as a small plaza suspended in midair, shimmering with a cerulean glow, encircled by gray walls. Beyond the massive gate through which he entered, no other passage to the outside world could be found. The entire plaza was desolate, save for a peculiar circular platform at its center, which seemed to conceal some enigmatic object. Retracting his consciousness, Lin Mo's gaze narrowed as he focused intently on the platform. Then he began to stride towards it. Moments later, he stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at the scenery below. The platform was substantial, measuring over 30 zhang on each side. The surface was adorned with an exquisite design, depicting the sun, moon, and stars, with celestial bodies of varying sizes vividly covering the entirety of the platform. At its very center rested a resplendent emerald green armchair, exuding an air of extraordinary nobility. Additionally, along the edge of the platform stood 9 silver figures, each the height of a person, silently poised and motionless. These silver entities were revealed to be 9 armored sentinels, each wielding a long spear. Apart from their pair of deep, dark eyes, not a single inch of skin was visible. They appeared both like puppets and like sculptures of inanimate objects. However, their postures were decidedly peculiar. Rather than grasping their spears with both hands, one hand was raised before their chests in a gesture of incantation, while the other firmly held the central part of the spear, pointing the tip directly towards the heavens. All 9 silver sentinels maintained this identical stance. "What is this?" Lin Mo's gaze first swept over the mysterious patterns on the ground and the heavily armed soldiers that followed, before being directed towards a point in the void by the guidance of a silver spear. The ethereal azure that once illuminated the horizon was instantly enveloped by a dazzling orb of golden light. Within this luminous sphere, iridescent colors swirled like a vortex, exuding an ineffable aura of mystery. This peculiar phenomenon immediately sparked Lin Mo's conjectures regarding spatial nodes. Although this orb of light did not constitute a true spatial node, it undoubtedly resembled a rift in space. Lin Mo gazed intently at this seemingly insignificant golden orb, his eyes glimmering with a blue hue, betraying a hint of astonishment and curiosity. Could it be that a passage to another mysterious world lay concealed here? After a moment of observation, finding no anomalies, he withdrew his gaze and once again scrutinized the 9 silver-armored soldiers. The soldiers radiated a brilliant silver light, adorned in armor that appeared to be a seamless whole. The long spears they wielded and their armor bore no intricate array of runes. Only a few golden symbols were faintly visible at critical points. These golden symbols were profoundly enigmatic, evidently belonging to the ancient script of gold seal characters. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly raising his right hand to gently flick one of the soldiers. With a soft sound, a slender stream of sword energy erupted through the air, reaching the soldier's shoulder in an instant, seemingly poised to penetrate without restraint. However, a shocking scene unfolded. With a resounding crash, the soldier, once as still as a statue, felt the tremor of his spear, which sparkled with silver light, and, like a flash of lightning, slashed towards the azure sword energy, shattering it instantly. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically, swiftly retreating several steps while conjuring a layer of grayish light before him as a precaution. Yet, in the next moment, the silver soldier retracted his spear and returned to his original position, resuming his state of stillness. It turned out to be a puppet. Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief, muttering to himself as the tension on his face eased somewhat. Although the strength of these puppets remained unknown, the fact that they could operate independently after countless years was truly remarkable. However, the realization that these soldier puppets possessed no autonomous consciousness brought Lin Mo a sense of relief. A puppet, regardless of its formidable power, remained merely an inanimate object, thus requiring little concern. Disregarding the soldiers, Lin Mo lowered his head and focused intently on the enormous starry pattern on the ground. Initially, he found the design rather unremarkable, but as time passed, he suddenly felt the entire starry depiction becoming blurred, as if it had come to life. He realized that the surrounding scenery began to grow indistinct, and he soon found himself enveloped in a mysterious and profound starry expanse, entering this realm of unknown dimensions. The once lifeless sun and moon now radiated golden and silver luminescence. In the areas touched by this light, numerous stars of varying sizes sparkled with brilliant white light, rhythmically revolving around the sun and moon in an endless dance. The sun and moon themselves undergo constant transformations, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. At times they rise, while at others they descend, as if engaged in an endless cycle. Time flows like a tranquil river, gently coursing yet fleeting in an instant. Lin Mo quietly observes this evolution, which embodies the laws and truths of the universe, yet his mind remains a blank slate, seemingly devoid of thought or desire to think. He passively experiences the passage of time, 10 years, a century, a millennium, feeling as though he has traversed countless long ages in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation wells up from the depths of his dantian, coursing along his meridians and circulating around his head. Stimulated by this icy spiritual energy, Lin Mo shudders sharply, emitting a soft groan, and finally awakens from his stupor, recalling his past and all associated matters. At the very moment he regains consciousness, the entire starry sky seems to sense a latent power, transforming into brilliant hues that gradually shatter and dissipate. When Lin Mo fully awakens, he still stands at the edge of the high platform, gazing at the celestial patterns below. Despite having experienced an eternity of days, it has, in reality, transpired within mere breaths. Lin Mo cannot help but draw a sharp breath, forcing himself to divert his gaze from the starry patterns. It turns out that this celestial design conceals a formidable illusion far beyond his comprehension. Even with his immense mental fortitude, he cannot withstand the assault of this illusion, and is instantly drawn into its depths. Had it not been for the automatic operation of the Great Yin technique, which forcibly pulled his spirit back to reality, he might have succumbed to the illusion, remaining oblivious until he became a mere pile of bones. Nevertheless, the experience within the illusion was strikingly vivid, filling him with conflicting emotions. Even with Lin Mo's unwavering resolve, he cannot help but furrow his brow, his expression appearing rather peculiar. He closes his eyes, diligently urging the Great Yin technique to circulate within him, attempting to resolve the tumultuous waves within his heart. After a period of effort, he finally manages to quell the stark contrasts within, reopening his eyes. This time, he dares not to gaze upon the celestial patterns so readily. After standing in a daze for a considerable while, he exhales deeply, gradually restoring a semblance of normalcy to his expression. He vaguely perceives that although the recent experience was fraught with peril, it undoubtedly holds significant benefits for his mental cultivation. Even his spiritual awareness seems to have grown more potent than before. Could it be that this celestial design is not merely an illusion, but a special prohibition intended to hone the mind? If this celestial pattern is indeed so enigmatic, then the object placed at its center must possess extraordinary value. In deep contemplation, Lin Mo cannot shake the feeling that this hypothesis bears considerable weight, prompting him to slightly turn his head. Unable to resist the intrigue towards the emerald green Grandmaster chair positioned at the center of the stone platform. The material of this chair is neither gold nor wood. However, it presents an alluring emerald hue, subtly emanating a crystalline sheen. Lin Mo suddenly fixates intently on the chair, and an expression of astonishment graces his countenance. Above the chair, which should have been devoid of anything, there materializes a mesmerizing array of floating silver glyphs, comprising merely 100 or so characters, yet they shimmer with a vibrant luminescence. Entirely composed of silver script. With Lin Mo's exceptional memory, he instantly commits them to memory. However, he remains utterly oblivious to the origins of these ethereal patterns. Moments later, the silver glyphs shatter into countless fragments, transforming into scintillating motes of light that swiftly meld into the chair below, vanishing without a trace. In chapter 668, Lin Mo's gaze sharpens as he fixates on the chair, yet deep within, his thoughts remain engrossed in silently reciting a cherished incantation. In a fleeting moment, a look of profound surprise overtakes his face. This incantation turns out to be an extraordinarily succinct activation phrase, lacking both a beginning and an end. Devoid even of any explanatory text, it is truly bewildering. Filled with uncertainty, Lin Mo's eyes dart between the 9 armored soldiers, the golden light hovering in the air, the starry patterns beneath, and the verdant chair, as he meticulously recalls the incantation that had just appeared. He gently strokes his chin, a contemplative expression dawning upon him. As a vague hypothesis begins to form in his mind, Lin Mo suddenly extends a hand, forming an intricate gesture, and a radiant golden light erupts from him. Golden scales manifesting upon his skin, as he once again channels the sacred true demon art. Immediately after, he emits a low growl, his shoulder jolts, and a golden silhouette bursts forth, swiftly transforming back into the previously vanished golden corporeal form. Lin Mo then reaches to pat the crown of his head, and a black light shoots forth, momentarily merging into the golden body. This is his second nascent soul, Little Black. Once this soul integrates with the golden form, one of the 3 heads reveals a distinct visage, its eyes suddenly turning as dark as ink, yet animated as a living being. Then, with a flash of golden light, the towering 3-headed, 6-armed golden form gracefully descends to the ground, standing firmly before Lin Mo. Upon witnessing this scene, a slight smile graces Lin Mo's lips. His figure gradually blurs, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. In the next instant, a mysterious figure quietly materializes in the void, 30 zhang away from the high platform. With hands clasped behind him, Lin Mo floats there, his body perfectly still. He had previously discerned that upon entering this space enclosed by the screen, the various prohibitions against flying on the ground would instantly become ineffective. Hence, he can now float freely at low altitude, his gaze flickering as he observes everything atop the high platform. Deep within his heart, the second primordial infant incessantly urged him on. Consequently, the 6 arms of his golden form sprang into rapid action, each striking various intricate hand seals. Following this, a profound and esoteric incantation emerged languidly from the agile head, its voice slow yet clear, with each rune vividly etched in memory. It was indeed the segment of the silver script magic formula that had previously manifested from the chair, although Lin Mo encountered this for the first time. Such a rudimentary activation spell posed no challenge to one of his caliber, a powerful being in the void refinement stage. Nevertheless, situated within this enigmatic Shumi cave, he prudently refrained from invoking the unknown formula with his true self. The golden body, manipulated by the second primordial infant, possessed the remarkable ability to merge and disperse at will, far surpassing the risk resistance of his original form. Moreover, by employing the second primordial infant to chant this incantation, he was confident that its effects would mirror those of his original invocation, presenting itself as the most optimal alternative. The incantation resonated throughout the plaza, lingering in the air until the second primordial infant completed its recitation. However, the stone platform remained eerily silent, without a hint of change. The golden form stood motionless atop the high platform, its expression inscrutable. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo felt a sudden jolt at the corner of his eye, a flicker of confusion surfacing within his gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, he directed his consciousness to command the second primordial infant to recite the incantation anew. In this scenario, within a short span of time, the second primordial infant, utilizing the venerable golden body, chanted the formula thrice consecutively. Nonetheless, when the sound of the third incantation abruptly ceased, the golden light in the air and the 9 silver-armored warriors showed no signs of alteration. As if the spells had failed to yield any tangible effect, Lin Mo gazed with a complex expression at the green chair atop the platform, his seriousness becoming increasingly pronounced. Could it be that he needed to step into that starry map and take a seat in the chair to complete the spell? If that were the case, the risks would be unfathomable. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a flicker of indecision crossing his eyes. The secrets concealed here were undoubtedly extraordinary. How could he depart in peace without uncovering the truth behind matters that had captured the attention of celestial beings? Yet, the illusions presented in the star map had instilled in him a profound fear of controlling the golden body to sit at the center of the image. Nevertheless, risk and opportunity coexist as natural counterparts. Generally, the greater the risk, the more abundant the potential rewards. Since the golden body had been successfully cultivated, it was time for the second primordial infant to take the plunge. However, should he miss this chance, it would be unlikely he would encounter another true celestial relic in the spirit realm. Lin Mo pondered deeply, and after a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, a resolute determination surfaced upon his face. Although he usually conducted himself with extreme caution, the immense allure of artifacts left behind by celestial beings compelled him to confront the challenge head-on. Almost simultaneously, the expression of the venerable golden body shifted, its dark eyes shimmering with an unusual light as it promptly stepped forth in the direction of the chair. Moments later, the towering golden figure came to a halt before the emerald green chair, its gaze flickering as if assessing whether the chair's dimensions were suitable for its stature, pondering if it would be comfortable to sit. Subsequently, the golden figure formed a single-handed seal, emanating a radiant golden light as its form swiftly diminished to about 10 feet in height. With a gentle leap, it gracefully settled onto the chair, instinctively placing its hands on either side of the seat, and began to recite incantations once more. This time, in harmony with the resonating chant, a transformation enveloped the golden figure. Beneath it, the chair shimmered with a vibrant green light, and silver runes began to emerge, swirling around the golden figure in a mesmerizing dance. As the volume of the incantation crescendoed, the above the platform manifested a kaleidoscope of colorful spiritual lights, multiplying like countless multicolored snowflakes gracefully cascading through the air, a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest, his eyes fixated on the unfolding scene atop the platform, not daring to blink. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the colorful orbs, the vast starry map on the surface erupted with a triad of golden, silver, and white radiance. Within this brilliance, the celestial bodies flickered, transforming into a tricolored spiritual light that shattered into fragments. The ethereal mist surged once more, swiftly coalescing into a wondrous array composed of silver runes, golden inscriptions, and an unprecedented white symbol, enveloping the entire platform. The 9 silver-armored puppets and the golden figure's Dharma form were positioned precisely at the center of this array. An astonishingly subtle connection was established between the eyes and intimate regions, evoking a sense of incredulity. Witnessing this sudden spectacle, Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply, yet he remained unresponsive. The second nascent soul was nearing the conclusion of its incantation. Suddenly, the eyes of the 9 puppets glimmered with a cerulean light, and they commenced their movements. In an instant, the puppets acted like performers on a stage, each taking a half-step forward or backward. This seemingly insignificant shift triggered a fresh wave of restrictive energy to manifest upon the platform, resonating with the light array and causing a notable alteration in the surrounding environment. The vibrant points of light, once floating in the void, began to tremble and cascaded like a torrential downpour into the array. Simultaneously, the 9 puppets gripped their silver halberds, and a golden flame erupted fiercely from their forms. The golden fire intertwined with the silver armor, rendering these puppets a majestic sight akin to celestial warriors. Yet, they were not merely for show. As the golden flames surged, an immense spiritual pressure surged from them, causing the primordial energies around the platform to churn violently, ultimately forming a golden tempest that swept through the surroundings. Lin Mo, situated over 30 feet away from the platform, felt merely a gentle brush from the storm's edge, yet his complexion changed dramatically, as if struck by an unseen force. In a flash of golden light, he was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he found himself over 20 feet away, stumbling several times before he could regain his balance. The intensity of the spiritual pressure emanating from these puppets was astonishingly overwhelming. Even with his formidable physique that surpassed the ordinary saintly tier, it appeared he could not endure it even for a brief moment. Lin Mo felt a mix of shock and fear. However, he could not dwell on this matter and hurriedly raised his gaze towards the high platform. There, he beheld 9 armored warriors, cloaked in golden radiance, whose silver long spears, once pointed skyward, trembled slightly before unleashing beams of golden light that surged towards the golden orb above. In the blink of an eye, the beams vanished, merging into the orb. Subsequently, a thunderous and peculiar sound resonated from within the orb, as the internal light swirled rapidly, revealing the gradual formation of a colossal vortex. With a sharp exhale, the tricolored luminescence within the grand array surged restlessly, and a tricolored rune, nearly equal in size to the array itself, slowly emerged before darting skyward in a fleeting flash. Moments later, the gigantic rune disappeared into the golden vortex. The golden radiance churned violently, and a deafening roar echoed, followed by a chilling wave of spatial distortion emanating from the vortex. With a series of resounding booms, the golden beams shooting from the warriors' silver spears abruptly thickened, their diameters swelling to the size of a bowl. Moreover, the luminous array on the platform radiated magnificently, coalescing into a tangible tricolored light screen that enveloped the entire high platform. Within this luminous barrier, countless golden and silver runes surged forth frantically, accompanied by ethereal chants, rushing directly towards the seats. As the sacred golden body danced like the wind, the entire resplendent array was invigorated to its zenith, roaring like thunder that resonated deep within the soul. Simultaneously, Lin Mo realized that his surroundings had transformed dramatically upon focusing his vision. He was astounded to find himself once again amidst the vast starry expanse that had once been familiar to him. Yet this time, he beheld everything from a unique perspective, surrounded by countless brilliant, incandescent stars. The golden body, the seat, the tricolored array beneath his feet, the armored warriors, and the golden vortex all floated within the celestial realm. Without hesitation, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, and a diminutive flying sword surged forth, transforming into a streak of azure light as it spun. In a flash of cold brilliance, the azure light effortlessly shattered several stars in its path. However, shortly thereafter, the fragmented stars flickered with light and rapidly restored their original forms. Observing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, yet a sense of relief welled within him. This starry realm did not seem to be a mere illusion. This time, his consciousness was exceptionally clear, and he did not experience the instantaneous loss of self as he had before. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the spatial fluctuations within the golden vortex intensified abruptly, manifesting as visible ripples that spread outward from the vortex in concentric circles. Wherever they passed, the void grew indistinct, and the entire starry sky seemed to be turned upside down, becoming utterly unmanageable. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of the tearing of heaven and earth erupted. As an extraordinarily thick milky white beam of light burst forth from the golden vortex, striking the magical array on the high platform with pinpoint accuracy, enveloping the sacred golden body within. Within the luminous column, faint echoes of wind and thunder resonate, infused with a myriad of five-colored runes. Even from several dozen paces away, Lin Mo can sense the exceedingly pure spiritual energy contained within the light. However, upon closer examination, it becomes evident that the column harbors not merely spiritual essence, but also an endless, majestic aura reminiscent of distant stars. The second nascent soul, seated in quiet contemplation, had yet to react when the beam made contact with his form. In an instant, he felt the space around his golden body constrict, an overwhelming and irresistible pressure bearing down upon him. Despite possessing the might of his golden form, he found himself unable to move even a finger. The pure spiritual energy and five-colored runes surged into his golden body like a tidal wave, and within moments, the second nascent soul's cultivation, previously at the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage, unexpectedly broke through to the late nascent soul realm, as though the prior bottleneck had never existed. More astonishingly, propelled by the column's unfathomable mystical force, the second nascent soul's magical prowess continued to soar. In a matter of moments, he successfully transcended the late-stage pinnacle, approaching the formidable threshold of the transformation stage. Throughout this process, Lin Mo appeared to confront an extraordinarily arduous challenge, yet he remained fully prepared, navigating this critical juncture with unparalleled courage and caution. Nevertheless, the second nascent soul merely sensed a slight tremor from the milky white radiance, which concurrently emitted an elevated tone of divine resonance. Subsequently, he effortlessly traversed into the initial phase of the transformation stage, akin to walking along a broad, smooth path. During this interval, his cultivation continued to ascend unceasingly, all within the brief span of 10 breaths. Chapter 669. The profound shock within Lin Mo's heart is palpable, as he incredulously receives the myriad of messages conveyed by his second nascent soul. More astonishing, however, is the sight of the three-headed, six-armed golden body of the venerable saint disintegrating within the sacred milky white column, gradually transforming into thousands of crimson gold droplets that astonishingly floated within the beam. The second nascent soul, enveloped in dark mist, was fully exposed to the illumination of the column. Yet, before Lin Mo could fully comprehend whether this situation heralded fortune or misfortune, a multitude of multicolored runes suddenly shrank to the size of grains of rice, then frenziedly surged into the golden droplets in a dense formation, vanishing without a trace. These droplets appeared to undergo repeated purification by some unknown force. In an instant, Lin Mo's corporeal form and second nascent soul simultaneously emitted a soul-piercing scream of agony. One figure, cloaked in swirling black mist, convulsed violently. The other, with a resounding thud, plummeted to the ground, shimmering with golden light. The heavy black aura writhed chaotically, causing involuntary tremors throughout the body, while one silhouette suddenly fell with a thud, rapidly descending from the air like golden light. In that moment, both Lin Mo and his second nascent soul felt as though their bodies and spiritual consciousness were being relentlessly scraped by countless, unending blades. More perilous still, this torment cannot be alleviated or resisted through the application of spells or divine abilities, rendering them akin to ordinary mortals, forced to confront and endure an exquisite agony akin to 1,000 cuts. Thus, although Lin Mo's physique is more than capable of withstanding various assaults from flying swords and daggers, the onslaught of such intense pain causes his internal mana to spiral out of control, resulting in his body crashing to the ground. A dull thud reverberates through the air. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, the sacred art of the true demon of the venerable saint remains intact, ensuring that no harm befalls his corporeal form. Conversely, the earth beneath him is indented by the sheer force of his robust body, sending fragments of stone scattering in all directions. At this moment, Lin Mo is too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivialities. He emits a pained groan before resolutely closing his mouth, striving to quell his emotions. Though his visage gradually adopts a shade of purplish blue, this pain is truly beyond human endurance, compelling him to rely solely on his indomitable will to resist. In such circumstances, Lin Mo perceives his primordial spirit ablaze with fervor, as if ensconced in an invisible inferno, even igniting the depths of his soul in a conflagration. Despite the struggle to maintain a semblance of clarity, terror fills his heart. He clenches his jaw, forcing himself to sit within the depression in the ground. Crossing his legs, he concentrates intently, weaving intricate hand seals, and the golden radiance emanating from him intensifies once more. After a brief period of adjustment, he resolves to harness the formidable power of the true demon of the venerable saint, attempting to forcibly expel the anomaly afflicting him. However, in the ensuing moment, he is met with astonishing developments. As his spiritual energy circulates, the excruciating pain that once plagued him transforms into refreshing currents, surging through his meridians with wild abandon. This creates an unprecedented peculiar energy, propelling the true demon of the venerable saint to operate at an astonishing pace. After a complete cycle, his cultivation unexpectedly surges. Albeit modestly in relation to his overall strength, yet it is indeed a tangible increase seemingly conjured from thin air. Moreover, this peculiar enhancement in cultivation does not cease, but rather continues to amplify in tandem with the operation of the true demon of the venerable saint. Such miraculous effects elate him beyond measure. Lin Mo no longer possesses the luxury of pondering the reasons behind this phenomenon. He resolutely closes his eyes, his entire being aglow with golden light, and immerses himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. In this extraordinary environment, each circuit of his technique equates to a year's worth of diligent practice. He cannot afford to squander this rare opportunity. Nevertheless, this enhancement in cultivation still pales in comparison to the second nascent soul within the distant pillar of light. Although the second primordial infant was also employing its techniques to alleviate the suffering it endured, it was directly subjected to the immense energy impact of the luminous column. Thus, the portion of energy it managed to dissipate was negligible compared to the relentless influx of energy. Consequently, despite its efforts to circulate its techniques, the sensation of pain did not significantly diminish. Nevertheless, the cultivation of the second primordial infant surged to levels far beyond what Lin Mo's original body could achieve, nearly 3 to 4 times greater. In the brief span of a meal, it successfully advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. As time flowed onward and the moon sank in the west, Lin Mo felt a slight tremor in his body, accompanied by a peculiar sensation rising within him. After considerable effort, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the initial stage of the void refinement realm, ascending smoothly to the mid-stage of that realm. Overjoyed, Lin Mo unhesitatingly continued to exert himself in the operation of the true demonic arts of the Sanskrit sage. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that at the very moment he ascended to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, the golden droplets within the distant light column suddenly flickered with dazzling brilliance and swiftly shot towards his second primordial infant. In an instant, a brand new golden body coalesced within the luminous column. This newly formed golden body also possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, but was adorned with astonishing purple golden patterns, forming seemingly elusive yet profoundly enigmatic runes. These purple golden runes not only appeared to be partially obscured, but also seemed to contain some incomplete elements. Thus, the aura emanating from this golden body was markedly different from its predecessor. Within the crimson golden spiritual radiance it exuded, faint strands of purple light intertwined, rendering the entire figure even more mysteriously extraordinary. The third face of the golden body, though still somewhat indistinct, had become significantly clearer compared to before, allowing one to vaguely discern the contours of its eyes, nose, and other features. However, the visage remained obscured to a considerable extent. The second primordial infant, now endowed with this new golden body, experienced a dramatic increase in its absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, as well as the 5 colored runes, resulting in a substantial reduction in its discomfort. Before long, the cultivation of the second primordial infant surged once again, breaking through to the late stage of the transformation god realm, and continually climbing towards the pinnacle of that stage. After a while, as Lin Mo's cultivation approached the peak of the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, and he began to prepare for the breakthrough to the next level, the second primordial infant swiftly overcame the bottleneck of the transformation god realm, stepping into the overlapping territory of the void refinement realm alongside Lin Mo's original body. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation would leave even the most powerful beings in the spirit world astounded and speechless. With a resounding boom, as if sensing an unknown force, the 9 warriors raised their silver spears, producing a deafening cry, while 9 beams of light shot forth from the spear tips, vanishing instantaneously into the void. At that moment, the milky white beam that erupted from the golden vortex trembled violently, expanding to double its previous size. At the heart of the luminous pillar, the second primordial infant emitted a piercing wail. In this very moment, the recently formed transcendent golden body began to dissolve once more under the fierce radiance of the golden light. In the blink of an eye, countless tiny golden droplets once again suspended themselves within the light column. However, this time, the droplets contained strands of purple silk, suggesting a distinction from their predecessors. Shortly thereafter, an identical scene unfolded anew. Pure spiritual energy and vibrant, multicolored runes, akin to shooting stars, swiftly merged into these golden liquids. As waves of enigmatic power commenced a profound cleansing and refinement of the droplets. Within the golden liquid, the slender purple light expanded subtly, almost imperceptibly, to the naked eye. At this moment, as the power of the milky white pillar intensified, Lin Mo felt his own pain magnify, reaching more than double its previous intensity. The excruciating sensation penetrated deep into his soul, nearly plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. Fortunately, through countless trials, he had developed a relative resilience to such torment, allowing him to maintain a precarious standing position. Moreover, as the spiritual energy circulated within him, he absorbed an abundance of coldness, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress. Lin Mo felt as though he were ensconced in a realm where ice and fire intertwined. Half an hour prior, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of void refinement, and after more than 10 attempts fueled by the mysterious power, he had endeavored to breach the subsequent realm. Yet, this particular bottleneck was evidently of a different nature than those encountered earlier. Despite countless attempts, tangible progress eluded him. Consequently, the pain deep within his soul and the accumulation of mysterious forces within him swiftly approached an unprecedented limit. It seemed that a breakthrough within a short span was unattainable. If he could not withstand the onslaught of pain, he would be faced with the dire threat of self-destruction. This was largely attributable to his cultivation of the Great Evolution technique and the transcendent true demonic art, which endowed both his primordial spirit and physical body with capabilities far surpassing those of his peers. For an ordinary practitioner at the void refinement stage, they would likely have perished long ago under such circumstances. The elation that once filled Lin Mo had long dissipated, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation as he continued to amass energy within, relentlessly launching frenzied assaults against the bottleneck. Despite being mere fractions away, he could not truly cross the threshold into the later stage of void refinement. The anxiety within him intensified gradually. This sudden boon was indeed no trivial matter. Based on his estimations, should 3 more attempts to breach the later stage prove fruitless, he would inevitably tread the path toward death. Thus, Lin Mo, drenched in sweat, radiated a blinding golden light that rendered him nearly unapproachable. Perhaps the culmination of his previous attempts was finally bearing fruit. Or perhaps it was the urgency of his predicament that ushered forth a genuine opportunity. Following another attempt against the bottleneck, he miraculously succeeded in one decisive strike. Lin Mo's body trembled violently as streams of heat surged forth from his dantian, infusing the meridians throughout his being. Simultaneously, the surface of his primary nascent soul flickered with golden and azure spiritual light, its size having notably increased. In an instant, his magical prowess had surged, surpassing his mid-stage cultivation by a substantial margin. Elated, Lin Mo's heart was soon clouded by profound dread, for in the distant pillar of light, as he ascended to the late refinement void stage, the golden liquid coalesced anew into a golden body amidst the radiance. The intricate patterns inscribed upon this golden form were markedly clearer and more complete than before, emanating a protective luminescence that shimmered with a delicate blend of purple and gold. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a torrent of white light cascaded from the heavens, its potency escalating until the golden body, much like its predecessor, dissolved into liquid form. However, Lin Mo's internal spiritual power did not wane. Rather, propelled by a refreshing aura, the rate of his cultivation's growth accelerated beyond previous levels. He had never anticipated that he would one day feel fear due to the frenzied increase of his magical energy. Lin Mo was acutely aware that, even with the Pillar's assistance, the challenge of breaking through this bottleneck would only intensify. The previous breakthrough had been arduous, and now, confronting the formidable barrier of entering the integration stage, his current strength was insufficient to surmount it easily. Should he allow his magical power to continue escalating, the inevitable outcome would be catastrophic, leading to his own demise. Faced with such a predicament, his feelings shifted from elation to anxiety. This sudden aberration had exceeded his control, and the only recourse was to halt the second nascent soul's anomalous transformation within the pillar to avert the existential crisis confronting his original body. However, the second nascent soul had already suffered destruction twice, rendered immobile by an overwhelming force. How could it withstand the relentless penetration of the white light? He could only watch helplessly as his cultivation soared. Yet, in less than half an hour, the second nascent soul successfully traversed 2 levels of cultivation barriers, ascending to the advanced late refinement void stage, closely mirroring the cultivation realm of his original body. Despite the second nascent soul's rapid progress within the pillar, Lin Mo's original body still lagged significantly from the pinnacle of the late refinement void stage. Nevertheless, the second nascent soul had reached its peak state, prepared to exert itself fully in the endeavor to breach the integration stage's threshold. The profound energy required to confront the challenges of this bottleneck was indeed beyond ordinary comprehension. The tumultuous surge of energy within the second nascent soul birthed a dazzling array of multicolored radiance upon its once jet-black surface, causing its form to expand dramatically, akin to a balloon. Chapter 670. It seemed that the golden liquid within the pillar sensed Lin Mo's transformation, and swiftly, it coalesced to form a golden body, enveloping the second nascent soul in a tight embrace. A magnificent surge of energy emanated ceaselessly from the primordial infant within, overwhelming even the golden form, which could not withstand such an onslaught. During the second infant's attempt to breach the bottleneck, the golden form gradually shattered and melted away. It was evident that a single strike would not suffice to transcend the chasm between the void refinement and integration stages. The second primordial infant had no choice but to gather mysterious energy anew after the golden form had vanished. The recently dissipated golden body, radiating a resplendent purple-gold aura, began to coalesce once more. After a relentless series of 7 or 8 attempts, each strike depleted the enigmatic energy within the second primordial infant. Due to the overwhelming force, the manifest golden form was easily obliterated and dissolved. However, under the control of the second primordial infant's consciousness, the golden form would madly reassemble and commence accruing an even more potent reservoir of mysterious energy than before. The formidable nature of the integration stage's bottleneck far exceeded expectations. Despite numerous attempts, only the slightest loosening had occurred. The path to genuinely surmount this threshold remained long and arduous. Lin Mo's heart grew increasingly heavy. In this moment, his true self focused intently on cultivating to the pinnacle of the late void refinement stage, as a refreshing energy began to forcibly permeate through his body's meridians. A distinct sensation of pressure and pain coursed through him. Lin Mo was filled with astonishment and dread. However, due to the excruciating pain that penetrated to the marrow, he could barely maintain a shred of awareness, rendered incapable of any further actions or utilizing his magical artifacts. Despite possessing numerous divine abilities and precious treasures, they were utterly useless at this juncture. The beam of light erupting from the golden vortex continued to emit a hazy white glow, showing no signs of waning. As Lin Mo sensed the rapid amplification of the mysterious energy within his meridians, his complexion turned pallid and feeble. He understood all too well that, no matter how formidable his corporeal form might be, it could never compare to the golden form of the Dharma. Even the golden form shattered and dissolved in the fleeting moment of impacting the bottleneck. His physical body would find it even more challenging to endure the energy onslaught of any single integration stage bottleneck. Although the energy within the beam was extraordinarily remarkable, it was undeniably tyrannical compared to ordinary spiritual power. Yet, the sensation of being almost utterly powerless, awaiting the arrival of death, was an experience he had never encountered since embarking upon the path of cultivation. Even the most unyielding of wills could not escape a trace of fear. After a brief duration, Lin Mo's body appeared to be enveloped in a layer of golden powder, not only illuminating his entire form, but also causing the golden scales that emerged upon his skin to expand and begin to merge, forming a thin layer of golden battle armor. Though this armor seemed exceedingly light and merely showcased a simple design, from a distance, it appeared incomplete. Exuding a golden hue, undoubtedly the innate armor, the venerable saint's raiment, that materializes when one cultivates the venerable saint's true demon technique to an exceptionally profound realm. At this stage, the armor may not have showcased significant prowess, its defensive capabilities falling short of even 1,000th of that of the outer demon armor. However, the unparalleled advantage of this unique life-bound armor lies in its limitless potential. As its master's cultivation continuously ascends, it will gradually perfect itself. Furthermore, being formed from its own essence, its transformative capabilities and the power it can unleash far surpass those of any other armor. It is noteworthy that the Divine Saint armor was not originally attainable by cultivators of the void refinement stage. It is, in fact, an extraordinary supernatural ability that manifests after the Divine Saint true demon art progresses to the integration stage. Presently, through the forceful infusion of mysterious energy and some degree of leakage, this armor has fortuitously been partially activated ahead of schedule. Although it cannot yet be deemed powerful, its early emergence amplifies its latent value, allowing for refinement and enhancement through the genuine essence of life. Nevertheless, for Lin Mo at this moment, such fortuitous developments did not capture his attention. He was solely focused on devising a reliable means of survival before the impending doom arrived. In a moment of cleverness, after his second nascent soul's attempt to breach the integration bottleneck had failed, he conceived a seemingly insurmountable solution. This plan involved igniting his physical form at the precise moment before it was about to explode, using the explosive force to assist the nascent soul in escaping swiftly. Although Lin Mo could no longer wield any magical artifacts or secret techniques, he could still ignite his body, which was akin to a powder keg, leading it to explode first. While both scenarios involved bodily explosion, their natures were entirely different. Should he succumb to a forced explosion from mysterious energy, he would be utterly powerless to control the force generated, and it could very well result in the annihilation of his nascent soul as well. Conversely, if the explosion were self-initiated, there remained a possibility to regulate the magnitude and scope of the explosion, thus granting the primary nascent soul an opportunity to flee. Indeed, this method could be deemed a desperate strategy born of exigency. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to it lightly. After all, the fate of a nascent soul without a corporeal form is grim beyond imagination. Fortunately, within his storage bracelet lay a spirit body of an immortal entity. Should he truly be left with but the nascent soul, he would have no choice but to inhabit this form. However, even if he resorted to such a measure, the ultimate success of his escape remained uncertain. Beyond this, he found no other viable solutions. As for the second nascent soul, he could only leave its fate to chance. At present, with his own survival at stake, he could hardly concern himself with anything else. Lin Mo, deep within his heart, weighed his options repeatedly and, with a heavy heart, made this decision, filled with regret over his impulsive actions. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in the dire predicament of potentially losing both nascent souls. In a moment, he felt excruciating pain radiate through his meridians, as if they were on the verge of being torn apart. Lin Mo's complexion shifted several times. He took a deep breath and began to channel a faint trace of his spiritual consciousness. Instantly, the pure spiritual energy and mysterious force within his meridians surged tumultuously, boiling uncontrollably under his guidance. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a golden radiance flickered erratically around his form, the newly formed Brahma's sacred armor exhibiting a slight twisting deformation, even revealing a few faint white cracks. Lin Mo smiled wryly, shaking his head as he glanced at the second nascent soul far within the pillar of light. Resolving within himself, he intended to exert all his strength to unleash the entirety of his magical power. Employing such a method would undoubtedly be akin to tossing a searing piece of coal into a pot of oil, instantly igniting the magic within his body. However, just at this critical juncture, an unforeseen event transpired. One of Lin Mo's arms suddenly felt unbearably hot, as if engulfed by roaring flames. He was taken aback, attempting to control the situation with his consciousness, his gaze swiftly sweeping over that arm. Yet, upon observing the latter half of the arm, he was momentarily stunned. The back half of the arm radiated a dazzling yellow light, and a faint yellow mark flickered into view. Ah, so it was. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he immediately recognized the identity of this mark. It was the Xiantian fruit he had sealed away himself. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the mark within the yellow glow began to twist and flicker violently. The mysterious power and pure spiritual energy within him seemed to have found an outlet, instantly surging towards the mark on his arm from all his meridians. The mark resembled an endless black hole, consuming such vast energy and spiritual power that it merely flickered slightly, without any unusual reaction. In a brief moment, nearly half of the mysterious power within Lin Mo had been devoured. His precarious life situation was thus effortlessly resolved. Naturally, Lin Mo felt a mix of joy and concern. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The yellow mark suddenly blazed with intense brilliance, and a yellow wooden staff materialized on the surface of his arm. This was the physical form of the Xiantian fruit. As soon as this fruit appeared, it seemed exceedingly excited, merely flickering a few times before Lin Mo's spiritual power and mysterious energy vanished instantly, as if drawn in by a colossal whale. The Xiantian fruit immediately emitted a powerful aura, then gently swayed towards the golden vortex high above. With a sudden pop, a burst of emerald light flashed, and a radiant sword blade, several feet long, shot forth. The blade was bright green and smooth as a mirror, yet inscribed in the center were several emerald green runes, their cold gleam shifting unpredictably. This was indeed the physical manifestation of the sword of Xiantian. Without any need for Lin Mo to exert control, this treasure sensed the immense threat of the surroundings and, as if seeking an escape, lightly touched the sword tip to the golden swirling vortex in the void. A resounding sword cry pierced the heavens, resonating deeply within the heart. Soon after, as the spiritual light flickered, intricate dark green runes appeared on the blade, beginning to tremble slightly. In an instant, the elemental energies of heaven and earth in the surrounding void vibrated violently, and countless colorful light mists materialized from thin air, all converging towards the sword of Xiantian. In the blink of an eye, the radiance of the Xiantian sword intensified, and the sound of its ringing escalated dramatically, striking fiercely towards the golden vortex in the sky. A brilliant emerald sword light manifested, dazzling like the thunder of the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the vicinity of the golden vortex, slashing down at an angle. With a resounding crash, the once pristine white beam of light was abruptly cleaved in two by the flash of green light. A force of law, seemingly capable of annihilating the cosmos, surged forth from the sword light, engulfing the vortex in its entirety. The golden vortex immediately emitted a tremendous hum, and in an instant, its brilliance flickered, transforming into a golden disk spanning several acres. On the surface of this colossal golden disk, a pattern identical to that of the starry sky above the platform became distinctly visible, surrounded by a multitude of colorful runes. Meanwhile, beams of milky white light erupted from the golden disk, desperately attempting to counteract the law's power contained within the descending sword light. However, despite this treasure being an ancient spatial artifact of notable lineage in the celestial realm, its rarity and worth surpassing even that of ordinary Xiantian treasures, its inherent abilities were not designed for combat. How, then, could it withstand a direct assault infused with the power of the world's laws? In a mere moment, the milky white beams were entirely consumed by the force of the law. The surrounding void twisted, and the azure sword light accurately struck the golden disk. A crisp sound rang out. The disk erupted with blinding golden light, continuously warping and transforming under the overwhelming force of the law, gradually shattering into fragments. This golden disk proved to be astonishingly fragile, instantaneously disintegrating into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. In the void, only faint spatial fluctuations remained. At the moment of this artifact's destruction, deep within a secluded chamber in the abyss of the spiritual realm, a tall, gaunt figure, motionless on the ground, suddenly lifted its head. Two orbs of green flame ignited within its hollow eye sockets, illuminating its visage with stark clarity, a skeletal face, eerie with flickering green flames in its eye sockets. Not far from this skeleton stood 12 bronze lamps, each about a foot tall, flickering with green flames of varying sizes. Some as large as eggs, others merely the thickness of a thumb. A glimmer of surprise and confusion flickered in the skeleton's eyes as it tilted its head in contemplation. After a moment, as if struck by a revelation, it abruptly opened its mouth and exhaled a burst of silver light. Within the silver, a palm-sized silver disc slowly emerged, identical in design and shape to the golden disc that had been destroyed in the Guanhan realm, save for its size and color. However, this silver disc was marred with countless tiny, irregular cracks, and as it shot forth, it emitted a mournful wail before vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the mysterious skull suddenly expelled a massive burst of green flame from its eyes, which rapidly expanded to several times its original size, resembling an enormous fist. A deafening roar erupted from the skull's mouth, reverberating with unbridled fury. In a sudden burst of rage, the skeletal figure abruptly rose, one emaciated arm swinging violently through the air. In an instant, the space around it quaked violently, and a massive claw, as dark as ink, materialized from thin air, striking the wall with astonishing speed. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the once impenetrable walls of the chamber were effortlessly torn apart by this monstrous appendage. Yet, the skull seemed unable to quell the tempest of anger within. It swiftly turned toward another wall, its gaping maw aglow with flickering shadows, as if poised to unleash some unknown force. At that critical moment, its gaze inadvertently fell upon a neatly arranged row of 12 ancient oil lamps, each emitting a faint green light. In chapter 671, the green flame within the skull's eye flared brilliantly before gradually dimming, bringing a semblance of calm to its tumultuous spirit. The fangs within its mouth gnawed incessantly, and after a period of contemplation, it let out a frustrated huff and resumed its seated position. Soon, silence enveloped the chamber once more, with no strange sounds to be heard. Under the dim glow of the 12 ancient lamps, the entire space flickered with an air of mystery, as if concealing boundless secrets. The resplendent green light of the Xiantian sword flickered and vanished, with the blade rapidly dissolving back into its original form of a mere wooden stick. Accompanied by a clear, resonant sound, it transformed once again into a swirling mass of golden light, gently landing upon Lin Mo's arm. In an instant, a faint yellow mark reappeared on his arm. At this moment, the revered artifact known as the Xiantian sword fell once more into a state of seal. Lin Mo gazed at the delicate imprint on his arm, his heart brimming with a complex blend of joy and astonishment. He inhaled deeply, his body subtly shifting, as if on the verge of rising from the unfathomable depths of the well. The anguish that had enveloped him vanished without a trace the moment the golden disc was destroyed, leaving him with a sense of rebirth. However, Lin Mo appeared overly optimistic. Just as he straightened his back, unprepared for any further actions, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness in his legs, collapsing heavily to the ground once more. Immediately, a profound numbness enveloped him, and his body lost all sensation in a matter of moments. Lin Mo was taken aback, hastily releasing his spiritual consciousness to conduct a thorough assessment of his body. Yet, his expression turned to one of helplessness. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the void refinement realm, he found himself utterly depleted, devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy. Clearly, the recent strike from the Xiantian sword had been overwhelmingly powerful, yet it had simultaneously drained him of all his inner strength, leaving nothing behind. Had it not been for that enigmatic force, which had been fervently consumed, he would have been incapable of unleashing the power of the Xiantian sword without the protection of the golden body. To mention the execution of such a formidable strike would have been utterly out of the question. Fortunately, he had merely exhausted his magical energy without any detriment to his vital essence, thus avoiding a significant decline in his cultivation level, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Nevertheless, due to the prior overabundance of that mysterious energy within his meridians, he had unknowingly sustained some degree of injury. The sudden depletion of energy and magical power would inevitably manifest repercussions. Yet, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. His formidable physical recovery abilities would soon mend these minor injuries. The restoration of magical energy, however, would demand a more considerable span of time. Regardless, his current disposition was undeniably joyous. He firmly believed that he was unlike ordinary cultivators, and with the aid of potent elixirs such as the Tunglong Dan, advancing to the late stage of the refining void realm was merely a matter of time. Thus, achieving such a breakthrough in one fell swoop, circumventing the arduous cultivation that typically spanned 500 to 600 years or even a millennium, was undeniably an extraordinary delight. In comparison, the troubles he faced at present were trivial indeed. As Lin Mo pondered these thoughts, a faint smile graced his lips, and his gaze shifted to the center of the high platform. There, the three-headed, six-armed golden body floated serenely in midair. Seated in a meditative posture with its eyes tightly shut, through the telepathic connection with his main and secondary nascent souls, he quickly discerned that the second nascent soul was unscathed. It had simply ascended to this remarkable realm and was diligently working to stabilize its current state. Any misstep could result in a rapid descent to a lower level of cultivation. All of this was predicated on Lin Mo's innate constitution as a refining void cultivator. Had the second nascent soul existed as an independent entity, the abrupt leap across such a vast chasm of realms could have invoked a backlash from the disparity in cultivation levels, potentially driving it to madness or even death. Nonetheless, even so, Lin Mo's second nascent soul would still find it challenging to engage in fierce competition or combat in the short term. Without undergoing over a decade of meditative cultivation to refine the mind, the specter of inner demons could arise at any moment, jeopardizing the stability of its cultivation. What truly left Lin Mo in awe, however, was the Vedic golden body he currently possessed. This golden body had undergone repeated refinement and purification through mysterious energies, now adorned with purple and golden runes that radiated an aura far more potent than before, even reaching several times its original strength. The Vedic golden body inherently possessed extraordinary power, and should its might be further augmented, one could only fathom the terror it would embody. For Lin Mo, this was indisputably an unexpected boon. Although he endeavored to maintain a composed expression, the faint smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth could not fully conceal the elation that blossomed deep within. An hour later, Lin Mo's body stirred slightly as he straightened his posture and resumed his seated meditation on the ground. At this moment, most of the injuries within his meridians had healed. With a gentle wave of his hand, a series of vividly colored medicinal vials appeared in his grasp. He then extracted several fragrant pills, swallowing them all in one breath. Immediately, he waved his hands, causing the vials to vanish, replaced instead by two emerald green crystals. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened his eyes wide and began to fervently absorb the pure spiritual energy contained within the top-tier spirit stones in his possession, harnessing the power of the elixirs. This scenario seemed somewhat absurd. Not long ago, Lin Mo had yearned to expel the overwhelming spiritual energy from his body. Yet, when faced with the dire predicament of having his spiritual energy completely depleted, he found himself compelled to gradually rebuild this essence. This comically tragic circumstance left Lin Mo feeling somewhat helpless. Time flew by, and before long, half a day had slipped away. Suddenly, Lin Mo's tightly shut eyes opened, shimmering with a glint of brilliance, as if his magical power had begun to return. He furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately rose to his feet. Having successfully ascended through two major realms, the capacity for magical energy within him exceeded his previous limits. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world, and with the aid of the elixirs and spirit stones, he had managed to restore approximately 20% of his current magical energy, despite the considerable lapse of time. This so-called 20% was already comparable to nearly half of his magical energy prior to his elevation. However, Lin Mo did not intend to remain seated here for several days, wasting such precious time. Once he believed he had acquired a certain level of self-protection, he resolved to set forth once more. Instead of immediately moving toward the exit, he lifted his right foot and advanced toward the center of the stone platform. Although the most treasured artifact, the golden disc, had been destroyed, numerous other treasures still captivated his interest, and he intended to collect them. The verdant chair before him was one such item. Moments ago, when this chair resonated with the golden disc in the air, it radiated with ethereal light and shimmering runes, evidently possessing extraordinary effects and a profound historical significance. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of azure radiance swept across, and the spirit chair promptly vanished without a trace. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharpening as he moved, appearing mysteriously before a suit of armored puppets. Compared to the spirit chair, Lin Mo found himself even more intrigued by these puppets. As the golden disc faded from existence, the once lively puppets reverted to their original, motionless state, becoming lifeless objects once more. However, Lin Mo did not harbor any contempt for these puppets when the armor-clad figures began to move. They exuded a spiritual pressure as powerful as a tempest, each possessing strength akin to that of a cultivator in the harmonization stage. Should he truly manage to command these armored puppets, the benefits would undoubtedly be immense. Harboring such thoughts, Lin Mo gently stirred his consciousness, allowing tendrils of divine intent to subtly permeate the puppet before him. However, mere moments later, his expression shifted to one of profound peculiarity. The construction of these puppets was shockingly rudimentary and crude. What perplexed Lin Mo the most was that embedded within the core of these puppets were not ordinary spirit stones, but rather peculiar blood-red stones he had never encountered before. The surfaces of these strange stones were as smooth as mirrors, yet they were interwoven with countless golden filaments, which flickered with a faint luminescence. Although the radiance appeared exceedingly dim, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment, the energy they harbored was evidently exhausted from the puppet's prior exertions. If fully activated, this puppet could manage only another 1 or 2 strikes at most. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation for an extended period before ultimately deciding to wave his sleeve, unleashing a beam of azure light in an attempt to envelop the puppet. However, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. As the azure glow encircled the puppet, it immediately erupted in a resplendent brilliance, exuding an oppressive aura of danger. Harnessing this formidable presence, it shattered the azure light, scattering it in all directions. Lin Mo was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and, without hesitation, swiftly retreated with remarkable speed. After a few flickers, his figure suddenly materialized in the void outside the high platform. In that fleeting moment, the 9 puppets simultaneously wielded their silver spears, unleashing a dazzling silver light that swiftly sliced through the air towards the nearest puppet. Accompanied by a few muffled collisions, the 9 puppets were cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground and detonating. In an instant, the high platform was littered with debris from the puppet explosions, and the 9 puppets vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo felt an immense sense of regret. His gaze swept over the fragments of the puppets, and after a moment of contemplation, he propelled his escape light to race around the high platform. Under the wave of luminous energy, all remnants of the puppet fragments were cleared away. The escape light gradually converged above the high platform, revealing Lin Mo's figure once more. Despite the crude craftsmanship of these puppets, the materials employed were unprecedented, prompting Lin Mo to decide to collect them for further study or future utilization. Having accomplished this, he lowered his gaze to the now desolate high platform, devoid of any other objects. Nevertheless, the grand celestial map remained unscathed. Lin Mo had a profound understanding of the illusionary power of this map. Although his cultivation had significantly advanced, he still refrained from gazing at it for too long. Taking a deep breath, he flipped his palm, and a pale white scroll quietly materialized. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he cast the scroll downward. The scroll transformed into a beam of white light as it descended, yet at a height of over 10 zhang from the high platform, it abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Lin Mo deftly formed a hand seal, murmuring incantations as he solemnly nodded toward the ground below. With a soft pop, a scroll unfurled, revealing a blank canvas several feet long. Almost immediately, as the incantation resonated, the scroll began to swell dramatically, expanding to match the size of the stone platform, resembling a white ribbon floating in the air. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as the incantation abruptly ceased, and his fingers flicked downward in rapid succession. Instantly, numerous magical seals shot forth like shooting stars, vanishing into the empty canvas below in an ephemeral flash. The white ribbon erupted with a dazzling array of luminous colors, gradually descending to envelop the stone platform completely in the blink of an eye. In midair, Lin Mo continued to channel the magical seals, and the brilliant hues rolled across the blank canvas, creating a breathtaking spectacle imbued with an air of mystery. After a full cup of tea time, the colors began to recede from the scroll, ultimately fading away. However, the once pristine canvas had transformed into a vibrant tapestry of hues. Without hesitation, Lin Mo extended a hand and beckoned. In an instant, the canvas burst forth with radiant brilliance, leaping into the air before swiftly contracting at an astonishing pace. Within moments, the once massive scroll had returned to a manageable size of several feet, now vividly depicting a miniature version of the original celestial map displayed on the stone platform. Lin Mo had skillfully employed a secret technique to meticulously replicate the celestial chart in its entirety. With a casual wave of his hand, the artwork depicting the resplendent starry river morphed into a radiant scroll, shimmering with multicolored light, and ascended into the sky at breakneck speed. Chapter 672. In the next fleeting moment, the scroll vanished without a trace, quietly slipping into Lin Mo's voluminous sleeve. With this flawless celestial map in hand, he believed he could uncover unique patterns or mysteries within it, or at the very least, gain a deeper understanding of the principles governing illusionary formations. Thus, having confirmed that there was nothing further of interest in this place, Lin Mo took a deep breath and transformed into a streak of azure light, racing toward the exit. He had spent nearly an entire day in this enigmatic space and had no desire to linger any longer. With a thunderous roar, the solitary massive screen positioned in the center of the grand hall suddenly erupted in one corner, revealing a sphere of black light approximately 10 feet in diameter that swiftly rotated, forming a miniature vortex. With a sharp sound of air being sliced, an azure light burst forth from the vortex, spiraling until Lin Mo's figure materialized at the center of the hall. He cast a glance back at the screen, as the third dark mystical eye upon his brow slowly closed, vanishing without a trace. What a pity, he lamented softly. For this precious artifact had been thoroughly refined by another, beyond the reach of outsiders like us. If only it could be obtained, it would undoubtedly prove immensely valuable. Lin Mo sighed, his gaze wandering restlessly. As he had anticipated, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun had long departed from this place. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of any sign of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped towards the exit of the hall. Having spent such an extensive duration within the Shumi cave, it was likely that every corner of the palace had been thoroughly searched by these two adventurers. Seeking them now seemed utterly futile. He merely wished to leave this location swiftly and find a serene spot to meditate and cultivate, thereby restoring his magical energy as much as possible. However, just as Lin Mo stepped beyond the hall's threshold, preparing to call out for Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the ground, followed by a violent tremor that shook the very earth. Startled, Lin Mo had yet to assess his surroundings when the sky abruptly darkened, a mass of ominous clouds rolling in and nearly obscuring half the heavens. Lightning crackled within the clouds, accompanied by a relentless cacophony of thunder. Gloomy gusts of wind, akin to dragons, surged upwards from the distance, piercing through the darkened sky. From afar, it appeared as though innumerable colossal pillars had risen, reaching towards the heavens, creating a truly magnificent sight. Lin Mo's countenance instantly turned grave. Without needing to observe further, he distinctly felt the chaotic surge of vitality within this realm, an amalgamation of diverse spiritual pressures permeating the sky. Even more astonishing was the sporadic emergence of fluctuating barriers nearby, oscillating in strength and exhibiting a highly unstable state. This clearly indicated that the restrictions in this area were spiraling out of control. Without hesitation, Lin Mo summoned the azure light within him, gradually ascending into the air until he reached a height of approximately 5 or 6 zhang, where he halted, suspended motionless. Although the power of the spatial restrictions had not entirely dissipated, only about half of their potency remained. Thus, it seemed that flying at low altitude would not pose significant obstacles. In that brief moment, the tremors intensified, causing the main hall behind him to flicker with a purple luminescence, intermittently brightening and dimming in a frenzied manner. From within the adjacent pavilion, a burst of yellow light suddenly erupted from the roof of one of the rooms, emitting a prolonged roar as it surged towards the front of the palace. Simultaneously, a streak of white light zipped past from the side hall adjacent to the main hall, racing in the same direction. It was none other than Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun. They, too, had evidently not anticipated such a startling turn of events, their faces betraying a hint of panic. Lin Mo's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he felt no further hesitation. In a flicker of azure light, he transformed into a stream of blue radiance, sweeping across the expansive square before the main hall. Within mere moments, he had quietly arrived at a winding mountain path just outside the hall's entrance, subsequently gliding close to the ground as he hastened downward. Initially, he harbored some concerns, fearing that the gravitational pull along the mountain path might still affect his descent. However, after flying over a distance of several zhang, those worries dissipated entirely, perhaps due to a spatial anomaly. Or perhaps the restrictions on the mountain path are only effective against those ascending. Lin Mo's escape light faced no hindrance whatsoever. In an instant, the azure beam of light flickered, and within mere moments, it had reached the foot of the mountain. Almost simultaneously, Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er's escape lights also arrived at Lin Mo's side. What on earth has transpired? Why does it seem as though this space is on the verge of collapse? I have a critically important treasure about to be within my grasp. Shi Kun manifested, his expression a tumult of astonishment and fury, and he muttered in a low growl, "Humph, it is not just you. I have just successfully unraveled the restrictions of a secret chamber and was about to step inside." Liu Shui'er responded with evident dissatisfaction, though they did not directly accuse anyone. Their gazes converged pointedly upon Lin Mo. "Do you two fellow Taoists suspect that this matter is related to me? I have only just escaped from that spatial restriction. How could I possibly be responsible for such a situation?" Lin Mo's countenance darkened, unwilling to shoulder this blame. "However, if you all have questions, perhaps we should discuss them after we leave this place. Should we linger too long, once the space collapses, we may find ourselves in an irretrievable predicament." Just as Shi Kun was about to continue, Liu Shui'er interjected. Upon hearing this, Shi Kun immediately fell silent, as did Lin Mo, who had no intention of adding further words. The three ascended once more, their escape lights merging into a singular force, instantly increasing their speed manifold. Within just a few breaths, they had securely landed upon a nearby teleportation stone platform. Their figures flickered before they stepped uniformly into the teleportation array. Lin Mo waved a hand lightly, casting an intricate spell that fell upon the edge of the array. As the incantation resonated, a brilliant white light erupted forth. The figures of Lin Mo, Shi Kun, and Liu Shui'er momentarily flickered, engulfed entirely by the dazzling radiance. Once the humming subsided and the light gradually receded, the teleportation array was left utterly vacant. The azure light flickered and vanished, and after swirling for a brief moment in the high heavens, Lin Mo's form finally emerged. Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun also appeared a short distance away, each revealing their presence. The three remained silent, their gazes flickering uncertainly at the vast luminous void below. Within the void, a kaleidoscope of colors shimmered incessantly, accompanied by a ceaseless thunderous roar, while the spiritual light at the edges pulsated erratically, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Let us depart. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. The space below is about to collapse entirely. If we are caught in the spatial vortex, we too will face a life-and-death crisis." Lin Mo spoke with a stern countenance, disregarding the reactions of Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, and promptly turned to pierce through the air in a designated direction. Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er exchanged a grave glance, their expressions resolute as iron, and without a word, they activated their escape lights, hastily pursuing Lin Mo. With their combined speed, they swiftly traversed several thousand miles in a matter of moments. At that instant, a deafening roar erupted from afar behind them, rumbling like thunder. A substantial amount of spiritual energy was intensely compressed, and the ensuing violent explosion generated immense pressure, which almost instantly obliterated the multi-layered array of protective formations established by Lin Mo, Shi Kun, and others at the entrance of the barrier. A robust tornado surged upward from the ground, rapidly expanding and sweeping everything within several miles into the tempest, while waves of spatial fluctuations roared forth in a chaotic surge in all directions. Even though Lin Mo and his companions had retreated 1,000 miles away, they could still distinctly sense the terrifying aura that seemed to annihilate the very heavens and earth. The expressions of the three changed subtly. Had they reacted just a moment slower and lingered in that space, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The situation was dire. The horned demons were approaching with alarming speed, likely to arrive in mere moments. Liu Shui'er suddenly exclaimed. They had evidently detected our presence and were employing secret techniques to lock onto our location. It was unwise to linger here. Immediate dispersal and escape were imperative. Having lurked here for so long, the Horn tribe surely harbored significant schemes and would not easily relent. Lin Mo seemed to sense an impending crisis as well, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. Now that the treasure was in hand, they had originally planned to part ways. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the other two naturally agreed without hesitation. "In that case, I shall take my leave first." Shi Kun immediately bowed to Lin Mo and the others, transforming into a streak of yellow light as he sped away. "Brother Lin, We shall meet again in Yun City in a few months, Liu Shui'er added with a light laugh. With a flick of her sleeve, a silver canoe, no larger than a palm, shot forth, swiftly enlarging to a length of several feet, landing steadily beneath her feet. With a gentle leap, she gracefully alighted upon the canoe. Simultaneously, the air trembled, and a burst of colorful spiritual light leaped forth from the void, landing in Liu Shui'er's embrace, revealing a small, winged weasel. After subduing the spirit beast, Liu Shui'er hesitated no longer. A flash of silver light underfoot propelled the canoe several dozen feet away, soaring into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He formed a hand gesture, and with a resounding clap of thunder, a pair of translucent wings materialized behind him. With a gentle flap, the wings transformed into a streak of blue and white light, racing forth. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had traversed several hundred feet, arriving at the horizon's edge. Just then, a sound of breaking air resonated nearby as a small serpent, as white as jade, appeared and swiftly merged into the light. Vanishing from sight, the light paused momentarily before accelerating forward at full speed, disappearing beyond the horizon. A moment later, at the opposite end of the sky, a flash of spiritual light heralded the arrival of over a dozen streaks of escape light, merging into one as they produced a piercing whistle. Arriving at the location where Lin Mo and the others had previously lingered, as the escape lights gradually dissipated, a dozen individuals from the Horned tribe, each adorned in distinct attire, became visible. The leader was a young man with golden horns atop his head, his expression dark and foreboding. These individuals were surprisingly vigilant and had escaped with remarkable swiftness. However, as we plotted our grand scheme, there were indeed foreign individuals lurking nearby, observing us. Had it not been for the activation of the protective barrier, we might have remained oblivious to their whereabouts. These intruders must not be underestimated. Lung Han and Bai Gua, you two shall lead the others in pursuit of the remaining two, while I shall personally apprehend the last one. The golden-horned youth commanded through gritted teeth. Rest assured, esteemed envoy, we shall exert ourselves to fulfill the task, replied the male and female members of the Kui Chi tribe respectfully, bowing deeply. The man, in his 40s, was tall and robust, his skin adorned with a myriad of scales resembling those of a serpent. The vibrant blue curved horns sprouting from his head left a striking and formidable impression. In stark contrast, the woman, though petite and alluring, bore a short, pure white horn protruding from her brow, and her attire consisted of an enigmatic silver gown. After signaling to the other members of the group, these two peculiar beings led 3 companions each, leaping from the formation to stand resolutely behind them. Everyone, please accompany Lung Dao Yu to scout ahead. I can handle this alone, the young man declared, frowning as he noticed 4 members of the group still inactive. However, esteemed envoy, the remaining 4 hesitated at his words. One murmuring softly, "Humph, have you forgotten the treasures I possess? Even without relying on the Xiantian sacred artifact, with my own abilities, why should I fear a mere upper-class individual?" The young man, named Shu Mu, scoffed disdainfully, his tone unmistakably assertive. Upon hearing Shu Mu's unwavering stance, the other 4 exchanged glances, ultimately conceding that he had a valid point. They nodded in agreement and dispersed, joining the teams led by the burly blue-horned man and the silver-gowned woman. Under the guidance of these two, all members of the Kui Chi tribe soared into the sky, transforming into dazzling beams of light, racing in various directions, hot on the trail of Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun's escape. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling scene was left with only the golden-horned youth standing solitary. Chapter 673. The youth withdrew his gaze from the distant view, his icy eyes sweeping across the direction where Lin Mo had vanished, before gently patting his belt. Accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, a brilliant yellow light shot forth from his hand. Following this, a long, dragon-like roar erupted as a lizard-like creature, entirely deep yellow in hue, suddenly materialized. This beast boasted 6 sturdy legs, and on its back sprouted 2 pairs of colossal fleshy wings, instantly transforming it into an enormous creature over 10 yards in length. Exuding a ferocious and menacing aura, the youth, known as Jin Jiao, slightly swayed before gracefully perching atop the head of the gigantic lizard. Immediately, his palm gently flipped over, revealing a snail that emanated a crimson glow, translucent and ethereal, hovering quietly in the center of his palm. However, most of this enigmatic creature's body was concealed within a hard shell, its two antennae tightly coiled together as if ensnared in a profound slumber. The young man with golden horns furrowed his brow slightly. With the other hand, he flicked his fingers, releasing a refined yet potent fragrance that swiftly filled the air. A small, scarlet pill, no larger than a mung bean, hurtled toward the languidly crawling snail. The previously lethargic snail suddenly perked up, its head twitching as it rapidly extended from its shell like a bolt of lightning, swiftly swallowing the pill whole. The youth deftly formed a hand seal, murmuring an incantation under his breath. In an instant, the snail's antennae shot forth like swords, aiming at the direction in which Lin Mo had fled, glowing with a brilliant red light. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the youth's eyes, and he brought one foot down heavily onto the ground. In a flash of golden light, the four fleshy wings of the six-legged lizard flapped vigorously. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand surged forth, enveloping their figures completely. Moments later, as the sandstorm gradually dissipated, both the beast and the youth vanished without a trace. Lin Mo, transformed into a pale blue light, darted through the sky at an astonishing speed, quickly covering over 100,000 miles. Yet, throughout his flight, his eyes flickered with unease. His consciousness scanning both internally and externally, brows furrowed tightly. Ever since he began his escape, he felt an inexplicable force had locked onto him, trailing closely behind. Despite his relentless searching, he could uncover no clues, as if it were not the result of ordinary secret techniques or martial arts. Consequently, no matter how swift his escape, he could not entirely shake off his pursuer. Moreover, although the technique he employed was exceedingly fast, it demanded a significant amount of spiritual energy. Given his current severely diminished cultivation, he feared he could not sustain such a rapid state for long. It seemed that only by eliminating the pursuer could he completely extricate himself from this predicament of being followed. After testing the waters during his flight, he realized that the pursuing member of the Horn Chi tribe was alone. Thus, with a surge of determination and escalating murderous intent, Lin Mo resolved to confront this solitary adversary. Armed with his peak strength at the late stage of the Void Refinement realm and an array of formidable abilities, he felt confident that, despite his depleted energy, he could easily handle a pursuer of equal standing. With this calculation in mind, Lin Mo did not halt his escape. Instead, he maintained his current speed and continued to race forward. After covering several tens of thousands of miles, he sensed that even if the pursuer had reinforcements, they would not be able to arrive in time from such a distance. Only then did he gradually retract his escape light and come to a steady stop. Revealing his true form, Lin Mo unhesitatingly waved his sleeve, releasing dozens of emerald-hued small swords that surged forth like a tidal wave, vanishing into the surrounding void in an instant. He then clasped his hands behind his back, gazing upwards towards the direction from which he had come, suspended in midair without a hint of movement. Shortly thereafter, a howling sound echoed from the distant horizon, heralding an approaching yellow tempest. This storm advanced with ferocity. Long before reaching Lin Mo, it resonated with a thunderous roar, and as it swept past, a colossal six-legged, four-winged lizard emerged in the distance. Above the lizard's head, a young man with golden horns narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Mo, a glint of cold light flickering momentarily within his gaze. "What manner of being are you? It seems you are not of the Tianyan people. Regardless of your identity, daring to secretly observe our actions leads only to a path of death." The youth spoke, his words chillingly sharp. Following this, he took no immediate action, yet his six-legged lizard suddenly emitted a low, rumbling roar, and a strange whirlwind erupted from its surface. In an instant, this mysterious beast spread its four wings and soared into the air, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the young man curiously remained in place, nonchalantly waving his free hand. A vague black shadow gradually materialized, twisting and flickering until it transformed into a spear as dark as night. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, and in the next moment, he radiated a brilliant golden light, clenching one hand into a fist and striking forcefully towards the void beside him. Before his fist even made contact, a golden fist shadow detached from his palm, darting forth and morphing into an immensely heavy giant fist. As the wind from the punch swept through, the surrounding void erupted with a deafening explosion, followed by violent tremors and distortions. With a thunderous roar, the colossal golden fist detonated nearby, creating a halo of golden light that enveloped everything within several yards. Amidst this luminous aura, a roar filled with anger and terror from the beast suddenly pierced the air, and then a burst of yellow light erupted, intertwining rapidly with the golden glow in a fierce clash. The six-legged lizard, appearing disheveled, materialized from the nearby void, spewing forth yellow light as it desperately defended against the golden onslaught. At that moment, the golden-horned youth noticed Lin Mo seemed slightly distracted, and a sinister grin spread across his face as the black spear in his hand vanished without a sound. In the next instant, within mere yards of Lin Mo, a flicker of dark light shimmered in the shadows, revealing a pitch-black spear that appeared in an eerie manner. After a slight tremor, it transformed into a streak of black light, racing towards him. However, Lin Mo's reflexes were equally swift. As the spear was just becoming visible, he opened his mouth, unleashing a golden arc of electricity that accurately struck the spear. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the specific powers of this spear, the intense, sanguine aura it exuded strongly suggested that it was a weapon imbued with malevolent forces. Thus, employing the exorcising divine thunder might effectively counter it. However, the subsequent events left Lin Mo utterly astounded. The spear suddenly erupted with a resplendent radiance, transforming into a faint phantom that swiftly traversed the barrier of golden arcs. The spear, having already approached Lin Mo with alarming proximity, displayed such an eerie power that even with Lin Mo's extraordinary agility and reflexes, he found himself unable to evade it. Consequently, a thunderous impact resounded as the spear forcefully pierced his body, subsequently detonating into a cloud of black mist. The tremendous force of the explosion compelled Lin Mo to stagger backward a step, yet astonishingly, he emerged unscathed. Although the black light emanating from the spear's explosion was chilling and dark, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, it was effectively repelled by the sudden manifestation of black armor upon Lin Mo. This assault, potent enough to obliterate an ordinary cultivator in an instant, merely flickered momentarily upon the surface of the demonic armor adorned with black runes before dissipating into nothingness. Both Lin Mo and the youth experienced a drastic change in expression. Lin Mo was naturally astonished by the unpredictability of the attack, which had rendered even the exorcising divine thunder insignificant. Had it not been for the armor's automatic protection, he would likely have sustained severe injuries from that strike. The golden-horned youth, on the other hand, was profoundly shaken. His once proud in-spirit spear had unexpectedly failed him. He had vanquished countless foes with this technique, including many adversaries of comparable strength. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Mo's black armor. Despite encountering such demonic armor for the first time, its surface runes and fearsome design clearly indicated it was no ordinary item, igniting a sense of elation within him. Excellent, truly excellent. This battle armor is indeed commendable. I am resolved to claim it as my own, he declared ominously, repeating the word excellent twice. Is that so? If you possess the ability to seize this armor, then by all means, do so. Lin Mo's heart surged with fury at this prospect, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, responding with poise. The creature that had once been scrutinized by the colossal lizard beast had only reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Even when confronted by a mysterious entity of a lower realm, the power conferred by its two ice attribute treasures rendered it formidable. Furthermore, as a puppet body, it held a significant advantage in close combat. Unless it sustained severe damage, its strength would remain intact. Thus, after successfully restraining the opponent's spirit beast using his puppet, he directed his full attention toward the young man within the sword formation. At this moment, the young man had raised his right hand and firmly grasped the released silver ruler. He then surveyed the surrounding azure lotuses, a look of disdain etched upon his face. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the silver ruler emitted a crisp hum, and soon, ethereal shadows of rulers began to materialize, coalescing into an indescribable, wondrous effect. Lin Mo's eyes twitched slightly. He refrained from uttering more, instead silently channeling the sword technique within him. As the azure lotuses began to whirl around him, their sizes multiplied several-fold, intertwining closely to form a luminous azure veil. The youth, known as Jin Jiao, felt his vision blur slightly, and after a flicker of azure light, he found himself standing upon a verdant meadow. Beneath his feet lay tender green grass, only a few inches high, interspersed with a riot of colorful wildflowers, while the melodious chirping of birds graced his ears. This enchanting scene was utterly refreshing, inducing a languorous drowsiness as if one might succumb to slumber. It was an illusion. A fleeting look of confusion passed through Jin Jiao's eyes, quickly replaced by the realization of what had transpired, darkening his expression. Suddenly, he swung the silver ruler forward, unleashing countless shadows that shot forth. Yet, just as they were about to reach his body, they converged, transforming into a colossal ruler several yards long. This giant ruler let out a thunderous roar, gleaming with silver light as it descended forcefully. The sound of wind and thunder echoed relentlessly, and as the silver ruler cut through the space, silver characters surged like a tide, distorting the very fabric of reality, as if to rend the void asunder. The surrounding environment resembled a mirror forcibly shattered, gradually morphing into countless fragments after flickering azure mists. However, at that moment, the scenery again became indistinct, and Jin Jiao found himself amidst a grand and lush forest, where each tree stood tall and verdant, their branches and leaves almost obscuring the entire sky. Amidst a violent tremor, the towering trees began to shake and topple, transforming into numerous sturdy green trunks that hurtled towards Jin Jiao with alarming speed. Humph! Such trifling illusions can only be employed once. Do you wish to repeat the same trick? Such folly is akin to courting death. A sinister expression crossed Jin Jiao's face as a flash of light emitted from the silver ruler, sending forth a torrent of ruler shadows akin to a tsunami. Wherever the silver light touched, all illusions were effortlessly obliterated, vanishing into specks of starlight. It appeared that this silver ruler possessed a unique capability specifically designed to counter illusions. As the silver light shimmered, all the ruler shadows converged once more, transforming into a silver ruler that charged ferociously towards the azure barrier before him. Lin Mo's pupils constricted suddenly, as a scene of utter astonishment unfolded before his eyes. At the moment when the silver ruler was about to descend upon the azure-gray curtain, a brilliant radiance erupted, its intensity so overwhelming that those nearby had no choice but to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Yet, beneath such a dazzling display, the silver ruler astonishingly split in two, leaving behind a mere illusion of the original silver ruler. The true entity, however, swiftly and silently melded into the void, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for Lin Mo's profound reverence for the young man, causing him to remain perpetually vigilant and keep his spiritual sight attuned, he might have easily been deceived by this subtle transformation. Chapter 674. The instant the phantom projected by this enigmatic jade ruler made contact with the azure curtain, an explosive brilliance erupted, imbued with an awe-inspiring sense of power. Yet, unexpectedly, a barely perceptible energy fluctuation emerged just a few paces above Lin Mo's head, causing the jade ruler to manifest in a bizarre manner and descend without hesitation. The entire sequence transpired in silence, devoid of any accompanying wind. In the blink of an eye, the jade ruler had descended to within mere feet of Lin Mo's head, before flickering once more and unleashing a formidable spiritual pressure, executing a full-force attack without reservation. The shards of silver radiance emanating from this treasure were so magnificent that they left onlookers astounded. However, at this critical juncture, a resplendent golden light suddenly erupted from the crown of Lin Mo's head, as a golden hand, adorned with purple runes, materialized from the nearby void like a flash of lightning. With a swift motion, it dispelled the layers of silver radiance and firmly grasped the jade ruler. Following a violent tremor, the jade ruler emitted a piercing shriek. With a thunderous bang, the silver and purplish gold lights intertwined, erupting into a deafening explosion. Waves of visible energy surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, radiating outward in a frenzy. The jade ruler, enveloped in a thick layer of silver light, continuously expanded and contracted, seemingly attempting to break free from its confinement. Yet, the golden hand's fingers, resembling iron hooks, despite being hindered by the spiritual light released from the jade ruler, gradually tightened their grip. The young man within the sword formation appeared to employ some extraordinary technique, enabling him to observe all that transpired with Lin Mo without being affected by the illusionary spells of the sword array. Upon witnessing this scene, a mixture of shock, anger, and helplessness washed over his face. Without hesitation, he quietly scolded and then swiftly gestured with one hand, pointing towards the jade ruler. With a thunderous roar, arcs of silver lightning erupted from the jade ruler, striking the golden hand and igniting a cacophony of thunderous sounds. However, Even this remarkably resilient palm began to tremble slightly under the onslaught of such fierce lightning. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo could not help but chuckle. With a swift gesture of his sleeve, the golden light in the air intensified, and a towering figure of purple and gold materialized instantaneously. This golden-bodied manifestation was adorned with intricate purple runes, emanating a radiant luminescence of purple-gold hues. The purple-gold hand, which firmly grasped the jade ruler, was one of the 6 arms. As 2 of the 3 heads inclined slightly, one mouth opened, unleashing torrents of golden light that engulfed the silver arcs of electricity emitted by the jade ruler, causing them to vanish without a trace. Seizing the moment, the palm clenched its fingers with a resounding thud. The protective silver barrier around the jade ruler shattered completely, and the fingers secured the ruler firmly in their grasp. Another hand swiftly reached out, and with a thunderous motion, the jade ruler emitted a mournful cry, its silver radiance dimming significantly. One of the heads of the golden-bodied manifestation opened wide, and a surge of golden light rushed forth, drawing the jade ruler into its mouth and forcibly swallowing it into its core. All of this transpired with astonishing speed. By the time the golden-horned youth regained his composure, this precious artifact had inexplicably severed its psychic connection with him. Oblivious to this turn of events, the youth of the Horned Chi clan remained unaware, while Lin Mo was overwhelmed with joy. Although he understood that the venerable golden body would exhibit significant differences after being forged with mysterious energy, he had not anticipated that such immense power could be displayed so effortlessly, capable of seizing another's rare treasure with ease. While this method was unexpected and did not involve the appropriation of the enemy's lifebound artifact, it was nonetheless astonishing. Lin Mo exerted immense effort to suppress his elation, gently tapping the crown of his head with one hand. With a crisp sound, a stream of black light leapt from his head, swiftly merging into the venerable golden body. The visage of the golden form bore a solemn expression, its eyes gleaming with fervent light, its body swaying slightly before vanishing without a trace into the emerald-hued veil. Simultaneously, Lin Mo opened his mouth and expelled a burst of silvery flames, which flickered out of existence, merging into the curtain of light. The golden-horned youth within the sword formation, initially filled with rage as he hastily performed hand seals to summon back the silver ruler, found his expression shifting to one of seriousness upon witnessing the actions of the venerable golden body and Lin Mo, restoring his composure. Taking a deep breath, he dissipated the hand seals in his grasp and suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, his shoulders trembling violently as a colossal blue-gold manifestation emerged behind him. Towering at 5 or 6 zhang, this figure was enshrouded in scales, its eyes vivid as blood, adorned with dense, horn-like spines atop its head and limbs, exuding an aura of ferocity and terror. Even more astonishingly, this manifestation wielded a remarkable treasure in each hand. Among the artifacts, one was a long-handled monstrous hammer adorned with the heads of 3 peculiar creatures. The other was a triangular shield, smooth as a mirror, from which fierce flames roiled forth. The young man, with his eyes gently closed, formed an intricate spell with one hand, his expression grave as he began to chant in a hushed tone. Clearly, this member of the Horn tribe had entirely abandoned his previous disdain, now approaching the battle with utmost seriousness upon realizing that Lin Mo's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. However, since he remained ensnared within the Spring Dawn sword formation, Lin Mo would certainly not afford him the luxury of casting spells at his leisure. A cold smile flickered across Lin Mo's face as he fervently urged the sword technique within him. Surrounding the sword formation, the azure light flickered rapidly, and blue lotus flowers surged forth, transforming into countless lotus shadows that spiraled towards the center of the formation. In an instant, the entire sword formation was enveloped in a scene of dancing azure lotuses, some poised to bloom, while others gradually unfurled. Even more wondrously, the moment these azure lotuses appeared, a rich floral fragrance wafted through the air, rendering the scene dreamlike and ethereal, where a moment's carelessness could lead one to become ensnared within. Yet, the golden-horned youth was not captivated by the beauty of the lotuses. Instead, he immediately discerned the lethal intent they concealed, his expression darkening as the blue avatar behind him wielded the long-handled hammer to strike at the descending azure lotuses. The 3 bizarre heads embedded in the hammer suddenly opened their eyes, unleashing gusts of white wind, crimson flames, and arcs of silver lightning. Riding on the winds, the flames blazed ever more fiercely, and the power of the lightning intensified, as these three elements coalesced into a colossal wave of tricolor energy, grandly surging into the sky. Almost simultaneously, the trembling petals of the azure lotuses gleamed with a vibrant green light before rapidly transforming into countless splintering azure sword auras, descending like a torrential storm. The sharp sword light clashed with the interplay of colors, igniting a fierce confrontation. Despite the hammer being an exceedingly rare treasure, Lin Mo's significantly enhanced strength, bolstered by the power of the sword formation, allowed the 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords to exhibit a might far surpassing that of the early stage of void refinement. Each sword aura unleashed by the multitude of flying swords bore a power that was not the least inferior to that of actual daggers or flying swords. In the deluge of this tempestuous assault, the colossal tricolor wave began to retreat step by step, seemingly unable to withstand this formidable onslaught. The youth was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly scoffed inwardly. With a gentle wave of his arm controlling the blue avatar, he hurled the triangular shield into the air. This treasure, evidently of the fire attribute, spun for a moment before transforming into a fire cloud of several acres in size, rumbling as it ascended skyward. Amidst the swirling flames, countless searing fireballs and wisps of crimson light spiraled upward in a dazzling display. Numerous sword lights, upon contact with the fiery clouds, were instantly engulfed by the potent essence of true flames, vanishing without a trace. The temperature within the sword formation surged to an extreme high, as if one were immersed within a furnace of fire. Under the combined influence of the fiery clouds and the tricolored light waves released by the peculiar hammer, the space above the young man was meticulously shielded. No matter how densely the sword lights filled the air, they could not breach this formidable defense, all thwarted from entry. This scene resembled an impregnable fortress. However, at that moment, a cerulean-like curtain behind the young man suddenly tore open, and a colossal golden hand, resembling a fan, thrust forth with great vigor, reaching for him. Before the massive hand could fully grasp its target, its fingers emitted a sharp sound as they sliced through the air, an invisible force descending upon the youth like a net. The young man felt the air around him grow intensely taut, as if it had transformed into solid steel, binding his body firmly and rendering his struggles futile. As the golden hand flashed past, it had already loomed above him, descending mercilessly. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the azure curtain, a silver flash heralded the emergence of a silver firebird, spanning over 10 feet in length, soaring high and exhaling a torrent of silver flames. In the face of such perilous circumstances, the youth of the Horned Tribe displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a cold smile graced his lips as he ceased his incantation and unleashed a burst of radiant, multicolored flames. Amidst the swirling seven-colored spiritual light, a small bell, pure and crystal-like in its whiteness, materialized quietly. Accompanied by a melodious chime that resonated with clarity, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Lin Mo, positioned outside the sword formation, experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation upon hearing the bell's chime. The surroundings became a blur, and inexplicably, he found himself inverted, head downward, feet upward. Furthermore, the entire sword formation and all its contents exhibited an exceedingly bizarre transformation. The sword lights, which had been hurtling downward, abruptly altered their trajectory, shooting towards the azure light curtain, resulting in a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the colossal golden hand, which was supposed to strike the opponent's crown, strangely contorted the void below, causing the golden-horned youth to vanish mysteriously, only for a silver firebird to appear in his stead, suddenly materializing below. The golden hand seized several slender feathers of the silver firebird. In an instant, the ferocious silver flame bird retaliated fiercely, enveloping the golden hand entirely. As for the silver flames it had previously emitted, they had long since vanished without a trace, their destination unknown. Lin Mo was taken aback, and without further contemplation, he slightly swayed and immediately reverted to his original form. At that moment, a clear, melodious call echoed, as if the entire sword formation was influenced by some mysterious force. The azure light curtain began to twist and contort, and soon, as if unable to bear the weight, it shattered gradually. The blue light slowly dissipated, and after a violent tremor, the surrounding space revealed 72 ethereal flying swords. The spring dawn sword array had been so easily unraveled. The golden figure and the silver firebird stood bewildered, seemingly at a loss for a moment. This scene left Lin Mo profoundly astonished. What kind of wondrous treasure was that small bell? It possessed the legendary ability to reverse the cosmos. When the bell tolled, he sensed a hint of the power of law contained within. Could it be that this treasure was? Lin Mo's expression shifted several times. Yet he was not an ordinary individual. A flicker of blue light flashed in his eyes as he instantly surveyed the area within a radius of over 100 feet. His gaze quickly concentrated and locked onto an empty space, where a dark aura coalesced between his brows and a pitch-black mystical eye emerged. In a flash of obsidian light, a beam of light, as thick as a thumb, surged forth and rapidly vanished into the void. With a tremendous crash, the golden-horned youth staggered a few steps, appearing rather disheveled as he emerged from the void. The disintegration mystic eye? Upon seeing the third mystical eye between Lin Mo's brows, the youth exclaimed in shock. Unbeknownst to him, he had donned a blue battle armor. As soon as he steadied himself, he waved his sleeve. A surge of blue light erupted from behind him, and the immense figure of a law avatar holding two treasures materialized once more. The youth grasped at the void, and amidst a flash of seven-colored spiritual light, the pristine small bell appeared in his hand. In that instant, as the young member of the horned Chi tribe grasped the small bell, the terror on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a gaze towards Lin Mo that flickered with uncertainty. Lin Mo's demeanor remained cold as he gestured towards the golden figure and the soul-devouring firebird. Instantly, both entities moved swiftly, appearing beside him in a most peculiar manner. Almost simultaneously, the 72 azure flying swords suspended in the air trembled slightly, transforming without warning into dozens of ominous beams of azure light, hurtling directly towards the young horned Chi. As the sound of slicing air resonated, the 72 beams of sword light arrived before the youth in an instant, beginning to slash furiously. The speed of the Qingzhu Fengyuan sword caused the golden-horned youth's eyelids to twitch violently. However, faced with such overwhelming sword light, he remained unfazed, merely extending a finger to gently flick the small bell. With a resonating clang, concentric circles of white ripples surged forth from the bell, meeting the dozens of beams of sword light. Upon contact, the beams flickered with azure radiance, pausing momentarily to reveal sword-like forms about a foot long. Following several rounds of wave compression, all the flying swords silently shattered into countless fragments, ultimately fading into nothingness. Lin Mo observed this scene with an expression as tranquil as water, yet his pupils abruptly contracted. He had clearly perceived through his mystical that the waves emanating from the small bell were not mere white ripples, but rather strands of spatial light composed of countless minuscule spatial fissures. These fissures stand in stark contrast to ordinary spatial rifts, appearing and vanishing rapidly under the control of the small bell. Though the azure bamboo cloud sword is extraordinarily sharp, how could it withstand the slicing power of space? In a fleeting moment, it was shattered into countless fragments. After effortlessly obliterating all the flying swords with a single strike, the golden-horned youth did not relent. The white bell chimed twice again, unleashing a swirling mass of white ripples. Simultaneously, the behind the youth summoned two magical artifacts, and three-colored flames surged skyward amidst a torrent of fiery clouds. The youth's true form revealed a fierce countenance, as he exhaled a dense black gas that swirled around him. The cacophony of anguished wails echoed, and within the black mist, numerous green filaments flickered ominously, emanating a nauseating stench. In this moment, the golden-horned youth unleashed a multitude of divine powers, evidently aiming to eradicate Lin Mo in one fell swoop. Lin Mo, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. While he could remain composed against other assaults, the spatial divine attack unleashed by that snow-white bell instilled a deep-seated dread within him. However, as his magical energy had yet to fully recover, he was disinclined to prolong the confrontation. Thus, with a steely resolve, he immediately summoned his mental focus. Suddenly, the golden body beside him radiated a resplendent purple-golden light, accompanied by solemn sounds of sacred chants. Within the golden aura, purple runes danced incessantly. One arm became indistinct, grasping at the void. A golden broken blade materialized in his hand. The blade emitted a crisp, resonant lament that reverberated, causing the surrounding vital energy to boil fervently, transforming into a myriad of vibrant light mists that coalesced into a colorful curtain covering much of the sky. This phenomenon manifested in the Guanghan realm due to the unique environment of this locale. The immense spiritual power contained within the curtain altered the youth's expression. Yet, before he could react, the golden body's aura began to flicker erratically, golden light cascading down the arm and frantically infusing the golden blade. The once towering golden body, after a few flickers, curiously shrank a segment. The previously damaged short blade, under the illumination of golden light, became indistinct and then astonishingly transformed into a complete blade. With a gentle flick of the wrist, the sound of the blade's crisp call abruptly ceased, yet the colorful curtain above began to spiral downwards, merging into the golden blade. In mere seconds, the golden blade resembled an endless abyss, consuming the entirety of the curtain. Originally measuring merely a foot in length, the golden blade now extended over 10 feet, its surface adorned with several mysterious runes that sparkled brilliantly before silently cleaving towards the opposite side. A beam of golden light shot forth from the blade, initially only a few feet long, but with a flicker, it transformed into an inexhaustible torrent of golden energy. Racing towards the youth, witnessing the overwhelming momentum of the golden torrent, the youth could not help but feel immense trepidation. However, at this juncture, he certainly would not opt for reconciliation with Lin Mo. With a sharp whistle escaping his lips, he extended a finger towards Lin Mo's location, his expression grave as he gently pointed. In an instant, white waves, fiery clouds, tricolor flames, and black mist surged and rolled, all crashing towards the golden tidal wave. As the fiery clouds, black mist, and flames made contact with the golden surge, a deafening roar erupted. Yet, within a mere moment, they dissipated and vanished, failing to impede the advance of the golden torrent. In contrast, the white waves plunged headlong into the golden radiance, emitting an extraordinarily piercing series of explosive sounds. The two lights intertwined and flickered, momentarily locked in a stalemate. The Xiantian sacred artifact. The youth, who had initially harbored significant doubts about Lin Mo, felt a heavy weight in his heart upon witnessing the scene before him. He mistakenly believed that the Xiantian remnant blade in Lin Mo's possession was of an equal status to that small bell. However, such a notion was not entirely far-fetched. After all, the fragmented Xiantian remnant blade, in terms of its power, bore a striking resemblance to the Xiantian sacred artifact. Yet, it could not fully unleash the true prowess of the Xiantian treasure, merely simulating a portion of its divine abilities. At that moment, the youth lightly flicked his wrist, casting the pristine small bell into the air, then curled his fingers to gently play upon its surface. A few melodious chimes resonated from the bell. As his fingers continued to strike, the youth's complexion gradually paled, becoming increasingly weak. After 7 or 8 chimes, his face was devoid of color. It was evident that the vitality expended in striking that small bell far exceeded ordinary expectations. Even with his peak cultivation at the void refinement stage, he appeared utterly fatigued after a succession of strikes. Nevertheless, the effect of the numerous chimes emanating from the bell was undeniably astonishing. When Lin Mo once again heard the first melodious chime reverberate, he felt a thunderous echo in his ears. The surroundings shrouded in a mist as he was irresistibly drawn into an endless void by an unseen force of law. He was engulfed in panic. Yet he promptly summoned the arcane laws within his heart, manifesting a layer of black runes upon his dark armor, which spiraled and erupted. A dense black storm instantly formed, generating an intangible and formidable power that closely enveloped him. Despite the unpredictable nature of that force of law, it merely caused some distortion within the storm, counteracting the invisible power without inflicting any harm upon Lin Mo, who remained at the storm's center. However, upon the second chime sounding, the storm could no longer withstand the onslaught of the law's power, collapsing and disintegrating entirely. When the third chime resonated, Lin Mo's armor suddenly emitted a radiant black light, causing the surrounding void to shimmer with indistinct fluctuations and produce a buzzing sound. The power of law directly affected the celestial dark armor, causing the black radiance to tremble incessantly. Lin Mo had wielded the heavenly treasure on numerous occasions, thus possessing an acute understanding of the formidable power of the laws. His expression shifted multiple times as he hastily formed a hand seal. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a flickering azure and white spiritual light emerged behind him, revealing a pair of translucent wings. At that moment, the third bell tolled in a serene yet ominous manner, and the black light emitted by the demonic armor solidified, gradually shattering as if it were tangible. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's lips twitched. With no further hesitation, he unfurled his wings forcefully. With a crack of thunder, he transformed into a streak of azure and white lightning, vanishing without a trace. Immediately following, the space where he once stood twisted, revealing a dark void as if it were collapsing. Remarkably, Lin Mo had deftly evaded the direct assault of the spatial force conjured by the third bell. However, the instant the fourth bell chimed, a resounding explosion erupted from the void 20-odd feet away, unleashing a burst of white light, within which a figure crackling with electric arcs staggered forth. That figure was none other than Lin Mo, who had just stepped into the void. The technique of lightning escape had been effortlessly unraveled by the power of the bell. As another distant bell tolled, Lin Mo sensed the air around him growing increasingly tense, as if he were ensnared in a whirlwind, subsequently engulfed by the relentless might of the laws. This power instantaneously transformed into a colossal force bearing down upon him. Subsequently, this force tightened abruptly, pulling in all directions, as if intent on tearing Lin Mo's body asunder. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Mo's eyes widened as he let out a deafening roar. The golden radiance enveloping him blazed like the sun, instantly sprouting countless golden hairs, revealing sharp tusks. And he transformed into a towering golden giant ape, standing 5 to 6 zhang tall, with a fierce countenance and robust limbs, exuding boundless strength. With a wild roar, the giant ape swung its limbs with tremendous force. A muffled thud echoed as if something in the surrounding void had been obliterated by the impact. Subsequently, the giant ape displayed a menacing grin, striding forward. Its immense form swayed gently, astonishingly covering a distance of 30 zhang in a single bound, arriving right before the golden-horned youth. With a furry hand, its 5 fingers splayed, descending mercilessly. A fierce gale surged towards the youth at an astonishing speed, attempting to subdue him. However, the young man, known as Jin Jiao, was already astounded when he witnessed that none of the myriad mysterious attacks unleashed by the small bell he had painstakingly summoned with his vast energy bore any effect. Upon seeing Lin Mo transform into a giant ape, he found it utterly incomprehensible. Faced with the sudden appearance of the giant ape and its ferocious assault, Jin Jiao felt caught off guard, leaving him no time to activate the small bell for defense once more. Despite his ignorance of the colossal ape that Lin Mo had transformed into, he had previously witnessed this beast effortlessly break free from the constraints of the laws using sheer physical strength, instilling a profound sense of caution within him. In light of this, the young man with the golden horns reluctantly formed a swift hand seal with one hand, causing the blue Dharma image behind him to radiate an overwhelming brilliance. As he grasped with both hands, 2 massive blades of shimmering blue light materialized before him. In an instant, one of the blades soared horizontally towards the ape's furry palm, while the other aimed fiercely at the ape's chest, seemingly attempting to extricate himself from peril. In the midst of this confrontation, the giant ape, with an expression devoid of emotion, appeared entirely unfazed by the impending assault, focusing all its attention on the clenched fist. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, the contest commenced. The moment the razor-sharp blue blade met the immense claw, a violent tremor ensued, akin to a mantis attempting to halt the charge of a wheel, as if struck by a fatal blow, shattering into fragments. However, when the second blue blade struck the giant ape, it merely flickered with golden light before being forcefully repelled, inflicting not even the slightest damage to the ape's fur. A wave of terror engulfed the young man, his heartbeat quickening as he unhesitatingly summoned the full power of his Dharma image. The blue figure swelled dramatically, rising upward as it prepared to confront the challenge. Simultaneously, the youth opened his mouth, expelling a swirling mass of pitch-black gas interwoven with strands of green, which rapidly surged into the air. He then deftly raised his arm, a faint crimson hue appearing on his face, as a single finger glimmered with bloodlight, ready to unleash his full might once more against the pure white bell. Yet, the youth had significantly underestimated the power of the giant ape that Lin Mo had assumed. At the very moment the blue Dharma image made contact with the golden claw, it was instantly obliterated by overwhelming divine force, dissipating in an instant. The dark gas was effortlessly swept away by the giant claw, proving utterly ineffective as a hindrance. It was as swift as lightning. After a casual sweep of its hand, the ape's claw gripped the young man's head with merciless ferocity, its 5 fingers tightening ruthlessly. With a resounding crack, The young man's skull erupted like a ripe watermelon. His headless corpse swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Chapter 676, however. At that moment, with a thunderous crash, the corpse exploded upon hitting the ground, a crimson light engulfing the scene, rapidly erupting in a violent explosion. Fresh flesh and remnants of internal energy transformed into countless droplets of blood rain, sweeping outward like a tempest. The sound of rupturing air echoed across the sky, igniting the fervor within all who witnessed it. Amidst the blood rain, a faint, ethereal silhouette emerged quietly, like a phantom darting towards the distant pure white bell. This was the escape light transformed from the youth's nascent soul. He initially believed that a complete retreat was utterly impossible, and thus placed his hopes on temporarily attaching his primordial spirit to the silver bell, hoping that the bell's extraordinary power might spare him from disaster. When the colossal ape confronted the swiftly soaring blood arrows, it did not choose to evade or resist. Rather, the ferocity etched on its visage became even more pronounced. With a sudden thrust of its chest, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated like celestial thunder from the heavens. This roar resonated powerfully, distorting the vast expanse ahead as the shock waves twisted the air, creating countless white, web-like patterns in an instant. The sheer force of the ape's bellow appeared capable of shattering the void itself, revealing the magnitude of its might. The once dense blood rain dissipated into nothingness under the weight of that roar, while the ethereal figure within the range of the sound waves could only emit a piercing wail before vanishing like smoke. However, unexpectedly, at the very moment the young primordial spirit disintegrated, the pristine white bell emitted a sharp, buzzing sound, followed by a flicker of light, leading to its self-detonation. Yet, this explosive act did not manifest any formidable energy waves. It merely transformed into a dazzling flash of white light before mysteriously vanishing. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of blue light passed through the giant ape's eyes, yet it showed no hesitation, swiftly vanishing into the void. Soon after, the giant ape reappeared above the six-legged lizard, still entangled in combat with the white giant python. It swung its fists down with the ferocity of a tempest. Despite the lizard being at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, it was rendered nearly defenseless against the giant ape's onslaught, ultimately reduced to a puddle of flesh. Its demon core snatched away by the ape. The demon's soul escaping from the lizard's corpse was promptly devoured by the white giant python, utterly obliterated. Once the giant ape confirmed the last adversary had been vanquished, it radiated a golden light as its form began to rapidly shrink. Lin Mo swiftly regained his human form midair, then turned to gaze at the spot where the snow-white bell had disappeared, a contemplative expression gracing his features. At that very moment, in a distant realm of spirits, within the highest floor of a mysterious palace encircled by formidable barriers, a voice suddenly erupted in astonishment. How can this be possible? The exclamation was filled with disbelief and fury. At the entrance of the loft, several soldiers clad in golden armor stood rigidly, their faces impassive, seemingly indifferent to the sounds emanating from within. Meanwhile, three distinct members of the Horned clan within the loft's upper echelons gazed intently at a gigantic snow-white bell resting on a jade-green table, each visage betraying a grave concern. Among them, the one who gasped in astonishment was a beautiful young woman in her 30s, adorned with a pair of emerald-green horns atop her head. At that moment, she covered her mouth with one hand, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. The enormous bell resting on the table towered a full yard high, and aside from its size, it bore an identical shape and color to the smaller bell wielded by the golden-horned youth. Beneath the jade table, 5 gleaming miniature magical arrays were meticulously arranged. 4 of these arrays were vacant, while the one closest to the giant bell held a luminous orb of white light. In the heavens above, the white light and the bell's radiance intertwined, creating an ethereal spectacle. The elegant woman parted her lips and sighed softly. I never imagined that a Xiantian sacred artifact could suffer damage, with even the true spirit of the divine bell returning to its essence. This indicates that the disciple possessing this sacred artifact has likely encountered misfortune in the Guanghan realm, their fate hanging in the balance. However, an elderly man clad in a white robe, marked by a green spot between his brows, calmly stroked his beard and countered, "What is so remarkable about this? In the Guanghan realm, formidable warriors are abundant. It is entirely plausible that this young disciple might have encountered a few exceptionally powerful adversaries or faced an unfortunate attack from the ferocious beasts within. Brother Shirxin, your assertion seems rather flawed. Given that they possessed a Xiantian sacred artifact capable of replicating the Might and Bell, they should have had sufficient means of self-preservation, even in the presence of sacred beings. Furthermore, we have long mandated that all teams must cooperate in combat. It is difficult to fathom what kind of peril could lead a core disciple, armed with a Xiantian sacred artifact and under the protection of numerous experts, to meet an untimely demise. Now, 6 months have passed, and even if their initial teleportation distance was considerable, they should have reached their destination by now and commenced their planned actions. The last to speak was a pale, middle-aged man in a blue robe, who smiled faintly and stated in a calm tone. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the elder's eyes sparkled with insight, lost in contemplation. Regardless of the reasons behind the disciples' demise, the loss of a Xiantian sacred artifact for the team signifies the forfeiture of their opportunity to obtain that item. This will undoubtedly have significant repercussions for the grand ambitions of our race. The emotions of the middle-aged woman gradually settled, and she coldly remarked, "There is no need for excessive concern. That item is divided into 5 parts. As long as the remaining 4 teams successfully obtain results, our plans can still proceed as scheduled when the Guanghan realm opens once more." The middle-aged man confidently replied, "I am merely worried that the other teams may encounter difficulties as well. If only one part is missing, we can still find ways to compensate. However, should we lose 1 or 2 more parts, it would indeed become exceedingly troublesome." After pondering for a moment, the elder slowly responded, "Is it conceivable that such coincidences exist? If so, it can only signify that the rise of our race has yet to arrive, and there is no need for undue worry." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, "Though that may be the case. However, the few of us, in our endeavor to forge these few Xiantian sacred artifacts, have expended a considerable amount of precious materials from our clan, not to mention the entanglement with the Mishinshin seed, which truly feels like a case of incurring more losses than gains. It is imperative to understand that these sacred artifacts were specifically crafted as temporary treasures to lift a certain confinement. Although their power rivals that of genuine Xiantian artifacts, regrettably, they will dissipate within a year. Should we fail to achieve anything during this period, we, the architects of this plan, will certainly find it difficult to account to the elders." The elderly man furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he spoke. "What is there to explain?" replied the beautiful woman with a glint of determination in her eyes. "Have you too perhaps forgotten that our plans are intrinsically linked, achieving 2 objectives with 1 effort? Even if our undertaking in the Guanghan realm does not succeed, the success rate of our endeavor here exceeds 90%. Indeed, this reasoning holds merit. My battle with Tianyun must now reach its conclusion." Upon hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man and the elder exchanged glances of confusion before nodding slightly in agreement. However, the woman chose to say no more. Instead, she gently raised her right hand, subtly directing it toward the white light suspended within the golden array. Subsequently, a melodious chime resonated from that brilliant light. It then floated gracefully towards the colossal bronze bell, vanishing within it in an instant. The immense bell seemed to be stimulated by some mysterious force, emitting a deep and enchanting hum, as silver symbols slowly emerged on its surface, layer upon layer, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Lin Mo, unaware that his inadvertent slaying of the golden-horned youth had compelled the Jiaoqi clan to alter their grand designs, was completely absorbed in the exhilarating experience of transforming into a colossal ape, relishing the thrill of effortlessly defeating formidable foes. Clearly, the power of the Jingzhe Ju had intensified with the cultivator's rising realm. The circumstances were markedly different from his previous transformation. Now, having ascended to the late stage of the void refinement realm, the terrifying might of this divine ability was finally unveiled in its entirety. Transformed into a giant ape, his physical form and divine power had surged dramatically, instilling within him a fierce impulse, as if he could engage in a fierce battle with a cultivator at the integration stage. Fortunately, his spirit had been tempered through the celestial map's illusion, rendering him more resolute than ever. Thus, he managed to maintain his mental and emotional equilibrium, averting any loss of control. However, in contrast, he felt a profound sense of regret regarding the sudden disappearance of the small white bell. This treasure, seemingly of Xiantian origin, was extraordinarily marvelous. Acquiring it would undeniably enhance his strength significantly. Yet, since the artifact had mysteriously vanished, he could only relinquish that thought, collecting the treasures left behind by the youth before transforming into a streak of azure light and swiftly departing the scene. In the brief span of moments, Lin Mo found himself soaring high above, tens of thousands of miles away. During his rapid flight, he began to meticulously contemplate his forthcoming course of action. Although he had successfully assisted Liu Shui'er in obtaining the items urgently needed by Duan Tianren and Kai Luing, he had yet to procure certain refining materials he had previously promised to the Shijin clan. Despite Duan Tianren's assertion that as long as he retrieved the treasures sealed within the restrictions, this matter need not be overly concerned. He wished to avoid the Shijin clan using this as an excuse to hinder his plans involving the super teleportation array. Therefore, after contemplating the location of the mines and the remaining time, he deemed that he still had ample time and found it necessary to venture to that mining site to investigate further. However, prior to this, he must first replenish the mana he had expended to prepare for any potential risks. After all, the environment of the Guanghan realm was exceedingly harsh, and even with his recent breakthroughs, he could not afford to be complacent. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Mo promptly adjusted his course and sped towards the distance. After approximately half a day's flight, Lin Mo came to a halt above an unremarkable grove, revealing his figure. Hovering momentarily in the air, his eyes shimmered with a cerulean light as he scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of any potential threats before transforming into a streak of azure light and descending directly into the dense depths of the forest. Lin Mo soon discovered an inconceivably towering tree and entered a concealed hollow beneath its roots. He then waved his hand, releasing several array flags that dissipated into invisibility at the entrance, thereby constructing a simple yet effective concealment formation that swiftly enveloped the entire hollow. Following this, he waved his sleeve lightly, unleashing a brilliant yellow light that shot forth. In a flash, an adorable, fluffy creature landed upon the ground. This was none other than the legendary Baolan beast. Having consumed several demon cores from the Samud Dark Beast, the Baolan beast had succumbed to a deep slumber until recently, when it gradually began to awaken. Despite successfully refining these demon cores, its outward appearance seemed to show no remarkable changes. Save for the addition of some dark patterns on its body, and the aura it emanated felt subtly different, even instilling a sense of latent danger within Lin Mo. This compelled him to observe the Baolan beast with keen interest. Although Lin Mo could not yet comprehend the precise nature of the Baolan beast's transformation, he was acutely aware that anything capable of evoking such a threat to him must undeniably be extraordinary. Regrettably, time was insufficient for thorough investigation at that moment. Thus, he resolved to examine the peculiarities of the Baolan beast in detail after departing from the Guanghan realm. Contemplating this, Lin Mo communicated with the Baolan beast through his spiritual consciousness, instructing it to remain vigilant before settling cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and dedicating himself to meditation. Having previously restored only a limited amount of mana and having engaged in a fierce battle against the Jiaoqi people, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Consequently, Lin Mo spent a full 7 days within the hollow before finally restoring his mana to nearly 90% of its capacity. According to his original plan, he intended to leave this place only after his mana was fully replenished. However, at the stroke of noon on the 8th day, he was suddenly roused by a low, resonant growl emanating from a Leopon beast. Lin Mo instantly awoke from his meditative state, his eyes snapping open. Chapter 677. A chaotic surge of spiritual energy flickered in the surroundings, accompanied by distant, muffled explosions, as if fierce combat was unfolding high above. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Without hesitation, he quietly extended his consciousness to explore beyond the tree hollow. The result was an expression of peculiar surprise on his face. Above the dense woodland, a deadly chase between fearsome beasts was unfolding before his eyes. Two creatures of vastly different sizes were engaged in a fierce battle, soaring thousands of feet in the air, relentlessly pursuing one another. The smaller of the two, measuring only about 10 feet in length, was adorned with a dazzling golden sheen, its eyes as dark as ink. It was the dark beast king he had previously encountered in the shadow beast forest, now appearing disheveled and battered. Portions of its fur were charred, and its long, slender tail had mysteriously lost half its length. Nevertheless, this royal dark beast radiated a ferocious aura, dashing away like a streak of golden light while continuously unleashing golden wind blades from its mouth. The moment these wind blades emerged, they transformed into several foot-long slashes that swiftly traversed the air, striking down with tremendous force. The pursuing creature, however, seemed unfazed by these golden wind blades. Its surface shimmered with a protective light, effortlessly deflecting the attacks. Such formidable defensive prowess was truly astonishing. This creature exceeded 10 feet in length and was a mysterious beast with the head of a pig and the body of a serpent. Its head gleamed like pure snow, while its body radiated a brilliant blue glow, exuding an aura seemingly far more potent than that of the golden dark beast. No wonder those royal dark beasts were reluctant to confront it directly, opting instead for evasion and tactical maneuvers. After Lin Mo gathered the Leopon beast, he cloaked himself in a green aura and held his breath. The attention of both dark beasts was predominantly focused on the formidable adversary before them, rendering them oblivious to Lin Mo's presence below. Moments later, they sped past the dense treetops, disappearing beyond the distant horizon. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly as the green light enveloping him gradually dissipated, returning him to a normal state. Why had this royal dark beast ventured to this place? A sense of curiosity welled within him. However, he felt no excessive fear towards the two beasts and thus chose to conceal his strength, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Although the emergence of the royal dark beast was unexpected, Lin Mo decided not to dwell on it, as it bore no relevance to him. After this sudden disturbance, he resolved to leave the area. After all, the intense aura left in the wake of the two beasts could very well attract other ferocious creatures from within 100 miles radius. Fortunately, the direction in which the two beasts were pursuing did not coincide with his intended destination, allowing him to remain relatively unconcerned. After lifting the restrictions at the entrance of the tree hollow, he transformed into a dazzling azure light and gracefully departed. Along the way, he held a top-tier spirit stone in each hand, continuously absorbing the rich essence of heaven and earth contained within. It was anticipated that even without dedicated meditation, his internal magical energy would soon be fully replenished. Lin Mo traveled tirelessly for a whole month. Along the journey, aside from encountering a few foolish low-tier ferocious beasts, he encountered no significant troubles or other alien factions, which he found exceedingly comforting. One day, while riding the light of his escape, Lin Mo beheld in the distance a vast lake that seemed to stretch endlessly. The water shimmered with a deep azure hue, reminiscent of the boundless sea, while the sky was cloaked in dense clouds, painting a picturesque scene of tranquility and beauty. Upon sighting the lake, Lin Mo's face broke into a slight smile. Simultaneously, he cautiously extended his consciousness, meticulously probing the nearby surface of the water. If the map was accurate, he was nearing the destination of his journey. After a while, he withdrew his consciousness. A thunderous sound of breaking air resonated as the azure light he had transformed into surged into the high air above the lake, heading straight towards the depths below. Hours later, Lin Mo's expression grew serious. The vastness of the lake surpassed his initial estimations, despite his astonishing speed and the lengthy flight. The surrounding scenery remained an awe-inspiring expanse. Unless the map he carried was utterly flawed, he began to suspect he might have inadvertently wandered into an unknown ocean. What troubled Lin Mo even more was that since entering the islands of the lake, he had seen almost no other intelligent beings aside from some ordinary fish at the bottom. On rare occasions, he spotted a few low-level aquatic creatures adept at camouflage, all of which lay hidden in the depths like unmoving sculptures. Were it not for his exceptionally powerful consciousness, it would have been difficult to detect the presence of these river spirits. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with unease, and his alertness surged to its peak as his mind raced. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was likely that an extremely terrifying beast resided within the lake, causing other lower creatures to flee. Although the Stone Cocoon clan had assured him of the area's safety and the absence of formidable beasts, those words were spoken during the last opening of the Guanhan realm. Over the long passage of time, it was entirely plausible that stronger ferocious beasts had since taken residence here. As he pondered this, he found himself wavering in indecision. To acquire the refining materials needed by the Stone Cocoon clan, was it truly worth the risk of venturing forth? After all, even if he chose not to undertake this journey, Duan Tianren had pledged to advocate for the matter of the super teleportation array within the clan. Given his status among the Stone Cocoon clan, one would expect him to speak with sincerity. Nevertheless, he feared not the possibility of failure, but the certainty of disaster. Moreover, Having journeyed a great distance to reach this place, it would be unbearable for him to simply turn and depart. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he pondered, his speed of retreat unknowingly diminishing considerably. At that moment, at the far end of the lake, a dark spot suddenly emerged, gradually expanding as he drew nearer, ultimately transforming into a vast island amidst the water. Upon witnessing this sight, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and decided to halt his retreat, observing from a distance. From an external perspective, the island spanned over 1,000 miles in expanse, featuring two interconnected mountain ranges of varying heights. The towering peak, piercing the clouds, exceeded 10,000 feet, its summit displaying a gray-brown hue, with more than half of its soil particles devoid of any verdant vitality. In contrast, the lower peak stood 3,000 to 4,000 feet high, its entire body a lush green, teeming with exuberant vegetation. It was evident that this was the place he sought. Lin Mo murmured to himself, his gaze swiftly fixating on the gray-brown peak, his full attention captivated. The island's shape was nearly identical to that depicted on the map, and the precious mineral mentioned by the Stone Cocoon clan was indeed located atop the high mountain. This unique mineral was exclusive to the Guanghan realm and held significant importance for that clan. Just as Lin Mo was lost in contemplation, his expression suddenly shifted, and he vigorously waved his sleeve downwards. A blue short sword shimmered and instantly shot forth, piercing the air. Almost simultaneously, the once tranquil surface of the lake erupted with a deafening roar, a column of water shooting skyward and racing towards Lin Mo. In a flash of azure light, the water column was cleaved in two by the sword's aura. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a monstrous fish, concealed within the water column, was likewise severed in half, its vibrant green blood cascading onto the water's surface like raindrops. Lin Mo lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with blue light as he meticulously observed the creature's distinctive features. The fish was scarcely a foot long, its body a deep green, with wings adorning its back. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that its head bore a striking resemblance to a venomous serpent, and beneath its belly were a pair of slender, hair-like claws. Lin Mo felt a slight tremor at the corner of his eye, a profound impression welling up within him, as if he had previously encountered information regarding this rare creature, yet he could not swiftly recall the specific details. However, in the very next instant, shock and fear rendered him speechless. He beheld the monstrous fish's remains sinking into the lake, and within a radius of several miles, a cataclysmic resonance erupted. Columns of water burst forth from the lake's surface like a volcanic eruption, dense and numerous beyond estimation. As the water columns gradually dissipated, variously shaped and vividly colored monstrous fish appeared, seemingly suspended in midair by an invisible force, their indifferent gazes fixated solely upon Lin Mo. These creatures bore an almost identical form to the one that had perished earlier, yet their colors were even more vibrant and striking, exuding an enigmatic luminescence that was utterly breathtaking. Flying rainbow fish, Lin Mo exclaimed involuntarily upon witnessing this spectacle, finally recalling the origin of these extraordinary creatures. In those days, he had stumbled upon a reference to such fish in an ancient tome within the sacred city of the Sky Canopy tribe. Although the name of this peculiar fish was melodious to the ear, it evoked a complex blend of affection and aversion among the alien denizens of the ocean in antiquity. The fondness stemmed from the fact that the fish's inner elixir was a principal ingredient of the exceedingly rare ancient medicinal pill, the seven-colored pill, which was specifically used to nurture primordial spirit insects. Legend has it that if these spirit insects consumed the pill over an extended period, they would not only accelerate in growth but, even in adulthood, possess a certain probability of mutation and further evolution. In ancient times, such a medicinal treasure was truly unparalleled. However, the revulsion arose from the fish's extreme venom. Its toxic spray was nearly insurmountable, and they typically acted in swarms. Encounters with them could involve thousands, if not tens of thousands. A solitary individual facing such a shoal would have little chance of survival unless endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, this bizarre fish had long been extinct, surviving only in the ancient texts of certain races, leaving behind sporadic records. At this moment, Lin Mo came to a startling realization as to why the once spirited and powerful mid to high-tier beasts in the lake had vanished without a trace. They were likely either slain and devoured by the lethal venom of these rainbow fish, or had fled the perilous area in fear. Nevertheless, despite the ferocity and terror of the rainbow fish, Their rarity could not be obscured. Otherwise, how could they have briefly appeared in the spirit realm only to be swiftly eradicated by those with profound powers? Encountering such a creature here was truly unexpected. Despite the chilling descriptions of the fish's toxicity in the texts, Lin Mo harbored a lingering skepticism. Thus, he summoned a veil of dusky light with a wave of his hand, while his other hand reversed to unleash a torrent of five-colored flames. The two energies intermingled, forming a robust protective barrier around him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and dozens of azure blades shot forth, spinning momentarily before emitting a deafening hum and splitting into hundreds of beams of sword light. Each beam glimmered with an icy blue radiance, densely peppered throughout the void. The nearby rainbow fish, witnessing this magnificent spectacle, appeared to lose their sanity as one emitted a piercing, shrill cry. In an instant, the luminescence on all the rainbow fish flared to life as they surged forth like a well-drilled battalion, charging towards Lin Mo with astounding speed and momentum. Lin Mo's countenance darkened like stormy waters. With a single wave of his hand, he let out a cold yet resolute growl. Under his command, hundreds of sword lights shot forth like arrows released from a bow, racing in all directions with formidable force, sweeping through the shoal and leaving chaos in their wake. Wherever the sword light passed, all the rainbow fish met their demise, severed into two, their bodies transforming into clusters of green rain that cascaded from the sky. In an instant, over 1,000 rainbow fish perished, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. Despite the extraordinary prowess of the Qingtian Be-Cloud sword, the incessant surge of approaching rainbow fish showed no signs of abating, rendering the notion of capturing them all unrealistic. As the remaining rainbow fish approached within an appropriate distance, they emitted piercing cries while unleashing bursts of green liquid, each the size of a fist, raining down upon Lin Mo like a torrential downpour. Lin Mo's countenance shifted slightly, prompting a swift alteration in his sword technique. The previously erratic sword light suddenly converged, and with a crisp chime, it coalesced into a magnificent azure lotus. As the lotus rotated slowly, Lin Mo found himself enveloped within a protective curtain of swords. Hundreds of sword lights unified into an impregnable defensive formation. Lin Mo understood that as long as he could withstand the toxic onslaught of the rainbow fish, annihilating them would not pose a challenge. In Chapter 678, it is noted that the rainbow fish's greatest reliance lies in the venom they expel. Although his cultivation had advanced, doubts lingered deep within regarding his capability to withstand such legendary toxins. Yet, if he did not take the chance, how could he find peace? The rumored seven-colored pill was said to possess extraordinary properties, greatly benefiting the gold-devouring insect. Should it elevate the insect's power, even the inherent risks would be worth the peril. He was confident in the myriad of treasures safeguarding him, coupled with his mastery of various divine abilities. Even in adverse circumstances, survival should not be an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, the outermost layer of the azure giant lotus had fully unfurled, its petals forming successive layers of azure sword curtains, exuding an exquisite beauty. The sound of splattering was incessant as the green liquid collided against the lotus petals. This seemingly indomitable defense began to emit wisps of azure smoke, revealing numerous holes of varying sizes. The azure sword curtain appeared battered and worn. Remarkably, the venom expelled by the rainbow fish could effortlessly dissolve and even penetrate the sword light manifested by the Qingtian Be-Cloud sword, an utterly astonishing revelation. Lin Mo's heart raced with alarm, yet his visage remained composed and unflustered. Although the Qingtian Be-Cloud sword had sustained some damage, he believed that its intricate powers would soon restore it to its former state. However, upon contact with the green liquid, the five-colored flames began to dissolve as well. And deep concern etched itself in Lin Mo's eyes as he altered his incantation once more. The five-colored flames flickered erratically, spiraling wildly, ultimately transforming into a whirlwind of myriad hues, deflecting many of the incoming green liquid projectiles. Nevertheless, the sheer number of rainbow fish surrounding him was overwhelming, and their venomous spouts seemed inexhaustible. Despite the five-colored flames being pushed to their utmost limits, they ultimately faltered, exposing the innermost gray light curtain. A vibrant green liquid gushed forth, accompanied by a symphony of sizzling sounds. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and suddenly he let out a sharp snort, opening his mouth to unleash a fireball of silver flames, roughly the size of a fist. With a muffled whoosh, the silver flames transformed into a magnificent figure, reaching a radius of approximately 3 meters, and then spun around to become a majestic firebird. Without hesitation, Lin Mo commanded the swift firebird to advance. The silver firebird spread its wings and let out a resounding cry, leaping from the gray light barrier with a gentle flap of its wings. However, as the silver flames flickered, the noxious green liquid, upon contact with the silver firebird, transformed into a kaleidoscope of smoke, dissipating swiftly as if it had encountered its nemesis. This colossal firebird was, astonishingly, unable to inflict any harm upon it. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with joy, eager to urge the silver firebird to continue its assault, when a chorus of sharp shrieks erupted from the flying fish, followed by a stream of green liquid that seemed to be driven by some unseen force, converging towards a specific point in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic green python, formed from the toxic liquid and exceeding 20 meters in length, emerged, appearing remarkably lifelike. The venomous serpent coiled its body and, exuding a pungent odor, charged directly at the silver firebird. The firebird, however, would not remain passive. It flapped its wings a few times and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a dazzling plume of milky white flames. This was the true fire of the golden crow that the soul-eating firebird had previously consumed in the magic Gold Mountain range. Upon collision with the venomous python, the flames surged explosively, engulfing the serpent entirely in a roaring inferno. In an instant, the python emitted a heart-wrenching wail amidst the white flames and ultimately vanished into nothingness. At this moment, Lin Mo once again let out a deafening shout. Forming a hand seal and pointing towards the silver firebird, the feathers of the enormous bird began to swirl continuously, transforming entirely into a milky white hue in an instant. Then, with a resounding roar that shook the heavens, the firebird erupted in a magnificent explosion, sending countless tiny fire threads racing in all directions. The previously splattering green liquid was instantly transformed into a multitude of fireballs that burst open upon contact with these fire threads. In the blink of an eye, the venomous liquid attacks of the flying fish were brought to a standstill. Meanwhile, the gray light barrier, which had already dissolved significantly, suddenly radiated with brilliance, restoring itself to its original state. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Mo finally caught his breath, his fingers flying rapidly in the air before him in a flurry of clicks. With a flicker of azure light, numerous previously vanished flying swords, each about a foot long, reappeared in an instant. Then, under Lin Mo's full force, all the flying swords became indistinct, manifesting layers upon layers of sword light, racing forth in all directions once again. Despite the flying fish continuously spewing forth toxic liquid, in the midst of the countless white fire threads dancing through the air, they posed no threat to the azure sword light. After freeing himself from the torment of the venom, hundreds of sword lights surged through the school of flying fish. The stronger varieties of the flying rainbow fish could withstand 1 or 2 attacks, while the weaker ones had no means of evasion, swiftly transforming into heaps of remnants that plummeted to the depths below. With the collaboration between the soul-devouring true fire and numerous beams of sword light, within the span of merely a tea's brewing time, Lin Mo single-handedly annihilated approximately 40 to 50,000 flying rainbow fish. However, upon retracting the sword light and the soul-devouring true fire, he found the void before him utterly devoid of life. Yet, as his gaze fell downward, he was momentarily taken aback. In addition to the remnants of the flying rainbow fish upon the lake's surface, countless other fish corpses floated belly up in the water. From a distance, the lake appeared to be shrouded in a ghastly pallor, evoking an indescribable sense of eeriness. Lin Mo blinked lightly, his eyes resting for a moment on a rather peculiar light green area in the nearby water, as if suddenly grasping an unsettling realization. Although the majority of the potent venom released by the flying rainbow fish had been rendered null by the soul-devouring true fire, a small quantity had plummeted into the central part of the lake, instantly wreaking havoc upon the local fish population. Despite his awareness of the venom's intensity and its terrifying effects, the sight before him still tightened his heart. Were it not for the protection of the soul-devouring true fire, even with alternative means to confront these flying fish, the process would likely not have been so seamless, likely necessitating extensive mental energy to control the gold-devouring insect or to once again employ the Xiantian broken blade. The side effects of these two methods were undeniably severe. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Mo was naturally reluctant to resort to them. Deep in thought, he gently waved his arm, and a beam of white light shot forth instantaneously, which then flickered and transformed into a young girl with braided hair. "At your service, master. How may I assist you?" The girl, Kair, appeared with a beaming smile, bowing to Lin Mo and inquiring about his wishes. "Extract all the inner cores from these monstrous fish heads. I made sure to preserve their integrity while I was at work. Once you complete the task, please seek me on the island," Lin Mo instructed in a calm tone. "As you command," Kair replied without hesitation, her shoulders trembling as the sound of rushing air erupted. Countless cold rays, accompanied by sizzling sounds, surged forth from behind the girl, swirling before shooting towards the lake's surface. Simultaneously, Kair's form flickered and gradually descended towards the water below. Lin Mo, then harnessing the escape light, transformed into a stream of azure brilliance, swiftly racing towards the distant island. In a brief moment, the escape light began to dissipate, and Lin Mo's figure materialized atop a gray-hued peak. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he scrutinized the mountain below. After a prolonged pause, he suddenly flipped a hand, revealing a shimmering round artifact in his palm. Glancing down, he recognized it as the treasure bestowed upon him by the emissaries of the Stone Cocoon clan before their departure, causing his brow to arch slightly in intrigue. With a gentle exhalation, a waft of azure mist surged forth, enveloping the golden disk above. In the blink of an eye, the azure vapor vanished without a trace, merging seamlessly into the disk. Subsequently, he raised his other hand, casting a white incantation that landed upon the artifact. In that instant, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The golden disk flickered with radiant light, emitting a resonant hum, while silver runes began to materialize from within the disk. Almost immediately, the artifact quivered slightly, breaking free from Lin Mo's grasp, transforming into a golden beam that darted towards the mountain peak below. With a resounding crash, the golden light erupted, unleashing a flurry of snow-like silver talismans that sped in all directions towards the surrounding mountains. Amidst the shimmering silver glow, these talismans penetrated the rocky surfaces, traversing through the mountain's core at an astonishing velocity. Lin Mo remained suspended in the air, his expression serene, betraying no sign of disturbance. Approximately half an hour later, the oval disk in the void below suddenly emitted a deafening hum, followed by a surge of golden radiance. Observing this spectacle, Lin Mo's brow slightly arched, and he extended his right hand, gently gesturing downward. The disk trembled briefly before soaring upward, vanishing in the blink of an eye, only to bizarrely reappear in the palm of his hand. Lin Mo cast his gaze downwards, examining the disk intently. A dazzling orb of light emerged on its surface. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and with a flash of yellow radiance enveloping his form, he sped towards the mountain peak below. Silently, he plunged into the mountainside, moving with incredible swiftness through the mountain's interior. In a mere moment, his surroundings brightened, revealing a vast cavern that had appeared beneath him. At the center of the cavern, a sphere of silver light, the size of a human head, hovered motionless. This was the very essence of the silver talismans that had previously erupted from the disk. As Lin Mo's luminous form gradually diminished, he came to a halt within the cavern. His gaze swiftly surveyed the area, immediately spotting several winding passages connected to this location. His expression shifted subtly as he strode purposefully towards one of the passages. The passage was engulfed in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything. Nevertheless, Lin Mo casually flicked his hand, releasing several crystal stones, white as jade, which spiraled above his head. Instantly, the previously dark corridor was illuminated as brightly as day. After traversing a short distance, he extended his consciousness, sweeping it across the uneven stone walls surrounding him. Moments later, he abruptly halted, opening his mouth once more. A beam of azure light burst forth, fleeting yet precise, striking the stone wall. Under the sharpness of the sword-like energy, the wall was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere tofu. In an instant, a stone cavity, approximately a foot in diameter, appeared within the wall. A peculiar sound resonated from the opening, echoing distinctly within the narrow passage. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flickered across Lin Mo's face. He extended his left hand, forming a mystical gesture, and gently pointed at the void within the cave. With a whoosh, a small azure sword shot forth from the depths, its blade piercing through a piece of dark purple unknown ore. Indeed, this was the place. The reserves were quite substantial, should he wish to carry it all away. It would likely take several days. Lin Mo raised his right hand, retracting the flying sword into his possession and holding the ore in his hand. He scrutinized it for a moment before murmuring to himself. Of course, he had no intention of remaining here as a miner. Thus, with a wave of his hand, several clusters of spiritual light erupted from his storage bracelet, forming various puppets before him. These puppets, crafted during his time in the mortal realm, though of low grade, were more than sufficient to serve as laborers. Lin Mo tapped his forehead once more, summoning his second nascent soul to oversee the puppet's actions within the cave, while he employed the earth escape technique to ascend to the mountain's summit. At that moment, Shui'er arrived, bearing tens of thousands of flying rainbow fish demon cores, gracefully floating above the lake's surface, and presented the storage bracelet containing these cores to Lin Mo with both hands. After a meticulous inspection, he expressed his satisfaction with the demon cores acquired, generously offering praise before carefully storing the bracelet away. Then, Shui'er leaned in to whisper, "Master, I have sensed the presence of numerous precious spiritual herbs on this island. I wish to venture forth and collect them." She hesitated slightly before making her request to Lin Mo. "Spiritual herbs? Given your innate connection to the essence of heaven and earth, if you truly possess such perceptive abilities, your claims are likely valid. There are no formidable beasts present, and time is ample. You may as well explore," Lin Mo responded, taken aback but not opposed. And after a brief contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I shall set off at once," the young girl exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 679. With that, a dazzling white light radiated from her form, transforming into a sphere of spiritual luminescence that soared into the air, performing a graceful spin before darting towards a nearby verdant peak. Lin Mo smiled slightly and found a large rock nearby, sitting cross-legged upon it in leisurely repose. With a casual flick of his hand, a dozen colorful array flags burst forth, tracing a beautiful arc before vanishing into the surrounding void. With a soft pop, a layer of vibrant light shimmered into existence, enveloping the entire mountaintop, only to mysteriously disappear in an instant. From a bird's eye view, the area seemed unchanged, save for the fact that Lin Mo, who had been seated upon the giant rock, was now nowhere to be seen. Once the prohibitions were set in place, he felt secure enough to form a single-handed gesture, his body shimmering with golden light, as a golden figure leapt forth behind him. It was the venerable Saint Dharma form. He gently pointed at the Dharma form. In an instant, the surface of the three-headed, six-armed figure flickered with purple runes, which then morphed into a golden body. Standing steadfast before him, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the golden figure for an extended period. Suddenly, he extended a hand in its direction. Among the three heads of the golden figure, one opened its mouth and emitted a burst of silvery radiance, within which lay an object faintly wrapped. It was none other than the silver he had acquired after vanquishing the golden-horned youth. Although this treasure was not of the profound celestial variety, its extraordinary attributes displayed on that day were not to be underestimated, and it likely belonged to the rarefied echelon of celestial treasures. He had long harbored curiosity about it, and now, at last, he had the opportunity to retrieve it for examination. The silver vanished in a flash, effortlessly landing in the palm of his hand. As Lin Mo gently caressed the surface of the silver with his fingers, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to permeate the object. His expression remained tranquil as still waters, and after an indeterminate passage of time, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Astonishingly, there was revealed to be a celestial treasure. With merely the cultivation of the inscribed within, he could wield this artifact. He whispered a phrase softly, and simultaneously, the hand gripping the silver glimmered with a cool light, continuously channeling streams of refined spiritual energy into the treasure. Subsequently, the silver emitted a melodious and profound tremor, causing a silvery curtain of light to surge forth from its surface. Within this luminous veil, rows of ancient characters appeared, meticulously aligned. Lin Mo's gaze flickered with intensity as he swiftly memorized the of the. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the curtain of light dissipated into nothingness, and the treasure vanished in an instant. He then retracted the golden figure into his body, forming hand seals to commence the cultivation of the inscribed upon the. Time flowed like a stream, and merely 3 days flashed by. With Lin Mo's current prowess at the pinnacle of He certainly did not require the extensive duration he had spent cultivating the. In just 3 short days, he successfully mastered the of this treasure and integrated it into his being. Meanwhile, the puppets below had nearly excavated the various unknown ores hidden within the mountain peak. It was anticipated that they would complete their task within another day. During this period, the young girl, Shui'er, had also gathered numerous precious herbs from the island, some of which were exceedingly rare spiritual medicines rarely seen in the spirit realm. This was undoubtedly a delightful windfall. However, the absence of any unforeseen incidents over the course of 2 consecutive days emboldened Shui'er, who began to search in the depths of the nearby lake for those elusive spiritual grasses. Lin Mo, engrossed in the critical moment of cultivating the, merely sent a few admonitions through sound transmission, refraining from further interference. Nonetheless, he still maintained a thread of consciousness attached to the girl, just in case any unforeseen circumstances arose. Yet, his premonitions manifested into reality, as they were destined to confront a troublesome predicament. Half a day after he had completed the cultivation of the Tongbao Ju, while he sat in tranquil meditation atop the mountain, he sensed an unusual disturbance. His expression darkened suddenly as he coldly uttered, "Seeking death." In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of azure light, breaking through the barriers and dashing swiftly in a particular direction. Within a few breaths, Jinghong vanished at the horizon's edge. Almost simultaneously, several hundred miles away above the lake's surface, 3 panicked beams of light were racing towards the island. Among them, one radiant white light contained a diminutive figure, clearly Shui'er. Behind her, at a distance of several miles, 4 uniquely shaped triangular war chariots were relentlessly pursuing her. Each of these chariots measured only a few meters in size, their surfaces cloaked in green rust, appearing dull and even showing signs of damage. Yet their speed was astonishing. With each subtle movement, they glided silently several dozen meters forward. Despite Shui'er being a master of evasion, she could only helplessly watch as the distance between herself and the pursuing chariots diminished. The 2 figures in the other beams of light ahead were flying even faster than Shui'er, managing to maintain a tenuous distance from the relentless chariots behind. Fellow Taoist, you have already exhausted a significant amount of your vital energy in the previous battle. Even if you exert your utmost effort now, where could you possibly escape to? If you willingly surrender the 9 flame grass you possess, I might consider granting you a chance at rebirth. A raspy male voice suddenly emerged from one of the flying chariots, laced with impatience. Even if I were to destroy this spiritual herb, you would gain not a morsel of benefit. A cold female voice echoed from a blue beam of light ahead. Why waste breath on such people, fairy you? They have turned against us the moment they obtained the treasure, secretly plotting schemes. Such individuals are utterly untrustworthy. Came the furious voice of an elderly man from another gray light. Elder Su need not worry. After our previous experience, it would indeed be absurd for Fairy Yu to place her trust in their words again, the woman softly replied. Almost simultaneously, the elderly man heard the woman's silent transmission. Elder Su, this direction should be correct. We may not be able to hold on much longer. It should not be wrong. According to the previous reactions of the magical artifact, there should be members of the Tianyun sect nearby. That young woman possesses a peculiar aura, seemingly a creature nurtured by the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Perhaps it is a spirit beast belonging to another group in this vicinity. Since we have already been marked by them, we can only gamble everything on this path, the elder proclaimed aloud, yet continued to respond to the woman in private telepathy. Upon hearing this, the woman let out a faint sigh and said no more, instead channeling all her energy to surge forward. Upon hearing the conversation between the elder and the woman ahead, the foreign beings behind were instantly filled with rage, falling silent as they emitted a piercing shriek. In response to this cry, 4 war chariots began to resonate with a low hum, swiftly converging upon a single chariot. Following this, a dazzling light enveloped the scene, revealing a colossal and unfamiliar war chariot, its size far exceeding that of the previous ones. This chariot, extending over 10 zhang, was rhomboidal in shape, adorned at its front with the head of a peculiar beast, neither dragon nor serpent. As this massive war chariot emerged, colorful lights flickered around it, and 2 pairs of gossamer wings, reminiscent of dragonflies, appeared ethereally. Witnessing this spectacle, both the woman and the elder were struck with trepidation. Quickly depart from this place. The kind-hearted elder urgently warned Shui'er behind him, before abruptly altering the direction of his escape light, merging it with that of the womaness. and dashing into the void. Their speed accelerated remarkably, surpassing their previous pace by several folds. Almost simultaneously, the 4 pairs of wings on the chariot gently flapped, and the beast's eyes blazed with red light. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Under the elder's warning, Shui'er instinctively sensed the peril approaching from behind. Fear surged within her, and her body radiated a brilliant white light as she endeavored to expel a considerable amount of true essence to invoke a secret technique aimed at enhancing her escape speed. However, it was evident that she was already too late. In the sky above, spatial disturbances erupted as a hazy azure light flickered past, followed by an eerie laughter. A gigantic claw, several zhang in size, shot forth from the blue glow, lunging directly toward the escaping light below. Although Shui'er was not the primary target of this pursuit, the determination to capture her was unmistakable. The girl enveloped in white light paled, biting her silver teeth, and with a swift gesture, unleashed hundreds of glimmering blades from within her, launching them frantically at the colossal claw. A voice of surprise emanated from within the war chariot, yet the giant claw showed no signs of hesitation. Instead, it unleashed a surge of green light. And with a thunderous roar, most of the flying daggers were drawn in, while its 5 fingers descended like massive pillars. The girl gazed at the sky-darkening claw, her face a mask of terror. Deep within, she understood that her strength was utterly insufficient to withstand such a formidable assault. In this precarious moment, a low and detached voice suddenly resonated from the nearby void. Though the utterance was soft, it reverberated with extraordinary clarity in the ears of all present. Immediately thereafter, a silver light flared brilliantly, and in an instant, a silver seal, spanning several mu, materialized in midair, accompanied by the roaring sounds of wind and thunder. This colossal seal descended upon the giant claw with the swiftness of a tempest. With a tremendous crash, despite the claw's already formidable size, it could not withstand the violent impact of the seal, which resembled a small mountain, and was obliterated in an explosive burst. Who, indeed, is this divine being that dares to meddle in the affairs of our warrior clan? Amidst the azure radiance, a furious roar reverberated, and as the ethereal light gradually converged, a diamond-shaped war chariot materialized. Its transparent wings quivered faintly on either side. Upon the chariot stood 4 figures, enveloped in a verdant glow. At first glance, they appeared human. However, upon closer inspection, their stark differences became evident. Their bodies were covered in a hard emerald fur, and their heads bore a terrifying resemblance to that of a wolf. Merely a fleeting glance evoked a chilling sensation, instilling dread. Since you dare to lay hands on my maid, allow me to introduce you to this newly acquired treasure. A man's voice, cold and merciless, echoed from the void. In the next moment, a figure flashed, revealing a young man with translucent wings sprouting from his back. Hovering in midair, he gently raised his arm, and amidst the flickering light, a shimmering silver ruler appeared in his palm. Undoubtedly, this young man was Lin Mo, who had just employed the wind thunder wings to traverse the void and arrive at the scene. The silver giant seal he had previously unleashed was a manifestation of the celestial seal in his possession, with a significant enhancement in his cultivation. The power of this treasure in his hands had greatly surpassed its former capabilities, allowing him to effortlessly counter the enormous claw attack from the foreign beings with a single strike. Now, Lin Mo's magical energy had fully recovered, and having recently succeeded in mastering the primordial ruler's secret art, he felt no trepidation towards the 4 foreign entities before him. Thus, upon witnessing their aggression towards Shui'er, his fury ignited. With a flick of his wrist, the primordial ruler emitted a low hum, and a flurry of ruler shadows surged forth, enveloping him entirely. "Thank you for your assistance, master," exclaimed Shui'er, her voice brimming with gratitude. Simultaneously, a contrasting voice called out from the fleeing elder, "Ah, Lin Daoyu." Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as his gaze turned towards the stilled, retreating light. The figures of the woman and the elder became distinctly visible. The elder appeared somewhat familiar, while the woman was instantly recognizable to Lin Mo. She was the moon fairy who had accompanied him during their expedition into the Guanghan realm in Yun City. Though she usually exuded tranquility, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes as she regarded Lin Mo. As for the elder, he visibly relaxed. For him, an additional ally meant that even if they could not defeat these barbaric beings, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. It was particularly noteworthy that he remembered Lin Mo as the leader of another team, suggesting the potential presence of other allies from the Tianyan clan lurking nearby. Lin Mo, though taken aback, merely nodded slightly at the two. The ruler shadows before him let out a piercing whistle as they surged towards the four foreign entities. Chapter 680. The silver light resembled a sky full of stars, seemingly endless, with a grandeur that was truly awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing this scene, the four members of the Rong clan in the flying car were initially taken aback, but two of them swiftly joined forces to launch a counterattack without hesitation. One individual turned his palm over, revealing a pitch-black flag that appeared in his grasp, with a gentle wave directed at the shadowy figure. Countless dark energies transformed into tendrils of black that surged toward the heavens. The other individual opened his mouth and astonishingly expelled a verdant copper mirror, which began to spin rapidly, instantly growing to a height of several feet. The surface of the mirror gleamed with a sudden green light, followed by an eruption of numerous green flames that spiraled madly into the sky. The remaining two comrades in the war chariot regarded Lin Mo with indifferent gazes, showing no inclination to intervene, clearly confident that their two companions could adequately handle the imminent assault. Lin Mo observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, before grasping the Hunyuan ruler, which began to radiate a brilliant azure glow. Pure and untainted spiritual energy surged into the water below like a torrential flood. The once indistinct shadow of the ruler in the void transformed into numerous silver rulers, each about half a foot long, their surfaces crackling with lightning and shimmering with silver arcs. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as countless silver rulers soared upward, interposing themselves between the black tendrils and green flames, effortlessly dismantling both and seizing the upper hand. "Oh, such remarkable prowess exists," remarked one of the two non-participating aliens, slightly furrowing his brow. With a flick of his sleeve, a crimson orb shot forth. Upon its emergence, the orb expanded to the size of a head, its surface adorned with swirling red runes, and fiery clouds materialized around it. From a distance, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at this spectacle, extending a hand, dark as ink, to grasp at the void. With a soft thud, a black hill, towering a full yard, materialized ominously above the massive orb and plummeted downward with alarming speed. The alien who had just summoned the orb was struck with dread at this turn of events. He was keenly aware that this orb was not a divine artifact meant for direct confrontation, and panic surged within him as he hastily invoked a spell. The colossal red orb undulated, morphing into over a dozen identical illusions, which then buzzed and trembled as they sped off in all directions. In the distance, Lin Mo's eyes flared with azure light as he pointed toward the peaks. The gray glow surrounding the black hill swirled and vanished without a trace. Yet, in the next instant, a flicker of gray light above one of the orbs heralded the re-emergence of the black hill, which descended with blinding speed. With a resounding crash, gray and red light intertwined momentarily. The orb evidently lacked resilience, shattering instantly and dispersing into a cloud of fiery vapor. "You dare to destroy my treasure," exclaimed the alien controlling the red orb, witnessing his artifact suffer severe damage, a mixture of shock and fury overtaking him, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. With a shake of his shoulder, a dozen crimson beams burst forth, hurtling straight toward Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo let out a cold snort, and the previously unwavering Tongbao decision began to exhibit a transformation. The silver ruler, which had been diligently suppressing the encroaching black threads and green flames, suddenly altered its course, racing towards a singular target in the sky. In an instant, a colossal silver ruler, gleaming with radiant light, materialized. Just then, a flurry of crimson beams flashed past, swiftly approaching Lin Mo. Without hesitation, he extended his dark palm and gently waved it before him. Instantly, a hazy gray curtain manifested, and as the crimson beams made contact, they were engulfed by the internal gray mist, revealing their true form. A dozen red flying daggers, spinning endlessly in the distance, unable to advance further. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Hunyuan ruler, drawing it lightly across the empty space before him. The distant giant silver ruler emitted a resonant roar akin to a dragon's cry, quivering slightly before it surged forward, slicing through the air towards the racing vehicle with unstoppable force. In the midst of the high-speed race, the other two Rong tribe contestants, witnessing their opponent's imminent victory, could not remain passive. They quickly summoned their formidable treasures. The black chain produced a piercing hissing sound as it transformed into a vast black net, effectively blocking the impending assault. Simultaneously, the mirror engulfed in green flames shifted direction, unleashing a robust beam of green light that surged straight towards the giant ruler. Accompanied by a dull thud, the giant ruler trembled slightly, easily shattered by the green beam, appearing as fragile as paper, starkly contrasting its earlier display of incredible power. The two Rong tribe contestants controlling the black banner and mirror were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. However, at that instant, the previously taciturn third Rong contestant's countenance shifted dramatically, and he shouted with urgency, "Be careful." Immediately, he waved his hand towards the racing vehicle, sending a gray sword light slicing through the air ahead. Concurrently, the silver giant ruler flickered, revealing a somewhat indistinct figure. In a surprising turn of events, although the gray sword light accurately struck the silver ruler, it merely passed through as if traversing the air, seemingly severing only an ethereal illusion. Subsequently, the silver giant ruler flickered again, mysteriously appearing above the Rhone contestant manipulating the flag, and with astonishing speed, it crashed down heavily. The Rhone contestant below, caught off guard, instinctively struck the crown of his head, causing his tough green fur to transform into countless beams of green light shooting upwards. Yet, the descending silver ruler, akin to a wraith, effortlessly evaded these green luminescences and landed solidly atop the Rhone contestant's head. The protective spiritual light of the Rhone tribesman appeared ineffective before the silver ruler, utterly failing to obstruct its assault. With a single strike, the ruler shattered the contestant's head, sending blood spraying in all directions. The headless body swayed a few times before tumbling from the flying chariot. With a splash, a green shadow erupted from the corpse, revealing a diminutive figure enveloped in emerald hues, whose face was etched with terror as he fled towards the Rhone clan contestant manipulating the bronze mirror, urgently calling out, "Brother Liao, save me." Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a shadow resembling a ruler descended from the heavens and shattered the little man instantly. Following this, a massive silver ruler flashed past without pause, conjuring three identical ruler shadows that swept menacingly towards the remaining three Rhone clan competitors. The shadows flickered in and out of existence, yet the sound of thunder and wind was deafening, an overwhelming display of might. The remaining trio of Rhone clan contestants, witnessing the obliteration of their companion, were filled with seething rage and hastily unleashed their respective techniques to counter the onslaught. A gray scarf and a black shield erupted from their hands, forming a barrier before them. However, as two of the ruler shadows struck, they merely erupted in a dazzling burst of silver light before vanishing without a trace, revealing them to be mere ephemeral illusions. Oh no! Both individuals uttered in hushed tones simultaneously. Yet, by the time they recognized their perilous situation, it was far too late. The practitioner controlling the bronze mirror, despite swiftly raising his hand to summon a precious artifact to counter the final ruler shadow's assault, found that the razor-sharp shadow had vanished in an instant. Almost immediately, a segment of the silver ruler materialized from the void, mere inches from the alien being, striking his fearsome visage with a speed that seemed almost ghostly. With flickering lightning illuminating the surroundings, silver arcs shot forth from the ruler's body, streaking across the sky like meteors, transforming the entire firmament into a semblance of daylight. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Rhone clansman was instantly reduced to dust, his very soul unable to escape. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the faces of the remaining two Rhone clansmen turned ghostly pale. Yet, as the silver ruler spiraled and morphed into a multitude of razor-like blades aimed at them, one of them suddenly let out a piercing cry, "Run! The power of this being is far too formidable for us to withstand." As the words left his lips, he decisively stomped upon the flying chariot beneath him, which emitted a sharp hum and transformed into a brilliant azure light, speeding away from the encirclement of the blades in mere seconds. The other Rhone clansmen, jolted back to reality, swiftly formed a hand seal, imprinting a magical symbol upon the sculpture before them. The chariot quivered slightly as its elongated wings flared dramatically, vibrant runes materializing on its surface, as if preparing to escape this dire locale. However, in that very moment, a deep voice resonated from above the chariot. "Is it too late to think of fleeing now?" The moment the sound echoed, a tremendous explosion followed, as a pitch-black mountain loomed past the flying vehicle, towering over 100 zhang in height. At its pinnacles stood Lin Mo, who had, unbeknownst to himself, summoned the Yuan magnetic extreme mountain, traversing the void to manifest here. The two individuals below felt a heaviness in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. One of them, with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, rubbed his hands together. And an eerie green flame erupted across his body, coiling and morphing into a fire dragon over 10 zhang long, which surged violently towards the sky. The other emitted a thunderous roar, his form suddenly swelling to more than double its size. With his arms growing robust and his fingers resembling swords as he clawed at the air above, the atmosphere was pierced by a sharp sound of tearing air. As dense claw lights emerged, seeking to ensnare their foe above, they held no expectation that these assaults would vanquish their opponent. Instead, they merely sought to delay the pursuit long enough to afford the flying vehicle a chance to break through the void and escape. In that moment, these two formidable beings of the alien race, witnessing Lin Mo's swift execution of their two companions, felt their will to fight evaporate. Their only desire to flee this place expeditiously. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and lightly stamped his foot upon the mountain. The Yuan magnetic extreme mountain, illuminated by a grayish light, suddenly plummeted downwards, and the surface's silver runes glowed intensely, causing the massive peak to vanish into the void in an instant. The fire dragon and claw lights struck the empty space, and the two warriors of the Rong tribe sensed a colossal shadow flickering above them. As the ominous black mountain descended mercilessly, this was dire. The prowess of these two Rong warriors was evidently far superior to that of their slain companions. Despite the sudden onslaught from the Yuan magnetic extreme mountain, they barely managed to leap from the vehicle, transforming into two streaks of light racing in opposite directions. However, the exquisitely crafted diamond-shaped flying vehicle bore the brunt of the mountain's immense force, erupting into a kaleidoscope of spiritual light before vanishing without a trace. Yet, when one gazed upward towards the summit of the Black Mountain, they were astonished to find that Lin Mo had mysteriously disappeared. In the next heartbeat, a warrior clad in Rong attire was fleeing with all his might. However, upon hearing the thunderous roar erupting from the sky and the sudden appearance of dark clouds, he was struck with panic, swiftly extending his hands to conjure a pitch-black shield that formed a thick shroud of darkness around him. Simultaneously, the emerald flames engulfing him surged upward, transforming into a robust fiery barrier that enveloped his entire being. Nevertheless, in his ears rang a chilling, derisive laughter, followed by a hissing sound from above, as countless azure sword lights cascaded from a newly manifested figure with wings, descending like a torrential wave. Under the flickering azure sword light, the dark clouds and the fiery barrier were instantly sliced into countless tiny shards. The dense radiance of the sword gradually dissipated, transforming into slender azure sword threads, resembling a colossal net that simultaneously contracted. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the armored warrior, despite his frantic attempts to deploy various defensive artifacts, found himself utterly defenseless against the indomitable sword threads birthed from the Qingzhou Fengyun sword. In a mere blink, they severed the very flesh, soul, and treasures of this alien foe into innumerable fragments. On the other side, the imposing figure of a warrior from the barbaric tribe trembled involuntarily upon hearing his companion's desperate cry. Chapter 681. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, desperately urging his escape light to surge forward, not daring to cast a glance back. Just as he had distanced himself from the peril within a few hundred yards, the space ahead began to ripple, and a golden figure eerily emerged, blocking his path. The expression of the barbaric warrior shifted dramatically, yet he clenched his jaw tighter, accelerating his escape speed, which unexpectedly doubled in an instant. Simultaneously, his hands deftly maneuvered. A dark, elongated blade manifested in his right palm, while his left hand inexplicably grew in size. With a fleeting blur, a multitude of black blade lights sliced through the air in a straight line. Meanwhile, his giant hand reached into the void, summoning a massive green claw that appeared above the golden figure, descending with immense force. The fingertips swirled with ominous black energy, exuding an overwhelming presence. At that moment, the previously indistinct golden figure erupted with a myriad of purple runes of varying sizes, and with a flash of golden light, it transformed into a tangible entity of 3 heads and 6 arms. This was the venerable golden body. It turned out that while Lin Mo pursued the barbaric warrior on the other side with his wind and thunder wings, he simultaneously unleashed his second nascent soul and the venerable golden body to hunt down this elusive target. As the black blade lights surged forward, the air above tightened, and the green claw descended ominously. Yet, the venerable golden body showed no inclination to evade. Instead, one of its faces contorted into a fierce grimace as two golden blades materialized in its hands, cleaving towards the encroaching black blade lights. The other two arms swung upward, unleashing a flurry of golden fist shadows that relentlessly assaulted the green claw. The remaining two arms converged before the golden body, and as they parted, a radiant sphere of golden light emerged. Both heads of the golden form closed their eyes, and then two distinctly different incantations resonated in unison. Instantly, the golden orb began to spin rapidly, growing to the size of a head while accelerating its rotation, vaguely forming a mysterious golden vortex, an enigma of unfathomable depth. The black blade met the golden sword tip, instantly releasing a dazzling radiance, as the brilliance of gold and silver clashed in a stalemate. However, the enormous green claws, under the relentless assault of countless golden fists, suddenly flickered with intense light, quickly collapsing and vanishing in a fleeting moment. Yet, thanks to this brief obstruction, the stunning speed of the last roan warrior, transformed into a flash of lightning, became obscured and inexplicably disappeared into the void ahead, leaving no trace. Subsequently, about 20 paces behind the golden body, the space trembled and twisted subtly, and the silhouette of the roan warrior suddenly materialized, radiating light, seemingly intent on fleeing once more. At that very moment, a voice from within the golden body murmured, "Golden whirlpool of the cave." Instantly, the golden vortex between its hands vanished without a trace. Then, just a few feet behind the roan warrior, a flicker of spiritual light appeared, and the golden vortex bizarrely manifested. As soon as it emerged, it rapidly expanded to about 10 feet in diameter. A new thunderous sound resonated from within the vortex, accompanied by the faint echo of sacred chants. The roan warrior, propelled by his fleeing light, felt the surrounding air suddenly constrict, rendering him immobile, with a terrified cry escaping his lips. He had not yet conceived of another means to escape his predicament when an irresistible force erupted from behind him. In an instant, this alien warrior was drawn into the vortex, as if struck by an arrow. Following a piercing scream, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The golden vortex trembled slightly, then remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. At this juncture, the golden body turned, its incantation abruptly ceasing. One hand clutched a spell, while the other extended a finger, gently pointing at the massive vortex. Illuminated by golden light, the vortex swiftly contracted, returning to its original size, and finally, with a muffled sound, it disappeared without a trace. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mo's figure materialized from the nearby void, his gaze sweeping over the golden body, revealing a satisfied expression. He then gently waved his sleeve, and with a dull impact, the golden body transformed into countless golden rays, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, the second primordial infant surged forth as a cloud of black mist, vanishing from sight in an instant. Though he had released the second primordial infant, attaching it to the golden body, the infant's mental state had yet to stabilize. During the previous battle, it was unable to wield any magical powers and could only rely on spiritual awareness to control the golden body in combat. Thus, while the second primordial infant avoided the risk of mental backlash, the golden body could not unleash its full potential. However, since Lin Mo had ascended to the late stage of void refinement, the true demonic art of the sacred had also been cultivated to its final aspect. The power of the golden body has vastly surpassed that of the early stages of the void refinement, granting him the ability to manifest several new divine abilities he had long yearned for. Among these, the most formidable and enigmatic is the golden light of the cave swirl. Even an ordinary cultivator in the combined body stage, if caught off guard by this golden light, risks falling prey to it unless they possess formidable divine powers or protective magical artifacts. Thus, even without resorting to demonic arts, Lin Mo can effortlessly eradicate that member of the roan tribe merely by activating his golden body. From the moment Lin Mo made his move to the point of annihilating 4 adversaries of the same rank, the entire process transpired within a mere few exchanges. Even the moon fairy and the elderly man, observing from a distance, hesitated whether to return and assist Lin Mo in confronting the enemy. The four formidable foes that had previously overwhelmed them, forcing a hasty retreat, were swiftly vanquished by Lin Mo. Now, witnessing the scene before them, they were rendered speechless. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and concern, with the joy of relief somewhat subdued. Unmoved by the expressions of the woman and the elder, Lin Mo gently shifted his form and appeared above the young girl, Shui'er. Since Lin Mo's arrival, the young girl had maintained her composure. Upon seeing him at her side, she blinked and engaged in a brief exchange with him through secretive communication. Subsequently, a layer of white radiance enveloped her body, transforming into a dazzling orb of light that merged into Lin Mo's wide sleeves. After careful contemplation, Lin Mo raised his gaze and glanced at the woman and the elder from a distance. The two cultivators exchanged looks, seemingly conferring in hushed tones. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose to approach Lin Mo, gliding toward him at a pace neither too swift nor too slow, as if cautiously testing the waters. In no time, they gradually closed the distance to Lin Mo, halting about 10 zhang away from him. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your kind assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention, it would have been exceedingly difficult for my companion and me to evade the pursuit of these rogue tribesmen," the elder expressed, bowing deeply with a beaming smile. "Indeed, what you say is true, my friend. These rogue tribesmen possess remarkable agility. Were it not for Lin's presence here, we might genuinely have faced dire consequences," the moon fairy added, her demeanor returning to calm, yet still tinged with a sigh of profound gratitude. "Oh, now I understand why the true essence within the two of you has been compromised. No wonder we could not shake off these rogue pursuers. There is no need for formalities. Lin has, after all, entered this unknown world alongside you all from Cloud City. To encounter you now and stand by while you face peril would be unconscionable," Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, embodying a spirit of humility. "Lin, your gaze shines bright like a beacon. Both I and the moon fairy have previously fallen into the machinations of the rogue tribe, and during our escape, we expended a significant amount of internal energy. Regarding the kindness of my fellow Taoist in providing assistance, I shall forever hold it in my heart and will certainly repay it with all my might." Upon seeing Lin Mo's smile and approachable demeanor, the elder Su felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a light smile graced his face. However, when Lin Mo heard the elder's words, he merely smiled in silence. The moon fairy's eyes glimmered as she suddenly lifted her right hand, revealing a jade box in her palm. She softly addressed Lin Mo. "Within this box lies the 9-flame spirit herb, a substance long vanished from the spirit realm, essential for concocting various elixirs. The rogue tribe's relentless pursuit of us is partly due to their desire for this herb. To express our gratitude for your assistance, we wish to present this herb to you." As her words fell, the young woman tossed the jade box directly towards Lin Mo. The elder, witnessing this scene, displayed a moment of surprise, which quickly faded as if nothing had occurred, and he resumed his beaming smile. Lin Mo was taken aback by the unfolding events. His expression shifted slightly, and he extended his left hand to securely catch the flying jade box. He lowered his gaze to examine it closely. The box emanated a red glow, adorned with faint blue runes, clearly indicating the value of its contents. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he exhaled a wisp of azure mist. The mist enveloped the box, causing the runes to flicker wildly before they detached. The lid of the box sprang open, and a brilliant orb of glass-like light shot forth, exuding a sense of vitality. However, Lin Mo was well prepared and would not allow it to escape easily. With a gentle lift of his right arm, he reached out into the void. Accompanied by a hissing sound of slicing air, an invisible force enveloped the orb of light in an instant. Then, as Lin Mo's fingers curved slightly, the orb transformed into a stream of light, which he deftly captured in his hand. "Lin Taoist, please exercise caution." Upon witnessing Lin Mo's action, the moon fairy's expression shifted, prompting her to offer a warning. "It's nothing to worry about," Lin Mo responded with a reassuring smile. And then he flipped his wrist, allowing the spirit herb he held to gently rotate in his palm before it slowly descended to the ground. What was revealed to all was a herb resembling a burning flame, radiating 9 distinct colors of spiritual light. This miraculous herb stood merely a few inches tall. Yet wherever the 9-colored flames danced, the surrounding space began to blur, emanating waves of intense heat. The extraordinary temperature of this herb was beyond imagination. However, the hand that cradled the herb glimmered with a golden light, as if forged from pure gold, seemingly unaffected by the searing heat nearby. The elder onlookers, observing this scene, could not help but display astonishment and admiration in their eyes, though their faces remained composed, still smiling at Lin Mo. Moon Fairy, you are overly concerned. The remarkable prowess of the Lin brothers is indeed impervious to mere flames. This holds true. The brilliance emitted by the Nine Flames grass is sufficient to melt metals and reduce stones to sand. However, it poses no threat whatsoever to Miss Lin. The depth of Mr. Lin's abilities is truly unfathomable. After a moment of surprise, the Moon Fairy responded with a gentle smile. Regarding my abilities, I find it difficult to accept such lavish praise from both of you. I have merely practiced some unique fire-evading techniques. The Nine Flames grass is indeed an extraordinarily precious fire-type spiritual herb, and it holds considerable value for me. Since that is the case, I shall no longer decline and will graciously accept this gift. Lin Mo gazed intently at the nine-colored spiritual herb in his hand and laughed heartily, without reservation. Then, with a gentle flick of his thumb, the herb returned to the jade box, which was subsequently sealed with several talismans. Following a dazzling flash of spiritual light, the jade box vanished without a trace. Observing this, the Moon Fairy's lips curled into a faint smile. Although the elderly man felt a twinge of reluctance, he maintained a composed expression, recalling Lin Mo's extraordinary display of abilities, even managing a chuckle as he attempted to speak again. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly unfurled his sleeve, revealing two pale blue jade vials that swiftly flew towards the Moon Fairy and the elder. Both were momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out to catch them. Two gentle streams of ethereal mist gracefully enveloped the jade vials, which silently settled into their hands. Brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? The elder inquired, his expression darkening slightly with hesitation. The woman, too, clutched the jade vial, her face a mask of surprise as she looked at Lin Mo. Chapter 682. There is nothing particularly special about this. The Nine Flames grass is exceedingly rare and valuable. I happen to possess some precious elixirs capable of enhancing the cultivation of the upper clan's 9th tier, which I believe will be of assistance to you both in overcoming your bottleneck. Under these circumstances, I am willing to offer 2 vials of elixirs as compensation for accepting this spiritual herb, Lin Mo explained in a calm tone. Oh, these are elixirs that enhance the 9th tier magical prowess of the upper clan, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, quickly uncorking one of the vials and probing his consciousness inside for inspection. He then brought it closer to his nose for a gentle sniff, and an expression of immense joy illuminated his face. The Moon Fairy, hearing this, had her beautiful eyes glimmering with a peculiar light, clearly profoundly moved. Indeed, such elixirs would greatly aid my current cultivation. However, having just received your assistance, how can we accept such precious spiritual elixirs from you again? The elder finally regained some composure, glancing at the jade vial in his hand, yet still wavering in his decision. The previous assistance was merely a trifling matter for me. Should the Nine Flames grass be discovered by a saint-level practitioner specializing in fire-type abilities, these elixirs would seem insignificant. I do not wish to take advantage of others. You both may rest assured and accept them, Lin Mo replied with a serene smile. Since Brother Lin is so generous, Su and my fellow Taoist, you would like to express our gratitude in advance. After a moment of contemplation, the elder smiled and stored the jade vial away. The celestial maiden you carefully inspected the elixir in her hand, expressed her thanks, and also tucked the pill into her sleeve. Following the tense transaction, the elder's previously taut nerves finally relaxed. After surveying the surroundings, he suddenly inquired of Lin Mo, Brother Lin, are you the only one traveling in this vicinity? Or are there other fellow Taoists concealed nearby? I was originally accompanied by 2 other companions, but we encountered some peril not long ago and lost contact with them. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, revealing nothing. I see, that is indeed regrettable. The elder replied, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. The celestial maiden's expression shifted subtly, her eyes reflecting a trace of sympathy. Su Taoist, it seems you harbor deeper intentions. Could it be that you and the celestial maiden have matters of importance that require numerous hands to assist? Lin Mo inquired, stroking his beard with a wry smile. Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, the elder cast a glance at the woman, his eyes filled with bewilderment. After a brief silence, the celestial maiden spoke softly, Brother Su, That location is presently occupied by the Rong clan. With our abilities, we are incapable of reclaiming it. However, Brother Lin possesses great wisdom. Perhaps you could find a solution. We would only request a replication of that golden script technique. Golden seal script. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression subtly shifting. Indeed, there were originally many who traveled with us, yet they all tragically perished due to various circumstances. The golden script was discovered jointly by us and the members of the Rong clan within a mysterious cave. The elder paused, his expression shifting, before he sighed deeply and continued. However, just as we prepared to decipher the restrictions and memorize the entire spiritual text, we fell victim to the Rong clan's machinations. The rest of our companions perished in this conspiracy, leaving only me and the celestial maiden to narrowly escape by employing secret arts. Though severely wounded, we can no longer afford to take risks. Should Brother Lin have a keen interest in this technique, you might give it a try. Moreover, that mysterious cave is exceedingly concealed and may harbor other precious treasures. I understand. May I ask where this hidden cave is located? Given the time that has elapsed, the Rong clan has likely already beaten us to it and taken the treasures. After careful consideration, Lin Mo posed his question. Brother Lin need not worry. The restrictions within that cave are exceptionally formidable, and the golden script has been divided into several portions for safekeeping. Even if the Rong clan has delayed for so long, I believe they are still incapable of deciphering all the restrictions to obtain the complete technique. As long as we set off immediately, there remains a considerable chance that we can arrive on time. The moon fairy's eyes sparkled as she provided an explanation. How many of the Rong tribe are there, then? Lin Mo felt a stir of curiosity and inquired. There should be more than 10. These Rong tribesmen are cunning. When we first encountered them at the secret cave, they only revealed half of their strength before inviting us to explore the cave together. However, upon seeing the golden inscriptions, they suddenly launched an attack, and the other half of their forces caught us off guard. It was precisely due to our numerical disadvantage that we had to endure such a heavy cost. Although Brother Lin is exceptionally skilled, it is evidently unwise to confront such a multitude of enemies head-on. The best course of action would be to enter the cave stealthily and adapt as needed. The elder seemed to have already contemplated this issue and readily offered his advice. With over 10 of them, the sheer number is indeed overwhelming, making direct confrontation quite challenging. However, I have a question. Did you both know in advance about the existence of these golden inscriptions and the unique techniques or secrets they contain? As far as I know, only a handful of individuals across the entire Tianyan continent can decipher this mysterious spirit text. After pondering, Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Brother Lin, your mind is sharp. It seems we cannot conceal anything from you. In truth, my companion Su and I had indeed learned about this secret cave and the golden inscription culture from our family elders prior to this. Furthermore, we both understand how to read the golden text. Based on our conjecture, the spirit text may record a secret technique known as the spirit cultivation technique. The elder hesitated briefly, while the woman calmly confessed everything. The spirit cultivation technique? Lin Mo blinked, appearing quite astonished. According to a certain elder in my family, this spell seems incredibly profound, capable of enhancing a cultivator's spiritual power several-fold. If successfully cultivated, it would greatly aid in breaking through the integration phase and even higher levels of bottlenecks. The elder responded without reservation, affirming the truth of Su's statement. Indeed, in the past, the ancestors of our two clans had learned of the secret cave and the existence of this mysterious golden text when the Guanghan realm was first opened. Hence, we have some understanding of the unique effects of this cultivation manual. However, the records are rather vague. For many years, our two clans' disciples have endured numerous hardships to seek the location of the secret cave. Yet the cave's entrance is guarded by intricate prohibitions that require a profound understanding of the golden text to break the seal and gain passage. Thus, over the years, our two clans have tirelessly searched throughout the thunderous continent for materials related to the golden text. It was not until just before the opening of the Guanghan realm, with the fortunate assistance of my friend Su, that we were able to grasp the essence of the golden text, thereby gaining the confidence to explore the secret cave. Looking back, the sudden appearance of those Rong tribesmen seems rather coincidental. They arrived just as we had deciphered the entrance's restrictions. I fear that our actions have long been perceived by the Rong clan. They may have already discovered the location of the secret cave through other channels. The woman recounted in detail. If this divine refining technique is indeed as miraculous as claimed, I would be willing to take the risk to try it. However, I, Lin, am utterly ignorant of the golden manuscripts, and even if I were to obtain this tome, it would likely be in vain. Lin Mo's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation for a considerable time before he spoke slowly. There is no need for concern. All that is required is for Brother Lin to secure this technique and be willing to make a copy for both myself and Fairy Yu. We will devote ourselves to imparting the knowledge of the golden manuscripts to ensure that Brother Lin can easily comprehend this technique. This shall serve as a modest recompense for your daring endeavor. Seeing Lin Mo's evident interest, the elder was filled with excitement and hastily responded. Fairy Yu, standing silently beside them, clearly expressed her agreement with the matter. Since both of you esteemed friends have made such a commitment, it would be unreasonable for me not to investigate further. Brother Su, please provide me with a copy of the map. Lin Mo finally resolved himself, his tone resolute. Please wait a moment, Brother Lin. I shall copy the map for you immediately, Elder Su replied, overjoyed, without a hint of hesitation. With a gentle flick of his hand, he produced a jade slip, placing it upon his forehead, where a soft white light flickered incessantly. In a mere moment, the jade slip successfully replicated the map from the elder's memory. Brother Lin, be sure to proceed with caution. Fairy Yu and I shall await your good news here. The elder handed over the jade slip, a smile gracing his face. You two may want to rest on a nearby island for the time being. Should I truly acquire this golden manuscript, I will return promptly to reunite with both of you. Lin Mo accepted the jade slip and responded steadily. With a flash of azure light enveloping him, he transformed into a streak of blue radiance, soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, the azure streak vanished beyond the horizon, no longer visible. Brother Su, do you believe that Lin Daoist has a chance of achieving success in this endeavor? After the light of his escape had completely faded, the woman withdrew her gaze and inquired. It is truly difficult to ascertain. For an ordinary upper clan, the chance is nearly non-existent. However, the prowess demonstrated by this Lin Mo has left even the exalted members of the Holy Clan feeling somewhat ashamed. If fortune smiles upon him, the likelihood of success could be around 50%. Let us not forget, however, that there exists among the Rong clan an individual of extraordinary capability. Despite our combined efforts, we were unable to overcome him and sustained injuries in the process. Elder Rue pondered for a long while before responding slowly. 50% is already a considerably high probability. Our two clans have been planning this for a long time. Yet we have encountered various complications during the execution. If we fail to return the divine refining technique to our clan, what a grim fate awaits us. The woman sighed softly. Indeed, it is an unavoidable reality. Who could have foreseen that a group of Rome clansmen would emerge at such a critical juncture to sever our path? The elder appeared quite helpless. Had we known from the outset that these barbaric tribesmen were scheming against us, we should never have forged an alliance with them, unwittingly assisting them in dismantling the various restrictions within the cave. The expression on the moon fairy's face grew icy in an instant. Regret now serves no purpose. The entrance to the hidden cave has already been unveiled. Even if we refuse to cooperate, they will undoubtedly summon their kin to launch an assault. It is merely a matter of time. Moreover, initiating an attack outside the cave would mean relinquishing the advantages of the terrain and the protective restrictions, making it increasingly difficult for us to evade the onslaught of the barbarian tribesmen. The elder sighed and shook his head in explanation. Indeed, this is the case. We can only hope that Lin Daoist will achieve success swiftly. The moon fairy could not help but cast her gaze once more in the direction Lin Mo had departed. Meanwhile, the elder of the Rue clan stroked his long beard, his countenance reflecting deep contemplation. In the meantime, Lin Mo, transformed into a streak of escaping light, was racing across tens of thousands of miles at an astonishing speed that left onlookers in disbelief. Within the light of his escape, he closed his eyes slightly, placing the jade slip against his forehead, meticulously probing the information inscribed within. The content replicated by the Rue elder was quite extensive, encompassing not only a detailed map of the hidden cave, but also marked routes that had been previously explored within it. This undoubtedly alleviated a significant portion of his burden. Lin Mo murmured to himself regarding the refining technique. The advantages brought by a powerful consciousness were something he had profoundly experienced during his cultivation of the Great Transformation Sutra. Should this mysterious technique indeed double the potency of his consciousness, Then both the difficulty of future breakthroughs and the number of gold-devouring insects he could unleash in one go would significantly increase, allowing him to employ these spirit insects in everyday combat. Furthermore, an enhancement in consciousness would yield tremendous benefits in array formations and alchemical practices, among other disciplines. Therefore, upon discovering the miraculous effects of this secret manual, a resolute determination surged forth within him. Such extraordinary techniques could only exist within the realm of true immortals. Once detached from this domain, the spirit realm would never yield treasures of such magnitude. Faced with this fortuitous opportunity within reach, he certainly would not let it slip away. As Lin Mo pondered this, despite his usual tranquil disposition, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. According to the map, the hidden cave was a full day's journey from this location. Given the severely depleted state of the Rue Elder and the Moon Fairy, their ability to reach this place was indeed commendable. Chapter 683. As for the tribesmen stationed there, Lin Mo was confident that once he regained his full magical power, he would have little to fear. In the absence of any formidable opponents, even if he could not claim victory, how could these tribesmen possibly obstruct his escape? After meticulous contemplation, Lin Mo ceased to indulge in excessive speculation or worry. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, as the wondrous wind and thunder wings mysteriously appeared. Following this, he swiftly gestured with his hands, creating a flurry of movements that filled the air with the sound of breaking through space, and in an instant, his figure vanished like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he had manifested at another location over 100 paces away, and with the blink of an eye, he vanished once more. From a distance, the flickering azure-white light danced and darted through the void, akin to a phantom gliding with unparalleled swiftness. In order to preemptively thwart the enemies of the Roan tribe from breaching the barrier and seizing the golden seal text, Lin Mo was compelled to exhaust his inner essence, while simultaneously unleashing the full might of the talisman, propelling his speed to its zenith. Where one would typically require an entire day to arrive, he managed to reach the location of the hidden cavern in scarcely half an hour. Nestled within a magnificent mountain range, atop a grand canyon known only to a select few, a seemingly ordinary white cloud drifted lazily in the sky. Yet, concealed within this serene mist were two uniquely formed, thickly furred members of the Roan tribe, who cautiously evaded the scrutiny of the outside world, whispering furtively about their concerns. Brother Xian, it has been a full day since those frenzied warriors of the violent tribe departed. Why have we yet to see their return? Could some unforeseen circumstance have arisen? Inquired one Roan tribesman, marked by a distinctive azure blemish on his forehead, his expression tinged with anxiety. Unforeseen circumstance? What could possibly go awry? The fleeing Tianyun tribesmen are gravely wounded, and there are 4 violent tribe warriors in pursuit. No unexpected developments should occur. Another Roan tribesman clad in fiery red armor replied with an air of nonchalance. It is most likely that the 2 Tianyun individuals, having employed some arcane technique to unleash their latent potential, have wasted considerable time. That is a sound argument. Those 2 Tianyun tribesmen are indeed well versed in some enigmatic evasion techniques. Otherwise, they would not have escaped the dire battle previously. The inquiring Roan tribesman seemed to be swayed by his companion's reasoning, nodding in agreement. However, the final segment of the secret manual we uncovered within the hidden cavern, inscribed in the golden seal script, astonishingly requires multiple pieces of the Guanghan order to lift its restrictions. This revelation is truly unexpected. Consequently, we must await the arrival of additional tribesmen from other teams to collectively endeavor to unravel this conundrum. I ponder whether 2 pieces of the Guanghan order will suffice to confront all challenges. Perhaps we will need more, say 3 or even 4. If such a quantity is indeed required, we may only obtain an incomplete method, the armored Roan tribesmen sighed in resignation. The restrictions inscribed in that final section of the Golden Seal text are markedly different from the preceding portions and are evidently of utmost significance. If we overlook this final incantation, even the most miraculous celestial technique may prove insurmountable to master completely. Regrettably, we are unable to comprehend the enigmatic Golden Seal script of the true immortal realm. Otherwise, we could have preliminarily studied the preceding content to better prepare ourselves. Remarked the Roan tribesman with the azure mark on his forehead, equally exuding a sense of helplessness. Since this is a technique penned by Jin Zhuanwen, how could we so easily contemplate surrender? The sole vexation lies in the fact that the nearest team will take 4 to 5 days to reach this location. If we truly require more of the Guanghan order, we may find ourselves enduring a prolonged vigil here for months on end. Consequently, our original plan for secluded cultivation is likely to be entirely disrupted. The armored Rong tribesman's countenance gradually darkened, acknowledging the complexity of the predicament. Yet, if this Jin Zhuanwen method possesses profound value, it may elevate the strength of our entire race by several tiers. In comparison, other challenges pale into insignificance. A Rong tribesman bearing a green mark on his forehead furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Nonetheless, the Guanghan realm represents an exceptional opportunity for us to ascend to the sacred tier. I am loath to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. The armored Rong tribesman's tone was laden with frustration. At this juncture, any further discussion is futile. We can only place our hopes on a few other teams, praying they receive our distress signal and expedite the delivery of the requisite Guanghan order to this location. It is truly astonishing. For ages, our various races have regarded the Guanghan order merely as a ticket to enter the Guanghan realm. Who could have anticipated that this token would also play a significant role in certain restrictions of this world? In the future, we must report this matter to the elders of our clan and remind them to accord it due importance when the Guanghan realm opens again. Thus, these two scouts from the Rong tribe skillfully concealed themselves within the clouds, exchanging their observations in hushed tones. However, to those listening from beyond the clouds, only faint whispers could be discerned. The very clouds in which they hid were a manifestation of some enigmatic restriction. Clearly, these two were warriors from the Rong tribe on lookout and alert duty. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, a shadow, imperceptible to their senses, loomed over 100 feet above them, scrutinizing them without restraint. This shadow was Lin Mo, who had arrived after a brief half-hour. Despite the cloud's mysterious barrier, Lin Mo, with his formidable spiritual vision, managed to detect the presence of these two foreign individuals ahead of time. Consequently, he decisively employed the Tai Chi hucking talisman, rendering his form ethereal, before cautiously descending to this vicinity. Utilizing his vastly superior spiritual consciousness, Lin Mo overheard the entirety of the Rong tribesmen's conversation. Upon realizing that their endeavor had not yet reached fruition, Lin Mo felt a deep breath of relief. However, when he learned that the Guanghan order was necessary to unravel the cave's restrictions, his expression shifted slightly. Yet, Lin Mo quickly recollected something and adjusted his mindset. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes as he cast a sharp glare at the two below, then with a subtle shift in his form, he began to gracefully descend into the narrow canyon beneath. Even though these two individuals of different races were merely inches apart, they remained oblivious to Lin Mo's presence. If he truly wished to take action, they would undoubtedly fall victim to his prowess with ease. However, considering they might possess life-preserving measures akin to a life token, eliminating them would likely draw the attention of other members of their race within the hidden cavern, thus extinguishing that thought. After all, his purpose for being here was not to spill blood, until he beheld the golden inscription technique with his own eyes. He had no intention of disturbing the warriors of the Rong tribe. As Lin Mo contemplated this, his figure glided gracefully into the depths of the canyon, descending several dozen yards with the lightness of a feather. His eyes shimmered with a cerulean glow, scanning the environment on either side of the gorge. Suddenly, his expression shifted. His gaze fixated on a particular section of the stone wall. The wall, with its pale yellow hue and surface adorned with fine stone patterns, appeared utterly mundane. Yet, through Lin Mo's unique perspective, he discerned that these patterns formed the constellation of the Big Dipper. A flicker of delight crossed his countenance, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards the stone wall with great speed. With a muffled thud, the surface of the wall shimmered momentarily, and Lin Mo's body passed through effortlessly. What followed was unexpected. In an instant, he found himself in an extraordinarily vast corridor. The walls of this passage were studded with crystal stones, each the size of a fist, emanating a soft white radiance. A short distance ahead, a half-open azure wooden door loomed, towering over 20 yards in height, its surface uneven and marred by a missing corner, as if forcibly breached. Lin Mo's gaze narrowed upon this massive bronze portal. At the near vertical edges of the door, golden light flickered intermittently, revealing faint, mysterious runes of a pale gold hue. Despite their mostly deteriorated state, he readily recognized them as the golden inscription characters flanking the door. Two robed warriors of the Rong tribe sat, their eyes closed, seemingly engaged in some form of meditation. One bore a complexion as white as snow, while the other was as dark as ink, presenting a strikingly peculiar contrast. The cautiousness of these warriors was evident, as they had stationed themselves even in this secluded area. Lin Mo glanced at the narrow space, approximately 3 to 4 yards wide, nestled between the two warriors. His brow furrowed once more. Although he held unwavering confidence in the Taiji transformation talisman, and his prowess had significantly advanced beyond the initial stages of the void refinement realm, traversing the closely positioned figures of those on the same tier indeed posed a considerable risk. However, there exists no absolute assurance. He was reluctant to disturb any individual of equal standing. Nonetheless, Lin Mo did not become overly entangled in his thoughts. He took a deep, silent breath within, fostering resolve in his heart, and stealthily glided towards the imposing bronze gates. Having arrived at this juncture, he clearly would not retreat easily. Should he inadvertently startle the two individuals, he would swiftly strike them down, forcing his way through. Such a strategy was undoubtedly not the most optimal choice. Yet the circumstances compelled him to adopt such a course of action. At this moment, although the Rong tribe was numerous, he would not truly feel daunted if he resorted to guerrilla tactics. His sole concern lay in the possibility that, should the Rong tribesmen become desperate, they might damage the golden inscriptions within the cave, resulting in irrevocable loss. After all, even a mere handful of missing golden inscriptions would render his cultivation of the divine refining technique exceedingly arduous. Of course, the likelihood of this was relatively low. If he could act swiftly, even resorting to formidable treasures such as the Xiantian remnant blade and the gold-devouring worm, he would theoretically still possess significant opportunity to defeat them one by one without granting the Rong tribesmen within the cave any chance to react. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mo meticulously weighed the pros and cons of the situation, leading him to resolve to directly challenge the two black and white Rong tribesmen. 30 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces. Lin Mo's ethereal form reached the space between the two Rong tribesmen in an instant. At that moment, the entirely black-clad Rong tribesman suddenly felt a subtle tremor in his eyelids, and his eyes snapped open, gleaming with a piercing light. A wave of tension surged within Lin Mo, yet he immediately froze in place, refraining from any further movements. What is happening? Has my companion sensed something unusual? The white-haired Rong tribesman, seated cross-legged opposite, opened his eyes in response to the commotion, scanning the surroundings with a hint of confusion. The black-clad Rong tribesman did not provide a definitive answer. Instead, he released his consciousness, sweeping over Lin Mo's ethereal form, thoroughly probing the entire passage ahead before retracting his awareness. Nothing particular. It seems my mental state experienced a slight fluctuation just now. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The black-clad Rong tribesman spoke slowly. So that is the case. However, he did not appear surprised. Since entering the Guanghan realm, this phenomenon had consistently accompanied him. It seems we have both been overly tense lately, which may have led to such anomalies. The white-haired Rong tribesman, having found an explanation, remarked with a cheerful smile. Perhaps it is indeed as the elder has said. The black-clad Rong tribesman pondered for a moment, a slight frown forming on his brow as he spoke in a low voice. However, in the next moment, he suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a flurry of silvery threads shot forth, sparkling incessantly like countless stars, enveloping the entire passage ahead. Lin Mo, witnessing the spectacle, felt his gaze contract to an extreme degree, yet he remained steadfast, enduring the piercing pain as those silver threads penetrated his body. Chapter 684. An astonishing scene unfolds. As a series of sharp sounds echoed, the silver threads swiftly zipped past, effortlessly passing through Lin Mo's ethereal form, cascading to the ground and revealing their true nature. Radiating a sharp brilliance, they severed the hard stone surface, transforming into several silver needles of several inches in length. Two warriors of the Rong tribe gazed at the empty passage before them, their expressions shifting, yet their faces maintained an unwavering calm, akin to still waters. I was overly cautious and doubtful, murmured the warrior clad in black armor, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his sentiments. The other warrior, adorned in white armor, smiled gently, displaying a demeanor of composure, seemingly unfazed by his companion's sudden action. The black-armored warrior nodded silently and gradually closed his eyes. After ensuring there were no anomalies in the passage ahead, the white-armored warrior too reclined, seeking tranquility. Lin Mo, with a light leap, silently traversed between the two roan warriors. The pair remained with their eyes shut, allowing him to swiftly enter the azure door before him. At that moment, Lin Mo genuinely felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the attack from the roan warrior had employed a physical method, which could not inflict any substantial harm on Lin Mo's now ethereal form. Had the opponent unleashed a powerful spell, even the most rudimentary fireball could have cornered Lin Mo into a position with no escape. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Mo, like a specter, darted through the passage behind the door multiple times, ultimately vanishing around a corner, his figure no longer visible. This mysterious cavern was indeed a masterpiece of nature. Delving deeper, one could observe a myriad of intricate pathways, large and small, sprawling like an immense spider's web throughout the subterranean corners, most sculpted by the forces of nature. Such an environment undoubtedly ensnared those who entered into a vast labyrinth. Fortunately, Lin Mo possessed the detailed cave map gifted by Elder Su. Thus he did not waste much time searching for the right direction. After a brief flight, he arrived at the entrance of a naturally formed stalactite cave. Within this spacious cavern stood a pale stone wall, its surface adorned with rows of golden runes that shimmered with a mysterious and enchanting glow. Lin Mo's heart jolted. Yet upon closer inspection, he discovered a figure seated before the stone wall, a roan tribesman donning a conical hat, utterly engrossed in studying the inscriptions. A contemplative expression graced his face, as if he were endeavoring to comprehend the inscriptions upon the stone wall. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the matter at hand. The secrets of this stone wall were precisely the objective of his journey. However, attempting to employ arcane techniques to replicate the scriptures would inevitably draw the attention of the roan tribesmen. Lin Mo stood silently at the entrance of the cave, his countenance shifting between light and shadow as he pondered. Meanwhile, the roan tribesman, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, intermittently raised his hand to gesture at the stone wall, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Observing the tribesman's demeanor, Lin Mo's thoughts raced, and he ultimately arrived at a decision. With a subtle movement, he stealthily approached the roan tribesman, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them dwindled to mere 4 or 5 paces, continuously closing. The roan tribesman remained utterly engrossed in the stone wall, clearly immersed in his own world. Lin Mo felt a surge of elation. As he closed the gap to merely 2 paces, he decisively launched his assault. A flash of golden light erupted from his form, revealing his presence, and with a swift motion of his hand, a shadowy mound surged forth, infused with a dim, grayish luminescence. Simultaneously, a 3-headed, 6-armed golden figure flickered behind him, its 6 arms becoming indistinct as 6 golden hands simultaneously pressed toward the nearby roan tribesman. The tribesman was jolted awake, his face a mask of shock, as a green light flickered over him, and he attempted to invoke a secret technique to escape. Yet, at that very moment, a radiant brilliance erupted from the 6 golden hands, releasing an invisible force that enveloped him. The tribesman felt a weight on his shoulders, as if the surrounding air had solidified, rendering his fingers immovable, and even his internal energy faltered, unable to flow smoothly. This diminutive black mountain began to swell and widen madly from its peak, soon spinning rapidly, while thick, dark rays of light surged forth, accompanied by a multitude of mysterious runes shimmering with silver brilliance, all hastily departing. The roan tribesman's face reflected profound anger and astonishment. However, he was no ordinary individual. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he inhaled deeply, unleashing a powerful roar to alert his kin within the cave of imminent danger. Yet, the sound waves of his roar seamlessly melded into the surrounding grayish light, failing to carry even a foot beyond him. Heart heavy and devoid of hope, the tribesman had yet to devise an alternative strategy when one of the golden hands suddenly shot forth a golden thread, binding him tightly. Simultaneously, the silver runes erupting from the Yuan magnetic mountain transformed into a dazzling array of light, plummeting downward. A low, resonant impact echoed as the light array swiftly collapsed, and the roan tribesman mysteriously vanished into the distance, as if he had never graced this place with his presence. In truth, should one possess the formidable ability to observe the Yuan magnetic peak mountain, they would discern that this individual of the roan tribe lies ensnared, unconscious, beneath the mountain's slope. His form is tightly bound by numerous golden threads, while the channels of his primordial infant are enveloped in layers of impenetrable silver runes, thereby plunging him into a profound slumber. From the moment Lin Mo quietly emerged to execute his plan, until he successfully harnessed the alien creature within the mountain, the entire sequence transpired within mere seconds. Both the strike of the golden form and the manifestation of the Yuan magnetic peak mountain were executed with utter silence, suppressing any fluctuations of spiritual pressure to the barest minimum. Thus, in the absence of a third party within this cavern, no one could fathom that a being at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage had been stealthily captured in an instant. Upon confirming his success, Lin Mo exhaled a substantial sigh of relief. Fortunately, this solitary rogue tribesman, adorned with a conical hat, was entirely preoccupied with the golden inscriptions upon the stone wall. Otherwise, such a triumph would have been far from straightforward. Had it been the other two alien beings outside, he could have easily dealt with them. Yet capturing them alive would have been an impossibility. As long as they remained alive, the other alien beings would undoubtedly remain oblivious to the unusual circumstances in this location for a considerable time. The astonishing capability of this mountain to draw individuals into its essence is a unique spatial power bestowed upon the Yuan magnetic mountain after its refinement into the extreme mountain. Should the 5 extremes mountain be completed, this power could even devour rivers and seas, the magnitude of which is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Even in its current singular form, the power of the extreme mountain should not be underestimated. Once an enemy is drawn within, they are akin to a bird trapped in a cage, with no avenue for escape. Lin Mo hesitated not a moment longer, promptly retracting the golden form and the black peak, before gracefully waving his arm. A dark, circular artifact soared forth, spiraling before releasing a cascade of azure radiance, rushing downward. As the spiritual light shimmered, the stone wall emanated a faint golden glow, remaining utterly still. Remarkably, such an object could not be easily stored within a spatial bracelet. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, though his countenance betrayed no hint of astonishment. If this treasure could indeed be effortlessly collected, it would not have remained in this place until now. His earlier maneuver was merely a precautionary attempt against potential unforeseen circumstances. Shortly thereafter, a white light flickered, and a palm-sized jade slip leaped forth from the dark ring, elegantly hovering in front of the stone wall after a brief spiral. He extended a hand, silently reciting an incantation, and with a swift gesture of his finger towards the storage bracelet, the jade slip suddenly illuminated with brilliant spiritual radiance, enveloping the entire surface of the stone wall in a silvery glow. Subsequently, the golden runes upon the stone wall began to twist and contort, appearing to come alive in the embrace of the silver luminescence. Subsequently, a multitude of golden orbs fluttered from the stone wall, gracefully merging into the jade tablet. Within mere moments, as the last of the golden spheres entered the tablet, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and retracted the hand gesture he had been using. Gradually, the silvery radiance of the jade tablet began to fade, transforming into a sphere of white light that descended into his palm. Holding the jade tablet, Lin Mo probed its depths with his consciousness, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he beheld the golden runes that mirrored those upon the stone wall. He then meticulously stored away the storage bracelet and the jade tablet before summoning a violet talisman, which gently adhered to his body. Accompanied by a flicker of purple light, Lin Mo's form became indistinct once more. Thus, Lin Mo ventured deeper into the enigmatic cavern, uncovering 3 additional caverns, each adorned with identical golden inscriptions upon their walls. Yet, apart from one cavern guarded by the rogue tribe, the other 2 were devoid of inhabitants. This discovery filled Lin Mo with elation, and having successfully ambushed another member of the rogue tribe in a similar fashion, he replicated the golden inscriptions from these 3 caverns into the same jade tablet. According to the markings on the Elder Su's map, only a final segment of the golden inscriptions remained to be collected before he could complete the entire martial technique. However, at this moment, Lin Mo became increasingly cautious. Since he had encountered no other rogue tribesmen in the previous caverns, they were likely concentrated in this last one. Based on the intelligence he had previously overheard, the restrictions guarding this final set of golden inscriptions had yet to be breached, explaining the multitude of guards stationed there. As he pondered this, Lin Mo arrived at a crossroads, the essential path leading to the final cavern. His gaze roamed the surroundings, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Before he abruptly raised his arm, unleashing a flurry of array flags from his sleeve, numbering an astonishing 100 or more. These array flags constituted the most formidable set of formation tools in his possession, capable of ensnaring a void refinement stage cultivator for a time. Moreover, he released a set of 9 palaces celestial talisman, the grand phantom of a palace flickering momentarily before vanishing above the formation. Although the materials required for crafting this talisman were exceedingly rare, during his time in Yun City, he had finally gathered enough to forge 2 additional sets. With his arrangements meticulously laid out, even if the rogue tribesmen outside detected the anomalies within the cavern and sought to return to their companions, they would be momentarily hindered by these 2 formidable restrictions, granting Lin Mo invaluable time. Having completed this series of well-conceived preparations, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then gently tapped the crown of his head with his palm, causing golden light to shimmer as a 3-headed, 6-armed golden figure materialized behind him. Immediately, he opened his mouth, and a surge of black gas erupted forth, swiftly merging into the golden figure. "Commence," Lin Mo commanded without hesitation. The facial expression of the golden figure transformed into one of fierce intensity, and with a slight movement, it vanished into the nearby void, like a phantom lost to sight. Subsequently, he flicked a finger from his sleeve, unleashing a burst of silver flames along with 2 silver talismans that shot forth. With a series of soft pops, they morphed into a silver firebird and 2 faint silver apparitions, darting into the ground ahead. Lin Mo adeptly wielded his spells, intertwining his fingers and furrowing his brow. As a beam of white light shot forth from him, where it passed, it appeared to traverse time and space, transforming into a woman clad in a pristine white gauze dress. However, in the next instant, the brilliance flickered again, and the woman vanished into the surrounding void. Following this, he executed a series of astonishing maneuvers, ultimately invoking the enigmatic Tai transformation talisman, a silver rune imbued with extraordinary power. Once conjured, its form would become formless amidst the flickering of the rune. The ethereal figure raced through the passageway, while Lin Mo's countenance remained unperturbed, as if everything lay within his grasp. In chapter 685, he traversed several winding turns, ultimately arriving at the terminus of the passage, which revealed a milky white stone cavern. For faint yet discernible auras emanated slowly from the depths of the cave. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his body did not pause. Instead, he continued to glide forward. Moments later, he approached the entrance of the cavern, his gaze piercing as he peered within. The vastness of this cavern exceeded any he had previously encountered, its depth reaching nearly 100 zhang, a colossal space ample enough to accommodate a small plaza. In the center of this immense cavern, there lay a silver semicircular light screen, resembling an enormous inverted sea bowl, within which a golden inscribed stone wall, akin to the one he had seen earlier, was faintly visible. In each corner of the cavern sat 4 distinct members of the rogue tribe, positioned in a protective stance. Some were deep in thought, while others fixed their intense gazes upon the silver light screen. However, what stirred Lin Mo's caution was a burly rogue tribesman. His hands resting on his knees, eyes shut tight, and his complexion slightly pale. Clad in a simple gray robe, he bore a mysterious heavy weapon on his back. The great blade was sheathed in yellow animal hide, revealing only a deep black handle, which made it appear larger and more striking. What captivated Lin Mo's attention was not solely the imposing figure of the warrior, but the invisible malevolence lurking within him, dense and sharp. Among the other 3 members of the rogue tribe, one was a young man clad in green leather armor, while the other 2 were an elderly couple with graying beards. Although they retained many features of the rogue tribe, their heads bore a resemblance to that of the human race. Upon sighting the imposing warrior, a chill gripped Lin Mo's heart, prompting him to stealthily approach. He understood that, against such a rare race, he needed to employ extraordinary strategies to catch them off guard. Subsequently addressing each issue one by one, he concealed his true form, moving as silently as the air towards the burly man, the distance narrowing to less than 20 paces. The burly man sat there, utterly still, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Observing this, Lin Mo's resolve to act swiftly grew even stronger. However, at that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. As Lin Mo was approximately 10 paces away from the burly man, the large blade suddenly trembled, emitting a distinct and audible hum. Though the sound was not loud, it pierced through the suffocating silence of the environment, becoming particularly jarring. Upon hearing this, The other 3 members of the Rong tribe immediately became alert, their gazes shifting towards the burly man. The burly man opened his eyes, which glimmered with a golden light. He swiftly reached out, and the large blade miraculously appeared in his hand. With a gentle swing, the beast's skin shattered instantly, and the blade transformed into a swirling black vortex, violently sweeping forward. Within that black whirlwind, a deafening roar emerged, as if a fierce beast lay concealed within. Lin Mo's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but curse his bad luck. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare artifact that could autonomously issue warnings. And it was highly likely a treasure from the chaotic 10,000 spirits list. He immediately allowed his figure to materialize, raising his arms. With a twist of his palms, a beautifully crafted silver ruler suddenly manifested. He slightly adjusted his aim, gently shaking it towards the black vortex. In an instant, countless images of the ruler poured forth like a torrential storm, coalescing under the radiance of silver light into a colossal silhouette of the ruler, descending with a thunderous roar. A resounding explosion erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. Brilliant silver light and ominous black winds violently shattered simultaneously, generating successive waves of powerful currents that caused the silver ruler and a massive blade resembling a door panel to collide in the blink of an eye. The mysterious runes on both surfaces flickered erratically, emitting an unsettling spiritual pressure, accompanied by a continuous buzzing sound, resulting in a stalemate within a brief span of time. However, Lin Mo's other hand gently clapped in the void. Immediately, a small black mountain was summoned, and after a flash of light, it silently merged into the void, vanishing without a trace. Following this, the spatial fluctuations above the burly man's head intensified abruptly, and a black mountain, towering a full 10 feet, unexpectedly materialized in midair, crashing down with tremendous force. A surprised exclamation escaped, and the Rong tribe giant finally displayed a hint of astonishment, though a sinister smile quickly crept upon his lips. With a single hand gesture, a thick layer of blood-red malevolence enveloped him. This malevolence surged skyward, coalescing into a blood-red hand, fingers splayed wide. Reaching directly for the black mountain, a dull thud reverberated through the air. The fingers of the massive hand made contact with the base of the mountain, immediately succumbing to the overwhelming force, teetering on the brink of collapse. Clearly, the weight of the Yuan magnetic peak exceeded the expectations of the formidable warrior from the Rong tribe. His complexion shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet, unhesitatingly swinging his fist upward with ferocity. A crimson beam of light erupted from his fist, momentarily flashing before merging into the sanguine hand suspended in the air. Instantly, the surface of the blood-red hand began to swirl with a lustrous crimson glow, swelling exponentially under the strain of its grip. To his astonishment, blooming blood-red lotus flowers surfaced at the fingertips. The 5 lotus flowers whirled incessantly, releasing an array of arcane symbols that harmonized with the blood-red hand, miraculously stabilizing the ebony peak, preventing its further descent. Lin Mo beheld this scene, a flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes. Almost immediately, a thunderous clap echoed behind him, and resplendent crystalline wings manifested. With a powerful flap, he vanished without a trace amidst the cacophony of thunderous noise. The Rong warrior, witnessing this spectacle, narrowed his eyes, a golden light erupting from his mouth, vanishing into the void a few yards away. Moments later, a low explosive sound echoed, and Lin Mo staggered back, his figure eerily materializing once more. In his right hand, he clutched a golden serpent adorned with wings. Despite being encased in a kaleidoscope of flames, the serpent flicked its tongue and writhed, poised to break free at any moment. Lin Mo snorted disdainfully, and suddenly the multicolored flames in his grasp erupted with volcanic intensity, radiating a heat as brilliant as the sun. The golden serpent, trapped within, expressed sheer terror. But in the next instant, a thick layer of frost rapidly spread across its body. The once living serpent transformed into a vibrant ice sculpture. With his elevation in power, the might of the multicolored flames had reached an unprecedented zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, the adept warrior vigorously rubbed his palms together, generating a thunderous explosion of energy. Countless golden lightning bolts surged forth from his hands, breaking free from the confines of the void, racing ahead with incredible speed. The previous ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments, as if crushed by an invisible force, gradually dissipating into the air until nothing remained. Observing this unfolding drama, the robust roan warrior could not suppress the complex emotions of astonishment and fury that flickered across his face. He had nurtured this creature known as the void-breaking spirit serpent for many years, a being endowed with the innate ability to traverse the void, its body nearly impervious to conventional artifacts. Yet, to everyone's surprise, just as they had employed this mysterious skill to breach the enemy's celestial stronghold, they were effortlessly vanquished in return. The roan warrior let out a deafening roar, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a circular symbol-like object materialized in his grasp. The surface of the symbol was adorned with exquisite patterns, its edges sharp as a blade, glimmering with a faint blood-red hue. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the symbol emitted a piercing whistle, hurtling towards Lin Mo's direction, accompanied by the hissing sound of air being sliced. The symbol swiftly fragmented in midair into countless crimson blades, cascading down like a torrential rain, all aimed at Lin Mo. Yet, in the face of these sanguine shards, Lin Mo displayed no trace of fear. His form remained still, devoid of any evasive gestures. Instead, he extended his left hand and formed a peculiar gesture. Immediately, dark mist began to swirl around him, and a pitch-black suit of armor materialized upon his body. Just as the blood-red blades were about to make contact, they were halted by a layer of black runes emanating from the armor, unable to advance any further. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Mo abruptly pivoted, his wings unfurling swiftly behind him, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the expression of the burly man from the Roan tribe darkened, his demeanor as turbulent as the waters. Without hesitation, he spun around, and a crimson aura erupted like a tempest, swiftly coalescing into a massive blood lotus that enveloped him tightly. Although he had come to realize that his opponent was no ordinary foe, he remained composed, quickly scanning his surroundings with a hint of perplexity, wondering why the figures of his companions were still absent. Upon closer inspection, his countenance shifted in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the young man clad in leather armor, along with the elder and the old woman, had become embroiled in fierce battles, each facing a white shadow and two faint silver shadows. Despite their apparent advantages, it seemed challenging for them to extricate themselves from the maelstrom of combat. The white shadow originated from Lin Mo's spirit puppet, while the two faint silver shadows were manifestations of the armor Yuan talisman. With Lin Mo's continuous breakthroughs in cultivation, the strength of the replicated shadow puppets had significantly increased, allowing them to barely hold their ground against two formidable opponents at the late stage of the void refinement realm. Had it been the previous shadow puppets, they would likely have been destroyed by the powerful artifacts wielded by the old woman and elder within mere rounds. As for the white-clad woman, conjured from a doll, she wielded a folding fan, from which azure light surged forth continuously. With her other hand, she waved her long sleeves, unleashing successive beams of icy white light that made it difficult for the young man to escape. A tempest of emotions surged within the burly man. He had no time to ponder deeply when suddenly a ripple emanated from above, and Lin Mo's figure mysteriously appeared atop the mountain peak, lightly stamping 1 foot down. In a dazzling flash of gray light, the once inconspicuous gray hill expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal edifice towering over Tinjiang. Silver runes flickered erratically, and with a thunderous crash, the blood-red hand below was shattered to pieces. A pitch-black mountain descended from the heavens, unleashing a fierce tempest. Readers shall witness the momentary change in the countenance of the rugged warrior of the Roan tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned his palm. In an instant, a flicker of ethereal light emanated from his hand, and suddenly, he held a small axe, merely a few inches long, crafted from lustrous silver metal, which he hurled into the sky with great force. A deep, resonant sound echoed, followed by the emergence of a colossal axe, several yards in length, shimmering in a silvery radiance, hurtling towards the dark mountain like a bolt of lightning. From a distance, Lin Mo could not help but widen his eyes, his heart racing with fervor. The Yuan magnetic extreme mountain abruptly became indistinct, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the immense axe struck nothingness. Yet, a faint sound of a soft thud followed. Lin Mo's figure, alongside the dark mountain, suddenly materialized above the head of the Roan warrior, who, without a moment's hesitation, pressed down with force. The Mongolian warrior, clad in flowing white robes, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this magnificent mountain could vanish into the void and launch an assault in an instant. In dire urgency, the warrior let out a thunderous roar. In that fleeting moment, a blood-red lotus flower, blooming beside him, began to retract its petals, layers of sanguine light converging to form a thick curtain of crimson radiance, reaching an impressive 7 layers in thickness. Simultaneously, the warrior struck his own crown with his right palm, unleashing a torrent of blood-red malevolence from the top of his head. This energy coalesced into a ferocious, blood-colored lion, which leapt fiercely towards the mountain, its claws poised to strike. The black mountain trembled like a giant, crashing down to the ground, while the blood-colored lion was instantly crushed by the overwhelming force upon contact. The mountain descended with precision, colliding with the crimson curtain above. The darkness momentarily faltered, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. In Chapter 686, the blood-colored curtain, under the relentless assaults of the mountain, managed to endure a mere 5 layers of thickness. However, at the critical juncture of the 6th layer, the blood light flickered wildly, barely countering the descending momentum of the Yuan magnetic extreme mountain, momentarily halting its onslaught. The roan giant's expression darkened as he swiftly swung his arm, grasping the colossal axe suspended in the air. The silver giant axe whirled rapidly, transforming into a massive and furious thunderbolt that descended swiftly towards Lin Mo, who stood atop the black mountain. Lin Mo's gaze trembled, yet in this moment of peril, he resolutely chose to remain steadfast, unwavering in his stance. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a gigantic silver fireball shot forth from the void like a meteor, striking the thunderbolt forged by the giant axe with uncanny precision. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the moment they collided, the giant axe revealed its true form, swiftly engulfed by the surging silver flames. The sturdy Han man was taken aback, and before he could react further, he suddenly felt the space behind him begin to warp and distort. In an instant, a towering golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized, each hand grasping a swirling orb of golden light. This was Lin Mo's Sanskrit golden body. As it emerged in the void, the 6 arms simultaneously extended before its chest, merging the 6 orbs of light into a singular golden vortex resembling its head. Concurrently, the 2 heads of the golden body closed their eyes, and 2 distinctly different incantations resonated in unison from their mouths. Thunder rumbled within the golden vortex, and an ethereal sound of Sanskrit could be faintly heard, rapidly expanding to a considerable size. Such a tremendous commotion could not escape the notice of the Rome tribe giant, whose complexion paled to that of parchment. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly waved one of his sleeves and forcefully flung it behind him. A multitude of crystalline blood threads immediately materialized, trembling as they surged densely towards the golden body. The sky was ablaze with flickering blood lights, creating a spectacle that left onlookers astonished. However, when the thousands of blood threads made contact with the golden body, they vanished in an instant, failing to inflict any harm upon its resilient form. At that moment, an invisible yet formidable force surged through the golden vortex, abruptly ensnaring the Rome tribe giant before him. He felt the air around him solidify instantly, leaving him utterly immobilized. A chill enveloped his heart as he silently lamented his misfortune. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to summon back the giant blade that was fiercely engaged in combat with the silver. Yet, Lin Mo, hovering in the air, emitted a cold snort, causing the silver to scatter like petals from a celestial maiden, transforming into a multitude of silver lights that surged towards the giant blade. Despite the immense power of the black giant blade, it found itself momentarily ensnared by the violent onslaught. An irresistible force suddenly erupted behind the giant. With a whoosh, he was drawn into the massive vortex like an arrow released from its bow. A chilling scream followed by a thunderous explosion shattered the air. The golden vortex trembled slightly before the life essence of the Rome tribe giant vanished without a trace. The incantation from the golden body came to an abrupt halt, and it extended a finger, gently touching the vast vortex. Instantly, amidst brilliant spiritual radiance, the once imposing vortex rapidly diminished to a normal size, finally transforming into a dazzling light that gradually faded until it dissipated. At this moment, the black giant blade, bereft of its master's control, emitted a mournful sigh, then morphed into a black dragon that expelled a thick plume of smoke, breaking free from the tight confinement of the silver and soaring high into the sky. Lin Mo appeared to have foreseen this outcome. With a gentle flap of the wings behind him, he flickered amidst the booming thunder, manifesting like a specter above the black giant blade. As he opened his mouth, a surge of azure light erupted forth, revealing a faintly discernible azure cauldron within. Lin Mo swiftly pointed a finger at the cauldron, and its lid soared into the air like an arrow released from a bowstring. Immediately, a resonant humming emanated from within, as countless azure threads shot forth, shimmering as they traversed the space to ensnare the obsidian dragon tightly. Lin Mo then gently struck the cauldron again. With a crisp sound of impact, the azure threads around the dragon tightened abruptly, and under the illumination of the azure light, it gradually reverted to its original colossal blade form. Lin Mo subsequently formed a hand sign, retracting the azure threads rapidly and bringing the colossal blade back into the cauldron. The cauldron spun, transforming once more into a radiant azure glow. With a flick of his sleeve, the azure orb vanished instantaneously. Finally, Lin Mo redirected his gaze to another direction, where the silver giant axe had been reduced to a puddle of molten silver, slowly being devoured by the ethereal flames. On the brink of complete obliteration, the three remaining warriors of the Roan clan had evidently realized the defeat of their comrade at Lin Mo's hands. Their expressions shifted drastically, and almost in unison, they relinquished their struggles against their respective opponents, channeling their inner spiritual energy into a swift flight towards the cave's entrance. They were acutely aware that an entity capable of effortlessly vanquishing a Roan warrior in such a brief moment was beyond their means to confront. Only by uniting the strength of all their companions could they hope to stand a chance. Yet, how could Lin Mo allow them to realize their intentions? A cold smile graced his lips as he lightly fluttered his wings, transforming into a streak of azure-white light that melded seamlessly into the void. The three-headed, six-armed golden figure strode forward, its form flickering in and out of existence, elusively perplexing. The two shadow puppets and the spirit doll followed closely behind, soaring into the air without hesitation. Before long, a piercing scream from a young man echoed outside the cave, followed by the abrupt cessation of his presence. Subsequently, sounds of explosions, roars, and winds surged outside the cave, culminating in the lamentations of the elder and the old woman reverberating in succession. Ultimately, the entire world descended into a profound silence. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, from a distant intersection deep underground, a thunderous crash erupted, followed by the resumption of fierce combat sounds. After an extended wait, the distant clamor of battle finally receded into quietude once more. Outside the cave, a streak of light flashed as Lin Mo, radiating an icy malevolence, stepped into the cave with deliberate slowness. His expression impassive as he cast a fleeting glance at the silver barrier in the center of the cave. In that earlier intense battle outside the cave, he had collaborated seamlessly with the golden figure and the puppets, employing formidable divine techniques to obliterate the remaining three Roan warriors. He then hastened to the vicinity of the formation at the intersection. As anticipated, the other four Roan warriors had already fallen into the confines of the Nine Palaces' celestial talisman and its restrictions. Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated the formation and engaged in fierce combat with these four Roan warriors once more. However, the progression of the battle unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. Despite his success in consecutively vanquishing three of his foes, the final adversary, clad in black armor, seized a fleeting opportunity and executed a mysterious escape technique he had never encountered before. In an instant, the enemy self-destructed, breaching the constraints and transforming into a myriad of crimson lights that vanished without a trace. Although he exerted every effort to pursue the fleeing glimmers and eliminate them one by one, two of the crimson lights escaped to such a distance that neither his consciousness nor his spiritual sight could continue the chase. Thus, he was reluctantly compelled to return. While this enemy had successfully evaded him, the two remnants of soul, having lost their corporeal forms, were likely to be easily devoured by some ferocious beast lurking nearby, and thus he bore no excessive worry regarding their fate. Moreover, he had no intention of lingering in this place. As soon as he could decipher the current constraints and acquire the final segment of the golden inscription, he would depart forthwith. Yet, regarding the silver barrier before him, which posed a formidable challenge even to a dozen of the warrior tribe, he harbored little confidence in his ability to unravel it. Lin Mo's gaze was intently fixed upon the various colored runes adorning the surface of the barrier, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he took measured steps toward it. This barrier appeared remarkably unique. From its external brilliance of silver light, it seemed dazzling, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the vibrant runes swirling within. And the barrier itself exhibited an extraordinary resilience, its radiance coalescing in an unyielding manner, imparting a sense of substantiality akin to a solid entity. However, the inability of the warrior tribe to forcibly breach this constraint did not imply that he too was incapable of doing so. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a jade-hued sword beam that landed firmly upon the barrier. With a resounding crack, the sword beam rebounded effortlessly, clearly failing to disturb the barrier in the slightest. Lin Mo maintained a tranquil expression, unhesitatingly opening his mouth to expel a silver fireball. Yet, upon collision with the barrier, the spirit-consuming flames merely glided past, similarly yielding no effect. Undeterred, he conjured a silver short ruler, from which a multitude of spectral forms erupted. Thus, he endeavored through various mystical techniques and spiritual treasures, yet none succeeded in inflicting any substantial impact upon the silver barrier. When Lin Mo clenched his teeth and even resorted to employing the power of his golden body with the Xiantian remnant blade, he ultimately abandoned the notion of forcibly breaking the constraint. Although the silver barrier could not withstand the law of the Xiantian treasures, when it bore the brunt of the Xiantian remnant blade, cracks began to appear, accompanied by a resonant hum emanating from the stone walls within the barrier, revealing fissures that emerged in tandem. Lin Mo was taken aback, hastily retracting the Xiantian remnant blade's assault, which inadvertently caused a backlash of true energy, nearly injuring his essence. Following this attempt, he dispelled the idea of employing the gold-eating insect and opted instead to sit cross-legged on the ground, commencing his study of the magical formation beneath the silver barrier and the runes that flowed across its surface. Fortunately, Lin Mo possessed considerable expertise in the realm of formations, and having previously overheard discussions among the Rong tribe regarding the enigmatic Guanghan Ling, he felt a heightened confidence in his endeavor to unravel the constraints before him. Thus, after an entire day and night of diligent contemplation within the cave, he finally glimpsed the faint outlines of a solution to the perplexing conundrum. Lin Mo erupted into joyous laughter, straightened his posture, and with a flourish of his sleeves, a radiant beam of golden light shot forth from his cuffs. As the light flickered, it transformed into a half-foot-long, antiquated token, gracefully hovering in the air, utterly motionless. With bated breath and unwavering focus, Lin Mo maneuvered his hands with astonishing speed, unleashing a series of resplendent incantations upon the luminous barrier. Each fleeting spell sent the silver shield into a violent tremor, causing myriad runes to emerge and swirl in harmonious order throughout the space. His gaze remained steadfast upon the ever-shifting shield, as the incantations in his hands flowed ceaselessly. After a brief interval, the barrier began to bubble as if water had been poured into a hot pan, with runes arriving in a steady stream, aligning and rotating in a meticulous fashion. Lin Mo's eyes never strayed from the shield, wholly dedicated to manipulating the spells at his disposal. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed, and Lin Mo once again thrust his sleeves forward, sending forth dozens of formidable array flags that sped around the barrier before arranging themselves into a peculiar, yet enigmatic formation above it. Accompanied by the humming of the flags and a subtle swaying, various hues of spiritual light sparkled like stars in the night sky. With a husky command, Lin Mo firmly pointed one hand skyward. A resounding pop echoed as all the array flags erupted in blinding brilliance, their spiritual light intertwining to form a complex and intricate luminous array that spun slowly in the lower atmosphere. Go! Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light as he delicately pointed another fingertip toward the Guanghan Ling. Instantly, the token quivered violently, transforming into a dazzling blend of gold and silver, swiftly merging into a corner of the luminous array, disappearing without a trace. Soon after, an enigmatic and eerie aura enveloped the array, followed by a cacophony of sounds. A dual-colored beam of light surged forth from the core of the array, striking the silver shield with pinpoint accuracy. At the moment of contact, the once indomitable barrier emitted a piercing crackle, akin to pristine snow melting in the spring sun. However, mere moments later, The runes surrounding the shield surged towards the point of impact like a rising tide, halting the melting process instantaneously and even gradually restoring the barrier to a firmer state. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's expression bore no trace of anger. Instead, a look of satisfaction graced his features. Chapter 687. He extended a hand, gently gliding over the storage bracelet, and two luminous orbs of gold and silver leapt forth, revealing two seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly enigmatic ancient tokens. Remarkably, these were two Guanghan orders. One of them was the very one he had retained without permission. The other had been procured from a member of the Dulu Rong tribe, whom he had encountered in the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain. To Lin Mo's surprise, the one who had refined the Guanghan order within this Dulu tribe was not the most formidable warrior among them, but rather another individual. The two members of the Dulu tribe he had captured in the Yuan Magnetic Extreme Mountain had met their end after he plundered their storage bracelets, reduced to nothingness by his soul-devouring true fire. At this moment, as he summoned forth these two Guanghan orders, he flicked them lightly with his fingers, and they trembled before merging into the luminous array of the protective shield. The array quaked violently, resonating with a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the heavens. The golden and silver beams erupting from the array became more than 3 times as robust as before. The originally tenuous silver shield, which had barely withstood the onslaught, began to boil and writhe with various colored prohibitory runes, ultimately succumbing once again to dissolution. After approximately the duration of a tea break, amidst Lin Mo's focused and anticipatory gaze, a thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the very cosmos. The once impervious silver shield finally crumbled, flickering briefly before vanishing without a trace. Filled with elation, Lin Mo utilized his remaining right hand to cast a spell, directing a gentle point towards the Madeira ray. Following a muffled collision, the array, once resembling a starry nebula, swiftly dissipated without leaving a trace, transforming into a collection of resplendent array flags and 3 uniquely shaped tokens. Subsequently, Lin Mo swept his sleeve through the air, conjuring a refreshing glow that surged forth like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, gathering all the array flags and tokens into his possession. His gaze then shifted to the stone wall below, where the now clearly visible golden inscriptions ignited a surge of excitement within him, and even his typically composed demeanor could not conceal the joy that graced his features. As time passed, and after a prolonged wait, a brilliant azure light suddenly erupted within the verdant canyon, akin to lightning streaking across the river, illuminating the entire valley. In swift succession, the azure light executed a magnificent turn, revealing a pitch-black peak that emerged from within, like an eagle soaring through the vast skies. It hovered momentarily before plummeting violently towards the canyon below. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the ground trembled as if heralding the end of the world. The entirety of the canyon, ravaged by the onslaught of the Black Peak, underwent a cataclysmic upheaval, lowering its elevation by several tens of zhang, leaving it nearly flattened. As the azure light gradually receded, Lin Mo's figure emerged against the backdrop of the sky. He cast a nonchalant glance at the canyon below and, with a casual gesture of his left hand, reached downwards. The colossal mountain peak suddenly emitted a resounding roar, contracting at a visible speed into a streak of dark light before racing back, vanishing into Lin Mo's sleeve in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Mo radiated a dazzling azure light, transforming once more into a swift azure arc that pierced through the air. A day later, on an island surrounded by an endless lake, an elderly sage and a strikingly beautiful young woman sat atop a verdant peak, their eyes closed, deeply engrossed in their cultivation. Their expressions were serious. One shimmered with vibrant light, while the other was enveloped in wisps of white mist. Suddenly, the woman's complexion shifted slightly, causing the white mist surrounding her to dissipate instantly. Almost simultaneously, the ethereal glow surrounding the elder dimmed, and he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. These two were none other than the elder Su and the moon fairy. Is it possible that a guest has arrived? Could it be Lin Daoyu? The woman murmured to herself, her tone laced with a tinge of uncertainty. Perhaps. However, Lin Daoyu has only been gone for a mere 2 days. Even with his immense capabilities, it seems unlikely that he could return so effortlessly, the elder replied, equally incredulous. The identity of the visitor remained unknown. But if it truly was Lin Daoyu, the answer would soon be revealed. The moon fairy's gaze sharpened as she raised her right hand, summoning a pristine silk handkerchief that soared forth, transforming into a gossamer veil of white light that enveloped her. In an instant, both the woman and the veil vanished without a trace. The elder nodded slightly, waving his hand to conjure a misty blue banner that appeared in his palm, which gradually faded in the azure glow. Now, the entire verdant mountain peak was left with an air of desolation. After a brief moment, a flash of spiritual light appeared on the distant horizon, and a sharp azure beam surged forth, racing towards the island. The azure light traced a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the peak of the island, dissipating to reveal Lin Mo's true form. His eyes shimmered with a profound blue glow as he surveyed his surroundings, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Esteemed friends, I have successfully retrieved the. I implore you to reveal yourselves at once. Indeed, it is Brother Lin. Congratulations, Lin Daoyu. The joyous exclamations of the moon fairy and Elder Su resonated almost simultaneously, followed by a harmonious interplay of azure and white light as their figures manifested nearby, their faces aglow with delight. Brother Lin, you have truly succeeded in acquiring all of the spirit refinement technique. The woman seemed yet to fully grasp the reality of the situation, her voice trembling slightly. Oh, this is only natural. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to inspect for yourself, Lin Mo replied with a smile, gently waving his hand to send forth a blue jade slip that shot from his grasp. The moon fairy paused momentarily, yet instinctively raised her hand to catch the jade slip, her eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. Lin Mo's effortless transfer of the incantation to her astonished the woman. The elder Su, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. However, Lin Mo, unfazed by their bewildered gazes, maintained a serene smile. Then, I shall not be polite. The moon fairy steadied her emotions and, after scanning the jade slip in her hand with her spiritual sense, confirmed that it contained no traps or anomalies. She then concealed her astonishment, placed the slip against her forehead, and began to diligently study its contents. In her self-introduction, she had mentioned her expertise in the Golden Seal script, thus she must have spoken truthfully. Before long, the woman's expression began to undergo subtle changes, at times lost in contemplation, at others revealing genuine joy. Yet, after an entire cup of tea had passed, her countenance gradually turned serious, eventually tinged with doubt. Observing her demeanor, Elder Su stroked his beard, his gaze flickering momentarily. The woman then took a deep breath, lowered her arms, removed the jade slip from her forehead, and smiled, shaking her head at Lin Mo and the elder. Moon Taoist, is there something amiss? Is it possible that the Golden Seal script within the secret cave is not the spirit refinement technique? Elder Su could not restrain himself from inquiring. The incantation is indeed accurate. It is undoubtedly the spirit refinement technique. However, although I have skimmed through it, I find that the requirements for practicing this technique are exceedingly stringent. It is likely that very few among us in the spirit realm could endure it. After all, this technique's origin should stem from the unique secret arts of the perfect world, which are quite unsuitable for us. Nevertheless, this jade slip contains only the first half of the incantation. Perhaps the latter half holds the key to our dilemma. The moon fairy spoke to Lin Mo with profound implications. Upon hearing this, Elder Su's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo furrowed his brows but quickly resumed his usual tone, stating calmly, "Indeed, this location contains merely half of the incantation. Once you both impart the Golden Seal script to me, I shall certainly return the remaining half to you. Brother Su, Moon Fairy, what do you think?" Haha, there is naturally no objection. The old man and the Moon Taoist initially promised to convey this true script to Brother Lin in exchange for the incantation. However, the Golden Seal script is profound and difficult to comprehend, and it cannot be transmitted through written records. The learning process may take considerable time. Elder Su replied without hesitation after a hearty laugh. Since Brother Lin has retrieved the incantation, I shall certainly honor my promise. However, this location is too close to the secret cave. We should seek a safer place to teach Brother Lin the spirit script. The Moon Fairy responded with a beaming smile to Lin Mo's proposal. What the Moon Fairy says is quite right. We should set off immediately. Lin Mo agreed with a slight smile and a nod. Soon after a brief discussion, the three transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the horizon. On the 5th day after Lin Mo and the others departed from the island, over a distant canyon, a dozen figures from the Rong tribe, their bodies cloaked in long hair, suddenly appeared. The leader is an elderly figure, gazing down at the vast canyon below, which has been almost completely leveled. His expression as dark as the depths of the water. At this very moment, Lin Mo and his companions have concealed themselves in a remote mountainous region, thousands of miles away. Within a spacious hall of a cave nestled in the mountains, the three sit respectfully, cross-legged upon their chairs. Through a stronger consciousness than that of his peers, Lin Mo, under the diligent tutelage of his two esteemed seniors, has mastered the entirety of the Golden Seal script in merely half a month. Upon deeming himself proficient in this technique, he decisively entrusted the remaining portion of the spirit refinement technique to his mentors, Shi Kun and the Moon Fairy, overwhelmed with joy. Each made their copies before bidding farewell to Lin Mo and dispersing to seek secluded locations for their own breakthroughs. With the deadline for the closure of the Guanghan realm approaching, they are understandably eager to find a hidden sanctuary, preparing for their seclusion to navigate their cultivation bottlenecks successfully. In the final days of the Guanghan realm's opening, Lin Mo refrains from solely focusing on cultivation or attempting to breach any barriers. Instead, he opts for a desolate mountain range as his training ground, utilizing the newly mastered Golden Seal script to delve deeper into the secrets of the spirit refinement technique. Despite having experienced the baptism of mysterious forces within the previous ruins, he has yet to successfully ascend to the integration realm. Thus, relying on conventional methods appears insufficient to resolve this issue. In truth, having rapidly ascended 2 levels in a brief period, both his magical potency and mental state require prolonged refinement before he can genuinely possess the potential to break through to the integration stage. The otherworldly beings who have entered this realm have all struggled for hundreds, if not thousands, of years at the peak of the void refinement stage, feeling that further progress in the spiritual realm is unattainable, thus daring to venture into the Guanghan realm. It is said that during the last 1 or 2 months of the Guanghan realm's opening, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense, enhancing the chances of breaking through bottlenecks during this period. Consequently, these otherworldly beings typically choose to enter seclusion for the preceding year, thoroughly preparing for the final stage of their breakthroughs. Conversely, some seize this opportunity to fervently scour the Guanghan realm for rare resources unattainable in the outside world. Of course, there are exceptional cases like the Moon Fairy, who enter this realm not for strength enhancement, but for other purposes. Nevertheless, regardless of their motivations, all types of individuals ultimately exert their utmost efforts to challenge the integration bottleneck in the final month or two. Instances like Lin Mo's, who, despite not having reached the late stages of void refinement, can ascend 2 levels within the Guanghan realm and successfully enter the later stages, are exceedingly rare. Therefore, his circumstances are indeed incomparable to others. Nonetheless, the Golden Seal script is profoundly intricate. Even after months of dedication, Lin Mo has merely scratched the surface of its complexities. With his understanding of the foundational aspects still incomplete, a significant portion of this content is dedicated to the praises of the spirit refinement technique and its related explanations. Nonetheless, Lin Mo was able to comprehend why the Moon Fairy would respond to this martial art with a wry smile, lamenting the formidable challenges associated with its cultivation. According to the records in the Golden Seal script, the spirit refinement technique is equally a remarkable divine ability within the realm of true immortals, intricately weaving numerous celestial laws into its incantations. Once successfully cultivated, one's spiritual consciousness would be enhanced at an astonishing rate. This technique is divided into 3 tiers. A novice who attains the first tier would see their spiritual awareness double. Should they reach the second tier, it could quadruple. And at the third tier, their spiritual perception could even surpass 8-fold. Such terrifying amplification left Lin Mo utterly astonished. He could not deny that if the spirit refinement technique were indeed as powerful in the realm of true immortals, it warranted his utmost seriousness. Chapter 688, however, despite the formidable power of this technique, as previously mentioned by the Moon Fairy, the difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly high. The prerequisites for mastering this technique are relatively lenient, requiring only that the practitioner achieves a level beyond the transformation of spirit. Nonetheless, its sole threshold necessitates that both the physical body and spiritual consciousness of the practitioner must be sufficiently robust to withstand the severe backlash induced by the technique. For should one's spiritual awareness suddenly surge, if either the physical body or spiritual consciousness fails to meet the criteria, the practitioner is at grave risk of instant destruction. According to the scripture, to cultivate to the initial stage, one's spiritual consciousness must be several times stronger than that of peers at the same level. The requirements for physical prowess are even more stringent. Even those who specialize in extreme physical cultivation would find it a daunting task to meet the necessary conditions. Although there are a scant few who might qualify for either criterion, finding individuals who satisfy both is a rarity, not a common phenomenon in the spirit realm. For the vast majority of cultivators, spiritual awareness appears insignificant compared to physical strength. Those who devote themselves solely to the cultivation of the body, lacking the support of magical energy, would find their spiritual awareness incapable of achieving any significant strength. As for the subsequent requirements for the second and third tiers, they are indeed astonishing. The Moon Fairy, being adept at the cultivation of magical energy, was naturally disappointed upon first encountering these conditions. However, as she had previously anticipated, the conclusion of the scripture did indeed offer a solution. It provided two unprecedented alchemical formulas, the Meigan Dan and the Ninghun Wan. According to the text, one pill enhances spiritual awareness while the other fortifies the physical body. By consistently consuming both types of elixirs over an extended period, practitioners could gradually approach the threshold for cultivating the spirit refinement technique. Such miraculous elixirs, of course, do not originate from the spirit realm. Although the scripture meticulously documents these two formulas, even detailing the refining process, none of the primary ingredients were familiar to Lin Mo. Thus, the prospect of concocting these elixirs within the spirit realm appeared nothing short of a pipe dream. After finishing the reading of the cultivation conditions for the spirit refinement technique, Lin Mo, though astonished, felt a sense of relief. His chosen path combined the cultivation of both body and spirit, with his spiritual consciousness far surpassing that of peers at the same level through the practice of the great transformation technique. Moreover, with the assistance of the sacred true devil technique and several other body-tempering elixirs, his physical resilience reached an astonishing degree. Therefore, regarding the first level of cultivation, words were unnecessary, as he could practice it in his current phase. As for the second level, once he successfully cultivated the first tier of the spirit refinement technique, the augmented consciousness should barely meet the requirements. However, concerning the physical aspect, achieving such standards would only be feasible if he perfected the sacred true devil technique to its pinnacle, coupled with a stroke of fortuitous luck. As for the conditions for the third tier, Lin Mo could only helplessly stroke his chin, a bitter smile adorning his face. Regardless, the ability of this spirit refinement technique to exponentially amplify one's consciousness is undoubtedly invaluable. Setting everything else aside, should he manage to cultivate it to the first tier, Lin Mo was confident that his chances of advancing to the integration stage would increase by at least 20%. As time flowed, Lin Mo immersed himself in the profound insights of the classic Golden Seal script, feeling as though he had transcended time itself. During this period, he had occasionally heard a faint humming emanating from the storage bracelet, yet he had never risen to investigate. However, on a recent occasion, he was suddenly jolted by a powerful resonance from the bracelet, causing his heart to race. He immediately opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward his wrist. Within the storage bracelet, 3 orbs of golden and silver light flickered erratically, as if searching for something. These 3 tokens briefly shimmered before dissipating into specks of spiritual light. This scene left Lin Mo astounded, his heart pounding like a drum as the ground began to tremble beneath him, and the surrounding elemental energies grew increasingly chaotic. He could not help but murmur to himself, "Has this moment finally arrived?" A flash of spiritual light enveloped his body, transforming him into a streak of azure radiance as he sped away into the distance. Moments later, the fleeing light above the desolate mountains gradually diminished until it vanished completely, revealing Lin Mo's figure once more. His expression was grave and profound as he gazed upward at the sky. At this moment, the heavens above the vast cold realm were awash with swirling, multicolored mists, fierce gales howled incessantly, and the earth continued to tremble violently. Countless stones of varying sizes cascaded from the mountaintops, while towering trees swayed as if intoxicated. More alarmingly, various birds and beasts in the vicinity of the desolate mountains fled frantically from their nests, racing towards open spaces. With his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes serenely closed, Lin Mo attuned himself to the intense fluctuations of the surrounding elemental energies. A grave expression etched upon his face. according to the descriptions provided by other cultivators before entering the vast cold realm. The current spectacle was indeed an omen of the impending closure of this realm. Lin Mo understood that in no more than half a day's time, they, the outsiders, would be forcibly expelled by the world's laws. Having left their marks on the teleportation array at their point of departure, and carrying special artifacts that resonated with the array, they would be directly returned to their original starting point when they prepared to leave. As Lin Mo silently contemplated the myriad gains acquired within the realm of Guanghan, he remained utterly engrossed in the astonishing celestial phenomenon as the heavens and earth transformed before his very eyes. Suddenly, a spark ignited within his gaze, and with an expression of astonishment, he opened his eyes wide and directed his gaze toward a certain direction. There, amidst the swirling, multicolored mists at a low altitude, a flash of light appeared, as two streaks, one golden and the other white, hurtled swiftly toward him. These two streaks of light appeared to be precarious, their hues markedly dim. However, the trailing white light was evidently more potent than the leading golden one, relentlessly pursuing the latter with unwavering determination. The golden light evoked a sense of familiarity in Lin Mo, and his eyes shimmered with a blue glow as he discerned the entities within the two streaks, revealing a hint of surprise upon his countenance. Within the golden light, a majestic golden wolf was exerting its magical prowess to the utmost, its fur in a state of disarray. It was none other than the king-level dark beast with which he had previously engaged in battle twice. Following closely behind, the white light revealed a creature resembling a white tiger, adorned with wings upon its back, equally fatigued, yet fiercely determined to keep pace with the golden dark beast. One beast fled desperately ahead, while the other pursued relentlessly from behind. Both had expended their vital energies to the brink, and as Lin Mo concealed his presence to an almost imperceptible degree, the two beasts remained oblivious to his distant existence. Lin Mo's gaze flickered with uncertainty, and his mind raced through various thoughts. Before he could formulate a response to this unexpected situation, a low growl emanated from his sleeve. This roar was imbued with a profound sense of anxiety and urgency, the voice of the leopard Lin beast erupting from the spirit beast pouch, revealing its exhilaration and excitement in anticipation of the impending arrival of the two beasts. Aware of the leopard Lin beast's unusual reaction, Lin Mo's thoughts shifted as he recalled the peculiar transformations that had occurred after the beast consumed several high-grade dark beast demon cores, transformations that still perplexed him to this day. Turning his gaze toward the golden light in the distance, his expression grew increasingly resolute. Accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, a pair of magnificent wings materialized behind him, and with a gentle flap, he transformed into a wisp of azure-white light that vanished without a trace. Almost immediately, a violent surge rippled through the space above the king-level dark beast, and a colossal golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized in an instant. The 6 arms of the golden figure swung in unison, unleashing 6 brilliant golden beams that cascaded downward like a tempest, their speed breathtakingly swift. With merely a slight exertion of power, the beams struck before the golden dark beast in the blink of an eye. Given the formidable strength of the dark beast in its initial fusion stage, it still had the potential to evade these unexpected assaults, even if they came as a surprise. However, the once formidable creature now teeters on the brink of utter weakness, its residual magical power barely a fraction of its former self. Even as it instinctively evades with all its might amidst the shock, it can only dodge half of the incoming assaults, while 3 golden beams of light descend upon it with the swiftness of lightning. A resounding explosion reverberates through the heavens, the dazzling golden radiance instantly enveloping the dark beast's form. Subsequently, the elevated expanse quivers once more, revealing an imposing obsidian mountain towering 1,000 feet high, alongside a colossal silver ruler that seems to descend from the heavens, both plummeting without hesitation. At the base of the towering black peak, a multitude of silver runes surge forth like a mighty river, coalescing into an expansive array of light. In the next instant, an invisible but formidable force swiftly envelopes the surroundings like an intricate net. After enduring the fierce onslaught of the 3 golden beams, the golden dark beast writhes in agony, struggling to regain its composure, only to be confronted by an oppressive tension in the air, as if an immense weight were bearing down upon it. Overwhelmed by terror, the golden dark beast emits a deafening roar, its fur bristling upright like needles, transforming into a dazzling golden glow that scatters in all directions. In its prime, this golden radiance would have effortlessly pierced the surrounding restraints, liberating it from its bonds. Yet now, with its magical power reduced to a mere tenth of its capacity, the golden light quivers under the immense pressure, failing to move an inch. The creature's visage contorts with sheer terror. Despite its profound supernatural abilities, bereft of magical power, it is akin to a spring without water. How could it execute an effective countermeasure? At this critical juncture, the silver ruler descending from the heavens trembles slightly, and shadows of the ruler, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, rush toward the royal dark beast. A chilling wail echoes through the firmament. The dark beast's corporeal form is ensconced in countless silver arcs of electricity, the stench of charred flesh permeating the air. With a resounding crash, a massive azure sword flashes through the void, landing with a forceful strike upon the golden dark beast. Bound by the dual constraints of the electric arcs and overwhelming might, the creature is unable to evade. In a fleeting moment, its body is cleaved asunder. The dark beast's form splits into two parts, and then a violent explosion ensues. A smaller golden dark beast, nearly half the size of its predecessor, suddenly materializes amidst the remnants, exuding a mist of blood that swiftly coalesces into a sphere of crimson light, making its escape. A faint sigh resonates from the nearby void, followed by a thunderous crash. The black peak, once suspended in the sky, vanishes in an instant, precisely suppressing the fleeing bloodlight. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, as the bloodlight bursts apart, a faint golden glimmer emerges, revealing a diminutive golden dark beast, no larger than a fist. This extraordinary spell has astonishingly employed the technique of shedding its shell twice in succession. A frigid, bone-chilling laughter echoes from the heights. A flash of silvery light revealed a firebird, the size of a human head, appearing eerily before the fleeing miniature dark beast. With its wings unfurled, it lunged fiercely, engulfing the unsuspecting golden dark beast in flames. The miniature dark beast barely had time to emit a cry of despair before it was reduced to ashes by the consuming flames of spiritual fire. At that moment, a low rumble of thunder echoed, and a bluish-white light quietly materialized near the silver flames. The radiance gradually coalesced, revealing Lin Mo, who raised his arm and swiftly grasped the object within the silver fire. With a swift motion, a golden crystal core, the size of a thumb, was seized from the flames, landing effortlessly in his palm. This was the demon core of the royal dark beast. Lin Mo merely cast a glance at it before shifting his gaze in another direction. Hundreds of feet away, a white tiger demon, adorned with wings on its back, stared at the demon core in his hand, an expression of astonishment and fury etched upon its face, eyes glimmering with greed, yet hesitating to advance. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand towards the black mountain and the silver. In that moment, Airbao let out a sharp cry, suddenly darting back to its original position, then swiftly returning to its former size, spinning and soaring erratically around him. Meanwhile, Lin Mo held the demon core tightly, remaining suspended in the air, his expression impassive as he gazed at the white tiger demon ahead. The atmosphere above grew increasingly tumultuous. Colorful clouds began to swirl, revealing flickering silver arcs of lightning. Following that, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, enveloping the world in a thick mist. The figure of the white tiger demon began to distort in the distance, yet its gaze remained uncertain, fraught with contradiction. Lin Mo let out a cold, disdainful smile, an unmistakable irritation crossing his features as his wings fluttered gently, and a cluster of bluish-white lightning orbs began to materialize densely behind him. Chapter 689. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the volume surged instantaneously. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the white tiger's pupils constricted sharply, a mix of reluctance and fury causing it to growl lowly. Suddenly, it pivoted and transformed into a streak of white light, racing back in the direction from whence it came. Lin Mo did not immediately pursue. Instead, he watched the white light vanish into the horizon. Before his wings flickered gently, and the black sphere quietly disappeared from sight. The surrounding dark rocks and the silver also vanished without a trace, all absorbed into his possession. Despite the white tiger possessing cultivation at the early stages of fusion, its magical energy consumption paled in comparison to that of the golden dark beast. Aware that the Guanghan realm was nearing closure, Lin Mo understood the necessity of caution. Any unforeseen events could lead to even greater losses. However, the white tiger clearly possessed exceptional intelligence. Although it felt humiliated by Lin Mo's effortless defeat of the golden dark beast, it could not conquer its anger. Recognizing its inability to prevail against Lin Mo in the current situation, and reluctantly retreated, suppressing its tumultuous emotions. The panther-like beast concealed within the spirit beast ring exhibited an increasingly fervent demeanor, emitting low growls and displaying an acute urgency, communicating its profound desire for the golden dark beast demon core through its spiritual awareness. Lin Mo, wearing a calm smile, cast the golden demon core into the spirit beast ring. In an instant, the hidden panther-like creature let out a joyful murmur, unhesitatingly swallowing the demon core. After conveying a sense of gratitude to Lin Mo, it settled quietly on the ground, eyes closed, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of its slumbering breaths filled the air. Having previously consumed a high-grade dark beast demon core, Lin Mo felt no excessive astonishment at this occurrence. Rather, a sense of anticipation welled within him. After all, the value of such a royal-grade dark beast's core far surpassed that of an ordinary high-grade dark beast core, leaving one to wonder about the remarkable transformations it might invoke in the panther-like beast. Thus, Lin Mo remained suspended in midair, devoid of any further action. As several hours passed, the vibrant clouds in the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, cascading down like a waterfall. Lin Mo's figure was instantly engulfed by the billowing clouds, interwoven with lightning and marked by intense spatial fluctuations. A moment later, as the swirling clouds and lightning dispersed in an uncanny manner, the spot where Lin Mo had once stood was utterly vacant, his presence no longer traceable. A similar spectacle unfolded simultaneously across the vast expanse of the Guanhan realm, where thousands of beings from other races were forcibly expelled from this world by the power of the loss. Lin Mo felt a piercing brilliance before his eyes, a radiance so intense that even his keen spiritual vision could not withstand it. Then, his feet lost their footing, and he felt as though he were ensnared in a swirling vortex. Upon regaining solid ground, a deafening explosion resonated in his ears, followed by an icy chill that surged from above. Lin Mo's heart tightened as he summoned the swirling dark energy within him, the pitch-black otherworldly armor enveloping his entire being. As a faint sound of impact echoed, his eyes flew open. Above him in the sky, a sword of shimmering cold light, no longer than an arm's length, was being repelled by a mysterious black glow emanating from his armor, unable to penetrate, even slightly. The sword's wielder was a robust warrior from the Horned Chieftain tribe, adorned in gleaming silver armor and radiating an aura unique to his kind, possessing remarkably elongated horns. Lin Mo's expression darkened, resembling a sky shrouded in storm clouds. A swift glance revealed the surrounding heavens teeming with various precious artifacts soaring through the air, vibrant orbs of light continually erupting. Thousands of warriors from other races were unleashing their extraordinary spells in fierce combat. Among them, approximately one-third were warriors of the Horned Chieftain tribe, while the remainder comprised guardians from the Tianyun tribe, tasked with protecting the safety of the formation. High above, two Horned Chieftain warships, resembling miniature cities, hovered at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet, where more warriors from both the Horned Chieftain and Tianyun tribes engaged in a desperate struggle. Originally, the various restrictions set near the two colossal formations lay in disarray, most of them shattered beyond recognition. In the distant corners of Tianyun City, flames soared high, and the cacophony of explosions was ceaseless, as if the entire city had succumbed to chaos. Remarkably, neither side engaged in the conflict was comprised of beings above the Sect clan level. The most formidable among them merely reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. This lack of superior power only exacerbated the turmoil within the city. The immense formation on the ground continued to flicker wildly, emitting a low hum. Strangely, he was the sole individual to have returned successfully. The figures of his companions were conspicuously absent. No wonder, upon his immediate arrival, he became the target of a relentless onslaught from his foes. Lin Mo's expression darkened considerably as he looked up at the towering figure of the horned warrior attacking him with a flying sword. With a sudden sweep of his arm, a small azure sword shot forth at breakneck speed. The azure light of the sword flickered and vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing the rebound of his flying sword by Lin Mo's armor, the horned warrior was paralyzed by fear. The sudden disappearance of his opponent's sword instilled dread within him, prompting him to hastily retreat into the distance. However, it was too late. The azure blade reappeared in the space mere inches from the horned warrior, swiftly encircling his neck, and his massive head tumbled to the ground. Subsequently, a golden radiance enveloped the headless corpse, and sharp sword energy instantly shredded both it and the hidden primordial infant within into fragments, erasing them from existence. At this moment, Lin Mo coldly raised his right hand, summoning the flying sword back to him. Just then, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred, and amidst the shimmering light, 4 figures emerged from the formation. Lin Mo squinted, instantly recognizing among them a man and a woman, Liu Shui'er and the esteemed Shi Kun. The other 2 unfamiliar figures were an unremarkable middle-aged man and a young man, both members of the team that had previously traversed the Guanghan realm with him. However, when Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, astonishment flickered in his eyes. This once inconspicuous individual had successfully broken through his cultivation bottleneck within the Guanghan realm, achieving the early stage of the harmonization phase. Liu Shui'er and the others maintained their spiritual pressure, indicating their unsuccessful attempts to breach their own limits. Nearby, in another formation, a similar flash of light signified the successful return of 4 individuals. Lin Mo's gaze swiftly scanned the area, and the only person he could identify was the female cultivator, Moon Fairy. Yet, the figure of the elder named Su had completely vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. The Moon Fairy wore a gentle smile, her aura markedly transformed, indicating a successful breakthrough beyond the cultivation bottleneck, now having entered the initial stage of the combining body realm. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, a subtle change in his expression unfolded. Although he was acutely aware that the opportunities for transcending the realm's limitations were significantly greater in the Guanghan realm than in the spirit realm, witnessing the emergence of a practitioner who had advanced to the combining body stage within each of the 2 teams was still astonishing, especially when compared to the spirit realm statistics. Fortunately, the Guanghan realm only opened once every 10,000 years. Otherwise, the number of combining body practitioners from the Thunderous Continent would undoubtedly surpass those from the other 2 continents. Yet, Lin Mo remained perplexed as to why he had been the first to be teleported away. Was it merely a coincidence? Doubts began to cloud his mind. In reality, all of this was intricately connected to the Xiantian fruit sealed within his arm, as a treasure imbued with the powers of another realm's laws, even in its sealed state. It caused Lin Mo, as its master, to be affected more intensely than ordinary beings when subjected to the Guanghan realm's law forces. Thus, amidst the crowd, he became the first individual to be extracted from the Guanghan realm. The chaotic scene before him left the Tianyun clan members, just returned from the Guanghan realm, utterly astonished, almost unable to believe their eyes. They had departed merely a year ago. How could war erupt without any warning and spread to Yun City, which had yet to be attacked? However, those who survived from the Guanghan realm were all individuals of concealed depth, understanding that this was not the opportune moment to uncover the truth. Consequently, some of the more impetuous among them promptly activated their magical artifacts, preparing to engage in the aerial battle. Just then, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in midair, descending rapidly, and after a few flickers, it materialized at a low altitude between 2 magical arrays, revealing an old man who looked somewhat familiar. Clad in light blue battle armor, his eyes were slightly yellowed. "Esteemed friends, you have finally returned safely," the elder exclaimed, noting that the elders were absent, having departed to fend off the higher-tier beings of the Jiaoqi clan. However, before his departure, Elder Wang had instructed that upon your return, you must immediately proceed to the Wan Gu clan's spirit communication fortress. The identity of this anxious elder was unclear as he addressed Lin Mo and the others, tossing down a token before swiftly ascending back into the heights. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed countless crimson bolts of lightning and flames upon a Jiaoqi warrior who sought to attack him. In response, the Jiaoqi warrior let out a furious roar, erupting in waves of white light. Amidst the deafening thunder, an intense battle commenced between the 2 sides. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances. The middle-aged man who had advanced to the combining body stage reached out to take the token, scrutinizing it with his divine sense. His expression shifted, and he returned the token to the moon goddess within the other magical array. Indeed, this is correct. The friend conveying the orders is someone I know. He was known as the Foolish Taoist Friend, a law enforcement guardian of the Elders' Council of the Qing clan. After examining the token in her hand, the Moon Maiden confidently elucidated to the others, "In that case, let us act according to the directives of Senior Wang." Surely, this command carries profound implications. The middle-aged man pondered briefly before responding, his words tinged with a subtle hint of authority. After all, having successfully ascended to the sacred clan, he now stood unparalleled among his contemporaries, such as Shi Kun. Upon hearing Lin Mo's authoritative tone, an uncomfortable sensation arose within the assembly, yet no one voiced dissent, most merely nodding in silence. Subsequently, the individuals within the formation soared into the air, racing toward the opposite side of Cloud City. During their journey, although they occasionally encountered soldiers of the Horn Chi tribe attempting to impede their progress, the absence of any sacred-level experts allowed 2 integration-stage cultivators and numerous late-stage void refinement practitioners to effortlessly vanquish their adversaries one by one. As they distanced themselves from the formation, while chaos still reigned within Cloud City, the number of Horn Chi soldiers had evidently surged. Various sizes of Horn Chi warships, beasts of battle, and armored soldiers densely populated the corners of the city. Along the way, Lin Mo beheld a colossal puppet, nearly 10,000 feet tall, lying motionless upon the ground. Its once immaculate white form now resembled a dilapidated mountain, devoid of any intact portion. The sight of this immense marionette sent a jolt through Lin Mo's heart, yet he quickly recalled the 12 gigantic spheres encircling Cloud City. Undoubtedly, this was one of the puppets transformed from the 12 guardians of the city. The fact that such a being, purported to possess strength comparable to that of an early integration expert, had been destroyed and fallen here, attested to the formidable might of the Horn Chi army. It seemed an arduous task to preserve Cloud City. What troubled him further was that throughout their journey, they had not encountered a single presence above the sacred level. It was as if all high-ranking experts had vanished without a trace from within the city. Had the elite forces of both sides retreated outside the city to engage in combat? As Lin Mo silently traversed the skies, he contemplated these thoughts. Throughout the journey, neither Liu Shui'er nor Shi Kun had exchanged even a few words with him, rendering their interactions as if they were strangers. As for the Moon Maiden, apart from her initial acknowledgement of the token, she had not uttered another word. She had merely cast a couple of fleeting glances at Lin Mo, accompanied by a slight smile, without conveying any further information. In light of this scenario, Lin Mo chose not to dwell excessively on it. Rather, the turmoil engulfing Cloud City weighed heavily on his heart. With the Horn Chi army advancing into the city, would this precipitate unforeseen complications regarding the super teleportation array? Chapter 690. At this moment, the group arrived at the Yagamo Mountain without encountering any interference from entities of the Saint rank or above. Having successfully destroyed several vessels belonging to the Jiaoqi tribe and over 100 war chariots along the way. Upon reaching this location, however, the silhouettes of the Jiaoqi soldiers abruptly vanished without a trace, replaced by the ubiquitous presence of the Tian Yun clan's armored troops. Within the 8 spiritual mountains, the air shimmered with swirling spiritual energy, and layers upon layers of restrictive waves continuously emanated and expanded. Amidst the surrounding mist, bronze war chariots and colossal puppets of various hues could be seen, neatly arranged in formation. Clearly, the defenses here were exceptionally rigorous and formidable. Lin Mo and his companions were taken aback, yet before they could approach to inquire further, a contingent of over 100 elite armored soldiers swiftly approached them. The leader, a robust man with a dark complexion, appeared quite familiar with them and immediately broke into a hearty laugh. "Esteemed colleagues, you have finally returned to the Guanghan realm. Elder Wang has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. He is currently awaiting news within the Spirit Battle Fortress. Please, follow me." This dark-faced man emanated an aura that was remarkably unique, making it difficult for Lin Mo to accurately gauge his cultivation level at that moment. He could only vaguely sense that the man seemed to possess some mysterious divine ability, the power of which instilled a sense of dread. "Ah, it is Senior Bing. We would not dare to keep you waiting any longer," Lin Mo replied, recognizing the elder. The Moon Fairy and the middle-aged cultivator who had successfully advanced to the integration stage were both astonished upon seeing the dark-faced man, and they promptly bowed in respect. Liu Shui'er and the other longtime residents of Yun City also approached with expressions of shock, offering their greetings. Lin Mo instinctively furrowed his brow, but maintained his composure, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. "Fellow Taoists Yu and Ning have successfully ascended to the Saint rank, From now on, we may address each other as equals, without need for excessive formality. Let us proceed to pay our respects to Elder Wang, the dark-faced man said, his smile unwavering as he gestured towards the newly promoted Moon Fairy and her companion. Elder Wang is indeed within the fortress. The middle-aged man named Ning first expressed astonishment, followed by overwhelming joy. The others also exhaled in relief, reassured that with a great ascension elder of the Tianyun clan present, the situation could not be dire. The dark-faced man nodded with a smile, refraining from further comments as he led the group towards a particular mountain peak. Naturally, Lin Mo and his companions followed closely behind, while the 100 soldiers divided into 2 teams, flanking both sides to ensure the safety of the group. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the towering mountains, and a colossal castle sprawling across several miles came into view. This fortress was encircled by formidable layers of massive walls, upon which stood a multitude of silver and white sculptures. These sculptures varied in form, depicting both ferocious beasts and lifelike human figures, some soaring to heights exceeding 100 feet. The towering figures, at least 7 or 8 zhang high, stood immovably, exuding an aura of chilling terror. On the city walls, rows of bronze soldiers wielding long halberds patrolled with unwavering precision, yet they radiated no trace of life, clearly mere cold, lifeless automatons. Surrounding the castle were several towering metallic sentinels, each brandishing swords and steadfastly guarding their posts. Below the castle, 5 or 6 peculiar formations, each spanning over 10 zhang, appeared seemingly out of thin air, shimmering with an enigmatic light that sparked intrigue about their mysterious functions. This was the ancient fortress of the Wangu clan, a place Lin Mo had been fortunate enough to visit once. It also served as the command center for the Wangu clan in Cloud City, but at this moment, the frequent flashes of light emanating from the castle indicated the presence of various races, transforming it into a temporary command hub. Guided by a robust man with a dark complexion, Lin Mo and his companions descended directly before the Hall of Communication. Under the watchful gaze of 2 white-robed guards, they respectfully entered the hall. Inside, the number of people was modest, with only 3 present. One occupied a position of authority, exhibiting a calm demeanor. He was the young man from the Tianyun clan, a figure of great standing. The individuals flanking him were all at the void refinement stage, solemnly listening to the young man's instructions. Greetings, esteemed elder. As the Moon Fairy and the middle-aged man of solid form entered the hall, they promptly led everyone forward to bow deeply in reverence. Ah, you have finally returned. Excellent, excellent. It is remarkable that 2 of you have successfully ascended to the sacred clan realm. Please, all of you rise. Upon seeing the Moon Fairy and the middle-aged man, the young man's eyes brightened, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. The Moon Fairy and her companions complied and stood upright. Once they had regained their posture, the young man's gaze shifted to the remaining companions. Lin Mo vaguely sensed, perhaps it was merely an illusion, that he perceived a greater warmth in the young man's eyes directed at him, even exceeding that which he had shown towards the Moon Fairy and the middle-aged man upon their ascension. Recalling the inexplicable bestowal of the Tian Gang seal he had received, Lin Mo felt a pang of unease within. However, the young man merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mo before diverting his attention, gesturing to the 2 void refinement individuals beside him. Instantly, they comprehended his intent and respectfully exited the hall. In this extraordinary time, I shall be brief. You have all witnessed the dire state of Cloud City. The situation is quite straightforward. Our clan has unfortunately fallen into a trap laid by the Jiaoqi clan, who have cunningly lured our main forces to a perilous location and temporarily ensnared us. Meanwhile, the Jiaoqi army has seized the opportunity to capture 13 cities in succession, drawing perilously close to Cloud City. More critically, the city's array diagram has been stolen by the enemy, rendering us incapable of utilizing our formidable defensive formations. Thus, Cloud City is on the brink of surrender. I urge you not to linger here, but to retreat immediately to the nearest refuge at Fujiao City. The young man with the surname Wang spoke in a calm tone, revealing the gravity of the situation. However, with a senior present, how could one easily relinquish control of Yun City? Upon hearing this, the Moon Fairy's expression subtly shifted, mirrored by the astonishment of the others. Do you truly believe that there are no formidable beings among the Jiaoqi clan? He continued with a hint of irony. In fact, within the invading Jiaoqi forces, there are 2 esteemed elders personally leading the charge. They have already informed me of this matter in advance. Should I refrain from offering my assistance? They would similarly abstain from intervening, the consequences of which are too dire to elaborate upon. While I may not be able to confront two adversaries of equal rank alone, their combined efforts may not necessarily vanquish me. Thus, we find ourselves in a stalemate of mutual caution. The young man, Wang, patiently elucidated. Nevertheless, the number of saint-level beings gathered in our city is substantial. If they unite, they could undoubtedly alter the tide of battle. Yet, we have encountered none of our clan's saint-level entities along our journey. The middle-aged man named Ning took a deep breath, unable to suppress his query. There is no cause for concern. They remain unharmed, merely engaged in other duties outside the city. As you may have noticed, the Jiaoqi army assaulting Yun City is also devoid of any saint-level presence. This is indeed their achievement. However, such a situation may not endure for long, as the Jiaoqi clan will soon perceive the anomaly and send their saint-level beings to join the fray. In the absence of my intervention, Yun City is destined to fall. This is the primary reason for my decision to abandon it. I urge you all to follow Daoist Bing and depart immediately. With a decisive wave of his sleeve, the young man issued his command. The moon fairy and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, hesitant to defy the order, and quickly nodded in agreement. The other cultivators also clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Only Lin Mo remained with a furrowed brow, a trace of hesitation on his face. Oh, Lin Daoist, please wait a moment. I have some personal matters to discuss with you privately, the young man suddenly remarked, casting a glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's heart jolted, yet he respectfully nodded in response. The others, witnessing this exchange, were filled with curiosity but chose to remain silent. Following the burly man out of the grand hall, the young man with the surname Wang then regarded Lin Mo with an enigmatic smile. May I inquire what guidance you wish to impart, esteemed senior? I shall exert my utmost effort, provided I am able, Lin Mo inquired politely, though internally apprehensive about the intentions of this seemingly ambitious being of the great ascension stage. Indeed, the reason I have retained you is that there are certain matters I must convey. I presume you hail from the human race of Fengyuan continent? The young man's words were shocking, directly unveiling Lin Mo's concealed identity. It is far more than mere visitation to Fengyuan. I have forged bonds of adversity with several of your kin, cultivating a measure of camaraderie. While the overall strength of the human race may seem somewhat lacking, the formidable techniques passed down through certain families are indeed noteworthy and possess considerable might. However, the conditions for mastering these arts are exceedingly stringent, making them largely unattainable for ordinary human cultivators. The young man of the Wang surname chuckled softly and said, "Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to conceal any further. I am indeed a cultivator from the human race of the Fengyuan continent." Lin Mo had no choice but to respond candidly. It is most fortunate that you can share the truth. Might I inquire about your relationship with the Ice Spirit Fairy? Why does your being contain the essence of her celestial cauldron? The Wang youth smiled again, posing a question that astonished Lin Mo. The celestial cauldron. Is that what you are referring to? Lin Mo blinked in surprise. Yet a burst of azure light emanated from his mouth. Within that brilliance, a small cauldron faintly materialized. It was undoubtedly the celestial cauldron. Indeed, this was the very item. Despite the passage of many years without having seen it with his own eyes, its aura remained remarkably similar to that of yesteryears. The Wang youth's gaze fixated on the cauldron as he spoke slowly. The Ice Spirit Fairy. I know a little about her. However, this cauldron is not the so-called celestial cauldron, but rather the celestial heaven cauldron. Lin Mo replied helplessly. The celestial heaven cauldron. The Wang youth was slightly taken aback, then seemed to recall something, suddenly reaching out to grasp the small cauldron. The cauldron, which had been under his control, abruptly severed its connection with him with a swift motion, and in a flicker, it mysteriously landed in the young man's hand. Lin Mo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The Wang youth held the small cauldron aloft, intently observing this artifact. Upon careful examination, he indeed found that this cauldron bore certain distinctions from the celestial cauldron. Its crafting was relatively crude, yet it was far from a mere imitation. It resembled more a prototype crafted prior to the creation of the celestial cauldron. A glint of cold light flashed in the Wang youth's eyes as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. A prototype. Lin Mo pondered deeply upon hearing this. Well, although the treasure was misidentified, this cauldron belongs to the Ice Spirit Fairy. Surely you must have intricate ties with her, which is why you were tasked with returning to the human realm to seek her out. bringing along an item and a letter for her. The young youth relaxed his grip, shrugged, and casually remarked, "To speak frankly, I happened upon this treasure by chance. I have no actual connection with the ice spirit fairy. Nor do I know if she still walks among us." Lin Mo hastily retrieved the celestial heaven cauldron, eager to clarify. "Though I only learned of the ice spirit fairy's existence while in the human realm, if she has indeed ascended to the spirit realm and still exists in this world, she would undoubtedly be a formidable expert like yourself. I am unwilling to be embroiled in such significant troubles without cause. Do not worry. Even if you are unfamiliar with the ice spirit fairy, her reputation will surely assist you in locating her upon returning to the human realm. Should the ice spirit fairy have passed away, you may convey this gift to her descendants," the young youth said nonchalantly. He then flicked his wrist, and a jade box along with a light blue jade slip appeared in his hand. With a gentle shake of his wrist, the two items flew directly towards Lin Mo. As Lin Mo realized that evasion was futile, he let out a soft sigh and reached out to grasp the two objects. With a steely resolve, he cast a glance at them. Each item was adorned with a resplendent golden talisman, firmly sealing them within. This talisman was a meticulous creation of mine, and only the ice spirit fairy or her direct descendants, sharing the same bloodline, could unlock it. Should anyone else attempt to forcibly tear it apart, an explosion would ensue. Please bear this in mind. Regarding this matter, I, Wang, shall not impose upon you without recompense. Here, I shall bestow upon you some precious materials unique to the Thunderclap continent as a token of gratitude. Furthermore, although Qianji and others have assured you regarding the super teleportation array, the rapidly changing war situation has led to the sealing of all teleportation arrays in the surrounding cities. Chapter 691. The super teleportation array happens to lie within the secret hall of Fuzhou City, which is likewise in a state of closure. Once my arrangements are complete, you shall have the opportunity to utilize this teleportation array once. However, prior to this, you must vow to confront your inner demons and ensure that your words will be followed by action, after which we can proceed with the necessary arrangements. The young man, named Wang, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Upon receiving Wang's approval, Lin Mo, with a complex expression, formed a seal and made the solemn vow to deliver the two items into the hands of the ice spirit fairy or her descendants. Such vows, while scarcely concerning in the human realm, wield a formidable power in the spirit world, especially since becoming a void refinement practitioner, where the weight of a vow can transform one's inner demons into one of the most formidable obstacles faced by every practitioner striving to break through their limits. Therefore, for higher-ranked practitioners, such vows undoubtedly possess immense binding power. After a moment of contemplative deliberation, Lin Mo resolutely vowed to his inner demons, promising to fulfill his commitment to deliver the two items to the ice spirit fairy or her descendants. Seeing this, the young man named Wang nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved 3 jade boxes from his robe. Each box contained the materials he had previously mentioned, which he casually tossed to Lin Mo. This time, with a graceful flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo conjured a blue mist that enveloped him, and without even examining the contents, he accepted all the jade boxes into his possession. "Very well, you may now depart," the young man commanded with a serious demeanor, devoid of emotion. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He respectfully acknowledged the order, turned, and exited the grand hall. Wang watched as Lin Mo's figure disappeared through the doorway, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Upon stepping out of the spirit communication hall, Lin Mo was astonished to see a large silver-gray flying carriage stationed steadily at the entrance. This carriage, extending over 20 yards, was rectangular in shape, its surface intricately carved with exquisite designs, and at the front, 6 colossal beasts resembling mantises served as the pulling spirit beasts. The moon fairy, Liu Shui'er, and others had already taken their places aboard the vehicle, while the burly man with the dark face stood silently at the head of the carriage. As soon as they spotted Lin Mo's arrival, they turned their gazes towards him, their expressions varied, seemingly awaiting his presence. "Friend Lin, please board. We are about to depart." The dark-faced man smiled and gestured for Lin Mo to join them. "Thank you, esteemed senior," Lin Mo replied gratefully. Lin Mo, with a serene expression, respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing on the flying vehicle, striding directly towards a corner where he settled cross-legged. The burly man with a dark complexion let out a hearty laugh. followed by a low growl that prompted the 6 monstrous creatures in front of the vehicle to unfurl their wings, lifting the enormous craft into the skies. As the vehicle ascended from the ground, a shimmering emerald light enveloped its surface, transforming into a radiant green glow that sped away across the heavens. Despite the encroaching flames of war brought forth by the alien race of Jiaoqi, as long as Cloud City remained unconquered, it was indisputable that the surrounding areas remained under the dominion of the Tianyun people. Thus, as the flying vehicle retreated, no unusual occurrences transpired along the way. After approximately half a month, Lin Mo gazed through the window and caught sight of another grand city belonging to the Tianyun people, Fujiao City. In stark contrast to the lofty Cloud City, Fujiao City nestled within an expanse of endless mountains. The city walls were intricately linked by towering peaks, and within the city, countless mountains of varying sizes were present. Homes of various scales adorned both the summits and the valleys between these peaks. Surrounding the mountains, a complex network of circular streets intertwined, creating a uniquely captivating landscape. At that moment, Fujiao City was evidently under threat from the approaching Jiaoqi army from Cloud City. A palpable tension hung in the air, merely dozens of miles from the city. Not only were waves of restrictive energy emanating from the direction of the city, but patrols consisting of dozens to hundreds of individuals also roamed the vicinity. Even though the enormous flying vehicle bore the unmistakable insignia of Tianyun, it still underwent multiple inspections. However, upon verifying the identification token presented by the burly man, the patrols respectfully stood aside. Consequently, the vehicle smoothly approached the city gates before descending. Oh, it is Elder Ning. These individuals must be the companions returning from the Guanghan realm, remarked a warrior of the refining void stage stationed at the gates, who recognized the burly man at a glance. The elders of Cloud City have instructed that upon your return, you should promptly visit the Xingyun Pavilion to pay your respects. Very well, then please allow them to enter the city directly. I have matters to attend to and must return to Cloud City immediately, the burly man replied, seemingly unfazed by the arrangement. He nodded slightly to the inquiring warrior, then turned to Moon Fairy and the others. The rest of the group had no objections. After expressing their gratitude to the burly man, they disembarked from the flying vehicle. The burly man let out a low call, and the 6 spirit beasts soared into the air, prompting the vehicle to leap once more before vanishing beyond the horizon. As Lin Mo and his companions stepped through the city gates, they were immediately struck by the bustling streets teeming with activity. Yet most faces bore expressions of anxiety and concern. This was, after all, entirely understandable. Fujiao City, being the largest metropolis closest to Yun City, naturally became the primary gathering point for the majority of the Tianyun clans who had evacuated from Yun City. This sudden influx of population has led to the current bustling scene. They casually hailed 2 pristine, snow-white beast carriages along the street, instructing the drivers to take them to the Xingyun Pavilion. The carriages sped towards a spiritual peak within the city. Lin Mo sat by the window of one of the carriages, his gaze occasionally drifting over the buildings and the throngs of people on either side of the street. Yet his expression remained serene, as if lost in contemplation. Abruptly, his eyes flickered, pausing momentarily on an individual by the roadside, clad in a gray robe. The person had a patchy head of graying hair and a somewhat haggard complexion. He stood at the entrance of a material shop, engaged in a hushed conversation with another individual. The latter, adorned in a yellow robe, bore a faintly purplish hue to his face, presenting a rather sinister countenance. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and resolve. After a brief moment of deliberation, he commanded, "Stop the carriage. I have urgent matters to attend to. Please proceed to Xingyun Pavilion and await my arrival." The companions sharing the carriage with him, though taken aback by Lin Mo's words, felt powerless to object. Thus, the driver complied with the order and brought the carriage to a halt. Lin Mo nimbly leaped down and retraced his steps. On the roadside, 2 cultivators seemed to be embroiled in a heated debate, their voices rising in intensity. "The spirit stones must be returned within 3 days, or I shall show no mercy." The purple-faced cultivator's expression darkened suddenly, his tone frostily warning. "Brother Huang should be aware of my predicament. It is indeed impossible for me to gather such a substantial amount of spirit stones within 3 days." The ailing elder shook his head repeatedly, his face betraying embarrassment. "Regardless of your circumstances, if you cannot repay the spirit stones on time, you shall bear the consequences. If, after 3 days, The stones remain unpaid, the purple-faced cultivator sneered derisively. The elder's complexion shifted slightly, and just as he was about to offer further justification, he noticed the purple-faced cultivator's expression falter, surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated from behind the elder. "May I inquire how many spirit stones Brother Xiang owes you? I shall settle the debt on his behalf." The elder was taken aback. The voice was so close, yet he had felt no presence. A wave of fear washed over him as he turned around, only to see a young man clad in a blue robe standing several paces away, his appearance unremarkable, yet adorned with a mysterious smile. Who else could this be but Lin Mo? Brother Han. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, the elder's face instantly brightened with joy. "Brother Xiang, it's good to see you." Lin Mo smiled slightly. This elder was none other than Xiang Zhili, who had crossed paths with Lin Mo in Yun City years ago and had not seen him since. "Junior brother, it seems you have also arrived in Fujiao City. I had specifically sought you out before departing from Yun City, but alas, your whereabouts were elusive." Xiang Zhili spoke with a broad smile. "To be frank, my movements have indeed been difficult to trace recently. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you, Brother Xiang. Now, how much do you owe this gentleman?" Lin Mo bowed politely to Xiang Zhili and then turned to inquire of the purple-faced cultivator. The purple-faced cultivator, whose cultivation was roughly equivalent to Xiang Zhili's current level, was merely at the core formation stage. When his spiritual sense failed to perceive Lin Mo's hidden prowess, his complexion turned pale as paper. At the sound of Lin Mo's words, he trembled in fear and hurriedly bowed deeply, respectfully replying, "How could I dare? I am unaware of the deep friendship between Taoist Xiang and the esteemed elder. Such a trifling amount of spirit stones is truly insignificant. Consider it a humble gift from me to you, esteemed elder." "Huh? Do you think I would casually accept the favors of others? State exactly how many spirit stones are owed." Lin Mo's expression darkened, his tone turning serious. In truth, it was not a large sum. The purple-faced cultivator's heart jolted, and he quickly reported a figure that was, to Lin Mo, utterly trivial. Lin Mo gestured with his hand, instantly producing a leather pouch, which he casually tossed to the cultivator, commanding in an authoritative tone, "Accept the spirit stones and depart." The purple-faced cultivator received the pouch, nodding and bowing in gratitude before hastily leaving without further words. "I am truly ashamed to have burdened Junior Brother Han, and to have allowed him to see me in such a destitute state," Xiang Zhili said with a wry smile, facing Lin Mo only after the purple-faced cultivator had vanished from sight. "Do not concern yourself. This small amount of spirit stones is of no consequence to me. However, I did not expect to encounter you here again, which is quite a surprise. I vaguely recall you mentioning that if I were to return to the Fengyuan continent soon, it would be best for us to meet again, as there are other matters you wish to advise me on. Might you be willing to share them with me now?" Lin Mo gently raised his right hand, a layer of gray mist flickering momentarily, and then smiled as he inquired. With the temporary barrier constructed by the Yuan magnetic divine light, Lin Mo was not worried about their conversation being overheard by those nearby. Though Xiang Zhili did not understand the precise nature of Lin Mo's divine ability, seeing Lin Mo's earnest inquiry illuminated a hint of excitement in his eyes. And he asked eagerly, "Junior brother, does your question imply that you have the capability to return to the Fengyuan continent?" "Indeed," Lin Mo replied calmly. "Not long ago, I completed a few tasks for the Tianyun people and finally received their permission to use their super teleportation array once. If all goes as planned, I shall soon depart from the thunderous continent. That is splendid news. However, I have something to give you, though it is regrettably not with me at the moment. Moreover, this location is not suitable for such discussions. How about this? 3 days hence, could you meet me at Qingjiao Peak, which lies over 100 miles outside the city? We can converse there at length," Xiang Zhili proposed, filled with exuberance. "Qingjiao Peak? Since Brother Xiang suggests it, I shall comply," Lin Mo replied, a subtle glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes before he casually nodded. "It is settled then. Indeed, has Brother Han's cultivation advanced once more? Although I cannot discern his realm at present, I perceive that the pressure you exert upon me is markedly more formidable than during our previous encounter." Xiang Zhili observed Lin Mo with astonishment and inquired earnestly, "There has been no significant advancement in my cultivation. I have merely achieved modest progress in my training." Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, downplaying the matter. Thus, Lin Mo and Xiang Zhili continued their leisurely conversation for a while. After which Lin Mo retracted his yuan magnetic divine light and hailed a beast cart to take his leave. The elder stood fixed in place, gazing at the retreating figure of the beast cart as it vanished into the distance, his lips twitching slightly as a peculiar smile formed. Though the scale of Fuzhou City is quite grand, it still pales in comparison to Cloud City. Lin Mo's journey in the beast cart took merely half an hour before he arrived at the foot of a mountain. At the base, an array of elegantly arranged pavilions and palaces sprawled out, seemingly encapsulating the entire mountaintop. Following the coachman's directions, Lin Mo ascended the mountain path at a leisurely pace. However, upon reaching the mid-slope, he was taken aback to find a multitude of armored soldiers stationed there, vigilant and imposing. Fortunately, it appeared that Liu Shui'er and her companions had only just passed through, allowing Lin Mo to smoothly navigate the stringent inspection after revealing his identity. After a brief interval, Lin Mo stood before a magnificent pavilion perched atop the mountain. Above the grand entrance hung a golden plaque inscribed with the 3 resplendent characters of Xingyun Pavilion in ancient script, shimmering brilliantly and capturing the eye. Flanking the entrance were 8 guards clad in silver robes, each wielding a long sword, their expressions stern and unyielding. Chapter 692, to Lin Mo's astonishment. There stood a rotund elder in a yellow robe before the pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the elder's face broke into a broad smile, and he approached with quickened steps. This venerable figure was none other than Qianjizi of the Wangu clan. Greetings to the esteemed elders of the younger generation. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Qianjizi's demeanor, having evidently been waiting for him. But he quickly composed himself and offered a respectful salutation. Haha, there is no need for such formality, my friend. Oh, you have remarkably achieved the 9th rank of cultivation. Qianjizi greeted Lin Mo with exuberance, waving his hand in a friendly manner. However, after a slight probe with his consciousness, his countenance shifted subtly as curiosity took hold. I have encountered some minor opportunities within the Guanghan realm, which has allowed me the fortune to ascend to this level, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. Though his expression remained composed as he responded calmly, despite his leap to the peak of the late-stage void refinement realm. He had employed a special technique to mask his true strength, rendering Liu Shui'er and others of the same tier unable to detect any change in his cultivation. As for Yu Xinzi and the others, who had successfully advanced to the integration stage after departing from Guanghan realm, their recent elevation meant their spiritual power had yet to fully strengthen, thus they too remained oblivious to any anomaly. As for the young man with the surname Wang, although he instantly recognized the latter's elevated cultivation level, this individual had already attained the stage of Mahayana and naturally did not regard the matter with excessive concern, thus refraining from mentioning it. Now, confronted by the late-stage Qianjizi, Lin Mo's cultivation was effortlessly discerned. To achieve a breakthrough of 2 levels in one go is not something that can be attributed to mere happenstance. However, I have come here precisely to welcome you. Taoist Lin, please follow me, as there are 2 other friends who wish to meet you. The momentary surprise on Qianjizi's face vanished, swiftly replaced by a warm smile, as he cordially extended the invitation. 2 other friends? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo naturally felt quite taken aback. Indeed, there is no need for concern. Both of these friends are individuals you are well acquainted with, Qianjizi remarked with a meaningful tone. Lin Mo's thoughts raced through his mind. Yet he maintained an outward composure and readily acquiesced. Since it is the esteemed elder's directive, I shall certainly comply. Excellent, then please accompany me. Qianjizi nodded in satisfaction and led the way into the pavilion. After a brief hesitation, Lin Mo followed suit, unperturbed by any potential ill intentions from the other party. After all, this place is of great significance and under the watchful eyes of many. As a clan elder, he would never engage in any actions detrimental to his own reputation within this starry cloud pavilion. With the ancient clan elder personally leading the way, the silver-clad guards on either side dared not impede their progress. However, the interior of the pavilion was a realm unto itself. The spacious hall on the first floor, apart from a few small teleportation arrays, was otherwise remarkably empty, devoid of any other items. Qianjizi guided Lin Mo directly into one of the arrays. As the light flickered, Lin Mo's eyes gently closed, only to suddenly find himself in another hall. This hall was modest in size, merely 20-odd zhang wide, with the teleportation array situated at its center. Surrounding the hall were several tables and chairs, while a massive crystal, resembling a human head, was embedded in the ceiling, radiating a white light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daylight. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. Lin Mo's gaze swiftly fell upon the 4 figures within the hall, 2 men and 2 women, with 2 seated gracefully and 2 standing in respectful posture. These 4 individuals were familiar faces to him: Kai Luing, Liu Shui'er, Duan Tianren, and Shi Kun, the 2 pairs of master and disciple. Upon seeing these 4, Lin Mo felt a twinge of confusion in his heart, but his facial expression remained composed as he bowed to the 2 sacred tier cultivators. "It is indeed an honor to meet you, Senior Duan and Senior Kai." "Ha ha, Taoist Lin. There is no need for such formality. Ultimately, it is thanks to your immense assistance that both Liu and I have been able to acquire what we sought." Duan Tianren laughed heartily, yet after a moment of scrutinizing Lin Mo, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Clearly, this elder of the Shijian clan had discerned the remarkable enhancement in Lin Mo's cultivation. The colorful butterfly, color stream, though yet to utter a word, revealed a fleeting astonishment in her gaze. The younger generation merely acted in accordance with the rules. How could they dare to speak of merits? Lin Mo wore a smile, repeatedly deferring praise, yet his heart was laden with uncertainty. At this moment, Qian Jizi stood nearby, showing no reaction to Duan Tianren's words, as if he had already discerned the agreement between himself and these individuals. "My dear Taoist friend, there is truly no need for excessive modesty. According to my disciple, your powers far surpass our expectations. Had it not been for your utmost efforts within the Guanghan realm, how could these items have easily fallen into our hands? Now that your cultivation has advanced so remarkably, it seems your strength is on par with that of the initial tier of the sacred clan, allowing you to stand equally with us," Color Stream said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over Qian Jizi and Duan Tianren. He observed their calm expressions, showing no dissent towards Color Stream's remarks. From this alone, Lin Mo surmised a fraction of the underlying reasons. After pondering briefly, he composed himself and inquired anew, "Do the esteemed seniors wish to convene for another matter? Could it be that there are developments regarding the intercontinental teleportation array? Since I have previously pledged this matter alongside the elders of other clans, I shall uphold my promise. Moreover, Elder Wang has also personally inquired about this, and none would dare to obstruct it," Qian Jizi replied while stroking his beard. "Then what precisely do the esteemed seniors imply?" Lin Mo sensed an inkling of understanding yet maintained his composed demeanor in questioning. "Please do not misunderstand, my friend. As far as I know, it appears you have successfully dismantled the restrictions of the medicinal garden within the ruins and have thoroughly plundered its spiritual herbs. Those celestial realm herbs are undoubtedly invaluable treasures, exceedingly rare, some even extinct in the spirit realm, and most would greatly benefit us beings above the sacred tier. Although your powers are considerable, you have yet to formally ascend to the sacred clan, and thus these herbs may hold little value for you at present. Therefore, the 3 of us hope to reach a mutually beneficial agreement with you," Color Stream elucidated with a smile. "Mutually beneficial. I wonder how the esteemed seniors intend to conduct this transaction?" Lin Mo, hearing this, maintained his tranquil demeanor, neither expressing agreement nor dissent. His calmness surprised Qian Jizi and the others. However, the 3 displayed no unusual reactions. Exchanging glances, Duan Tianren straightforwardly stated, "Given our positions, we would certainly not allow you to incur any losses. We still possess some elixirs that aid in breaking through the sacred tier bottleneck, along with materials and treasures that would be advantageous to you, in exchange for this batch of spiritual herbs you hold, even though those celestial realm herbs are immensely precious. In comparison to the ascension to the sacred clan, I believe you understand which holds greater weight." After a moment's contemplation, Qian Jizi candidly expressed his thoughts. "Elixirs that can assist in overcoming the sacred tier bottleneck." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a subtle surge of interest within, clearly intrigued by the prospect. "As we 3 ascended to the sacred clan realm, we had meticulously prepared a substantial quantity of these elixirs. Although the majority have been exhausted, the remaining stock we possess is still quite considerable. If you, my fellow cultivator, are able to acquire this batch of elixirs, the likelihood of breaking through the sacred stage's bottleneck could be enhanced by at least 20 to 30%, proudly proclaimed Duan Tianren. "Indeed, The number of elixirs and treasures we are willing to provide depends on the variety and quantity of celestial herbs you procure from the medicinal garden, added Kai Lui. Beside them, Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun, though already aware of Duan Tianren and others' intent in seeking Lin Mo, could not conceal their envy as they gazed at him. Despite having received generous rewards upon their return from the Guanghan realm, these pale in comparison to the promises made at this moment. Lin Mo's expression shifted, his gaze flickering, evidently deep in contemplation. Qian Jizi, Duan Tianren, and Kai Luing fell silent, allowing Lin Mo to weigh the pros and cons of the situation. After a brief moment, Lin Mo exhaled deeply and finally made his decision, addressing Qian Jizi and the others. I indeed harvested a considerable amount of spiritual herbs within the ruins' medicinal garden. Though the origins and names of most remain uncertain, it is truly fortunate to exchange these for the elixirs from the three esteemed seniors. I merely wonder if the three of you genuinely value these spiritual herbs. Rest assured, Lin Dao friend, though we three are not omniscient, our years of accumulated experience should suffice to identify the majority. Even for those we cannot discern, we shall offer a fair and reasonable price, replied Qian Jizi, his heart elated at Lin Mo's agreement to the exchange. Duan Tianren and Kai Luing shared in the joy, each solemnly committing to the arrangement. Since the three esteemed seniors have spoken so, I shall present the spiritual herbs for your appraisal. Lin Mo nodded, gesturing lightly with his wrist. Immediately, the storage bracelet emitted a resonant hum, releasing a surge of azure light that shot skyward. As the brilliance faded, the void became filled with countless jade boxes, each shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. Duan Tianren's eyes brightened. With a flick of his hand, a nearby jade box flew into his grasp. As his fingertips caressed it, the box opened automatically, revealing a coral-like, crimson spiritual herb, exceeding a foot in length and radiating brilliance. Flame coral grass. How immensely large! Duan Tianren exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Observing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled momentarily before settling back into composure. This herb was indeed one of the unidentified spiritual herbs he had initially collected, and he vaguely recalled gathering 5 or 6 of the same type. What lay before them was merely one of those specimens. Kai Luing and Qian Jizi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an involuntary fervor. They too reached forth, summoning more jade boxes into their possession, diligently beginning their identification process. The three of them, as saint-level practitioners with over 10,000 years of cultivation, were well versed in the spiritual herbs known to Lin Mo. They even managed to identify several spiritual grasses and flowers of uncertain origin, discerning about 5 or 6 out of each. The precious spiritual herbs clearly possessed profound historical significance, stirring a wave of excitement and joy within them. Despite the hundreds of jade boxes suspended in midair, they meticulously evaluated each one within the span of a single meal. Indeed, these spiritual herbs were undoubtedly rare treasures difficult to find in the spirit realm. However, considering the scale of the medicinal garden, it seemed implausible that the quantity was limited to what they had seen. Lin Daoist, may I inquire how many such spiritual herbs you still have in your possession? It would be delightful for us to admire them together. Qian Jizi inquired with a smile after completing the appraisal of the last spiritual flower contained within the jade box. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo did not display any surprise, clearly having anticipated such a question. Although he had harvested all the herbs from the medicinal garden, the size of the garden allowed for an estimation of the general quantity of spiritual herbs cultivated within it. Hence, Qian Jizi posed this inquiry. Indeed, there remained some spiritual herbs in Lin Mo's possession yet to be exhibited, but should the three esteemed seniors not also demonstrate a degree of sincerity, allowing the junior to gain a glimpse of their offerings? Lin Mo blinked gently, smiling as he spoke. After Lin Mo voiced his thoughts, the light in Qian Jizi's eyes flickered uncertainly, and his expression gradually darkened. Could it be that Lin Daoist harbors doubts regarding our credibility? I would not dare to make such assumptions, Lin Mo replied calmly. However, the spiritual herbs I gathered from the Guanghan realm have all been presented, and what remains are merely duplicates of the same variety. At this moment, I hope to take a look at the spiritual pills in the possession of the three seniors. Surely this is not an unreasonable request, Lin Mo explained, maintaining a steady tone without any hint of concession. Qian Jizi, since Lin Daoist has made this request, let us present the spiritual pills we hold. This will clarify our genuine intent to proceed with this transaction, Duan Tianren remarked. holding a thumb-sized crimson fruit and exchanging a few words with Kai Luing, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Chapter 693. The spiritual herbs brought by Lin Daoist are largely what we require, indeed qualifying us for this transaction. Given this, may I first present a few items to allow Lin Daoist to understand the spiritual pills I intend to exchange? Kai Luing said with a radiant smile. Upon hearing the other two practitioners speak on the matter, Qianjizi was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes darted for a moment before he burst into hearty laughter. Since neither of my esteemed friends have raised objections, why should I play the villain? Very well, let us proceed as Lin Dao suggested. Lin Mo quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your magnanimity. Immediately thereafter, Kai Luing's hand shimmered with light, and 3 medicinal vials materialized in an instant, which she then presented to Lin Mo. She elucidated. These 3 elixirs are precious medicinal herbs that aid in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, renowned far and wide. I trust Lin Dao has heard of them. They are respectively known as Silver Cotton Pill, 10,000 Marvels Pill, and Bitter Green Powder. Acquiring these elixirs is no small feat. I have expended countless efforts, and now only half remain. Nevertheless, even in this diminished state, these elixirs are sufficient to assist you in breaking through your limitations. Particularly, the 3 10,000 Marvels pills are extraordinarily potent, a rarity indeed. Lin Mo accepted the vials, examining them with great care, while Kai Luing provided detailed explanations beside him. With his profound knowledge of medicinal concoctions, Lin Mo effortlessly discerned the authenticity of these elixirs. Upon confirming their genuineness, he gently nodded. At that moment, Duan Tianren also produced 2 vials and 2 boxes, while Qianjizi revealed 2 small gourds. 1 red and 1 blue, each the size of a palm. After a brief period of tea, Lin Mo finally completed the appraisal of all the items. The quality of the elixirs provided by Duan Tianren was on par with those of Kai Luing. The 2 gourds from Qianjizi were filled with rare spiritual liquids unique to the Thunderous Continent, although they would not yield immediate effects if consumed directly. They served as primary ingredients for crafting various elixirs, treasures of immense value in the spiritual realm. Seeing Lin Mo display a satisfied expression, Duan Tianren felt a surge of joy in his heart, and he immediately declared without hesitation, even with an abundance of spiritual herbs. Considering the wealth of the 3 of us, would we truly be concerned about not satisfying your needs, Lin Dao? Please rest assured, whatever conditions you propose, we shall make every effort to fulfill them. Though Qianjizi had anticipated that Lin Mo possessed a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, he was pleasantly surprised by the other's astonishing generosity. He smiled and added, as for artifacts and treasures, we need not discuss those further. If Lin Dao requires some rare materials, we have a list available. Let us see if we can assist in gathering them. Furthermore, I have a keen interest in the formulation of the 10,000 Marvels Pill and the crafting method of the spirit puppets, and I hope the 3 esteemed seniors can oblige. Upon hearing Lin Mo's requests, Qianjizi, Duan Tianren, and Kai Luing exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Lin Dao, the conditions you propose are indeed quite demanding. Setting aside the precious materials, merely the 10,000 Marvels Pill is something that only the alchemy masters of my crystal clan can master. Moreover, the crystal moon liquid is a coveted treasure sought after by many formidable beings. It is not easily obtainable. Kai Luing slightly furrowed her delicate brows, clearly discontented. I do not believe my requests are excessive. The spiritual herbs before us are nearly all the celestial herbs I have procured from the Guanghan realm. Each plant, if exchanged or auctioned externally, would surely ignite a fierce competition among countless esteemed beings at the saint level. The quantity here is substantial, numbering in the hundreds, and among them are many herbs that have nearly vanished from the spiritual realm, their ages astonishingly ancient, far exceeding the typical 10,000-year-old elixirs. Frankly speaking, after this exchange, I find myself at a considerable disadvantage, Lin Mo replied with an unperturbed expression. The formula for the Wan Miao Dan is absolutely non-negotiable. It is the very foundation of our Tianyun clans and cannot be entrusted to outsiders. The method for crafting the spiritual puppets is similarly sacrosanct. Qianjizi resolutely refused. However, although the crystal moon liquid is equally rare and precious, I may still be able to provide a vial, the lady said with a hint of regret. Logically speaking, a vial of crystal moon liquid holds greater value than both the spiritual puppet and the Wan Miao Dan for an individual. Nevertheless, being a consumable, Duan Tianren's expression also darkened. In light of this situation, Lin Mo showed little concern on his face. The conditions he had previously proposed were, in fact, a strategy of tentative exploration. Since the other party seemed unable to offer any compromise, obtaining a vial of crystal moon liquid would undoubtedly be a significant gain. With his thoughts racing, Lin Mo calmly responded, "Since the three esteemed seniors believe that the formula and puppet techniques cannot be divulged, I shall not press further. I merely hope to complete the other half of the premium spirit stones required for this transfer. This condition should be relatively easy to fulfill, no? Spirit stones. Of course. That can be arranged. It is settled then." Kai Luing initially paused in surprise, then smiled and nodded in agreement. After a brief contemplation, Qian Jizi and Duan Tianren also nodded in consent, their expressions easing somewhat. Once the transaction conditions were successfully established, Lin Mo intertwined his hands, and amidst a flash of white light, a green jade slip materialized before them. He gently tapped the slip, which then soared towards Kai Luing. With a slight lift of her delicate brows, she gracefully waved her slender fingers, securing the jade slip in her grasp. A scan of her consciousness revealed a dense array of material names listed within the slip, many of which were already well known to her as precious items. With a smile playing on her lips, she cast a glance at Lin Mo, then flicked her wrist to toss the jade slip to the side of Duan Tianren. While she began to meticulously examine the jade box that Lin Mo had just produced. After a brief interval, the three of them thoroughly inspected the spiritual herbs Lin Mo had recently acquired, confirming their authenticity before promptly retrieving various wooden boxes, jade bottles, and other containers of varying sizes from their respective storage rings. In the blink of an eye, they successfully gathered 6 or 7 of the materials documented on Lin Mo's jade slip. Although Lin Mo appeared remarkably composed on the surface, his heart was tumultuous with astonishment. The list of materials he presented was not arbitrary. A considerable portion consisted of items that Qin Yuanzai had instructed him to seek, which he had yet to collect. While these materials were not the most critical components listed, each possessed exceptionally unique properties and value. Faced with the ease with which Qian Jizi, Duan Tianren, and Kai Luing assembled such a vast array of material resources in a short time, Lin Mo was profoundly astonished. However, this also indirectly illustrates that these three cultivators in the integration stage have indeed made ample preparations in advance, intentionally engaging in this transaction with Lin Mo otherwise. They would not have carried such a plethora of precious materials with them. After meticulously inspecting all the materials, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and then released his storage bracelet, collecting all items within. At this moment, Duan Tianren spoke. "As for the remaining materials, apart from a few that are truly elusive, we will ensure that they are delivered to your esteemed residence within the next 10 days. I trust there will be no objections from you, Taoist Lin." "Of course. There are no issues at all. I have absolute confidence in the credibility of the three esteemed seniors." Lin Mo responded with a slight smile. "Here are the spirit stones and the crystal moon liquid you require. Please safeguard them well. Taoist Lin, you have indeed made a significant investment, nearly depleting all our savings in one go. Upon returning, I fear we may owe a great many favors to other old friends." Kai Luing smiled gently, gracefully waving her sleeve. Soon after, a black leather pouch and a dazzling blue vial, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of radiant light, floated towards Lin Mo. "The senior is jesting." Lin Mo chuckled, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He then extended his right hand, gently grasping the vial and leather pouch securely. As for the spirit stones within the pouch, Lin Mo merely conducted a cursory scan with his spiritual sense before unhesitatingly placing them into his storage bracelet. However, he exhibited considerable caution towards the blue vial. He not only opened the cap and probed with his spiritual sense several times, but also brought the vial close to his nose, delicately inhaling its scent. Once satisfied, he cautiously stored it away. With the transaction successfully concluded, Lin Mo naturally had no reason to linger. He deeply bowed to the three integration stage cultivators and politely bid them farewell. The three old cultivators seemed equally disinclined for him to stay, exchanging a few pleasantries before seeing him off. In a flash of spiritual light from the teleportation array, Lin Mo's figure vanished without a trace. "You two should also temporarily leave," Kai Luing commanded, her gaze sweeping over Liu Shui'er and Shi Kun. "Yes, at your command," Liu Shui'er respectfully responded, while Shi Kun glanced at Duan Tianren, receiving a nod of approval before also responding with respect. The two cultivators then hurried onto the teleportation array, and with a flash of light, they too departed from the spacious hall. As Shi Kun and Liu Shui'er exited the first-floor hall of the pavilion, Lin Mo had long since disappeared without a trace. They exchanged helpless smiles, looking at one another. Let us distribute these elixirs evenly according to our original agreement, Duan Tianren said, his gaze fixated on the densely arranged jade boxes in the void, his excitement barely contained. Please wait a moment, my friend. Despite our initial agreement to distribute these miraculous elixirs equally, it is I who has subsequently provided the spirit stones and the moon crystal liquid. Therefore, I hope to obtain an additional 10% of these elixirs. Although Kai Luiying felt an overwhelming excitement, she shook her head at this moment and expressed her opinion. An additional 10%? Does the fairy intend to breach our promise? Regarding the spirit stones, my companion Duan will certainly provide the fairy with appropriate compensation later. As for the moon crystal liquid, while it is revered as a sacred medicine for body refinement, it cannot possibly be compared to a 10% share of the celestial elixirs. At most, we can offer the fairy 5 or 6 elixirs as compensation, responded Qianjizi with a somber expression and a cold tone. Very well, 5 it shall be, Kai Luiying unexpectedly agreed without hesitation, her face still adorned with a radiant smile. Qianjizi was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled certain matters, allowing a hint of helplessness to appear on his face. He then snorted coldly and ceased any further attempts to change her mind. Observing this exchange, Duan Tianren crossed his arms over his chest and smiled at them. Thus, the three swiftly set about distributing the hundreds of elixirs within the jade box. After a fierce round of haggling, they finally managed to divide all the elixirs equally. With these elixirs, I trust that breaking through the cultivation bottleneck that has troubled me for so long will no longer pose a challenge, Duan Tianren remarked with satisfaction as he gathered his share of the jade box. However, it seems that this young man may still harbor some elixirs yet to be claimed. My dear companions, do you not harbor any interest in this? Qianjizi inquired suddenly, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Duan Tianren and Kai Luiying immediately grasped the underlying implication of Qianjizi's words, yet as they exchanged glances, a hint of concern surfaced on their faces. If it were merely him alone, we could easily contend with him as a trio. However, let us not forget the instructions from Senior Wang, who specifically requested that we activate the teleportation array to allow this young man to utilize it. This suggests that he may possess some special connection with Senior Wang. Furthermore, according to reports from my disciples, the scale of that medicinal garden is quite vast, and given the numerous elixirs we have already extracted, any remaining ones would likely be exceedingly limited. To offend Senior Wang over a few remaining elixirs would indeed be a folly of great consequence. Moreover, this young man possesses remarkable strength and wisdom. There is truly no need to complicate matters further. After a moment of silence, Duan Tianren slowly shook his head. I too concur with your sentiments, dear brother. Should we incur the displeasure of Senior Wang, even as members of the sacred clan, we would likely struggle to withstand his wrath, Kai Luiying gravely acknowledged. Since both of you have expressed such views, I shall consider my previous suggestion as if it were never made. Indeed, I admit I was somewhat greedy in my earlier proposal. Qianjizi chuckled awkwardly, downplaying the matter. Without the support of Duan Tianren and Kai Luiying, he naturally abandoned any further thoughts on the subject. At this very moment, Lin Mo had embarked on the mountain path leading downwards, his garments fluttering gracefully, his demeanor serene as water. Yet, unbeknownst to others, a tempest of thoughts surged within him as he pondered the gains and losses of the recent transaction. In chapter 694, it seemed at first glance that a multitude of celestial herbs had been exchanged by the other party for mere ordinary materials and elixirs, undoubtedly resulting in a significant loss. However, he was acutely aware that he had not suffered any detriment. Rather, he had accrued considerable benefits. This assertion held substantial weight, for during the course of the transaction, he had prudently set aside a portion of the herbs as reserves. With only a modicum of effort, he could harness the miraculous power of the enigmatic vial to cultivate a bountiful supply of herbs once more. Thus, what he had forfeited was merely an additional investment of time. As for the Hongluo fruit and the Shiduko, due to the unreliability of the ripening method, he had only relinquished a few specimens, while the majority of similar herbs remained in his possession. As for the uniquely valuable 7 or 8 varieties of herbs, along with the mysterious silver lotus pod, He was resolute in not parting with them lightly. Consequently, Lin Mo had, in essence, incurred no tangible cost, yet had reaped generous returns from the mouths of Qianjizi and others. Naturally, his spirits were exceedingly buoyant. After departing from the mountaintop, Lin Mo chose to reside temporarily at another nearby peak that housed an inn-like establishment. Over the next 3 days, he did not remain idle in his lodgings. Rather, he traversed the various material shops within Fuzhou City, embarking on a large-scale procurement of essential materials. Though these materials were not exceedingly precious, they were unique products of the Thunderclap continent. Considering his imminent return to the Fengyuan continent, it was prudent to amass as many supplies as possible to prepare for potential future circumstances. As dawn broke on the 4th day, Lin Mo departed from his dwelling and gracefully flew towards the outskirts of Fuzhou City. Qingjiao Peak, located over 100 miles to the west of Fuzhou City, is a moderately sized mountain that does not stand out particularly, were it not for the evergreen trees adorning its slopes and its peculiar shape resembling a soaring dragon. Few would pay heed to this peak. Transforming into a streak of azure light, Lin Mo arrived above the summit, gradually condensing his radiance to reveal his true form. Then gazed down at the ground below. With his now formidable mental prowess, he swiftly scanned the entire mountain. However, the result was one of utter silence. The anticipated ritual had yet to unfold. After a moment's contemplation suspended in midair, Lin Mo waved his sleeve lightly, and in an instant, a dozen array flags shot forth, racing towards the foot of the mountain, vanishing without a trace. Immediately afterward, he shifted his form and descended upon the peak. Choosing a relatively flat rock to sit upon, he gently closed his eyes. Time flowed swiftly, and hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly opened his eyes, turning his gaze towards the direction of Fuzhou City. In the distant horizon, a flicker of ethereal light raced across the sky, swiftly followed by a resplendent rainbow that soared overhead, eventually descending gracefully after a brief moment of circling. Junior brother Lin, I apologize for my tardiness. I have kept you waiting longer than I intended due to pressing matters. An elderly man clad in a yellow robe appeared beside Lin Mo, his face etched with sincere regret as he clasped his fists in apology. This individual was none other than Li. It is of no consequence. I too have only just arrived, Lin Mo replied with a tranquil demeanor. Might I inquire as to the significant matter you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, Li smiled faintly and responded enigmatically. Ah, junior brother, you need only to open this jade box with your own hands to unveil its mysteries. Lin Mo nodded gently, taking the verdant jade box into his possession. After weighing it in his hands, he discovered it was as light as a feather, seemingly devoid of substance. He then glanced at Li, a peculiar expression in his eyes, and abruptly tossed the jade box into the air. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a streak of azure sword light erupted forth, striking the box with tremendous force. Li gasped in astonishment, but it was too late for him to intervene. A crisp crack echoed as the jade box split apart, revealing a radiant golden talisman that floated downwards. Adorned with intricate silver patterns and surrounded by a myriad of golden and silver runes, exuding an aura of profound mystery. This giant spirit talisman was acquired during my time in the mortal realm. Regrettably, due to my insufficient cultivation, I have been unable to harness its power. It was through this talisman's protection that I traversed the spatial nodes and escaped peril. Now that I have fallen to the core formation stage, it holds little value for me. Thus, I wish to bestow it upon you, hoping you will utilize it wisely. In return, I kindly ask that upon your return to the human realm, you fulfill a modest request for me. Rest assured, it will not be a burden. Li's expression regained its composure as he refrained from mentioning Lin Mo's audacious act of shattering the jade box, offering only a brief explanation, his tone sincere and resolute. Hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, pausing before raising his right hand towards the sky. In an instant, an invisible force radiated outward, forming an intangible barrier. A sharp sound of slicing air followed, and the golden talisman fell into his grasp, steady and secure. Sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from the giant spirit talisman, Lin Mo felt a stirring within. Threads of crystalline light flickered at his brow, vanishing into the talisman in a fleeting moment. As Li beheld this scene, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, a flicker of shock illuminating his eyes. Yet, at that very moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once vibrant giant spirit talisman emitted a faint sound, its original golden hue gradually transforming into a profound black. Simultaneously, a gray mist began to envelop the air, and a cluster of grayish-white filaments shot forth rapidly from the talisman. These filaments moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Mo seemed to have anticipated this, displaying no sign of panic. Instead, a radiant flash enveloped him as a layer of golden light manifested, robust and impenetrable, akin to an unyielding fortress. In truth, with Lin Mo's current prowess, bolstered by the protective spiritual light derived from the true demonic art, only the most exceptional treasures could pose a threat. Ordinary artifacts would struggle to make even the slightest impact. Yet, to everyone's amazement, these grayish-white filaments seemingly disregarded the golden barrier, swiftly penetrating through and merging into Lin Mo's body. A chilling sensation coursed through him from the point of invasion, and within a mere breath, his limbs and body became numb, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Li, who had been several paces away, upon witnessing the grayish-white filaments enter Lin Mo, could not suppress a sinister grin. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his body erupted violently. As flesh and blood scattered, a vague blood shadow materialized in place. Soon after, a surge of blood light intensified, transforming the shadow into a crimson beam that lunged fiercely toward Lin Mo. As the shadow approached, a heavy scent of blood filled the air. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist swirled around Lin Mo, revealing a deep, obsidian battle armor. Countless enigmatic black runes surged forth from the armor like ripples on water. The seemingly eerie crimson light, upon colliding with the dense black mist, exploded with a resounding crack. Rebounding amidst the flickering runes, the blood shadow staggered back several steps, revealing its true visage. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with blue light, finally discerning the blood shadow's true form. Despite having weathered countless storms, his expression involuntarily shifted. The shadow's face, at first glance, bore a horrifying visage with bared fangs. Yet it quickly morphed into Li's countenance, then blurred again, ultimately transforming into that of another man. This man was none other than the notorious Liu Mo, who had once entered the spatial node alongside Li. The blood shadow's face flickered rapidly among these three visages, resembling a flowing stream, impossible to grasp. Heavenly demon armor? This cannot be. How could you possess an armor meant solely for the heavenly demons? The blood shadow swayed unsteadily, finally managing to stabilize itself a short distance away, its voice resonating with shock and intense fury. Though this voice bore some resemblance to Li's, it still imparted an eerie sense of unfamiliarity to Lin Mo. With a cold snort, Lin Mo's skin shimmered with a golden radiance, as if forged from pure gold, while shimmering golden scales began to manifest around him. Did you think that donning the demon armor would render me powerless against you? Upon witnessing this situation, Blood Shadow's expression fluctuated multiple times before he emitted a peculiar, high-pitched wail, his form spinning in a whirlwind. In an instant, a crimson tempest erupted from Blood Shadow, soaring high into the sky, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Within the storm, thunder rumbled ominously, and blood-red arcs of lightning flickered wildly, exuding an overwhelming aura. Subsequently, Blood Shadow recited a series of strange incantations, causing the tempest to contort and swiftly contract. In mere moments, the storm transformed into a blood-red rune, the size of a human head, which gracefully hovered before him. Lin Mo, sensing the violent energy contained within the rune, could not help but frown. A deafening clap of thunder resounded. The blood-red rune spun rapidly, morphing into a crimson arc of lightning that struck forth with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the arc collided with the black rune, causing sparks to fly, as the black rune was instantaneously shattered, landing solidly upon the black armor. Following a dull thud, the blood-red arc vanished, leaving behind a palm-sized hole in the black armor. Blood Shadow's face twisted once more into a ferocious grin, and with a cackling laugh, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, dashing forth with incredible speed, aiming directly for the breach in the armor. However, at that moment, the surrounding void trembled, and a golden hand materialized at the sight of the opening. As its fingers spread wide, it firmly grasped the incoming crimson streak. The bloodlight dissipated, and Blood Shadow returned to the golden hand, his face etched with terror. Yet suddenly, he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of blood flames that surged toward Lin Mo's face. This maneuver was undeniably treacherous. Lin Mo found himself unable to move an inch, and given the proximity, evasion seemed impossible. However, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips, revealing a chilling expression. From the dark light at his brow, a profound vertical pupil opened, and in that fleeting moment of illumination, a bolt of shadowy energy shot forth with lightning speed, striking the blood flames with precise accuracy. With a soft hiss, the surrounding space warped oddly as the two forces briefly intertwined before vanishing into the void, leaving no trace behind. Blood Shadow was taken aback, the bloodlight on his body flaring dramatically as he attempted to summon another power for defense, but it was already too late. The golden hand suddenly ignited with blinding silver flames, and with a single surge, it completely engulfed Blood Shadow. A piercing scream echoed from within the silver flames as Blood Shadow struggled with all his might, his form contorting like a soft-bodied creature, shifting and transforming endlessly. Yet, no matter how he changed, the golden hand remained relentless, adhering to him like a curse, refusing to relinquish its grip. In just a few breaths, the screams abruptly ceased. Blood Shadow was thus consumed by the flames, fading into nothingness. In truth, this Blood Shadow was a being of ill-fated destiny. Originally, it was unbound by the intangible form, and ordinary treasures and spells could not restrain or significantly harm it. However, this golden hand, transformed from the venerable saint's golden body, had undergone substantial enhancement through Lin Mo's rigorous training and countless trials, endowing it with an unimaginably formidable power capable of easily ensnaring the Blood Shadow's formless entity. Furthermore, the devouring spirit True Fire was inherently adept at consuming the energies of the heavens and earth, and after absorbing various other flames, it exhibited a remarkably potent restraining effect against malevolent entities and demonic auras. It was precisely due to these factors that the once formidable Blood Shadow was effortlessly refined into ashes. Lin Mo witnessed this spectacle, his expression finally relaxing, while the shattered eye of law within his brow gradually closed, vanishing from sight. He then softly recited incantations. The golden radiance enveloping his form began to circulate incessantly. Opening his mouth, he expelled a luminous sphere the size of a human fist. This sphere, adorned with a brilliant golden sheen, was interlaced with a misty, gray-white light within. Chapter 695. It turned out that the foreign substance that had just invaded his body was forcefully retracted and suppressed by his true essence, successfully expelled from his exterior. This feat was only possible due to his greatly enhanced cultivation, with the venerable saint's true demonic art nearing completion. Otherwise, accomplishing such a task would have been exceedingly difficult. Upon expelling the gray-white sphere, his body naturally returned to its normal state. Without hesitation, Lin Mo directed a gentle finger towards the silver flames. Instantly, the devouring spirit True Fire erupted with a whoosh, enveloping the luminous sphere within its grasp. The golden hand, with a flash of brilliance, dissipated silently into the air. After flickering several times within the silver flames, the gray-white sphere ultimately dissolved into nothingness. At that moment, Lin Mo turned slowly, his gaze resting upon the ground several paces away, where lay a grotesquely mangled and pitiable corpse. Observing this tragic sight, he could not help but let out a sigh, although he remained perplexed regarding the calamity that had befallen Li, resulting in the presence of the malevolent Blood Shadow within him. There was no doubt that the lifeless body before him belonged to Li himself. Even more astonishing was the peculiar alteration in the Blood Shadow's visage, suggesting it had successfully fused Li's essence with that of the ancient demon. Had it not been for the unusual agitation displayed by the wailing soul, which had not yet succumbed to slumber when he first encountered Li, Lin Mo might have remained oblivious to the latter's abnormality. Even if Li indeed harbored issues, as long as he did not provoke him, Lin Mo had no intention of expending energy to rectify the situation. However, Li's demeanor during their two encounters revealed a hidden malice. Naturally, Lin Mo felt a surge of murderous intent, thus he arrived at the appointed meeting. Yet, due to his uncertainty regarding the true nature of Li's issues, he opted to wait for the other party to make a move. With a vigilant heart, Lin Mo, having achieved significant progress in the realm of Guanghan, felt confident in his ability to withstand the Blood Shadow's covert schemes. In truth, even without resorting to the golden body and the devouring spirit flame, There existed numerous methods to extricate oneself from the current predicament and effortlessly vanquish this malevolent being. After all, the corporeal strength of Xiang Zhili, possessed by the blood shadow, was vastly inferior to Lin Mo's. Even should the blood shadow self-destruct within Xiang Zhili's body and absorb a significant portion of his essence, it would be incapable of wielding any formidable divine abilities. Lin Mo stood silently, his mind a tumult of thoughts. It was truly lamentable to witness Xiang Zhili, a pinnacle human powerhouse of the mortal realm, meet such a dismal fate. Had he and the old demon who truly encountered misfortune within the spatial node? Or had he succumbed to the invasion of the blood shadow only after entering the spirit realm, resulting in his body being commandeered? If it were the latter, it would undoubtedly evoke even greater sorrow. He sighed deeply once more and then gently waved his sleeve toward the ground. In an instant, a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, illuminating the area, while the remnants of flesh swiftly dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. Meanwhile, the so-called giant spirit talisman, upon the blood shadow's vanishing, transformed into a cloud of dust, scattering into oblivion. Initially, upon witnessing the formidable grayish-white light, Lin Mo had contemplated engaging in some form of research. However, it seemed that he must now devise an alternative plan. Subsequently, he did not linger in that place, but instead reached out toward the surrounding peaks. In an instant, an almost imperceptible ripple coursed through the air around the mountains, followed by a dozen or so vibrant beams of light that surged forth, flickering into his sleeves and disappearing from sight. It turned out that these were the very flags he had previously deployed. The rudimentary formation they had just constructed was merely a simple array intended to simulate the fluctuations of spiritual energy. The moment Xiang Zhili reached the peaks, he had silently activated this formation, skillfully concealing the aura emanating from the earlier fierce battle. Although this location lay over 100 kilometers from Fuzhou City, certain entities within the city still possessed the capacity to observe the circumstances here. With the cover of this simple formation, while it could not entirely obscure the traces of this conflict, it could at least prevent high-level beings from gaining an overly clear perception of the event's entirety. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo's figure suddenly leapt into the air, transforming into a dazzling azure streak of light, which circled the summit before swiftly hurtling toward Fuzhou City with unyielding ferocity. Before long, a patrol of soldiers arrived from another direction to conduct a search. However, after meticulously scouring the peak, they found no noteworthy discoveries and could only depart in resignation. Upon returning to his dwelling in Fuzhou City, Lin Mo plunged into his quarters, deciding to minimize his external activities as much as possible prior to this juncture. In the ensuing days, the three esteemed elders, Qian Jizi, Qing Yangzi, and Ziyangzi, demonstrated their noble commitment by dispatching personnel to successfully deliver the remaining materials in batches to Lin Mo. Without hesitation, he graciously accepted all these generous offerings. After a protracted month of anticipation, Lin Mo finally emerged from his dwelling, hastening directly towards the loftiest peak within the city of Fujiao. It is said that within this peak lie some of the most significant edifices of Fujiao City, concealing a few enigmatic secrets. After half an hour of strenuous ascent, the entire mountain suddenly convulsed violently, and a colossal beam of light erupted from a deep recess within the mountain, piercing the heavens. Yet, mere moments after it flickered, this immense beam vanished without a trace. Although this phenomenon incited a flurry of activity among nearby foreign tribes, igniting their curiosity and prompting days of speculation as time passed, the incident gradually faded from memory, and people returned to their mundane yet fulfilling lives, engrossed in their own affairs. Meanwhile, in a secluded region of a distant continent, far from the thunderclap continent, a similar pillar of light ascended into the sky. Soon thereafter, a figure emerged at the center of a vast magical array as the light dissipated. In the untamed lands of the Fengyuan continent, countless ferocious beasts and mysterious creatures inhabit the boundless terrain, their numbers beyond reckoning. Furthermore, there exist perilous regions with treacherous terrains and harsh environments, where even high-tier practitioners find little hope of survival if they stray within. Each year, numerous cultivators from various races perish in the wilderness, a statistic impossible to accurately quantify. Nevertheless, despite the formidable risks, countless practitioners resolutely venture forth into this savage world in pursuit of its precious resources and the scant opportunities it offers. The human populace resides at the fringes of the Fengyuan continent, appearing relatively vulnerable compared to some of the more formidable races on the continent. Even when juxtaposed with neighboring tribes, they do not command a distinct advantage. Fortunately, they have forged an alliance with the equally matched demon race to collectively withstand external threats. Moreover, both factions have established formidable restrictions laid down by ancient and powerful beings across their 3 realms and 7 territories to ensure their safety. Aside from Tianyuan City, no other routes lead into the territories of these 2 races, allowing them to dwell in peace and maintain their foothold in the spirit realm. Tianyuan City has thus become a critical stronghold, regarded as a lifeline by both races. Housing a substantial contingent of elite troops and an independent council of elders dedicated to the city's defense. This council, though modest in size with only 10 members, comprises none but formidable beings at or above the combined stage of cultivation. Should any elder tragically fall, a new member from either race at the combined stage would be promptly selected to maintain the balance of power. It is precisely due to such stringent protective measures that Tianyuan City stands as an impregnable fortress. Therefore, whether human cultivators or demon practitioners, entry into the wilderness necessitates passage through Tianyuan City, the sole gateway. For ordinary cultivators, to mitigate risks, they usually confine their activities within a month's journey from Tianyuan City. Should they encounter the ferocious ancient beasts or other perilous situations, they still have a chance to return to Tianyuan City in search of sanctuary. Certainly, there exist certain practitioners who, emboldened by their perceived prowess, dare to venture deep into the heart of the wild. However, such audacity undeniably amplifies the likelihood of their demise. At this moment, above a secluded lake in the wilderness, several human cultivators find themselves ensnared in a life-and-death predicament. 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, are tightly encircled by a uniquely formidable ancient beast emerging from the waters. This creature resembles the majestic form of a sea turtle, yet astonishingly, it is adorned with over a dozen appendages akin to octopus tentacles sprouting from its back. As they writhe, these limbs conjure a tempest of shadows, weaving an unassailable net that compels the 4 aerial warriors to be forcefully bound and pressed together. Despite their profound mastery of magical arts, each having attained the divine transformation realm and the dazzling treasures they wield radiating resplendent light, their efforts prove futile. Whether their weapons are as sharp as flying daggers or as heavy as colossal staffs, they rebound mercilessly upon striking the tentacles, failing to penetrate the steadfast web in the slightest. Had it not been for a middle-aged man clad in the robes of a Confucian scholar, deftly wielding a wondrous silver artifact shaped like a rui, which skillfully mitigated most of the net's formidable force, the 4 would have surely succumbed, their defenses obliterated, leading to their inevitable demise. Yet, even so, exhaustion weighs heavily upon them, beads of sweat dotting their brows, as they seem unable to endure any longer. Brother Hua, you must unleash the extreme thunder pearl at once. We must engage in a final, desperate struggle, the scholar exclaimed, having discerned the gravity of their situation. Calling out to another nearby, that is unfeasible. Although the extreme thunder pearl wields immense power, releasing it in such a confined space may endanger us as well, replied a burly man clad in crimson armor, his expression shifting abruptly. I am acutely aware of this fact. However, the situation is dire, and we cannot afford to hesitate. The scholar insisted with unwavering resolve, demonstrating his courage and determination. Upon hearing this, the crimson-clad warrior's countenance changed once more, though he remained indecisive. The ancient beast's tentacles lashed out with increasing speed, the sounds of wind and thunder echoing, while the immense force emanating from the net intensified markedly. The brilliant radiance of the rui, transformed into a blinding white light, began to wane after several fierce collisions, compelling the protective barrier to shrink by nearly half, forcing the 4 to brace against each other to withstand the tentacle onslaught. This realization extinguished the last flicker of hope within the crimson-armored warrior. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly raised his right hand, revealing a blue orb the size of an egg. This orb emitted a dazzling azure glow, its surface adorned with intricate blue patterns, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Upon witnessing the brawny man produce the azure orb, the expressions of the 2 female cultivators shifted dramatically. In a flurry of urgency, one began to murmur incantations, her sleeves swirling as over a dozen advanced talismans shot forth like arrows, coalescing into layers of luminous barriers that enveloped the four of them. The other woman raised her hand, summoning a dark, small bell that burst forth into the air. This bell rapidly expanded, and with a gentle chime, a cascade of faint black luminescence descended like a waterfall, similarly shrouding them all within its embrace. The scholar, resolute, spat forth several mouthfuls of vital blood. With each expulsion, his complexion paled further, yet he swiftly gestured with his fingers. The blood glimmered with an eerie radiance, ultimately merging into the floating Rui. The previously dim spiritual light of the Rui suddenly blazed forth, transforming into a dense and resplendent white aura. Observing his companions adequately prepared, the red-armored giant hesitated no longer. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the azure orb into the fray. Among the quartet, the scholar clad in his scholarly robe bore the marks of battle. His attire stained with blood, and one arm conspicuously absent. The other three companions similarly wore tattered garments, their faces ashen and pallid, indicating they had sustained grievous injuries. Fortunately, none had lost their ability to fly. Aided by their flickering escape lights, they sped away with astonishing velocity. Moments later, the air above roiled and surged, followed by a blinding azure radiance that vanished in an instant. They beheld the ancient beast resembling a colossal tortoise, its numerous tentacles nearly obliterated, leaving only a few remnants in a charred and dilapidated state. Chapter 696. Thundercloud Child. With a thunderous roar from the ancient beast, an air of immeasurable authority erupted forth. Despite the weakened and fragmented tentacles, green luminescence flickered, signaling a resurgence of growth. Nearby, the surface of the lake roiled as if it were a vast battlefield, creating a powerful disturbance. Torrents of water coalesced into a formidable storm that enveloped the immense tortoise, transforming into a watery cloud spanning several acres. This cloud, seemingly alive, surged forward with great haste, closely pursued by the four human cultivators who exerted every ounce of effort in their chase. The four human cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were gripped by profound terror. They fervently urged their escape lights, striving to elude the relentless pursuit of the water cloud. However, despite its massive size, the water cloud matched the velocity of the combined escape lights of the four, the distance between them steadily diminishing. As time progressed, the gap between the escape lights and the water cloud did not widen. Rather, it drew closer. This was not due to an increase in the speed of the water cloud, but rather a consequence of the four cultivators, already gravely injured, beginning to exhibit signs of exhaustion after such a fierce pursuit. The four monks were acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. However, confronted by the ancient beast whose power far exceeded their own, they found themselves utterly powerless. Ultimately, after traversing over 100,000 miles, with the distance between them and the beast dwindling to a mere 100 yards, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. The once clear waters of the surrounding area became obscured, followed by a deafening explosion as the waters erupted violently. The ethereal white mist dissipated into the air, while the colossal tortoise vanished without a trace. The monks, keenly attuned to the commotion behind them, witnessed this alarming spectacle. The scholar with the severed arm's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "This bodes ill." Yet, before they could take any decisive action, the space above them rippled ominously, and several inky black tentacles flashed forth, striking downward with ferocity. Before they could make contact, the immense pressure of the wind sent tremors through their retreating light, causing it to flicker perilously. In a moment of instinct, the four monks cried out in unison and instinctively dispersed their light, each veering in different directions to evade the imminent threat. Though they narrowly escaped the deadly onslaught from above, they were forcibly separated, finding themselves in four disparate positions. They exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Previously, their combined strength had proven insufficient to elude the ancient beast's pursuit. Now, scattered and alone, the prospect of survival seemed but a distant dream. A colossal shadow passed overhead, and the tortoise's form materialized from the void, its two verdant eyes sweeping over the four with a chilling gaze. A sense of dread enveloped the scholars, with most believing that this encounter would be their last. However, as warriors who had cultivated their prowess to such heights and dared to delve into the heart of the wild, they would not resign themselves to fate. Summoning their resolve, they each summoned their magical artifacts, bracing for a final stand. The ancient tortoise, upon witnessing their defiance, emitted a low rumble, a hint of derision glimmering in its eyes as its numerous tentacles waved gracefully, transforming once more into shadows of black. Just as the stage was set for another fierce clash, an unusual expression flickered across the faces of the four and the beast as they simultaneously gazed upward. High above, at a distance of over 100 yards, an enormous thunderball, the size of a human head, had appeared unbeknownst to them. Within it, silvery light flickered, and dense arcs of electricity danced like ethereal sprites, yet it emitted no sound, creating an unsettling atmosphere of profound mystery. Before the four monks and the ancient beast could react, the thunderball erupted with a cataclysmic roar, instantly expanding several-fold. Following this, the relentless thunder echoed as numerous arcs of electricity surged forth from the ball, swiftly coalescing into a circular magical array several yards in diameter. This array, crafted entirely from pure silver arcs, shimmered under the summer sun, revealing countless mysterious symbols glistening with a silvery hue. Then, with a resounding clap of thunder that shook the heavens, a colossal arc of electricity, reminiscent of a giant water tank, suddenly manifested. As the electric light gradually converged, a figure, seemingly agile, stumbled into the heart of the thunderstorm. However, this individual, barely steady on his feet, suddenly erupted in a fit of unrefined expletives. "You old rascal. Lei Yunzi, if I ever cross paths with you again, this matter will certainly not end so easily." The young man, clad in a blue robe, bore an impressive pair of brilliantly depicted wings behind him. Although his features were rather unremarkable, his countenance was alive with indignation and fury. A scholar with a severed arm felt a stir within him. His consciousness swiftly swept over the young man. Upon discerning the outcome, an expression of ecstatic joy illuminated his face, and he called out excitedly, "Esteemed senior, please exercise utmost caution. The stone-origin turtle below possesses remarkable intelligence and formidable strength." Stone-origin turtle? Upon hearing this name, the young man seemed to finally take notice of the four individuals and the beast below. Yet, after scanning the scene, he burst into hearty laughter. "So, you are humans. Splendid. We must not be far from Tianyuan City." The young man did not cast another glance at the enormous turtle, appearing to entirely disregard its presence. The gigantic turtle, sensing the young man's prowess, refrained from attacking, opting instead to observe quietly. Indeed, there remained a considerable distance to Tianyuan City. "If you wish, esteemed senior, we four are willing to offer our assistance," declared the burly man in red armor, who had evidently recognized the profound cultivation of the young man, unable to fathom his depths. It was as though he had grasped a lifeline. The remaining three companions, including the Confucian disciple and two women, eagerly concurred. "Guiding me? That sounds like an excellent idea. However, before we proceed, I must first deal with that stone-origin turtle," the young man replied with a smile, turning his gaze toward the beast below. Although the turtle could not comprehend their words, it sensed the young man's penetrating gaze and felt a surge of fear within. Without hesitation, it let out a deep roar, opening its mouth to unleash a dazzling blue beam of light. Simultaneously, the numerous tentacles on its back began to writhe, forming countless dark shadows that lunged toward the young man. As the beast sensed a potential threat to its life, it became even more ferocious. Witnessing the turtle's frenzied assault, the four individuals below were filled with terror. They immediately activated their magical artifacts, transforming into radiant bursts of light to shield their bodies, cautiously retreating a few steps. Meanwhile, the young man in the air, faced with this predicament, merely smiled lightly. He raised a sleeve and waved it forward, summoning a layer of gray light that promptly materialized before him, effectively blocking the blue beam's attack. A blue beam struck the luminous curtain, producing a flash of light that swiftly dissipated into silence. The formidable attack seemingly held boundless power, yet it bore no tangible effect. As a massive net woven from shadows descended from the heavens, the young man remained unfazed, his eyes unblinking. With a sudden flap of the wings upon his back, thunder roared, and numerous azure-white arcs of electricity flickered and danced upon his wings, emitting a crackling sound as they surged violently towards the sky. Simultaneously, his arm moved, and a hand as dark as ink emerged from his sleeve, reaching out to seize the colossal net. A deafening clap of thunder erupted. In a stunning spectacle, the moment the hand extended, the azure-white arcs converged in a singular direction, a booming sound resonating continuously. Remarkably, They transformed instantaneously into a gigantic azure-white hand, approximately 10 feet in size, entirely composed of intertwining thick arcs of electricity. As the fingers spread apart, the net, akin to mere paper, was effortlessly torn asunder by the thunderous hand, which then vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, a massive arc of electricity streaked across the top of the giant turtle's head, swiftly morphing back into the colossal hand, descending with lightning speed. This attack was executed with unparalleled rapidity. The giant turtle had yet to register any response when the electric hand severed the azure spiritual light enveloping its body, firmly grasping it. A tremendous roar of thunder resounded, illuminating the sky with azure-white brilliance, as countless arcs of electricity flickered and danced within. What unfathomable power resided within these mysterious arcs, capable of reducing the giant stone turtle's immense form to mere dust in an instant? Without so much as a mournful cry, when the blinding electric light abruptly faded, only a demon core, akin to the size of an egg, remained, quietly floating in midair. The young man's eyes sparkled with intent as he unhesitatingly extended his right hand downward. Accompanied by a sound piercing the air, the demon core shot upwards like an arrow, drawn into his grasp. The young man delicately toyed with the demon core for a moment before a flash of inspiration struck him, and he stowed it away. Turning to the scholars and others, he casually remarked, "Gentlemen, we may proceed." However, the four scholars stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. The stone turtle, possessing strength comparable to the void refinement realm, had nearly claimed their lives moments earlier. Yet now, before this unfamiliar youth, the beast had been effortlessly vanquished in a mere clash. Such an occurrence was beyond their belief. Could it be that this young man's prowess far exceeded their previous estimations? "Might I inquire if the technique you employed earlier reaches the sacred stage of the composite realm?" one scholar asked, drawing a deep breath and bowing deeply with utmost respect. The young man, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. "Composite? I have yet to attain that level. As for my name, my surname is Lin. This young man is undoubtedly Lin Mo. At this moment, it has been over a century since he was transported back from the thunderous continent. When he first returned, he arrived at a remote corner of the Fengyuan continent, where the teleportation array was surrounded solely by guardian cultivators dispatched by the Tianyun clan, with no other alien races stationed nearby. After presenting a jade slip that validated his identity, he leisurely departed from the location. However, Lin Mo could never have anticipated that his journey back to the human realm would prove to be so arduous and protracted. With the power he possessed at that time, he felt no fear even when confronted by formidable beings at the integration stage. Nonetheless, the vastness of the Fengyuan continent, coupled with numerous unforeseen encounters and perils along the way, necessitated traversing regions populated by alien races. Despite his utmost care and vigilance, he found himself in life-threatening situations on multiple occasions. One such instance involved being besieged for months by 7 or 8 ancient beasts at the integration level, from which he narrowly escaped thanks to his ample reserves of spiritual pills and spirit stones. On another occasion, he inadvertently stumbled into an incredibly frigid forbidden zone, where he was engulfed by a chilling current. Had it not been for the unexpected advancement of his 5-colored cold flame, triggered by the cold's stimulation, which then devoured the frigid force, he might have been forever transformed into a frozen statue, eternally slumbering in that desolate place. Thus, it took him over a year to extricate himself from that dire predicament. There was also a time when he encountered a group of high-ranking beings from an alien race, who, seeing him alone, contemplated murder and plunder. After an intense battle, despite unleashing formidable powers, including the release of golden-eating insects and the Xiantian broken blade, he succeeded in slaying 7 or 8 beings of the refinement void level and severely injuring 2 integration stage experts. However, this left him gravely weakened, forcing him to escape in a disheveled state. The extent of his injuries necessitated a lengthy retreat into a concealed location, where he spent over a decade in seclusion to fully restore his vitality and successfully neutralize the potent poison within him. During the subsequent arduous journey, he proceeded with even greater caution. Yet, he could not evade the frequent occurrence of unexpected dangers, which weighed heavily on his mind. It was at this juncture that he profoundly understood why even the mightiest beings at the integration stage would change countenance when speaking of traversing the entire continent. After all, with his current cultivation level, he had faced numerous life-threatening situations and it was likely that many ordinary integration stage beings had met untimely ends during such continental journeys. Chapter 697. It must be noted that such journeys are typically undertaken by the apex beings of various races, who usually choose to embark on these experiences after reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation path. Only through countless heart-stopping adventures can beings of their kind refine their inner realms anew, potentially reclaiming the slender threads of fortune and destiny that rightfully belong to them. Likewise, during Lin Mo's journey back into the human realm, he encountered numerous perils, yet the rewards he reaped were astonishing. Without delving into the journey itself, one can simply note the vast array of rare materials he acquired deep within the wilderness, alongside his experiences mingling among the settlements of foreign tribes. The myriad esoteric techniques he pilfered from these tribes, starkly divergent from human martial arts, proved immensely beneficial. To evade the attention of the foreign inhabitants, he always embarked on his ventures at the fringes of their territories, only venturing into smaller towns while steering clear of areas dominated by formidable entities. This approach naturally minimized risk. However, despite such precautions, safe passage was not guaranteed on every occasion. During one incursion into a small foreign city known as the Ming tribe, he unexpectedly encountered a foreigner who identified himself as Lei Yunzi. This individual, merely at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, effortlessly discerned Lin Mo's foreign identity. Consequently, an intense battle erupted between them. To Lin Mo's astonishment, he found himself unable to overcome this seemingly inconsequential foe. Lei Yunzi, it turned out, was a legendary wielder of the five thunder body, inherently capable of harnessing and controlling five distinct forms of lightning. Coupled with his cultivation of an ancient thunderous technique long lost to time, he could shift between corporeality and lightning at will. Although his cultivation level limited the duration of this transformation, it rendered Lin Mo utterly helpless. Even more astonishing was Lei Yunzi's prowess as a master of formations. He ingeniously combined his thunderous powers to create a unique thunder light formation. This formation allowed him to convert internal lightning into various arrays for trapping enemies or launching attacks and defenses, truly a sight to behold. Yet, despite Lin Mo's considerable abilities, Lei Yunzi could not claim any distinct advantage. After more than a month of relentless combat, the two unexpectedly forged a semblance of friendship. Lin Mo was profoundly curious about Lei Yunzi's thunderlight formation, while Lei Yunzi showed great interest in Lin Mo's evil-repelling divine thunder and the lightning pattern techniques gleaned from the celestial thunder wood. After negotiations, they resolved to find a suitable place to settle down and exchange insights on their respective practices. Ultimately, Lin Mo not only mastered several highly practical techniques of the thunderlight formation, but Lei Yunzi also absorbed some of Lin Mo's evil-repelling divine thunder powers and learned the art of lightning patterns. Both were quite satisfied with the outcome and parted ways. However, was the thunderlight formation truly of exceptionally high difficulty, or had Lei Yunzi deliberately concealed certain crucial factors? Throughout the subsequent training process, Lin Mo consistently struggled to master it with ease, often encountering subtle flaws during execution, which left him greatly perturbed. As he delved deeper into the study of the formation, Lin Mo became increasingly convinced that the latter was the case, fostering a profound sense of dissatisfaction toward Lei Yunzi, despite his subtle manipulation of the thunder pattern technique, which resulted in a mere 10% success rate for the opponent's refinement of thunder orbs. Lin Mo ultimately had to rely on his own intellect and exceptional mastery of formations. He endeavored, bit by bit, to repair and correct the various lightning arrays throughout this arduous journey. The recently appeared lightning teleportation array was the one he focused on most intently. This array could harness the power of lightning to create a short-distance teleportation formation, possessing the ability to instantaneously transport a participant across 1,000 miles. Should Thundercloud Z employ this array, the destination could be pinpointed with remarkable precision, within 100 feet, and the entire teleportation process could be completed in mere moments. However, due to Lin Mo's insufficient grasp of several critical aspects of the technique, even with his utmost effort to revise and enhance it, he could only achieve random teleportation within a limited range. Moreover, the time taken from the incantation to the completion of the teleportation process exceeded that of Thundercloud Z's by over tenfold. The recent teleportation attempt was undoubtedly another effort at improvement based on this foundation, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. This ignited a profound resentment towards Thundercloud Z and Lin Mo, causing him to erupt in a fit of rage. At this moment, after traversing mountains and rivers from the far side of the wind elemental continent, he had endured nearly a century of hardship to return here. Thus, when his gaze fell upon the scholars, an immense joy surged within him. Although he had gleaned from some rather rudimentary maps of the continent that he was nearing the territory of humanity, he could not ascertain this with absolute certainty. Furthermore, encountering his kin after many years stirred a wave of excitement, especially upon realizing he was indeed not far from Tianyuan City. Having long wandered and coexisted with foreign races and beasts, Lin Mo naturally felt a profound longing for home. More importantly, he remained deeply concerned about Nangongwan's ascension. He pondered whether his beloved wife had successfully ascended to the spirit realm and reached Tianyuan City. Lin Mo's thoughts were tumultuous, rising and falling like the tide. Yet his countenance remained serene as he gently waved his hand, summoning a shimmering azure flying carriage. This carriage stretched 7 to 8 jong, its surface engraved with countless inscrutable runes, and at the front, 2 winged, wolf-like automaton beasts hovered in the air. Observing the condition of his companions, who appeared gravely injured, Lin Mo addressed them calmly. Given the impossibility of continuing our long journey, please rest and heal aboard the flying carriage, simply guiding me along the path forward. Thank you for your generous care, esteemed elder. We shall dutifully obey. The 4 scholars expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Although Lin Mo had not explicitly acknowledged his status as a harmonization stage cultivator, they understood he was no ordinary refinement stage existence. For how else could he so effortlessly defeat a stone elemental turtle of the same realm? Naturally, they dared not defy any command, especially in their current state of severe injury, making this arrangement a most welcome boon. The once arduous journey home, fraught with peril, is now rendered safe by the presence of an exceptional companion. Thus, the 4 figures shimmer momentarily, transforming into streaks of light as they soar into the flying carriage. Lin Mo raises his right hand, unleashing 2 azure incantations that shoot forth like arrows, swiftly penetrating the bodies of 2 azure puppet beasts. The puppets, which had previously appeared lifeless, emit a deep growl, suddenly revived, their wings unfurling as they dart forward. The surface of the azure flying carriage is adorned with swirling runes, which then coalesce into a shimmering azure barrier that envelopes the group. In the next instant, a brilliant flash occurs, propelling them toward the horizon in a radiant arc of azure light. From whence do you hail? How long has it been since your departure from Tianyuan City? Lin Mo inquires, seated cross-legged in the center of the carriage. Esteemed elder, we 4 hail from a sect within the Xuanwu realm. It has been but half a year since we left Tianyuan City. The refined scholar among the group, clearly the leader, responds with utmost respect. Merely half a year. With that in mind, you must possess a considerable understanding of the recent circumstances in Tianyuan City. Lin Mo raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Though we have spent many years in Tianyuan City and are somewhat aware of the various events that transpired, esteemed elder, you must understand that due to our relatively low cultivation levels, we are unable to fully grasp many of the deeper secrets and complexities, the scholar cautiously replies. Sensing Lin Mo's intent, there is no need for undue concern. I too hail from Tianyuan City, though I have been away for many years due to fortuitous circumstances. I merely wish to learn about the current state of my homeland. However, since Tianyuan City remains unscathed, it seems the invasion by the foreign tribes did not succeed. Lin Mo chuckles softly. An invasion by foreign tribes? From what you say, it seems you departed Tianyuan City during that time. The scholar continues. In earlier years, our human race allied with the demon race to resist a formidable foreign assault, suffering tremendous casualties on both sides. It is said that even formidable beings at the fusion realm perished in that conflict. Yet, just when the battle reached its zenith, those foreign armies retreated without warning, thereby sparing Tianyuan City from disaster. The scholar's expression shifts slightly, and he hurriedly shares the information he possesses with reverence. Retreat. Lin Mo gently strokes his beard, lost in profound contemplation. Indeed, the precise reasons behind this turn of events remain a matter of speculation. Some believe that our human and demon forces launched a daring strike against their homeland, compelling them to withdraw. Others conjecture that the emergence of the Xiantian divine treasure prompted a mass exodus of all foreign races to contest it. The warrior clad in red armor interjects, offering his own insights. What legends surround the Xiantian divine treasure? Lin Mo's heart tightens at the mention, though he maintains an outward calm. This matter, at that time, spread across the entire world. Some insisted it was a mysterious treasure that had suddenly emerged from within a foreign ethnic group. Others claimed it was brought forth by a sacred being from another continent, descending upon our realm. There were even more bizarre rumors suggesting that it was a practitioner who had ascended from the lower realms, appearing among our various clans with this treasure. The scholar explained with a wry smile, "Haha, practitioners ascending from the lower realms." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo not only felt no surprise but burst into laughter. "Surely, esteemed elder, you find this assertion utterly ludicrous. That transcendent treasure is of such immense value that it could not possibly belong to a mere mortal from the lower realms. I truly wonder where such rumors originate." Another female practitioner interjected with a smile, "Indeed, it is hard to believe. Now, please enlighten me about the significant and shocking events that have transpired in the 3 realms and 7 regions over the past 1 or 2 centuries. Lin Mo nodded calmly and posed the question once more. "As you wish, esteemed elder. Although there have been numerous profound events over the past century or 2 in the 3 realms and 7 regions, detailing each one would likely take more than just a day." The scholar politely expressed his apologies. "No matter, our journey is still long. I trust my fellow friends can spare ample time to elaborate for me." Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Since the esteemed elder has requested it, we shall certainly endeavor to provide you with a thorough introduction." The scholar pledged respectfully. At that moment, he had consumed some healing elixirs and took out a translucent spirit stone, gradually restoring the energy within him. If we are to speak of the most significant occurrences in the past 2 centuries, the foremost would be the failure of the celestial spirit emperor in the 3 realms to overcome the great heavenly tribulation, tragically perishing several decades ago. The selection of a new spirit emperor is soon to commence among the human race. Additionally, the daughter of the southern Li Jiao king, one of the 7 demon kings, mysteriously vanished from her lair, prompting the southern Li Jiao king to upheave his territory in a desperate search for her. The scholar's expression grew solemn as he began to recount these events in detail. The red-armored warrior and the 2 female practitioners occasionally supplemented the narrative to ensure the information was complete. Lin Mo listened intently, his demeanor shifting from initial indifference to astonishment. And soon thereafter, his expression became one of grave contemplation. It appeared that during his absence, significant and shocking events had indeed transpired between the human and demon races. After an entire afternoon, Lin Mo finally concluded their narration. When their conversation abruptly halted, he fell into deep thought. The scholar and others wisely maintained silence, patiently waiting for Lin Mo's response. "May I inquire, esteemed friends, if there has been a female practitioner from the lower realms, named Nangong, one who has appeared in Tianyuan City over these years?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo suddenly posed this question. "Nangong Wan. That name is unfamiliar to me. Despite my limited knowledge of the guardians of Tianyuan town, it is undeniable that the number of ascended cultivators from the lower realms is exceedingly scarce and cannot be overlooked." The scholar, after a moment of contemplation, replied with certainty. "I see. Perhaps she has altered her name. What about the number of female cultivators who have ascended to Tianyuan City over the years?" Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he seemed to recall something, continuing to inquire. "In comparison to their male counterparts, the number of female cultivators who have ascended to Tianyuan City is indeed more limited. However, there are still a few." The scholar hesitated momentarily before answering. Chapter 698. "Very well. I appreciate all of you for sharing this information. Now, please rest quietly on the flying carriage." Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and subsequently closed his eyes, refraining from further comment. The scholars, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed their thanks before each entering a meditative state. At this moment, Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, yet deep within, he felt a profound sense of confusion. His mind flooded with memories of Nangong Wan's gentle voice and sweet smile. The longing he had harbored for years erupted like a volcano upon learning that Nangong Wan may not have successfully ascended to the spirit realm. He felt a dull ache in his heart. Under Lin Mo's urging, the speed of the azure flying carriage surpassed even the swiftest light of the scholars guiding their own escape, arriving near Tianyuan City in merely a month and a half. As the carriage silently halted in the sky, Lin Mo stood at the front, gazing at the colossal city walls of Tianyuan City, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. After years of wandering, He had finally returned to the land shared by both humans and demons. Senior, we can now activate the teleportation array to return to the city, the scholar cautiously suggested to Lin Mo. On the ground, not far from the city wall, stood a large teleportation array occupying several zhang of space. Flanking the array were more than a dozen Qingming guards clad in azure armor. As the array shimmered with light, several figures emerged, engaging in brief conversation with the stationed guards before transforming into streaks of light and swiftly ascending into the sky. This teleportation array was the sole passageway to Tianyuan City. Given that this city faced the wild regions, it lacked a city gate. Thus, any wishing to enter the barbaric world must rely on these teleportation arrays. The guards of Tianyuan City would employ more concealed teleportation arrays when executing temporary tasks. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, lightly stepping onto the flying carriage, allowing it to descend gently to the ground. Due to the massive size of the azure carriage, the Qingming guards below quickly detected their presence and immediately unleashed powerful divine senses to investigate. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo caused the carriage to vanish in a flash of azure light. The 5 figures moved, landing near the teleportation array. "Ah, Captain!" An astonished exclamation suddenly erupted from one of the Qingming guards. Lin Mo paused at the sound, scanning the crowd to discover a familiar figure among the guards, a broad-shouldered man with striking blue eyes, whose visage stirred an inexplicable sense of recognition within him. This individual is none other than Zhuochong, one of the 10 black guards he once commanded in Tianyuan City. Now, Zhuochong has remarkably ascended from the late nascent soul stage to the early transformation stage, gazing at Lin Mo with astonishment. "So it is you, Taoist Zhua. Congratulations on your successful promotion to the Qingming Guard," Lin Mo said, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Indeed, Captain." "Oh, has the captain ascended to the void refinement stage?" Zhuochong exclaimed, initially filled with joy upon seeing Lin Mo, followed by an expression of disbelief. He extended his spiritual sense to probe Lin Mo's true cultivation level, but was unable to discern it, which naturally led to such speculation. "During my years of travel, I have indeed reached the void refinement stage. I never expected to reunite with Taoist Zhua before even entering the city. How have the fellow Taoists from our team fared in recent years?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. "Well, shortly after the captain's departure, the foreign tribes launched an assault on Tianyuan City. Over half of our members perished in that conflict, and the remaining ones chose to leave the city. Presently, only myself and Su Xianzi remain steadfast here," Zhuochong replied candidly. "Su Xianzi is still within the city?" Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a unique light upon hearing this. This woman is a descendant of the Eye Soul Fairy and is a crucial clue in fulfilling the task entrusted to him by the young man of the Tianyuan clan. Thus he felt a heightened sense of concern. Yes, Su Xianzi has also advanced to the transformation stage and has reached the mid-level. She is currently leading a team of black guards. By the way, Su Xianzi has often spoken of the captain, expressing that without your guidance, she would likely not have achieved her current success, Zhuochong explained with a smile, as if he believed there was some undisclosed connection between Lin Mo and the woman. Haha, it was merely a trivial effort back then. How could it be deemed as guidance? Su Xianzi's accomplishments are naturally due to her own exceptional talent. Lin Mo replied lightly, a serene smile on his face. Zhuochong nodded slightly, opting for silence thereafter. The Confucian scholars and others, witnessing Lin Mo's familiarity with Zhuochong, felt their last bit of apprehension dissipate entirely. Clearly, the assertions made by the other party regarding their origins in Tianyuan City were indeed quite credible. They no longer needed to worry about whether he was a foreign entity in disguise, intentionally approaching to infiltrate Tianyuan City, a situation that had not been uncommon in the past. The Confucian scholar, also recognizing Zhuochong, turned his gaze and respectfully saluted, saying, "It is indeed heartening to know that Senior Lin is acquainted with Brother Zhua. We owe our safe return to this place to Senior Lin's assistance." "Oh, did the 4 of you encounter peril?" Zhuochong inquired, somewhat surprised. "Not merely peril. The 4 of us nearly met our demise at the claws of a stone yuan turtle of the void refinement level," the scholarly cultivator said with a wry smile. "Ha ha. Our captain once defeated a foreign entity of the void refinement level with his transformation stage prowess. Dealing with a mere stone yuan turtle is now trivial." Zhuochong interjected with a mocking smile. Upon hearing Zhuochong's words, the scholar and others readily expressed their agreement. "Taoist Zhua, I hope we have the opportunity to converse again in the future." I have some urgent matters to attend to and must enter Tianyuan City now, Lin Mo said, a mysterious smile lingering on his face. Oh, I have been remiss, Shui'er replied. The captain must have hurried from a distant place and is undoubtedly weary. It was only then that Shui'er came to a realization and promptly stepped aside from the teleportation array behind him. After slightly nodding to Shui'er, Lin Mo stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. With a brilliant flash of light, Lin Mo vanished in an instant. The scholar and others followed closely. Disappearing amidst the humming of the teleportation array, Shui'er gazed at the empty array, a profound worry etched on his face. Brother, do you truly know this Lin Sr.? Was he genuinely your captain back in the day? How could someone at the transformation stage defeat an entity of the virtual refinement level? Why are we unable to perceive his cultivation realm? Has he perhaps cultivated some unique divine ability? The other Qingming guards, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain their curiosity and began to inquire. Undoubtedly, Captain Lin was a figure of great renown among the Qingming guards, his prowess rivaling that of ordinary celestial guards. During my time under his command, I reaped numerous benefits. Otherwise, I would not have ascended to the transformation stage so smoothly. After such a long absence, he has actually broken through to the virtual refinement realm, making his divine abilities even more unfathomable. The fact that you cannot discern his magical power is hardly surprising, Shui'er replied, though deep within, he began to ponder Lin Mo's whereabouts over the years. However, he could never have imagined that Lin Mo had been traveling far and wide all this time, even visiting other continents. At that moment, illuminated by a ray of spiritual light, Lin Mo suddenly appeared within an unremarkable hall, then slowly stepped out of the teleportation array, surveying his surroundings. After a brief wait, the scholar and the others were also transported out. We have arrived at Tianyuan City, and it is time for my companions and I to part ways. Lin Mo turned to address the four of them. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We are currently residing at the Chuamian Pavilion, and should you have any requests, we would never dare to decline, the scholar said, bowing deeply with sincere gratitude. Without Lin Mo, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences, and this sentiment was genuinely heartfelt. Chuamian Pavilion. I shall remember that. Perhaps I may trouble you all in the future. Lin Mo regarded the scholar with a meaningful glance, nodded slightly, then with a sweep of his sleeve, strode towards the hall's exit. The scholar paused momentarily, then, along with the other three, adopted a respectful demeanor. Upon leaving the hall, they found themselves in a vast atrium spanning approximately 100 feet, with many individuals entering and exiting from several surrounding halls, though their numbers did not seem excessive. However, at the entrance of the atrium, 2 rows of Qingming guards held peculiar spirit discs, meticulously inspecting every cultivator entering or leaving. Behind these black-clad Qingming guards stood a celestial guard clad in golden armor, his arms crossed over his chest, coldly scrutinizing each person within the atrium. Mid-stage virtual refinement. Lin Mo discerned the celestial guard's strength at a glance. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the individual without hesitation. The celestial guards outside the formation are tasked solely with ensuring that the teleportation array remains unscathed by foreign entities or wild beasts. The true guardians responsible for verifying the identities of those entering and exiting are found within. Tianyuan City was once known for issuing temporary passage tokens to all who ventured into the untamed world. However, due to Lin Mo's prolonged absence from Tianyuan City, he found himself without such a token, undoubtedly causing him some inconvenience. The hall was sparsely populated, with Lin Mo being the sole cultivator at the refining void level. The gaze of a celestial guard immediately flickered towards him. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive, yet the aura he had previously concealed with secret techniques now radiated freely. The gaunt celestial guard's countenance shifted abruptly, astonishment evident in his eyes. I am Yulingzi. Your cultivation is remarkable. May I inquire your esteemed name and place of origin? As Lin Mo strode confidently forward, the celestial guard appeared to vanish from his position, reappearing before his fellow guards with the agility of a specter. Bowing respectfully to Lin Mo. I am Lin Mo. As for my origins, well, approximately 300 years ago, I was still a member of the Celestial Guards. Lin Mo replied with a slight smirk. The Celestial Guards? Surely. You jest, the guard responded, incredulous. I, Yang, have served as a Celestial Guard in this city for centuries, and not a single one of my fellow guards has ever encountered you. His initial surprise morphed into a grave demeanor. Lin Mo merely smiled at his words and suddenly raised his arm, a swirl of azure light darting past. The emaciated guard's pupils constricted with a swift grasp. He secured the azure sphere in his palm. To his astonishment, it was a jade token, its surface etched with silver symbols on one side and faint golden characters, including the number 56 on the other. It was indeed the token Lin Mo had carried during his time as a celestial guard. The celestial guards? The guard appeared somewhat incredulous. Indeed. Do you dispute this? Lin Mo replied with an air of calm. I have no objections. However, I must first authenticate the token's legitimacy. Yang, the celestial guard, responded with an awkward chuckle, cautious in his demeanor. Of course, feel free to proceed, Lin Mo replied with tranquility. The gaunt guard nodded slightly, rubbing his hands together, causing the jade token to emit a faint azure glow. Yes, it is undoubtedly the token of the celestial guards. However, your identification number was deactivated over a century ago. You are now a free individual. The guard's spiritual light gradually dissipated, a perplexed expression crossing his features. I successfully completed a perilous mission in my past, and upon its successful conclusion, I became a free man, Lin Mo responded with calm assurance. A perilous mission. This occurred 300 years ago. The gaunt guard's eyes brightened, as if a sudden realization struck him, revealing a look of shock. It seems you also hold vivid memories of those events from long ago, Lin Mo remarked with a faint smile. Oh, so you were one of those who participated in those treacherous missions. I am truly honored, the guard replied, his tone filled with respect. Since the esteemed friend has committed no transgression, you may take your leave. However, I must reclaim this token of the Qingming Guard. The Yang surname Celestial Guard expressed admiration, cupping his fists in respect. That is only fitting. Due to my prolonged absence from my homeland and the lack of any other means to prove my identity, I reluctantly presented this token. Lin Mo responded nonchalantly. The emaciated Celestial Guard nodded lightly, waving his hand, and the Qingming Guards promptly parted to clear a path for Lin Mo to exit. Without hesitation, Lin Mo channeled his inner spiritual energy, transforming it into a streak of azure light, swiftly departing the hall. Within a grand hall atop a unique edifice, the azure radiance flickered several times before vanishing without a trace. What unusual behavior did the one named Lin Mo, a user of the exhibit? The gaunt elder gazed grimly in the direction Lin Mo had hastily departed and then inquired of those nearby. Esteemed sir, there appears to be no anomaly. According to our observations, this elder of the Lin surname is undoubtedly of the human race. A youthful Qingming guard responded with spirited confidence. Chapter 699. He possesses neither a passage token nor has the discarded Qingming guard identification been reclaimed. For such an extended period, this individual has remained stranded in the wilderness. Surely, he must have encountered extraordinary opportunities. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to ascend from the God transformation stage to the later stages of the void refinement realm in merely 300 years. However, since he is indeed of the human race, significant issues should not arise. Why should I be overly concerned? After a moment of contemplation, the gaunt elder ultimately shook his head gently. Although such rapid advancement over centuries is indeed rare, opportunities abound in this wilderness, and such occurrences are not unprecedented. Had this individual never joined the Tianyuan Guard, he might have attempted to recruit him into the Celestial Guards. However, now that he has already departed from Tianyuan City once, it would be futile to pursue him further. Thus, the gaunt Celestial Guard quickly set this matter aside, turning his attention to the four scholars emerging from the same hall. Lin Mo continued to survey the surroundings as he descended in his escape light. After enduring over 300 years, the architecture within Tianyuan City had remained virtually unchanged. The city still showcased numerous black and white armored soldiers patrolling at low altitudes, while many external cultivators hurried between the buildings. The entire city radiated a scene of prosperity, with no traces of the previous alien incursions. Thus, Lin Mo need not concern himself with such matters. He directed his escape light straight toward the marketplace of Tianyuan City. He had no intention of lingering in Tianyuan City. After over 100 years of stabilizing his magical power and countless trials of life and death, he had fully equipped himself with the strength to challenge the bottleneck of the fusion stage. With a brief period of rest, he could embark on the endeavor to break through, armed with numerous divine abilities. Even a mere ascension to the initial stage of fusion should suffice to contend with formidable opponents in the later stages. allowing him to navigate effortlessly between the human and demon races. Thus, the task that lay before him was to seek out a concealed location in the vicinity of Tianyuan City, where he could prepare for a period before attempting to break through his bottleneck. During this time, all other matters must be temporarily set aside and disregarded. However, due to the depletion over the past century, he was compelled to procure a substantial quantity of auxiliary materials within Tianyuan City. Although he had managed to acquire some necessities among the alien tribes over the years, the actual replenishment was insufficient, given that his travels had taken him to the fringes of those territories. Had it not been for the ample supplies he had gathered before departing from the thunderous continent, he might have found himself forced to suspend certain insights and research along the way. Given the scale of Tianyuan City, he trusted it would be capable of meeting his needs. With these materials, he would be able to refine various magical tools and elixirs to aid him in his breakthrough. Familiar with the marketplace of Tianyuan City, Lin Mo descended onto the streets of the architectural complex, divided by a colossal luminous barrier. On the other side of the barrier lay the trading grounds of the demon tribe stationed in Tianyuan City. The grand hall at the center of the barrier served as the sole platform for interaction and exchange of precious goods between humans and demons. As Lin Mo's gaze swept across the magnificent hall in the distance, a flicker of recognition stirred within him, as the hazy figure of the demon woman flashed through his mind. In the past, he had engaged in multiple transactions with this enigmatic demoness within that hall, exchanging for rare medicinal seeds held by her kind. Without resorting to this avenue, he would have expended far more effort in his own pursuits. Yet, this woman appeared to possess considerable influence, having been privy to the impending large-scale invasion of Tianyuan City by the alien tribes, which allowed her to evacuate in advance. Retracting his gaze, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings before calmly stepping into a nearby well-established materials shop. This establishment specialized in various materials required for the refinement of tools and elixirs, boasting a rich and diverse inventory. Should you have any needs, feel free to express them openly. Within the shop, 5 or 6 attendants were bustling about, and one particularly handsome young lad promptly approached with a smile. "You may step aside. I shall personally attend to this esteemed guest," he announced. Before Lin Mo could utter a word, the proprietor, who had been seated on a bamboo chair, suddenly noticed a certain object in his hand shimmering several times, prompting him to leap from his seat in astonishment. He swiftly approached Lin Mo, his face brimming with respect, and exclaimed, "I did not anticipate the honor of your presence, esteemed senior. I regret not being able to greet you in person. I hope you will forgive my oversight." Lin Mo was slightly taken aback by this address. Since entering the town, he had not once concealed his cultivation level using secret arts, yet a golden core cultivator should not have been able to discern his capabilities directly. However, when he caught sight of the item in the elder's hand, resembling a magical disc, realization dawned upon him. He nodded slightly, saying, "Ah, so you possess a spirit pressure disc. No wonder you were able to perceive my cultivation level. Therefore, let's dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. I require a substantial amount of materials, and I hope you can prepare them for me." With a casual flick of his hand, Lin Mo conjured a white jade slip, which he tossed to the elder. The elder received the jade slip with utmost care, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. However, as his consciousness probed into the slip, a look of both astonishment and delight emerged on his face. The quantity of materials required by the esteemed elder was staggering. Although our shop could supply a significant portion, a portion would still need to be borrowed from other establishments. I humbly request the elder to wait a moment. "Very well. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour," Lin Mo replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the elder was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Lin Mo to take a seat on a nearby chair, while a servant was summoned to present spirit tea. He then instructed several others to swiftly gather the necessary materials from the warehouse. As for himself, he rushed out of the shop to procure the remaining materials from familiar businesses nearby. Witnessing their master's fervent actions, the other servants speculated that Lin Mo must possess an illustrious background, casting glances of reverence in his direction. Meanwhile, Lin Mo leisurely savored the spirit tea in his hand, closing his eyes in tranquil silence. Merely moments later, the elder returned, his face alight with excitement, holding a storage bracelet. At that moment, the other attendants in the shop also brought forth a large assortment of boxes and bottles of varying sizes. For Lin Mo, these materials might merely be considered mundane auxiliary supplies, yet for the shop, they remained exceedingly valuable resources. Lin Mo's consciousness swept over the storage bracelet and the assorted containers several times before he casually inquired about the price. The elder, beaming with a smile, quoted a figure that would be deemed exorbitant by ordinary cultivators. However, Lin Mo maintained his composure, lightly tossing a small pouch toward the elder. The elder caught the pouch with steadiness, and upon probing its contents with his consciousness, he discovered that it contained wealth surpassing his demands, instantly filling him with joy as he expressed his gratitude profusely. Lin Mo discreetly gathered all the items into his possession before gracefully departing. With a flash of light, Lin Mo unhesitatingly exited the market and soared in the opposite direction of Tianyuan City. A few hours later, he had safely distanced himself from Tianyuan City, transforming into a vibrant azure streak racing toward the distant, boundless mountain ranges. After a fortnight, Lin Mo successfully traversed beyond the jurisdiction of Tianyuan City. However, he did not pause, continuing his flight forward. 2 months later, the azure streak finally descended steadily upon a lush peak. As the light gradually dissipated, Lin Mo's figure emerged, standing atop a grand boulder at the mountain's summit. After surveying the surroundings, he closed his eyes tightly, releasing a formidable consciousness to conduct a thorough investigation. Moments later, he nodded in satisfaction. This location possessed an exceptional spiritual vein. Although its scale was not massive, the abundant spiritual energy within several hundred miles perfectly aligned with his needs. Yet, such a spiritual vein was evidently not unclaimed. Upon scanning with his consciousness, he noted the presence of no fewer than a dozen cultivator-s abodes scattered around him. Within these caverns, the largest congregation comprises a mere dozen individuals, while the smallest is occupied by a solitary figure on a mountain peak. Yet among them, only 2 practitioners have attained the nascent soul stage. The majority remain at the foundation establishment or golden core stages. Lin Mo comprehends this situation deeply. For those with higher cultivation typically eschew such remote areas for their abodes. Experts at the divine transformation stage and beyond often claim vast territories spanning tens of thousands of miles. Although the spiritual energy here is quite abundant, it is insufficient to accommodate higher-tier practitioners. However, Lin Mo harbors no intention of cultivating here for the long term, thus remaining indifferent to these circumstances. He promptly invoked a spell, golden light shimmering around him, his lips subtly moving without uttering a sound, seemingly engaged in a form of silent communication. Approximately 100 miles away, within the belly of another mountain peak, an elder with flowing silver hair, clad in a black robe, faced a secluded chamber ensconced in layers of prohibitions. His hands formed intricate gestures, his expression fraught with tension. Inside the chamber, waves of azure flames danced around a cauldron, exuding a rich aroma of herbs. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly potent consciousness force pierced through the chamber's intricate barriers, akin to a divine being descending into the space. The elder was rendered incapable of resistance, crushed under the immense pressure of this consciousness, his body stiff as wood, unable to move even a finger. The elder involuntarily gasped, his heart gripped by terror. Yet, before he could respond, a chilling male voice resonated from above the chamber. I have urgent matters to attend to and require the use of this place. I wish to avoid any disturbances. All who have received this message must vacate the premises without delay. Should anyone remain within a day, they shall bear the consequences. As the words echoed, the formidable consciousness swiftly dissipated. The elder felt a release of pressure, regaining his ability to move freely. As he trembled to his feet, his eyes were filled with fear and unease. After a moment of contemplation, the elder gritted his teeth, his form flickering as he dashed out of the chamber, disregarding the cauldron he had previously held in high esteem. An hour later, a brilliant beam of white light surged from the base of the mountain, swirling for a moment before racing towards the horizon. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner within a radius of several hundred miles. Streams of escape light surged forth from various locations, their bearers fleeing in panic from this land of spiritual veins. By the end of the day, no human practitioners remained visible in the mountain range, leaving behind a series of vacant, silent caves. Lin Mo, utilizing his powerful consciousness, scanned the area within a radius of several hundred miles, confirming no cultivators concealed themselves in this locale. He then activated his escape technique, hastening towards the mountainside. Moments later, the azure light vanished, and Lin Mo came to a steady halt before a grayish-blue cliff. He gently closed his eyes, a faint blue glow flickering within. Scrutinizing the stone wall before him, and then delicately rotated the storage bracelet on his wrist. A few orbs shimmering with a cerulean light suddenly burst forth, fleetingly vanishing in the air before transforming into towering, formidable ape-like puppets. Without the need for Lin Mo's further instructions, these puppets instinctively raised their arms, simultaneously unleashing azure beams of light from their 10 fingers, launching an assault upon the stone wall. Under the illumination of the azure glow, the once impervious stone wall was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere tofu, revealing a colossal portal standing 10 zhang tall in an instant. A few of the puppets swayed slightly before being the first to charge through the portal. At this moment, Lin Mo did not continue to monitor the actions of the puppets. Instead, he retrieved an object from his sleeve, and a burst of golden light shot forth. After swirling in the air a few times, a small beast, measuring merely a foot in length, materialized upon the ground. This creature was entirely enveloped in golden fur, resembling a diminutive leopard at first glance. It was the bowling beast that had previously consumed the inner core of a royal-level dark beast in the Guanghan realm. Under Lin Mo's command, the golden light flickered across the bowling beast's surface, and its body rapidly expanded, growing several magnitudes larger in the blink of an eye. Its sharp fangs were bared, and its form was adorned with dark and enigmatic patterns, while a pair of short silver horns sprouted unexpectedly from its head. The bowling beast now emanated a terrifying aura that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. "I command you to patrol this area, allowing no human to approach this mountain," Lin Mo ordered sternly. The bowling beast let out a low growl, its limbs suddenly exuding a dense black mist, before it swiftly burrowed underground, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo remained seated quietly, awaiting the complete opening of the cave before him. The transformation of the bowling beast indeed took him by surprise. However, all of this stemmed from the royal-level dark beast inner core it had consumed in the Guanghan realm. After devouring the core, the bowling beast had fallen into a deep slumber for over a decade, only recently awakening. Upon its reawakening, its strength had surged dramatically, effortlessly breaking through to the refining void stage, with its appearance undergoing a radical transformation as well. Lin Mo was naturally filled with admiration. After all, the bowling beast possessed a trace of the Qilin's true spirit bloodline, and combined with the consumption of the royal-level dark beast's demon core, it was not surprising that such astonishing changes manifested even in its juvenile stage. Moreover, the potential of the bowling beast seemed yet to be fully realized. In the years that followed, thanks to Lin Mo's careful nurturing with numerous precious elixirs, the bowling beast successfully broke through its bottleneck a few years ago, advancing to the mid-stage of refining void and developing numerous powerful abilities. Lin Mo speculated that a typical late-stage refining void cultivator would struggle to contend with it. Nonetheless, the physical characteristics of the bowling beast merely indicated that it was in a progressively maturing phase, filling Lin Mo with anticipation for its future potential. Now, with this beast unleashed, he felt a profound sense of security. Unless faced with a cultivator at the fusion stage, or even of the saint level, none could approach this mountain. As Lin Mo pondered deeply, he gradually closed his eyes. After several hours, a number of colossal ape puppets finally completed the excavation of the cave, emerging one by one through the portal. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Mo waved his arm lightly, causing the puppets to transform into ethereal azure lights that vanished into his sleeves. Subsequently, he straightened his posture, and with a flick of his hand, a stack of array flags materialized instantaneously in his grasp. With a swift motion, he sent forth dozens of vibrant spiritual rays that raced into the surroundings, disappearing into the void in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, countless streams of milky white mist appeared out of thin air, swiftly expanding. In mere moments, the entire mountain and the surrounding area for hundreds of miles were enveloped in dense fog, rendering everything invisible. Observing this, Lin Mo formed a hand seal with one hand. Grasping at the void, a flash of white light revealed a palm-sized circular in his hand. He extended a finger, lightly touching the, while uttering a low incantation. In an instant, thousands of large silver runes materialized within the mist, swirling momentarily before vanishing once more. Only then did Lin Mo retract and proceed towards the entrance in the stone wall. As his body slipped through the portal, he flicked his sleeve, causing A to descend from above, sealing the entrance securely. The surface of the stone door shimmered with spiritual light, quickly merging with the surrounding stone wall. rendering it undetectable even at close range. Since the cave had been excavated under Lin Mo's control of the puppets, he was intimately familiar with its layout. Without hesitation, he first made his way to the herb garden to plant some spiritual herbs. After setting up several small restrictions within the cave, he headed directly towards the secret chamber. However, upon spotting the stone door to the chamber around a few corners, he suddenly reached for his waist. A faint white shadow shot forth, and before him appeared a beautiful woman clad in white, exuding an aura of elegance and a subtle chill. This woman was the spirit puppet doll. At this moment, the doll had undergone significant changes compared to before. A blue orb, roughly the size of a thumb, was embedded between her brows, nearly half of it incorporated within her form. Moreover, as her eyes darted around, they appeared more agile than ever. This was undoubtedly the miraculous effect brought about by the. After nearly a century of nurturing, the doll's puppet body had grown exceedingly cold, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a true form. Although this transformation was not immediately apparent and would take nearly a century to reveal even a trace, it brought great satisfaction to Lin Mo. More importantly, the doll's spiritual essence seemed to have slightly elevated during this process, an unexpected yet delightful gain. At that moment, Lin Mo concentrated his thoughts, issuing a few simple commands to the woman before swiftly entering the secret chamber. With a flick of his hand, a sword forth, he seated himself cross-legged upon the, closing his eyes tightly, becoming utterly still as if merging with the surrounding environment. Only a glimmer of crystalline azure light occasionally flickered across his face, shimmering and shifting continuously. Lin Mo's meditation lasted an entire 3 days and nights, during which he never once opened his eyes, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. However, beyond the small mountain where he resided, tumultuous winds and clouds stirred, and chaos reigned. Numerous cultivators were forcibly expelled by him. Some chose to flee far away, while others sought refuge with close friends in the nearby mountains. Soon, other cultivators in adjacent regions learned of this development, realizing that an extraordinarily powerful high-level cultivator had suddenly emerged nearby, possessing vast abilities capable of effortlessly imprisoning nascent soul stage experts with mere mental prowess, seemingly a pinnacle master of the void refinement stage. Consequently, these cultivators grew increasingly anxious, fearing that this elder might come seeking them. However, upon hearing that the area occupied by Lin Mo had been entirely shrouded in white mist, a wave of relief washed over their hearts. They understood that this high-level being harbored no intention of encroaching upon other territories, seemingly content to occupy this small patch of land. Though their hearts remained filled with trepidation, at least they no longer needed to contemplate relocating their current abodes. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Mo's body trembled slightly, and the azure light on his face suddenly coalesced, followed by the slow opening of his eyes. 2 dazzling blue beams of light flashed, and then quickly receded. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to dispel all fatigue. After 3 days of recuperation, he had finally restored his mental state and magical power to their peak, with the weariness from his long journey completely vanished. Now, he could finally attend to pressing matters. With a grave expression, he pondered for a moment before flipping his hand, revealing a finely crafted jade slip. This jade slip was distinctive, emitting a faint golden glow, and it appeared to possess a life of its own, undulating in his palm as if it might escape and soar into the distance at any moment. Yet, Lin Mo paid it no mind. He gently grasped it and pressed the slip to his forehead, then closed his eyes once more. Time slipped away, and without realizing it, several hours had passed. With a soft sigh, Lin Mo began to remove the jade slip from his forehead. He then opened his eyes, his face a portrait of deep contemplation. Within this jade slip was the divine refinement technique, inscribed with countless golden seal characters. This divine art was divided into 3 tiers. Even a mere glimpse would suffice to enhance one's spiritual awareness by more than double. Such an astonishing increase, combined with Lin Mo's already formidable mental prowess that surpassed others of his level, would undoubtedly alleviate most of the obstacles when he approached the bottleneck of the fusion stage, yielding effects that surpassed any elixir. Thus, upon first acquiring this scripture, Lin Mo immediately immersed himself in its study. Since his arrival on the Thunderclap continent, he had unhesitatingly begun cultivating this technique. Throughout the more than a century-long journey home, aside from researching other secret arts, he dedicated the majority of his energy to mastering this profound method. The first layer of the refinement of the divine art is neither as arduous as scaling the heavens nor as easily attainable as plucking fruit from a tree. This assertion is naturally grounded in the fact that those who possess the requisite conditions for cultivation are exceedingly rare within this spiritual realm. For those who do not meet these criteria, the path to mastering this enigmatic divine technique is nearly insurmountable. Some have recklessly attempted it, only to succumb to the overwhelming backlash, resulting in their bodies exploding and their lives extinguished. However, for Lin Mo, armed with his formidable divine consciousness and resilient physique, the cultivation of the first layer of the refinement of the divine art is more than sufficient. Thus, after over a century of diligent practice, Lin Mo has fully comprehended the essence of the first layer and has brought his cultivation to the brink of completion with only one final step remaining. This technique, inscribed in the Golden Seal script as a celestial secret, is said to unleash grand cosmic phenomena whenever one reaches the pinnacle of a particular level. Therefore, as he prepares to take that final step, it is prudent to select a secluded location for his cultivation, preferably devoid of any formidable presences. Although Lin Mo was nearing perfection in the first layer years ago, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. Attracting the attention of ancient beasts could pose a dire threat to his safety. Now, situated within human society in a remote locale, he can cultivate the first layer of the refinement of the divine art with abandon. His earlier sigh stemmed from a profound confusion and challenge regarding the second layer. To truly grasp and master it undoubtedly constitutes an arduous endeavor, achievable only through centuries of focused study. Furthermore, the stringent conditions required for the cultivation of the second layer are nothing short of astonishing. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the jade slip at his fingertips vanished without a trace. He then retrieved several jade vials of varying sizes, pouring their contents of elixirs into his mouth in succession. With a flourish of his sleeve, 9 shimmering circular artifacts began to orbit around him, subsequently hovering in place. Lin Mo's countenance grew grave as he formed ancient seals with his hands, radiating a brilliant golden light. A golden phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms flashed behind him. Although the venerable saint's form had not yet solidified into a corporeal body, the 6 arms each held different seals, and 2 distinct faces were visible, their lips parting as if silently chanting an incantation. After a brief moment, solemn Vedic sounds resonated within the chamber. Simultaneously, the golden radiance upon Lin Mo's face fluctuated, and his skin began to ripple, revealing golden scales that gradually emerged. This was evidently a manifestation of the venerable saint's true magic reaching its zenith. The 9 silver discs suspended around him began to shimmer even more brightly, emitting a resonant hum. This sound harmonized beautifully with the Vedic tones echoing in the chamber, merging exquisitely without any discord or harshness, as if they were born of the same essence. With a sudden puff, Lin Mo and the Vajra Saint's Dharma forms revealed a halo of golden light behind them. The halo behind the Dharma form was significantly larger than the one below, yet in terms of density, it was far inferior. Lin Mo emitted a low grunt, altering the hand gesture of his spell. The 2 golden halos began to spin rapidly, releasing a torrent of golden runes from their centers, each shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these runes were entirely composed of Golden Seal script. As if summoned by the Golden Script, the 9 silver discs underwent an unexpected transformation. Amidst a series of intense resonances, fist-sized runes, radiating a silvery sheen, shot forth from the circular vessels like meteors, darting away into the golden light like arrows released from bows. These silver runes were evidently the fabled silver script. In an instant, both golden and silver runes appeared within the halo, their numbers continuously multiplying, soon enveloping the entirety of the halo's region. Yet, a vast number of runes continued to surge forth, frantically merging into the halo. Though Lin Mo remained motionless, a profound weariness and strain began to manifest on his previously expressionless face, becoming increasingly evident as the runes within the halo proliferated. After a brief period, Lin Mo's eyes widened dramatically, followed by a thunderous roar of fury. Simultaneously, the 9 silver discs emitted sharp cries, shattering into countless silver beams that vanished in an instant. Concurrently, the golden halo behind Lin Mo began to whirl wildly, becoming increasingly nebulous, with the golden and silver runes swiftly diminishing in size. Within mere moments, thousands of runes shrank to the size of rice grains. The golden halo itself transformed into a mysterious sphere of flickering golden light, no larger than a fist. Another golden halo above, driven by the Vajra saint's Dharma form, similarly morphed into a golden sphere that descended gently. In the next moment, with a flash, the colossal Dharma form vanished completely. Thus, only two glowing spheres remained, quietly floating beside Lin Mo. His expression turned grave as he extended a finger, gently tapping each of the two spheres. With two swift sounds, the golden spheres vanished between his brows, leaving no trace. In the following instant, beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to surface on Lin Mo's forehead, his body swelling suddenly, while his limbs trembled slightly, robust muscles springing forth from beneath his scales. It seemed as though a formidable force was rampaging within Lin Mo's body, contorting his facial expression in agony. After a while, a radiant spiritual light erupted from his head, enveloped in a layer of purple-gold radiance that fluctuated in size, oscillating unpredictably.